Welcome to the final part of this React.Js monster class. So in this course, we cover almost every single thing that you can think about React.Js. So what have we covered so far and what are we going to be covering in this course? So in the first part of this course, we cover React fundamentals. We also cover React hooks. We also cover React with TypeScript. We also cover UI component libraries. We also cover React hook form, and finally we cover the entire React 19 features. And if we combine all of them, that was 13 hours of content. Then in the second part, we cover every single thing about the framer motion and also animations in general. We also cover React with Zustand for smaller state management. We also cover React with Redux Toolkit for larger state management. We also cover React with RTK query for advanced data fetching. So to combine all of that, there was 11 hours of content. Then in the part 3, we cover React design patterns. We cover React with 10-stack query, JavaScript unit testing, and also every single thing about the React testing. And if we combine all of them, that was 10 hours of content. And now comes the best part, like what you can expect from this video, the video which you are currently watching right now. So in the fourth part, we are going to be covering React design system. We are going to be also building a complete design system in Figma. We are going to be also covering React with Storybook, also React with style dictionary, React with CLSX, React with CVA like the class variance authority, and then we are going to be building a complete component library from scratch, and we're going to be using tools like CLSX, TailwindMerge, CVA, React Storybook, and we're going to be also testing our component library by using testing tools like vtest and also React testing library. After that, we are going to be jumping into the Yarn Monorepos, and we are going to be covering a lot about the Yarn workspaces and so much more. And then finally, we are going to be creating a complete design system for a company. Okay, that's gonna be a lot of fun. And in this part, we are going to be combining every single thing that we learned so far, and we are going to be applying that to build our own complete design system for a company. And then there is a bonus part where we are going to be covering a MERN stack complete authentication system. And basically the point of this MERN stack is to show you how we can communicate with React.Js and also with backend technologies. If you want to skip that section, you can totally skip there. You don't even have to watch there. You can complete my backend series, then you can come back to that MERN authentication. Before you jump into the content of this course, I want to preface this by saying like this is not a beginner's course. You have to have, I know a lot of people will hate me about this one, but you have to have at least 2 years of experience, then you would be able to watch this video. If you have less than 2 years of experience in React.Js, you are not welcome to watch this course. And I know I'm not gonna get a lot of views on this video because there are not a lot of engineers who are watching my course, but anyways, that was a huge journey and I'm super happy that it was now done. I did my best. And by the way, if you want to follow me here and there, so I have my Instagram account which is HuXn Shorts, and also if you want to follow me on X or Twitter, you can use my handle which is HuXn WebDev. And all of the links will be available in my description, so you can just click on there and it's going to redirect you there. Anyways, thank you so much for being here with me in this entire journey. And that was a lot of fun that I was making this course, and I hope you enjoyed it too. Let's get into it. So what is a design system? There is no actual definition to what a design system is, and why is that? That's because if you ask a designer, they will say it's a UI kit or it's a color palette or typography, grid or iconography. But if you ask a developer, they will say it's a component library, style guides, or some sort of a documentation. But the truth is, a design system is all of that, a little design and a little engineering. So what do I mean by that? Well, according to Google, a design system is a comprehensive set of standard guidelines and components that ensure consistency and cohesion in the design and development of a digital product. It serves as a shared language and resource for design teams, developers, and other stakeholders to create a cohesive user experience across various platforms and products. So that was a bit weird definition of what a design system is, but now to put that as simple as possible, you can think about the design system as like a toolkit for building a digital products. It includes everything you need to make sure the design is consistent and looks the same across different screens or pages. Now let's talk about the basic components of a design system. The first one we have is a design principle, and it's a high-level guidelines or philosophies that inform design decisions like simplicity, accessibility, or usability. The second one is a UI component, and they are a reusable element such as buttons, forms, modal, navigation bar, and other common interface element, often designed with responsiveness and accessibility in mind. Third one we have is a patterns, and they are repeated design solution to common problems such as card, layout, grid or drop down menus, and so on. Next we have is a style guide, and they are a collection of visual design rules such as typography, color palette, and there are a lot of them which we are going to be covering in this course. Next we have a branding. They ensure the design system aligns with the company brand identity, tone, and value. Then we have a documentation, and they are a clean instruction and best practices on how to use a component and pattern correctly, as well as how to maintain the system overall time. And then we have a code, which is everyone's favorite topic. So for technical consistencies, these includes front-end code like component or UI framework such as React components or CSS frameworks that developer can integrate into their application, something which we are going to be building by ourselves. The final piece of the puzzle we have is accessibility, and their recommendation for creating a product. They are usable by people with disabilities, ensuring that the design system support compliance with accessibility standards as well. So now let me give you a practical example of a design system. So let's say you are building a shopping app for a brand, and you want everything like buttons, colors, fonts, iconography, layout, and so much more to look consistent across the app. A design system would help you achieve this. So how that's gonna look like? Well, in your design system, you would already have your colors like gray, gray alpha, blue, red, amber, green, teal, purple, pink, and so much more, something which we are going to be covering in this course. So you would already have your colors. You would also have different typography like different fonts which you are going to be using inside your app. Also, you would have different icons for your brand. Finally, you would also have different components which you can use inside your design system. So now that you have every single thing set up inside your design system, now you just have to grab it and use that inside your app. That's it. So now your app will look consistent and it will match the design system. So that was about the theory of design system, and now we are going to be building a design system in Figma. And that's going to be a lot of fun. But before we jump into this section, I want to preface this by saying if you are not a designer, you can definitely skip this section, but hear me out. If you are working for a company or a super new company, they will ask you to build a design. They will ask you to design a design system for them. That's the first thing. Secondly, if you are building your own company just like I have, then you would need to design your design system inside Figma or some other tools. So that's the only reason I'm including this Figma design system in this course, because I know this is not a designing course, this is an advanced React.Js course. So you shouldn't be watching there. If you want to skip this section, you can definitely go ahead and just skip this section. You don't even have to watch there. But for those who are interested in building a design system in Figma, this is what you have to do. The first thing that you have to do is that you have to just download a figma.com, or you can just use the inside your browser by just clicking on this icon and then provide your email, and there you go. And if you want to download there, you just have to search like Figma download, and here the first link will bring you to the download page. So you can install or download there for macOS. You can also download there for Windows and so much more. So if you're a Windows user, you can just click on this download app for Windows, and that's gonna be it. Okay, so I already downloaded there and I already sign in because I've been using Figma for about 3 or 4 years now. So yeah, I already set up every single thing, and this is how the interface should look like. I'm now hiding these stuff because you don't supposed to see them. So what you have to do is that you have to just go ahead and click on this create new, and they change this layout again and again. If you're watching this course in the future, you should definitely check out like some tutorial about the Figma or something like that. Okay, so I'm gonna just click on this design file, and here you can see it's gonna give us this new design file. I'm gonna rename that to my small design system or something like that. Okay, so now let's begin our design system. But before I do that, I want to mention one thing, that we are not going to be building the biggest design system in the planet Earth or something like that. We are going to be just creating a simple portion of that. So what do we have to do? The first thing that we have to do is that we have to decide the colors. Come on. The colors which we are going to be using inside our design system. Secondly, we have to generate a style for those colors. And thirdly, we have to convert those style colors to a variables. There we go. So these are the three things that you have to keep in mind. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to decide a color for our design system. Then we have to generate a style for that, and finally we have to convert that to the variable. So now let's start from the first one, like decide the colors which you are going to be using inside your design system. And there are a few resources that I want to share with you. But I want to say, like, I am not sponsored by any of these companies. There are just a few websites that I personally like. If you want to use that, you can. If you don't want to use that, you don't have to. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just, first of all, you have to go to the COOLORS, and I am not going to provide the links of them in the description. Why? Well, I just don't like to. If you want to go to there, you can. If you don't want to go there, you don't have to. So COOLORS.co, that's the first website. Just click on this button, and once you do that, here you can see it's going to generate a lot of colors for you. And yeah, here you can see they're already sponsoring some other companies and dumb shit like that. Yeah, just hit space every time and it's gonna give you a lot of colors. And yeah, that's the first website that I want to show you. And the second website is this canva.com, and I can totally guarantee, like, you guys probably know this one. And you can, here you can choose different kind of color combinations and stuff like that. So that's the second place for colors. Yeah, you can definitely just upload some sort of an image and it's going to just extract a few colors from there. And you can also go to this color.adobe.com. Probably you've heard about this one before. You can just go to the explore and you can explore different colors. If you like some palette, you can just download that, or you can just copy that or store that inside your library or something like that. That's the third place. And the fourth place is this Canva. Once again, Canva. Okay, so that's gonna be just for one time. You can explore colors or different combination inside this Canva. Yeah, there are a lot of colors. The final place that I really like is this color hunt, because it has a lot of flavors to choose from. So let's suppose if you want to create some sort of a golden design system, so you can just click on there and it's going to give you a golden color right here. If you want to choose some dark, just like Versailles, you can just click on there and it's going to give you Versailles kind of colors. And if you want to choose cold, so it's going to give you cold color. If you want to choose summer or fall, happy, or kids sky, there are a lot of them. Let me just choose this kids one, and it's taking a lot of time, but yeah, these are the color for the kids. So now that you know where to find the colors, now you have to generate a style for your colors. So I'm going to just remove that from, I'm going to hit O, so it's going to give us ellipse tool. There we go. And now I'm going to just create a few portion of this. So then I'm going to hold Alt and Shift and duplicate the one time, and now I'm going to just do the hit Control D, so it's going to duplicate the 3, 4, 5 and 6. So I'm going to just duplicate it like 6 times, and now you can just click on there, then go to this fill and choose your favorite color inside there. So let's suppose if you like this color, or maybe you like some sort of a red color, you can definitely provide there. But for this code, I already selected a color palette. You may not like it, but I like it. Okay, so I'm gonna also name them. You know, let me just name there. I'm gonna give it the name of like primary. Come on, primary. I'm going to just choose this one, that one, and put that right here. So that's going to be my primary color. Now I'm going to just move them around. Come on, what the hell? I'm going to just move them around, and this one will be neutral color. Now let me create one more. So I'm going to just duplicate that, put that right here, and we're going to be also creating a color or generating a color for our warning. Next, let's just create for the danger. So I'm going to just change that to like danger. And this is going to be my danger color. And now finally, not finally, but we still have 2 more left. So I'm going to just change that to success. And now finally, we have to create one more for the grayscale. SCALE, there we go. And now I'm going to just provide my hexadecimal values. If you have your own color already selected, you can just specify there. But in my case, I'm going to just only provide my color. So now let me go ahead and just choose this one. And the first color that I have is #14F0D6. So that's going to be my primary color. Then for the neutral, I'm going to just use this color, which is #142EF0. Hit enter. So that's going to be my neutral color. For the warning, I'm going to choose this color, which is 1DDB70E. That's going to be my warning color, kind of a yellowish color. For the danger, we are going to be using this reddish kind of color, which is a #FE0140. For the success, we are going to be using this color, which is a same one EF014, hit enter. So that's going to be my success color. And finally for the grayscale, we are going to be just using this one, which is a hash 71D8C8B. So that's going to be my grayscale color. Okay, cool. Now we have to create a palette for our color. So I'm going to just choose this second icon. Yeah, you just have to hit F. So it's going to give you this frame one, and just like grab it how much you like. And now inside there we are going to be defining our color palette. Now I'm going to hit R. So it's going to give us this rectangular icon right here, or this rectangular tool. I'm going to just define that right here, and I'm going to duplicate that 11 times. So I'm going to hold Alt and Shift, and then we are going to be duplicating there 1 time, 2 time, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And let me just create there for the final time, which will be the 11th time. And now let me make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm gonna also make it a bit smaller because yeah. And I'm gonna name that as primary. So let's just name that primary. Now we are going to be also providing the opacities today. So I'm going to just hit T. So it's gonna activate my text tool, and I'm gonna just rename that to like 50. I'm gonna make it a bit smaller, like so. I guess that's gonna be fine. Now let me just duplicate this. So the next one we would have is like 100, then 200, 300. Let me just activate that, change it to 300. Then we have a 400 variation. Let's just change that to 400, 500, change this one to 600, 700, 800, 900. Come on, 900, and then 950. Let's just change that to 950. There we go. Now that we successfully selected our color and we also define our palettes, so now we are going to be duplicating there for the neutral color, for the warning, danger, success, and grayscale. So I'm going to just choose there, hold Shift and Alt, and then click on there and duplicate there once again, change there to like neutral, and I'm gonna also duplicate there one more time, change there to warning. So let's just change that to warning, and I'm going to also duplicate there one more time. And what was that? Danger, success, and grayscale. So danger, next we would have is a success, change there to success, and finally we are going to be creating for the grayscale as well. So let's just create a grayscale, and that's done. So now that we successfully created our palette, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to go to this website, which is a tints.dev. Now I'm going to hit enter right here, and now I'm going to just copy this hexadecimal from the primary. I'm going to copy there, and now let me just place there right here, and as soon as I do that, it's going to give us all of that variations right here. You can take a screenshot of there, let me just show you there. So if you're using a Windows, so you can just take a screenshot of there. Now let me take a screenshot, save that inside my desktop, and I'm going to just rename that to like colors or something like that. And now I'm going to grab that right here inside my design tool, and now I can just select my element and I can hit I and then choose my color from there. That's the first way I can choose these colors, but this is not efficient way because the hexadecimal code will be changed. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just delete that from here. I'm going to undo there. Let's just undo there, and I'm going to just delete there. The second way is to waste a bit of your time and just copy this hexadecimal. So I'm going to just fast forward the video right now. I'm going to copy that. Let me just show you this first one, and then for these next, I'm going to just fast forward this video. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this first one, copy there. Now let me just choose the first one, and then I'm going to place it right here. Copy the second one, place it right here. Third one, place it here. Fourth one, select there and place it right here. For the fifth one, which is this 400 variation, I'm going to choose there and place it right here. Then for the sixth one, copy there, place. I know I'm taking a bit of your time because this is important, and I'm gonna fast forward the video for the next one, so maybe it will confuse some of the people. So I'm gonna have to just do the like copy and paste there, and you have to bear with me. Please bear with me. I'm going to just choose there. I wish I had a lot of time to tell you a story about my ex, like how she cheated on me and how she left me, but I don't have a lot of time, and we are now at 2 colors, so there's not a lot of time to explain or the story of my ex, like how she cheated on me. You know what, that's done. Now I'm gonna copy this second color, and I'm gonna fast forward there right now. I'm gonna place it here, and bang. Okay, so now that's totally done, and it took me a lot of time while I was listening to some John Wick theme music. So now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create a variation. I mean, like not variation, but now next we are going to be renaming each layer. So here you can see that's going to be the first one. I'm going to just do that for the first one, and now for the next one, I'm going to fast forward the video once again. So that's the first layer. You just have to click on there and then double click on this layer and change that to like 50. Okay, so I'm going to just click on there. The next one, come on, let me just hit escape, click on the next one, and then we have 100. I'm gonna choose this next one. Then we have 200. Then we have a 300. So let's just do that for this one. We have a 400. I'm gonna choose this next one, which is a 500. Then we have a 600. Come on, 700. I wish there was some other way that I can do that very quickly, but this is not a VS Code, baby. This is Figma. So we have to write 800, then 990. 900 and 950. There we go, 950. I'm gonna hit enter right now. So all of these layers are now successfully renamed, and I'm gonna do that for these next one, and you should do the same, but I'm gonna fast forward this video right now. Okay, so that's totally done. Now we are going to be grouping there. So I'm going to just select this first variations, and then I'm going to hold Control or Command R. And once I do that, here you can see it's going to ask us to provide some sort of a name to there. So I'm going to just give it the name of like primary. And now I'm going to hit space and click on this current name. So it's going to choose like primary 950, 900, and 800, 700, and so on and so forth, depending on our layer names. That's the only reason I rename my entire layers to like from starting from 50 through 950. Now I'm going to just click on this rename. It's going to just rename there. Now we are going to be selecting this portion, hit Control R once again, and I'm going to give it the name of like neutral. And then I'm going to just click on there and hit enter. So it's going to rename that right here. Now let's just choose this one and hit Control R, and that's going to be my warning. And now let's just hit space and current name, and that's my current name. Let's just choose this one, hit Control R, give it the name of like danger, and then the current name, choose there. And now for the success, click on the current name, rename there, and finally for the grayscale, hit Control R, and I'm gonna give it the name of like grayscale, and then click on the current name and rename there. So now that we successfully rename every single thing, and every single thing is now successfully organized, and finally we have to make a selection and create styles based on there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to select this one, hit Control or Shift, this one, shift with this one. I'm holding shift and selecting there right here, just like, then hold Control and then forward slash. Okay, and once you do that, here you can see we have a plugins and assets and so on and so forth. I'm going to click on this plugin right here, and I'm going to search for a styler. Just search for a styler and then click on there. And once you click on there, it's going to ask you to like extract the style or generate a style. I'm going to choose this generate style. So let's just click on there. It's going to take a while, and now it's going to give us all of that colors right here. So we have a danger, primary, warning, and all of that colors. So now that we successfully have all of that colors, and now based on these colors, we are going to be creating a variable. So just click on somewhere else, not on the colors, then hit that same command one more time, which is a control. Come on, CTR, and then plus this forward symbol, or what do you guys call that? Okay, so now I'm going to just do that. I'm going to hold Control and hit that forward slash once again, and now I'm going to search for styles to variable. So styles, come on, styles to variable, that, come on, variable. Okay, so here you can see we have this bluish kind of icon, so I'm going to click on there, and here you can see it's going to give us this box right here, and now we are going to be converting there, but I'm going to give it the name of like colors. Maybe I'll just give it the name of colors, and now I'm going to click on convert styles into variables. Let's just click on there. It's going to convert 65 colors to the variables. So now let's just close there, click on somewhere else, and now I'm going to click on this icon right here, which is a local variable. So if I click on there, and bang, we have all of our color variables right here. So we have a neutral, we have a grayscale, we have success, and so on and so forth. So these are all the variables that we can use inside our Figma. And that was it about how we are going to be generating a color variables or creating a colors inside our design system. So this is how we are going to be generating our colors. But now let's talk about the number scale and the radius token. So I'm going to close there. I'm going to also remove this text, and now I'm not going to click on anywhere else. I'm going to just click on there, select all of them and delete there from here because we don't need there anymore. Now let me just click on somewhere else, like maybe this area. Why aren't we getting, oh, there we go. And now if you click on there, here you can see we are now going to be still getting all of our colors right here. So don't worry about that sidebar. So now let me just close there, and now we are going to be creating our number scale. So I'm going to just click on these three dots, and let me just show you how did I just access there. You just have to click on this local variables and click on these icons, and then click on these three dots and then create a new collections. So I'm going to just give it the name of like number scale. I guess number scale would be fine. And now here I'm going to just choose like create variable. And now here we are going to be choosing a number right here. So now let me just click on there, and here we are going to be defining a few numbers like tiny, extra, extra large, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to start from the first one, which is a tiny, T-I-N-Y, and I'm going to just set there to 2 maybe. I guess that 2 would be fine. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this create variable once again, click on this number once again, change that to like extra small, and unfortunately you have to watch me. I can't fast forward this section because the names are super different. So now let me just click on the create variable once again, and I'm gonna give it the name of like small and change that to 6. Let's just create another number, change that to medium, medium small, medium, and change that to 8. Click on this create variable, go to the number scale. I'm going to change that to medium and change the value of that to 12. Let's just create another one for the large, L-A-R-G-E, change that to 16. Then create another one for the extra large, change that to 20. And create another one for super large, change that to 24. Let me just create another one for the huge and change that to like 32. And now let me create another one for the gigantic and change that to 40, and the final one will be for the full. Okay, so let's just create a full and provide like 990, or you know what, 99 would be fine. So this is how we are going to be creating our number scale. And now let's create another collection for the radius. So I'm going to once again click on these three dots, then I'm going to choose create collection, and now we are going to be creating another collection for the numbers. And I'm going to start from the XS for the extra small, and which I'm going to click on this icon, and I'm going to set there to extra small. Okay, now let me create another one for the small, just a S, and now I'm going to connect there to small. And now let me create another one for, come on, let's just create there for the medium, and now I'm going to connect there with the medium, not a medium small, but with the medium. Okay, let's just create another one for the large, for the L, and I'm going to connect there with the large. So this is the large. Now we are going to be creating another one for the extra large, and I'm going to connect there with the extra large. Where is there? Oh, there we go. So we have an extra large, and now finally we are going to be creating for the full. And now let's just connect there with the full. Full, there we go. Let's just connect there. So this is how we are going to be connecting there and creating our collection. So now that we have a number scale, which looks something like this, we also have a colors, which looks something like this, and we also have our other collection right here. So now let me just close that. Now our collections are successfully done. And let's suppose if you want to use the inside our design system, so I'm going to just, you know what, I'm going to create a frame even. And now let me just define a few rectangles right here. Let me just make that a bit smaller so you guys can see that. And I'm going to duplicate that like a few times. I'm going to choose this one, and let's suppose if I want to change the radius of there, so I can just go ahead and click on this icon, and here you can see we have a tiny radius, extra small, small, medium, and so on and so forth. Suppose if I want to change that to like I don't know, maybe a large radius, or maybe medium would be fine. So I'm going to just choose medium. So it's going to change there right here. And now let's suppose if I want to change that to the large one, so it's going to change that. I guess I choose large like twice, but now let me click on there and change that to huge. Then I'm going to change that to like gigantic, which looks something like this, and I'm gonna also change that to the full. It's gonna make that as a full circle. And yeah, we can now play around with that if you wanted to. And now let's suppose if I want to change the color of that, so if I just click on that, now I can just click on this fill, and here you can see we have our libraries. If I click on there, and inside this library we have our grayscale and all of our colors, and now we can choose our color and different variations of them by using this library which we just created for our design system. Now let me click on there. I'm gonna also change the color of them to like something else. Go to the library once again, and we can change that to like warning and so on and so forth. Now we can create our component. Like let's suppose if I want to create some sort of a button, and we can style there by using our existing design system, and that's gonna be it. So I'm going to just define a smaller button like this, which will just say like this is for like learn more or something like that. I'm gonna make that a bit bigger. I'm gonna also make it bolder and I'm gonna change the border radius of that. So let's just go ahead and change that to like maybe small would be fine. Yeah, I guess small would be fine. I'm gonna also make that as a success button, or not a success, but this is a learn more button. So this should be some kind of outline button. So I'm going to choose maybe this variation, and I can also change the color of that to like something else. Let me just change that to white, or yeah, I guess that's gonna be fine. So yeah, this is how we are going to be defining our design system in Figma, and now we can extract all of that values from this Figma file, and we can use them inside our app. Oh, I was about to close this entire section, but now I realize that I forgot to include one more design token, which is called the opacities. So I'm going to delete that, and now I am not gonna click on anything. Let's just click on this local variables once again, and now I'm gonna go ahead and create a new collection for the opacities. So I'll just give it the name of like opacities. If I can just rename that to opacities, there we go. And now let me just click on this create variable, click on the number. I'm gonna start from the first one, which will be opaque, OPAQUE, and that's gonna be set to 100, the complete entire opacity. And now let's just create another one for the semi-opaque, which will be set to 80. And now we are going to be creating another one for the transparent, TRANSPARENT, and which will be set to 50. And I'm going to also create one more for the light transparent, and the value of that will be set to 30. Now for the final one, which will be set to a very transparent, and the value of that will be set to 25, and that's it. And I also forgot to rename this one, which is the radius, I guess. So I'm going to just choose that and change that to radius. Let's just hit enter. And now our design system is complete. I mean, like, not entirely complete, but you can call it complete. So let's suppose if I want to provide some sort of opacities, so which we just created right here, I'm going to define that and change the color of that to like black, complete black. And now I'm going to duplicate that like a few times, like so. I'm going to just click on this one. Now let me go ahead and go to the opacities and click on this local variable, and now I can choose like opaque. If I just choose like opaque or semi-opaque, it's gonna show us this value right here. So if I click on the opaque, which will be set to full 100, I can also change that to like semi-opaque. So semi-opaque is gonna change the what do we call it, the opacity of that. I can also change this one to transparent and click on that. It's gonna make it transparent. Choose this one, change that to like very transparent. It's gonna make it like a bit more subtle. Create that for the final one. Come on, duplicate that right here and just change this value. I'm gonna have to unlink that, and now let me just create provide like very transparent right here. So it's gonna make it like very transparent. So yeah, this is how we can use all of that design system values inside our Figma. But now we have to extract all of their values and use inside our design system, which we are going to be creating right now. Alright guys, now we are preparing ourselves for the design system of this course. But before we get into the design system, first of all, we have to learn about something called the storybook. And trust me, you're gonna love this one. And also, before I give you a definition of what a storybook is, I want to mention a few things. You cannot use a storybook for a smaller application, like maybe you are building your own, I don't know, portfolio or just a small application or something like that. Storybook can be useful for a huge enterprise application. It's like suppose you are working with a bigger company or you want to build your own SaaS application or something like that, then you would be able to use Storybook. You cannot use that. I mean, like, you totally can use that. Like, nobody can stop you from using that, but it will not be that much useful for your small application. So now let me just give you a definition of what a Storybook is. So Storybook is an open source tool used for developing and testing the UI components in isolation. It allows developer to create a UI components outside of their main application, making it easier to build, test, and showcase individual part of the UI before they are integrated into your overall application. So as I said, this is not a tool that you're going to be using like day to day. And also this is not a tool that you're going to be using there for a smaller application. So it provides a lot of benefits. The first thing it provides is a component isolation. So Storybook lets developer work on the UI component in isolation, meaning you can build and test component without the need to run the entire application. And this helps in focusing purely in the individual component functionality rather than just focusing on the entire application. It also provides something called the visual testing. So it provides a visual interface to view different states of the UI component, such as various configuration, themes, or data inputs, and so on and so forth, something which we are going to be covering in this course. So this helps identify issues with the component visual appearance or behavior early in the development process. It also provides the documentation, and I've seen a lot of developers, they use Storybook just for their documentation, not for anything else, but just for the documentation. So Storybook serves as a living documentation tool for the UI component. You can write stories like individual use cases for each component, and we are going to be also covering the stories in later in this course, and they are automatically displayed in the Storybook interface, something which you are going to be seeing in a few seconds. It's easy to maintain and update documentation as the component evolves. It also provides the support of add-ons, or you can say the extensions. So Storybook has a wide array of add-ons that can help with tasks like accessibility checks, responsive design testing, or adding a control to multiple component state dynamically, something which we are going to be also covering in this course. And now let's talk about the design system. I mean, like, not the actual definition of a design system, but it also helps us with the design system. So Storybook is commonly used in the development of design system as it helps ensure the components are reusable and adhere to design guidelines. Design teams can also use Storybook as a tool to communicate design specification to developers. So this is also something which we are going to be seeing in this course. So now let's get into the installation of the Storybook. So if you already created your React application by either using the Create React app, or if you use like Vite, so you just have to type that in your terminal like npx sb init. It's gonna just take a bit of time, and it's gonna install Storybook inside your application. So now let's just do that. So here is the official page of the Storybook, and now we are at the version 8. So let me just show you something. This is how we can develop our component in isolation. This is how we can test our component, and we can also provide a visual testing, and we can also document our component like this, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. So yeah, their landing page is super amazing, super duper amazing. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. Let me just go back and install Storybook inside our application. So I'm gonna copy that from here. Now let me open my terminal. So let's just open there, and I'm gonna zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And by the way, you are not just limited to use React.Js. You can use Storybook with Svelte and different projects. So I'll just use like npm create vite at latest and install there right here. So I'll just give it the name of like story demos or yeah, I guess that's gonna be fine. I'll choose React.Js with TypeScript. Let's just go into the Storybook demos and install every single thing inside there. And our React setup is now successfully done. I'm gonna open that by using my VS Code, and this is how it looks like. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove this public from here. I'm gonna go to the src, remove the assets, app.css. Now let me go ahead and go to my app.tsx file, remove every single thing from there, and I'm gonna just use my rafce to create my component, and also remove every single thing from the index.css file as well. So now that we successfully install our React.js, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to initialize our Storybook inside there. I'm gonna go there, and here you can see this is how we are going to be initializing or installing Storybook inside our existing project. So I'm gonna just copy there, and now let me just place it right here. So you just have to write like npx Storybook at latest and init, or you can just use like this command, which is npx sb init or something like that. You can also use there, but in my case, I already copied there from the documentation. So now let me just place there and hit enter. So now it's going to give us a few folders right here. So I want you to focus on this area. Now let me just provide y to proceed there. And yeah, it's going to give us a few folders right here. I guess it's going to ask us a few questions. First of all, I'm not quite sure about that. But yeah, let's just see. And as you can see, it added this .storybook folder, and it also added these stories right here, something which we are going to be discussing in a few seconds. So yeah, my application is now successfully running, but if you want to run there, I just closed my application. I don't know why, but I just did. So now let me just restart my storybook once again. So let's just delete there, and I'm gonna just restart my storybook by using npm run storybook. So if I just use there, and it's gonna run my storybook right here in a few seconds. And this is how my storybook will look like. So there are a lot of stuff going on. So now let me just explain there. So first of all, it's gonna give us these instructions like what we can do with the storybook, and so on and so forth, and they are talking about the chromatics and so on and so forth. So this is going to be just our instructions. Then we have a few components. So this pattern is called the compound component, which we are going to be seeing in a few seconds, but not right now. So here you can see we have our buttons folder. Now let me just zoom in a bit. Oh, you know what, I'm not. So if I click on there, we have our documentation for our component, like what we can do with this component. Like we can whenever we click on there, what's going to happen, and we have our primary, label, background color, sizes. Like we can change that. Let me just go back. We can change that. So if I change that to like small, so it's going to make this button small. If I click on the medium, so it's going to make it medium. If I click on the large, so it's going to make it large. And we can also change the color of our button like this if you wanted to. And this is also something which we are going to be covering in a few seconds. We can also change the text to be something else. We can also make their disable or enable, and so on and so forth. So yeah, we have our primary button, we have a secondary, large and small buttons. So these are the docs or the documentation for our component. And then we have a few component or a few variation of our component. So if I click on this primary, so it's going to show us this primary, and it also has these controls. So when we click on there, what's going to happen? So this action will happen. And we also have these primary and secondary, and this area is called the control area, where we are going to be controlling the behavior of our component. Okay, so we can also change that to like blah blah blah, and also we can change the color of there, and as we already saw that we can set that to medium or small. Then we have a secondary component which will look something like this. Then we have a large button, small button, and so on and so forth. Then we have a header. Like you are not just limited to create a simple what do we call a simple button component. You can create the entire headers and also the entire pages if you wanted to. So this is how our header component will look like, and we can also provide these documentation for our header component, and we can also see there in action. So if I click on there, and here you can see this is how we can interact with our component. And there are a lot of stuff. So yeah, I'm just saying, like, you are not just limited to style your button component, or you can also provide the header. You can also even provide your entire pages. Like as you can see right here, this is the entire page that you can test, and you can also visualize there inside the storybook. And now if I click on there, once again, you can also see there. So where in the world is all of that stuff coming from? Like, what are we even doing here? So now let me just hide there, and all of that stuff are now coming from these stories right here. So first of all, we have like all of that assets, like as you saw these screenshots a few seconds ago. So now let me just remove there, and we also have that button. So here you can see we have our button.tsx file. So if I click on there, this is how they created their component, and they provided a bit of styling to there and so on and so forth. But this is how they are now testing their component by using Storybook and also TypeScript. So yeah, and this is how they are creating their header component. This is how they are providing a stories for their header component. This is how they are creating their entire pages. This is how they are creating their entire pages, and this is how they are providing stories for their pages and also their own CSS. If you want to use TailwindCSS, you totally can. If you want to use like the module CSS, you totally can. You can use anything that you prefer, and Storybook will work for you. So now let me just close there. And what in the world are we going to be even doing? I'm going to just select every single thing, or even this entire stories. I'm going to right click on there, and I'm going to delete there. say bye-bye to the stories because now we are going to be creating our own stories. So now let me just click on yes, delete this permanently, and now we are going to be creating or recreating their stories folder from scratch. So I'll use like stories, and now let me just hit enter right here, and inside the stories folder we can just create our components. And yeah, you know, let me just create another components folder right here. So you know, let me just create that stories right here. So I'll just use like button.tsx, and I'll use my RAFCE inside there, save my file, close there, and now we are going to be creating a story file for this button right here. So now if I just create a file, I'm going to give it the same name like button, and then now in this case we are going to be using a stories and then .tsx. So as soon as I do that, here you can see my icon is now successfully changed. So this is how we are going to be creating a stories file for our button component. So now if I hit enter right here, we're going to be doing a lot of magic. But now here I'm going to just write a simplest code. So first of all, we are going to be importing our button component so that we can see there in action. Then we are going to be using export default, and now let's just provide the. And by the way, for now we are not going to be focusing on the TypeScript. We are going to be using TypeScript with Storybook in a few seconds, but not right now, because first of all I want you to focus on the Storybook syntax. Then we are going to be implementing the TypeScript with the Storybook, but not right now. So we are going to be using a title, and I'm going to just give it the name of like title, and I'm going to also provide a comma and provide a component right here. And by the way, we are going to be like learning about all of that coding in a few seconds, and the component we want to see or test will be that button component which we are now importing right here. And finally we just have to export const primary, and it's going to be equals to this arrow function. Now let me just use the button right here and close that. So as soon as I do that, save my file. And now let me just rerun my Storybook once again. So I'm going to be using npm run Storybook, and now it is running. So now let's just refresh there. It's going to give us this error. And why is there? That's because our URL is changed. As you can see, we are now inside this page component, which is no longer available. So now let me just remove and hit enter right here. So now it's going to give us that button component, by which we are not even providing any styling and nothing today. So here you can see we have our button folder, which is now coming from this title right here. So if I just write like my own name, HuXn components or something like that, save my file, here you can see it's going to change the name of that to HuXn components. And now if I expand that, now we are getting this variation or flavor of this component. So where in the world is that coming from? It is coming from this line of code. Now that we learn about how we are going to be creating a button component and how we can create a story file for that, but there is also another folder which is called the .storybook, and inside there we have our main.ts and also preview.ts file. So now let's just explore that. What in the world is this main.ts file, and what in the world is this preview.ts file? So the first one we have is a main.ts file. So the main.ts file is a configuration file used to customize the setup and behavior of the Storybook instance. And here we can configure file locations, add-ons, something which we are going to be covering, webpack configuration, and so much more. The next one that we have is a preview.ts file. So the preview.ts file is another configuration file used to customize the preview aspect of a Storybook. For example, like how the stories are rendered and displayed in the Storybook UI. So that was it about the main and preview files. Now let's talk about the nesting, renaming, and also variation inside the Storybook. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make this component so that it can take a lot of props. So I'm going to just first of all get my props, and I'm going to also annotate the as any, because we don't know like which kind of props we are going to be taking. So now let me just spread all of their props right here. So now let me just save my file. And now here inside there, let's just talk about the nesting. As you can see, first of all, we have our HuXn components folder, and now inside there we have our primary component variation. I'm going to just change that to products maybe. So I'll just write like, and then if I just write like buttons, and now let me just save my file. Here you can see first of all we have our products folder, and now if I expand that, then we have another folder which will be for buttons. And now if I expand this one, now finally we have our primary button right here, the variation of our button. So yeah, this is how we can provide the nesting for our folders. And yeah, that was it. So if you want to change that to like maybe something else, like I don't know, maybe special, or I guess special will be fine. So now if I save there, now this is our parent folder, but now if I expand there, so this is how our children folder will look like. And now if I even expand there, this is how our component will look like. So yeah, that was it about the nesting. So now let me just remove that from here. And now let's talk about how we are going to be creating a different variation for our button. So like we don't have to copy and paste our component again and again, and we can provide different variation for our component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that from here, and now I'm going to be using like button, and now let me just close there like so. And inside there I'll just write like primary, and now let me create a few more variation like a flavor. Whenever I say variation, I mean a flavor of this button. So I'll use like export and then const secondary, and it's going to be equals to this button, and now we are going to be using that button once again. Let's just close there, and we have a secondary button. So now let's just save there. Finally, we are going to be also creating one more, so I'll use like const danger, and it's going to be equals to this arrow function. And now let's just provide our button right here, and I'm going to put my danger inside there. And now we can also provide different props to there. We're going to see that in a few seconds, but now if I just refresh there, here you can see we have our products folder, and now inside there we have our buttons folder, and now inside our buttons we have a few flavors right here. So first of all we have our primary, then we have our secondary, and then we have our danger. So now let's suppose if I want to change like, I don't know, maybe the names of them. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? Well, now this button is now accepting all of our prompts, so now we can successfully provide those prompts. So I'll just use like I don't know, maybe variant, and it's going to be equals to like primary, and now I'm going to also provide the variant here, and that's going to be it for the secondary. Now let me just provide yet another variant, and that's going to be it set to like danger. So now let's just save our file, and here you can see this is our primary button. If I click on this one, this is our secondary button, and now if I click on this one, so this is our danger button right here. So this is how we can provide or create different variation of our component without just copying and pasting our component. So we just have to take all of their prompts, and this is how we are going to be providing a different prompts or values for our component, and this is how we can test them in isolation. Now finally, let's just talk about the renaming, like how we can change the names of our components. So let me just write a comment like renaming stories. I'll just first of all access my primary, and by the way, there are a lot of ways we can do that, but this is just the older way I'm showing you right now. Later in this course we are going to be learning about the args and also the archetypes, but we are not there yet, so we're not going to be talking about them right now. So now if I just hit down here, you can see we have a lot of properties, but the one I'm interested in is just a story name, and now I'm going to set that to like some basic random name. So I'll just write like blue button, and now let me just duplicate that like 3 times, and now here we're going to be accessing the secondary story. So I'll use like secondary story, and now let me just change the color or the name of this. So I'll just change that to like green, and I'm gonna also select my danger button, and I'm gonna set that to I don't know, maybe a red button, and now let's just save our file. And here you can see now the labels are successfully changed. So this one is a blue button, then we have a green button, then we have a red button right here. So if I click on there, yeah, everything is still working the way we expect them to work. So if I just change the name of that to like Alex Merson, and if I change this name to I don't know, my own name like HuXn WebDev, and I'm gonna also change this name to Jordan Peterson. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see this is how we are going to be changing the names of our component or variation. So this is how we are going to be creating our folders or subfolders. This is how we are going to be providing a props for our component, and this is how we are going to be renaming our variation of our stories, or you can just say like the stories. There we go. So that was example number 1. So now let me just create another component, and this is going to be my example number 2, and I'll just give it the name of like my input.tsx, and I'll use my RAFC inside there. Let's just remove this element from here. Now it's going to take a props as a perimeter, and I'm going to also annotate the as any. And now here let me just provide my input field. Now we are going to be passing like or spreading out those prompts. Save this file, and now let's just go ahead and create a story file for that. So I'll just go ahead and create like my input, input.stories.tsx, and define the story of my life. So I'll just first of all import, what do we call it, my input field. Now underneath there we are going to be exporting default so that we can create our story. Now I'll just give it the name of like my input field or inputs here. Let's just, or I'm going to use like input fields, and inside there I'm going to provide like my input. There we go, provide a comma there, and now we are going to be rendering our component. So I'll use like component my input and save my file. Now underneath there I'm gonna just go ahead and create a variation of there. So I'll just give it the name of like small input, and here now let's just use our arrow function. And now inside there I'm gonna be using like my input, and here let's just close there, and as you can see it takes all of the props I'm gonna go ahead and just define like a placeholder prop. It's gonna say like enter your name, and now let's just save our file. As you can see, we have our inputs folder. Inside there we have another folder with the name of my inputs, and now inside there we have a variation of our component. We don't want that, so I'll just remove that, save my file. Now we are getting just one folder, and now inside there we have only one input field. So yeah, that's cool. Now let me just undo that, and let's just undo that once again. I'm gonna remove this inputs from here, and now we are going to be providing a size prop to there. So I'll just go ahead and provide the size, and size will be set to like 10 rem. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my component, and here we are going to be passing our size inside the style. Okay, so based on that prop, we are going to be providing or increasing the width of our component. So I'll use like width, and I'm gonna just access that size property or prop from this props.size. Now let me just save my file and save this file as well. And here you can see we are now getting our small input field right here. But now let's suppose if you want to create like a bigger or intermediate size of those input field, how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, that's quite simple and easy. We just have to create our variation. So I'll use like export const and then medium input, and it's going to be equals to this arrow function, and inside there let me just pass my input field right here and close there just like that. And I'm going to also pass the size, and the size will be set to 20 rem. And the placeholder, come on, just a placeholder will be set to enter your name. Come on, enter, oh my god, enter your name, god damn it. Save my file once again, and now we have two stories or two variation. So this one will be a small input, and now if I click on this one is a bit larger input right here. And why? That's because we are now providing this size prop today. And now, you know, let me just duplicate that for the final time. Now we are going to be creating our large input. So I'll use like large input, and here let's just pass or 40 rem. Save this file, and now if I click on this large input, and now we are getting this large input right here. That was example number 1, which was about the button, and that was example number 2, which is my input field. So that was example number 2, and now we are going to be discussing something called the combo stories. So like here you can see we have story number 1, which is a button story. Then we also have an input story, and now if you want to combine both of them at once, so for that we are going to be using a combo or a combination story, or you can say a story within another story. So I'm going to just right click on there, and I'm going to create a new file with the name of combo.stories.tsx. And now we have to import those stories which we are going to be combining. So I'm going to just import first of all my large input, and I'm going to also import the primary button. So now let's just combine this. So first of all, we are going to be using export default, and inside there let's just provide some sort of a title, and I'm going to give it the name of like combo. Come on, combo, and components would be fine. So I'll use like components. And now underneath that, if you want to combine both of these components, we are not going to be passing that to our component prop. Instead, we are going to be creating another separate component for that, which will combine both of their components. So I'll just use like export const, and basically you can give it any name that you prefer, but in my case I'm going to only give it the name of like combo. And now let's just return our component from there. So I'll just use like large input, and I'm going to close there. And here we're going to be passing the prop of like placeholder, and I'm going to say like enter whatever you prefer. And I'm going to also provide the primary. So let's just provide that and close this, save my file. It should be, I don't know why we are getting this error, but I'm going to just ignore that for a few seconds. And I'll use npm run not test but storybook. And here you can see we have our combo component, and now if I expand there, we have our combo. So as you can see, we have our input field, and we also have our primary button. So let's suppose if you want to get like, I don't know, maybe secondary or maybe some other input field like medium one. So I'm going to copy the name of that. Let's just first of all import that and place it right here. And here you can see we are now getting our medium input, and we are also getting our primary button right here. Now let's talk about the args in storybook. So args are essentially a way to define the values of a prop that are passed to a component in your story. So they allow you to control the component interactivity. They also allow you to share common props across the story, and they also allow you to document your component props. So this was the older way of creating a variation for our component and also passing a prop to our component. So what is the newer way? Well, the newer way will look something like this. First of all, we are going to be using export, then const. We will still able to give it any name that we prefer. And now we are not going to be providing a function. We are going to be only providing an object. And now inside this object, we are going to be providing something called the args. And that allows us to pass prop to our component Also, they will allow us to control the behavior of our component, and also we can document our component. So I'll just provide like primary, and I'm going to set that to true. And I'm going to also provide another prop which will be set to label, and I'm going to also provide like label of button. And finally, I'm going to also provide the on click, like when somebody clicks on there. So we just want to fire this function which will not do anything, but it's going to just console log like you clicked me or something like that. And here you can see this is the newer way of creating a variation for our component. And you know what, let me just go ahead and go to my button. And now, first of all, we have to destructure a few things from there. So I'm going to just remove this. So we are going to be destructuring the label, which we are now providing right here. We would also need to destructure the primary. And I'm going to also provide the initial value of false today. And also the on click event handler. So now let me just save my file. Now it's going to give us a lot of errors because we also have to provide a type for that. So I'll use like button props. And now I'll provide first of all the label. Let me just provide an equal to sign right here. That's going to be a string. We are going to be also providing a primary, and primary will be set to a boolean, and it should be totally optional. And when somebody clicks on there, so we also want to just provide a void for the void. There we go. And this is going to be also totally optional. So now let me just copy there from there. Now let me place there right here, just like that. Now let me save my file, and this is how our component looks like. But now we have to use those props. So I'll just go ahead and create my button and close there. And here let me just render first of all my label. And now I'm gonna also provide the on click event handler. And now let me just copy this prop from there, paste it right here. And now we are going to be also providing some sort of a style. And let's just do that. So I'm going to provide the background color property, and if this is set to primary, which we are now setting there to false, if our prop is set to primary, in this situation we are going to be changing there to blue. But if that's not the case, we want to set that to gray. And also I'm going to provide a bit of color, and color will be set to totally white. And also padding will be set to 10 pixel, and also border will be set to totally none, like that. And finally the border radius will be set to only 5 pixels. So now let me just save my file, and now let me go ahead and go to my components. There we go. And now let me click on the buttons, and here you can see now we are getting this button. And now I know a lot of you will ask me like, HuXn, nothing just happened. And yeah, you are right. And I want you to go ahead and just click on this icon, or you can just hold Alt and hit A. So it's going to open this test area for you, or control area to be precise. So now let me just close there. If I click on there once again, I can also move that to the right, and I can also move that to the bottom right here. So as you can see, these are the control for our component. Like I'm now providing a primary, and I can totally set that to false or true, and based on this primary prop, I can now visually see the behavior of my component. And I can also provide the label, and this label can be basically anything. So I can just write like something else. And also if I click on this button, so here you can see, now let me just go ahead and go to my inspect element, go to my console, let's just refresh there, click on this button once again, and here you can see we are now getting that you clicked me right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be controlling the behavior of our component by passing args to there. So that was just a bit simple example. Now let me give you a bit difficult example. So now let me go ahead and go to my story once again. So now that we provided a primary, the label, and also the on click, and now let me just change the to alert so that we can see that on the screen. So that's looking better. I'm going to also provide the loading state to that. So now let me just go ahead and provide a loading, and loading will be now set to false. And I'm going to also provide the size, and the size will be set to medium. And also I'm going to provide the color, and color can be this color. So I'm going to use like 007 BFF. I'm going to also provide a comma there and provide my full width, and that's going to be set to false initially. And we are going to be also providing even the icon. So I'll use like FA home. So now let me just install the React library so that we can get this font. So I'm gonna go ahead and, let me just stop there. So I'll just stop it right here, and I'm gonna use npm I and then React icons. Was that React icons? I'm not quite sure, but now let me just install that. Yep, it is React icons. I hope so. Yep, it was. So now that's successfully done. I'm gonna use npm run storybook once again. It's gonna start there. Now we have to import this. So I'm gonna go ahead and just import this font from our React icons. So let's just import it right here. So it's gonna import there at the top. And now here I'm gonna pass the icon position, and let's just set that to left. And I'm gonna also provide the area label here. Let's just provide a primary button. Now let me just save my file. So this is how we are going to be providing a different prompts for our component. And now let's just use them inside our button component. So now let me go ahead and go there, and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to just remove this type, and I'm going to replace that with this new interface. So here you can see we have our button interface, and now we are providing a label, the on click, primary, disable, loading, size, color, full width, icon, icon position, and area label. So if you want to provide that, you definitely can, but if you are not using TypeScript, you don't have to. Now let me go ahead and remove all of these stuff from here. And now I'm going to just destructure the label, the on click event handler, the primary, and I'm going to set that to false, and the loading, and I'm going to also set that to false. Size will be set to medium as initial value, and I'm going to also provide, and full width will be set to false initially, and we are going to be also getting that icons and also the icon position and the area label, and that's going to be it. So now let's just save our file, and this is how it looks like. So now that we already use these stuff, now let's just also use these. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove every single thing from this component. Let's just remove there, and now here let's just provide our button, save our file, and this is how it looks like. And now we are going to be creating a few classes. So I'll use like const button class, and it's going to be equals to this backticks, and inside there, first of all, we are going to be providing a class, and now we have to render that other classes totally dynamic. So now let me just render there right here totally dynamically. So I'll just provide their primary, which you are now getting from these props right here. So if that is primary, so in that situation we want to just provide like button primary color, which we are going to be providing in a few seconds. But if that's not the case, we are going to be providing like button in secondary, and this should be double dashes because we already set there inside our styling, which you are going to be seeing in a few seconds. Now let me also provide the size. So if you are getting the size, so in this situation we want to change that to a button and then dash dash, and here let's just render our size from our props right here. Okay, so if that's not the case, so in that situation we're going to be just rendering like dash dash and also the medium button right here. Also we are going to be working with the colors, so now let's just get the colors if we have there. In that situation we are going to be using like button dash dash custom color, and if that's not the case, then we're not going to be providing nothing at all. And also let's just render our full width if we got the full width. So in that situation we are going to be using button dash dash full width like this, but if that's not the case, we are going to be setting there to totally empty string. And also finally we have to provide the loading state. So if you are getting some sort of a loading state, in that situation we are going to be just writing like dash dash loading, and if that's not the case, we are going to be setting there to empty string. So now let me just save my file, and now let's use these button classes inside our button. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my button right here, and first of all I'm going to provide those classes. So I'll just use like classes, remove there, and provide my button classes. And outside from there, when somebody clicks on this button, then we want to just provide that other prompt, which will be that on click prompt. So I'm going to copy there and place it right here. And also on the area label, area label, like so, we're going to be providing our area label, which are also destructuring. And also for the styling, let me just save that right here. I'm going to also provide a styling. So if we got the color, in that situation we are going to be changing the background color to something else. So I'll just use like background color, and now let me just provide like color right here, and also the text color will be set to totally white. But if that's not the case, then we're not going to be providing nothing today. So now let me just save my file. So this is how we are going to be providing our prompts. Now let me go ahead and go inside this button, and first of all let's just take care of that loading state. So if we got the loading state, in that situation we are going to be creating our span. Come on, what the hell was that? So let's just create our span, and I'm going to provide like loading dot dot dot, and I'm going to also provide a class name to there. So I'll just use like button and then loading spinner. But if that's not the case, then we're not going to be getting nothing at all. And here let's just also take care of that icon. So if you got the icon, in this situation we're going to be providing the icon position, and if that is set to left, so in that situation we are going to be setting that icon to the left side of the button. So I'll just go ahead and use like the span, and now let me just provide those icon right here, just like there. And I'm going to also provide the class name, which will be set to button and then icon, and now let me just save there. But if that's not the case, then we are going to be also providing our label, and here let's just render our label, which we are now destructuring from our props, and provide my class name, which will be set to button and then dash dash label. And by the way, I'm now providing these classes, and you also have to do that because we are going to be copying and placing a few CSS classes. So that's the only reason I'm now providing these these classes right here. So we are going to be essentially working with the CSS styling for a bit. Okay, so now finally let's just provide our icon to the right. So if we have like icon and also our icon position is equal to the right, so which means like we are going to be pushing that icon to the right. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and provide my span. Come on, let's just provide our span right here, and I'm gonna just render my icon. And we are going to be also providing a class name of button and then dash dash icon. There we go. Let's just save our file. Now that we successfully created our button, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide a styling for that. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my stories, and let's just zoom in a bit. I'm going to create a new file with the name of style.css, and here let's just render all of our CSS right here. And you can find all of that CSS in my GitHub repository. So first of all, we are just selecting our button. We are providing a display of inline flex, and also the items will be set to center, justify center. Padding on the x-axis will be set to 10 pixel, on the y-axis will be set to 20 pixel. Then we have a border radius, font size, cursor will be set to pointer. We are also providing a bit of transitions today, and the position will be set to relative. Then we have our primary button, which we are now styling like this. Then we have a secondary button, which we are now styling like this. And finally, we have a full width, and which will be set to totally 100%. And then we also have our button loading, which is now initially set to relative. The position is set to relative, and now we are also providing our loading spinner, and we are just setting there at the middle. And also we have a margin icon. We are now providing a margin right to there. Then we have a label. Also we have button small, button medium, and button large. So that's our styling. And if you want to provide there, you can definitely go ahead and go to my GitHub repository. And now I'm going to go to the top of my button component. Let's just import those stylings. So I'll just go ahead and use like style.css, save our file, and the moment of truth. Okay, so let's just refresh there. Oh, I guess we lost connection. No, we didn't. Let's just check this out. Here you can see we have only one flavor of our button, which is the primary. But now if I click on this icon, here you can see now we can successfully control the behavior of our component. So here you can see it is initially set to primary. If I click on there, so it's going to make it is no longer set to primary. If I click on there once again, it's going to just remove those borders. So I can also change the label of that to like button or something like that. And when somebody clicks on this button, so it's going to give us that alert like you clicked me. And also we have a loading spinner. If I click on this, so it's going to give us that loading text right here. And now let me just close there. If you want to change the size of this button, like if you want to see like how our button will look like, I can click on this small, so it's going to make it small. I can click on the medium, it's going to make it medium. I can also click on the large, it's going to make it large. I can also change the color of my components, so I'll just use like some other color. And here you can see it's going to reflect the back. And also we can make our button totally full width. If I click on there, bang, it's going to make it full width. If I click on there once again, so it's going to make it normal. And then we have our icon, which we are now providing right here. And we can also change the position of this icon. So this is now initially set to left, but we can also push there to the right. And we can see like how our component will look like if we set the icon to the right. So now let me just click on there, and this is how it's going to look like. And yeah, we can also provide the area label, which is just for the accessibility. So I'll just write like something cool. Come on, something cool. And yeah, we can also make their disable if you wanted to. So if I click on this set boolean, now it's going to give us like false. If I click on there, it's going to make it disable right here. You cannot see there because I already provided styling to there, but it's going to make it disable. So this is how we are going to be testing our component or the UI of our component in isolation. Now that we've seen args, let's talk about the arg types. So arg types are used to define and control how the props or args, which we just saw a few seconds ago, of a component are displayed and interacted with inside the Storybook UI. And they provide a metadata about the args and allows us to specify how each prop should behave in the controls panel, something which we are going to be seeing in a few seconds, which is a part of a Storybook UI. Okay, so now let me show you those archetypes in action. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this primary variation from here, and I'm going to define my own one. So let's just also remove this FA icon or FA home from there. So I'm going to just use like export const primary, and it's going to be equals to this object. And now inside this object we are going to be defining our args. So now inside this arg, now let me just provide a few args like label. So label will be set to click me, and also let me just provide a comma there. Okay, now we are going to be also providing a background color today, which will be essentially our props. So I'll just use like 007 BFF. I'm going to also provide the size, and size will be set to medium initially, and provide the border radius, and it's going to be set to 4. I'm going to also provide the font size, and font size will be set to 16 pixel initially, and also the text color will be set to totally FFF, like totally white color. And now if I save my file, and I'm gonna also go ahead and go to my button and remove every single thing from there, and I'm gonna use my RAFC right here. I'm gonna also remove the style.css from there because we're not gonna be using it anymore. And now here, what do we have to do? Well, we're not going to be doing anything not right now. First thing first, we have to destructure all of those props which we just defined. So I'll just destructure the label, the background color, the size, border radius, text color. Now let's just save there. I'm going to also define an interface for that so that we can use our TypeScript. So I'll use like interface, and I'll use like button props, and here inside there, I'm going to use my label, and label will be set to string. I'm going to also provide the background color, and background color will be set to string. The size will be set to either small size, small size, or medium size, or large size. And now underneath there, we are going to be providing our border radius. It's going to be set to a number initially. I'm going to also provide the font size there, and font size will be set to string, and provide my text color, and text color will be set to string. I'm going to copy the name of there and annotate my component with those props. So let's just annotate this, our file. Now we have to create our own size styles. So I'll use like size styles, and inside there I'm going to provide first of all the small, and small will be set to 5 pixel and 10 pixel for the top and bottom. And also I'm going to provide the medium, and medium will be set to 10 pixel and also 20 pixel in this case. And then we are going to be providing our large, and large will be set to 15 pixel and 30 pixels. So now let's just save our file. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI and remove them from here and change there to the button and render my label inside there. I'm going to also provide my style. Now for this style, we are going to be providing our background color. I'm going to also provide the padding, and padding will be set to the size style which we also defined a few seconds ago, and we are going to be rendering our sizes inside there. Let's just provide our border radius, and for this border radius, we are going to be rendering our border radius and then pixel, that much pixel percent. And we are going to be also providing a font size, and font size will be set to font size which is coming from the props. And finally, let's just set the color, and color will be now set to text color. I'm gonna go back, and this is how my component looks like. So now let's just refresh there, go to my products, and then I'm gonna go into my component, and yeah, you can see like we are now getting all of their results right here, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. But now let's use our archetypes right here. Here you can see this is how we are going to be passing our prompts for our component. But now we want to tell our storybook like how each prompt will look like. So here you can see we are now passing like background color, and now we are providing some sort of a specific color today. But we want to tell our storybook that we want you to use this value as our initial color, but we also want you to provide our color picker so that we can choose those color from for our component. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be doing there? This is how we are going to be doing there. So first of all, we have to just write like archetypes, and inside these archetypes we can now specify our color picker and so on and so forth. So I'll just select my background, background color, and I'm gonna set that to the control, and the control will be set to color. And now if I save there, now let me just refresh there, and here you can see now we can only select this color picker, and we can change the values from here just like that. So this is how we are going to be essentially providing our archetype for our prop. And not only there, here you can see we have our our size, so we can also provide different sizes for there. So I'll use like size, and here inside this size I'm going to provide the control and the not continue but control. So let's just use the control, and the control control will be set to select state. You want to get the select statement right here. You can also provide the options, and here let me just provide those options, like we can have a small button, and we can also have the medium button, and we can also have the large button. And now let me just save my file, and as you can see it's going to change this type. So now we can get like the small button, the medium button, and also the large button right here just like that. So that's also cool. Now let me also select this label which we are now providing right here, and we can also customize there by using our arc props. So I'll just use like the label, and here inside this label I'm going to provide that control, and control will be set to text. I'm going to also provide a bit of description for the description, and it's going to be set to like text displayed on the button or something like that. And not only there, we can also change the border radiuses if you wanted to. Like here you can see we're now specifying this border radius, and now we can also change this. So I'll just go ahead and provide my border radius, which we are also providing right here. So I'll use like border radius, and inside this border radius I'm gonna first of all provide the control. So let's just do there, not continue, but control, and the control will be set to number. And also let's just provide like the minimum value is gonna start from 0, the maximum value is gonna go through 50, and for the step we only want to provide like 1. And yeah, I guess that's gonna be fine. So now let me just save my file. Now let me just refresh there, and here you can see we're now getting this input field, and now we can totally change there like so. Okay, so now if I just write like 30, it's gonna make it 30. If I just write like 40, it's gonna make it 40. If I just write like 10, it's gonna make it 10. So yeah, this is how it's gonna look like. And what it should be just a border radius in lowercase border radius. Now let me save my file, and now this is looking better, and we can do a lot of stuff with there, but I guess that's going to be fine. So this is how we are going to be just providing our archetypes, and now inside the archetypes we can just specify our prop, and then we can provide different behavior for our prop, like for the size and also for the label, for the border radius, and so on and so forth. So now let me just create another variation of that. Like I don't have to, but I wanted to, and I'm gonna give it the name of like secondary. And here you can see we have our secondary button right here, and we can do all of that stuff with this button as well, just like that. Now let's talk about parameters in Storybook. So what are parameters, and why you should even care about that? And I can't even pronounce that word, like parameters. So parameters will allow you to change the look and feel of your Storybook. Like here you can see we have this button right here. If you want to put this button at the middle of the screen or at the center of the screen, so how in the world we are going to be doing there? Also, if you want to change the color of our background, like here you can see if I click on there, I can choose light, I can choose dark. And also, if you want to change like this control settings, you can also do there. So how in the world we are going to be doing all of that? Now let me just show you. So the first thing that you have to do is that you have to write a parameters, parameters, and now inside there, what do we have to do? We have to provide our options. So first of all, I'm going to just write the layout, and I'm going to make that as a centered. And now let me just save my file. Here you can see our button will now jump to the middle or at the center of the screen. So that's the first thing. Now let me also show you like how in the world we are going to be providing a label or a description and all of that kind of stuff for our control panel. So this is how we are going to be doing there. I'm going to just write like the controls, and here inside these controls I'll provide my expanded. So I'll write like expanded, and I'm going to set that to true. And as soon as I do that and save my file, and here you can see it's going to also give us their description and also this default values right here. So we already provided this description like text displayed on the button, as you can see if I show you there. Okay, there we go. So displayed. I'll write like displayed, and now let me just save my file, and here you can see this is how it's going to look like. And also, let's suppose if you want to change the background color to like something else, we can totally do that. So now let me just hide there once again, and here we just have to provide our backgrounds. So I'll use like backgrounds. We can provide the default value, so I'll just write like the default, and the default will be set to light. And we can also provide our own values if you wanted to. So I'll just write like first of all the name, and the name will be set to light, and I'm going to provide the value to there. So let me just go out from there, and the value will be set to totally white. So now let's just save our file, and here you can see we already have this light. Now let me make that a bit smaller so that you guys can see everything a bit better. And now I'm going to provide a few more colors. So let's just provide the dark one. I'm going to even duplicate that and change the name of that to like dark, and I'm going to also change the hex value of that to like 333. Save our file, click on there once again. We can now change that to dark. We can also change that to like sky blue or green or something like that. I'm gonna place all of that colors in a few seconds, but now let me just write this. So I'll use like sky blue, and I'm gonna just provide the hexadecimal value of this. So I'll use like 00BCD4. And now let me just save my file. And now if I click on there, here you can see we have our sky blue. If I click on there, it's gonna change the background color of the. And now I'm gonna just remove these values, and I'm gonna replace them with my own one. And if you care about these values and these colors, you can definitely go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and grab all of that colors from there. So now let me just refresh there, click on there once again, and here you can see we have a lot of colors. We have a hot pink, I can choose there. We have like, I don't know, we have a peach and so much more. So yeah, this is how we can use the parameters to change the look and feel of our Storybook. Now let's talk about the decorators in Storybook. So decorators are a function that are applied globally or locally to our stories, allowing us to wrap or modify the story rendering process. And decorators enable us to add additional functionality, style, context or layout to our stories in a reusable way. So that was just a theory about the decorators, and now let me show you that in action. Okay, so that was just a theory about the decorators. Now let's talk about how we are going to be using them inside our projects. And also we are going to be discussing three kinds of decorators, like the variation decorator, then the local decorator, and finally the global decorator. So now let me just zoom in a bit, and I'm going to just remove that from here and create my folder with the name of stories. Okay, so now inside there, first of all, let me just create my button.tsx file, and I'm going to also create my button.stories.tsx. And now let me go ahead and go to my button, and I'm going to be only using my RAFC inside there. And now let's just go into our story file and import that button right here. So I'll use like button, and let's just import them. And here I'm going to use like export default, come on, default, and inside there let's just provide our title, and that's going to be set to a button, just a button. And also we are going to be providing a components, so let's just provide our component, and we want to test the button component right here. So now underneath there, let's just create our default variation. So I'll use like const default, it's going to be equals to this object, and we are going to be also providing our args, and this args will have the label, and it's going to just say like click me or something like that. We're going to be also providing a specific color to this, so I'll use like 007 BFF. And I'm going to also provide the disable flag, so disabled, and disable will be now set to false. Now let me go back, and now we are going to be creating another variation of our button. So I'm going to just duplicate that, and I'm going to change the name of that to like disable button right here, and I'm going to just give it the name of like disabled. There we go. And I'm going to also make it as a disable so that you guys can see that. Now let me go ahead and go to my component. And first of all, we are going to be destructuring all of their props, and then we would just use this. So I'll provide my label, and the initial value will be now set to like click me or something like that. And I'm going to also provide the on click event handler, so like whenever somebody clicks on them, so we just want to fire this function. And I'm going to also provide the disable flag, so disabled, and that's going to be equals to initially false. And we are going to be also providing the initial color of this exact same color. So I'm going to copy that and place it right here, save my file, and obviously we're going to be getting some kind of error. Okay, so now let me go ahead and go to the top, or you know what, we are already providing an initial value for that, so let's just use them. I'm going to go ahead and just define my button right here, and inside this button we're going to only render the label, so I'll just provide the label right here. And also we are going to be providing a few prompts to that, so like when somebody clicks on this, we want to fire that function. Also on the disable state, we want to make that as a disable, and also we want to provide a bit of styling to that. So I'm going to just provide like background color, and for the background color we want to use that color which is coming from the prompts. And I'm going to also provide the padding, and padding will be set to like 10 pixel on the top, 20 pixel on the bottom, and provide the border, set that to totally none. And the final thing that we have to do is that we have to provide a bit of border radius, which will be set to like 4 pixel. Now let me just save my file, and this is how our component looks like. Let's just close them. And now let's talk about how we are going to be working with decorators on the component variation level. So this is how we are going to be doing that. You know, let me just provide a comment right here so that you guys don't forget that. I'll use like this comment, and I'm gonna say like variation, or variant rather, variant only decorator. There we go. I know the spelling is incorrect, but I don't care. And now if you want to provide the decorator, first of all we have to just use the word decorator. So I'll use like decorators, and here let's just make the as array, because we can specify more than one item for our decorators. And now here we just have to specify our arrow function, but for this arrow function we are going to be providing the story. So I'll just use like story, and for now I'm gonna just annotate that as any. So now inside there we can now do anything that we prefer, but that's gonna be only applied to this variation, not to all of that variation. And now let me just show you that in action. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just create a div, and by the way you can like do whatever you want to do right here. So in my case I'm gonna just only render the story. Let's just close there, and I'm gonna also provide a bit of styling to there. So I'll just use the styling and provide my padding inside there, and that's gonna be set to 20 pixel. We're going to be also providing the background color, and that's going to be set to F0, and I'm going to also provide the border radius, and that's going to be only set to like maybe 8 pixels. So now let me just save my file, and now let me run there. So I'm going to use like npm run dev Not dev, but I'm going to use npm run storybook. There we go. And we are not seeing anything because now we are providing these curly braces. So we have to return something from there. So now if I save my file, and here you can see we're now getting this button and also this border around this button. But now if I click on this default button, as you can see, this decorator will be only applied for this specific variation, not for the entire variations of this button. So there was just a variation level decorator. But now let's suppose if you want to use that same styling or that same decorator for this entire variation of this component, how in the world we are going to be doing them? Well, to do that, that's totally simple and easy. All we have to do is that we have to cut that from here and we have to just remove that. Now let me just save my file. Then we have to go ahead and go to the top, and here we have to just define. Now let me just provide there right here. I mean, like, not the variation but our decorator. So as you can see, now our decorator is available inside this export default metadata. And now if I check this out, so here you can see that decorator or that styling will be applied to this component variation. And now if I click on the other one, here you can see it's going to be also applied to this one as well. So you know, let me just create a few more variations. So if I just duplicate them and change that to like I don't know, maybe primary or something like that, and then let me just duplicate that once again, and I'm going to change that to like secondary or something like that. Save my file. So here you can see we have our primary. If I click on that same styling will be applied to all of these variation right here. So this is how we are going to be providing our decorator for the variation level, and this is how we are going to be providing there for the local component. Like, this styling will be only applied to this button component, not to all of them. But now let me go ahead and create another component. So I'll just create like input field .tsx, and I'll just write my array.fce inside there, and I'm going to also remove that from here. And you know, let me just remove this entire thing. And yeah, I guess that's going to be fine. So now let's just save there. We're going to be also creating another story for this. So I'll use like input field dot stories. Come on, stories.tsx. And now inside there, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the input field. Also, we have to use the export default. And inside there, let's just provide like my inputs or something like that. I'm going to also pass my component, which will be the input field. So let's just pass the input field. There we go. I'm going to save my file, and I'm going to also create a variation of this. So default input. So now inside this one, I'm going to just only pass like the args, and I'm going to pass the label or maybe a placeholder, and it's going to say like enter. This is save our file. As you can see, if I click on there, nothing will happen, and it's going to give us an error. That's because we have to go ahead and just import all of their props. So I'll just use like those props, and I'm going to also annotate the as any, and let's just destructure all of their props. Save our file. Now let me just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting that enter something, and I made a typo, which should be enter something. And now those decorator styling are not applied to this component. Why? That's because now we made this decorator as local to this component only. So if you want to make that as global so that it can be accessible to all of the component inside our project, so this is how we are going to be making that global. So I'm going to cut that from here. So let's just cut that, save our file. And now I'm going to go ahead and go to my story folder, which is a dot story. Let's just zoom in a bit. Let me just zoom in a bit, and now we are going to be creating another folder, I mean like file, and I'm going to give it the name of like decorator, come on, decorators.tsx, and you can give it any name that you prefer. And by the way, you don't even have to create this file. You can definitely go ahead and go to your preview and just provide your decorator there. I am now creating this file because later you're going to be creating a lot of decorators. So for that, this is the best practice to create a decorator. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the React from the React.Js. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to import something called the decorator, decorator, from where? From the storybook. So let's just import that from the storybook, not from the add-ons, but from the React.js. So now let's just save there. And now we are going to be creating our decorator. So I'll just use like export with background, come on, with background color. And this is how the convention of the decorator looks like. Anytime you want to create your decorator, first of all, you have to write this with, I mean like you don't have to, you can totally give it any name that you prefer, but this is the convention, like you have to provide this with, and then you can give it any name that you prefer. And now we are going to be taking this annotation, and now let me just place it right here. Now it's going to take something called the story function. So I'll use like story fn, and now inside there we have to just return our stories or styling to be precise. So what was our styling? Let me just go back, and I'm going to just cut all of that styling from here. I'm going to cut there, and remove this entire decorator from this local component, save my file, and now let me place all of that styling right here. Okay, so let's just go back. I'm gonna copy the name of this story fn, place that right here, save my file, and also this should be export. So this is how you are going to be defining your global decorator inside a separate file. And now if you want to use that, you have to go ahead and go to the preview.ts file and you have to import that right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just import my with background color, and now let me just copy there, and this is how we are going to be providing there or making there as a global to all of the components. So I'll use like export cons and then decorators, and I'm gonna just provide my name, which is with background decorators, and it should be a equal to sign. So now let me just save my file, and now hopefully it should be available to all of our component. So as you can see right here, let's just refresh there, it is available right here, also here, and now let me just check this component out, and yeah, it is also available right here. So this is how we are going to be working with the decorators. So first of all, we saw is that you can provide a decorator inside your component variation. You can also provide there for your entire component variations, which is called the local decorators, by the way. And this is how you're going to be creating a separate file for your decorators, and you can put anything that you prefer if you want to reuse them again and again, either for the component or for the global. And this is how you're going to be importing them, and this is how you're going to be using them inside your preview.ts file. Okay, so now that we've seen a lot about the storybook syntax, but now let's talk about how we are going to be providing a types for our stories. So which means like we are going to be learning about the TypeScript with Storybook. So this is how our component will look like. First of all, we are just creating our interface, and now we are expecting the label, the on click, color, and disable. We are also destructuring them, and we are also providing a default values for them. And then finally, we are just using the inside our button component, as simple as that. So now let me just close there, and now let me go ahead and go to my stories folder, and I'm going to be defining the button.stories.tsx. And now let me just hit enter. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab our button component, and we also need these styling right here. That's the only reason, I mean like not styling but also these types, that's the only reason we are now exporting them so that we can use them in another file. Okay, so now let me just provide my comma there, and I'm going to be also importing the button props. Okay, so let's just save our file, and this is how we are going to be importing the button and also its props. Now anytime you want to use types for our storybook, so storybook provide two types. So the first one we have is the meta, and the second one we have the story object, which will be essentially for our storybook object. So now we have to import them from the storybook, not add-ons, but from the React.Js. So now let me just save my file, and the meta will be responsible for all of the metadata which we are going to be providing for the initial values of our stories. And then we have a story object, and that's going to be responsible and also will provide us objects or interfaces for our storybook variations. So now let me just show you that. Here you can see we've been creating our stories like this. First of all, we have provided the export, and then we have provided default, and then we are providing some values, but we're not going to be doing that anymore. So now let's just close that. Instead, we are going to be creating something called the meta object. So I'll use like const meta, and then we also have to annotate that with our prop. So I'll just use like meta, which is now coming from the storybook React.Js, and then we also have to tell it that we also want to use our own types, which is called the button prop. So I'm going to copy the and place it right here. So essentially by this code, we simply means that we also want to use the storybook types, but we also want to provide our own ones. Okay, so now let me just provide my equal to sign, and now let's just create our story like this. Now I want you to hold control and click on this meta. So it's going to bring you to this public dash types and then some sort of a random ID, and these are our decoration files. So here you can see we have our type, then which is coming from the meta, and which is using something, this weird syntax. I don't even know what the hell this is. But yeah, this is how we are going to be getting these types from our storybook. We want to use these types, and we also want to use these button props, which are our own types. So this is how we are going to be providing our title. So I'm going to just write like components, come on, components, and inside there we want to create our button right here. Now underneath there we are going to be also providing our archetypes, and inside there I'll provide my color, and that's going to be set to control, come on, control, and we are going to be setting there to color. Now outside from there, let me just duplicate it like a few times. We're going to be also providing the label and also the disable as well. Okay, so I'm going to change that to text, and I'm gonna also change this one to boolean. Now finally we have to export that so that we can use that in other file. Okay, so this is how we are going to be exporting this. So I'll use like export default and then meta, and now let's just save there. And this is how we are going to be creating our story. But now let's create a variation for this story. So now underneath there, we are going to be defining our variation. So I'll use like export const and then default. And now here inside there, we are going to be using their story object, which is now coming from this storybook. And by the way, these are also a TypeScript type. So if I hold control and click on there, it's gonna also brings us to this .d or declaration file.typescript. So as you can see, there are a lot of crazy stuff going on right here. Okay, so yeah, we also have to use there, and now you have to set that to as a equal. And now inside there, we are going to be using the args, and let's just provide our label. And for the label, I'll just say like click me, and I'm going to also provide the color. So the initial color is going to be set to like 007 BFF or something like that. And I'm going to also make the as a disable only false. Save our file. Now let me create a few more. So I'm going to also duplicate the and make the as a disable button. So I'll use like disabled, and I'm going to make the disabled 2, and I'll just say like this should be the disabled button or something like that. Now let me just create the final variation. So I'm going to duplicate there and change the name of that to like some sort of a red button, and I'm going to also write like red and change that to like FF 000, or I guess 4 zeros. Yeah, that's going to be fine. And I'm going to also make it as a totally false. Save our file. Check this out. Now let me just refresh there. Click on the button, and now we are getting some sort of error. Story component button default annotation is not defined. So we are now missing something, missing the button. Let me just copy there, and we also have to render there right here. God damn it. So let's just save our file. Now let's check this out. So here you can see we have our button. We also have the disable one, and we also have the red button right here. If I hold Alt and hit A, so now it's going to give us the label, color, disable, and also the on click. So yeah, this is how we can use the types for our storybook. Okay, so now let's talk about the add-ons inside the storybook. So what are add-ons and why should you care about them? So now once again I am at the official page of the storybook because I love their landing page. And now let me just go ahead and click on this docs, and whenever we click on there, here you can see we have a section called add-ons, or you can also hit Control K and you can also type the add-ons right here if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to only click on these add-ons. And if I click on there are a lot of add-ons right here. Now you might be asking, HuXn, what the hell are add-ons? Add-ons are just basically the extension that you can use to make your storybook amazing, and also a lot of more useful things. So now let me go ahead and go to the VS Code extension area right here. As you can see, we have a lot of extension for the VS Code. So we can type for a specific theme or maybe something. Okay, so if you type this, so it's going to give us basic theme and all of that kind of stuff for the VS Code. And add-ons are exactly the same thing inside the storybook. So there are a lot of them. You can choose different popular ones, and storybook also comes with the default add-ons as well. So we have a chromatic, we have a mock service worker, and which is by this amazing person, Yann, YANN. And I love this guy, to be honest. I swear to God, I love him. I try to message him on Twitter, but he only accepts those accounts who are verified, and I'm broke. So that's why I can't even message him. Bad for me. Anyway, so there are themes, there are designs, storybook, story source, and there are a lot of things right here. So you know what, let me just show you the docs add-on. So I'm gonna just search for that. I'm gonna only write the docs, and hopefully it will give us their docs. And if I click on there, or it was docs or auto docs, let's just write the auto docs. Let me just type there, and Tailwind auto docs. No, this is not something that I am interested in. Now let me just search for the docs as well, and now let me click on this one. And this is how you're going to be installing that specific add-ons. And basically this is just a specific landing page for that add-on. Once again, Yan BF. Okay, so now let me just copy there. Now let me show you how we are going to be installing there. But first of all, let me just go ahead and go to my storybook. And if I click on the main, here you can see storybook also comes with a default add-on. So we have the onboarding, we also have the essentials, we also have the storybook, and we also have the add-on interaction. So you can explore there by yourself if you wanted to. But now let me just close there, and now we have to install our own add-ons. So now let me just Control C. Now let me place that command right here, which is npx install storybook add-ons docs. Or yeah, now let me just use there. Could not determine. I guess we have to use the npm, I guess. So now let me just try there with npm I'll just use the npm install storybook, and now it will work totally fine. It's going to install the inside our project. So now let me use npm run storybook. Come on, storybook. But before I do that, I want to show you something. Here you can see we only have our button.tsx file. And now let me go ahead and go to my button.stories.tsx. So this is how we are just importing our TypeScript types. This is how we are importing our button. And this is how we are just creating a story for that. And this is how we are just creating our variations for our button. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also provide their tags right here. So I'll use like tags, and now let me just specify something called the auto docs. So I'll use like auto, come on, auto docs, and now let me just save my file. And now as soon as I do that, let me just open my terminal, and I'm gonna just hit enter. So it's gonna run my storybook right now. Now let me just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting something called the docs, which is new for us. So now let me just click on there, and as soon as I click on there, we are now getting a documentation for our component. So now this is how our component will look like. This is how the coding of my component looks like. This is how we are now providing these prompts like label, disable, on click. We can also see that if I click on this, it's going to make it disable. We can also change the come on label of that to like something, come on, something, oh my god, something else. And also we can click on there and so much more. So this is how our story will look like, and you can generate all of their docs by first of all installing that auto docs, and also and this is how you have to specify their tags and make them as auto docs. Okay, so that was about the documentation and also about the add-ons inside the storybook. So what is a style dictionary and why should anyone care about that? So Style Dictionary is a build system and tool that allows designers and developers to define, organize, and manage design tokens in a JSON format. So these tokens can be mapped to different formats such as CSS variables, Sans variables, or even JavaScript objects. So what are the benefits of using a style dictionary? Well, the first benefit is a centralized management. So design tokens are stored in a single source of truth, typically in JSON file, making them easy to maintain and update. It is also a cross-platform. It can output design tokens in different formats like CSS, JSON, SAS, LESS, and even Android iOS specific formats. Extensibility: you can extend and customize how tokens are processed, enabling you to create complex design system with calculated values, custom transformations, and so much more, which we are going to be covering in a short period of time. And finally, automation. So Style Dictionary automates the process of transforming design tokens into usable formats for the development. So how all of that is going to work? So first of all, we would have our input.json file, and inside there we would have our design token. And once we use a style dictionary on there, so it's going to give us the output like so. In this case, we are now using a CSS variables, but if you want to get like a JavaScript version of there or a SAS version of there, you can totally do that, and we're going to be also doing that. So how are you going to be installing there? You just have to write npm I to install there, and then you have to specify style dictionary and also a style dictionary utilities. So what is that style dictionary thing and what is that style dictionary utils thing? So style dictionary is a core library used to manage and transform design tokens. It provides a primary functionality to define, process, and output design tokens in different formats like CSS, SAS, JSON, and so much more, which we just discussed a few seconds ago. And what is that style dictionary util thing? So style dictionary utils is a supplementary utilities package that provides additional helper functions and tools that can be used alongside with the main style dictionary library to make a certain task easier. So that was about the theory, and now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Alright guys, so now let's implement that style dictionary in action. So FYI, this is the official page of a style dictionary, so you just have to type like styledictionary.com, and let me just show you there. This is how you're going to be defining your tokens as a JSON format, and it's going to give you the output as a CSS variables. And don't worry, I'm going to also show you like how you can get the SAS output and also the JavaScript output. So you can learn more about that if you wanted to, so you can go to their GitHub, and these are the people who know what they are doing. Okay, so now let me just click on their documentation if you want to watch like their documentation, architecture, and so on and so forth. But the thing which you are going to be interested in is here. So you can just go to the hooks, then the transformer, and then the transform group, and you just have to like check out this documentation, and that's going to be everything that you have to know. But you don't even have to worry about that because now you're going to be using that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to right click on there and open my terminal, Let me make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better like so. First thing first, I'm going to create a new folder with the name of styledect demos, and now let me go into that styledect demos, and here inside there, let me just open there in the VS Code. So let's just open there, and now let me go ahead and create a new folder with the name of tokens. And inside this folder we are going to be defining our tokens. So now let me just right click on there and create a new file with the name of color, and you have to specify this tokens.json, because whenever we are building our design system we are going to be using this format. So now let me just hit enter. So basically this is just a JSON file, nothing special inside there, but now we are going to be providing our tokens as a JSON values. So now let me open and close my object, and inside there let's just provide our colors key, and inside there we are going to be starting from the violet color, so VIOLET. And now let me just provide some sort of a value to there, and the value will be set to like 7C3AED. So that's going to be my one color. Now let me provide a comma, and I'm going to duplicate there a few times. So there's going to be first one, second, third, and fourth color. Let's just go to the top and change this color value to blue. I'm going to also change the hexadecimal value of the 3D5AFE. Let me change that to green. And I'm going to also change the hexadecimal of the to 10B981. 981. I'm going to also change this value to the red one. Okay, so I'm going to also change that the hex value of that to like EF4444 like 4 times. I'm going to also close that. Now let me just save my file, and this is how our design tokens looks like. And now we are going to be using a style dictionary to transform there to a CSS variables. Then we are going to be transforming there to a SAS, and then finally to a JavaScript. And you can also transform there to like Android code if you wanted to, but in my case I'm not going to. So now let me open my terminal, and now we are going to be installing like both of those packages which we just defined, or which we just discussed a few seconds ago. So we are going to be installing a style dictionary and also a style dictionary util. So now let me just hit enter. So it's going to install there right here. This is wait for there. So that's totally done. And now we are going to be telling a style dictionary to transform our tokens to some other format. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a new file inside the root, and I'm going to give it the name of like config.json. And inside this config.json we are going to be providing a few configurations. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to provide the source. We want to get our design tokens, like we want you to go to the tokens folder, which is this tokens folder right here, and every single thing inside that tokens folder which ends with the .tokens.json. Okay, so here you can see we're now providing our token file is like color.token.json. so we have to just specify there. So that's going to be our source. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our platform. So I'll just write like platform, and here inside there we are going to be only transforming there for a CSS just for now, and I'm going to show you that other ways in a few seconds. So now we want to transform that to a CSS, and now we are going to be using a transform, transform transform group, and we want to get like a CSS transformation. And we are going to be also providing a path where we want to get the build. Okay, so I'll just write like build path, and here let's just change that to like build and then CSS, and then inside that CSS we want to get all of that results. Now underneath there we are going to be also providing our files. So here inside there, let me just paste my array, and inside this array we are going to be providing our destination and also the formats. Now let me just provide like destination destination, and the destination will be set to variables.css. Okay, now let me just provide a comma, and I'm going to also provide the format, like for which format you want to get your values. Okay, so we want to get that as a CSS variables like so. Now let me just save my file and go back. So this is how we are going to be providing a source. This is how we are going to be specifying different platforms, but for now we are only providing the CSS, but later we are going to be also providing that other stuff. Okay, so we are also providing a transform group. We are also providing a build path, like where you want to get our items to be, like the build item. Then we are providing a file inside there. We are providing a destination and also the format, and that's going to be it. Now let me go ahead and go to my package.json file right here, and here we are going to be providing our own script. So now let's just provide our comma there, and I'm going to provide my scripts right here, and inside these scripts we are going to be providing a build script which will allows us to build our file. So now we are going to be using a style dictionary, not dependency, but DIC TIONARY dictionary and build. Now let me just save there, close there, open my sidebar, open my terminal, and now I'm going to be using npm run build. And as soon as I do that, and if I just hit enter, so watch what happens. It's gonna give us the build of there, and here you can see this is now checked, like we're not getting any errors, nothing whatsoever. If I click on this build, so now we are getting a CSS folder, and now if I click on this variables.css, bang, we are now getting all of that colors right here. So now we are getting like the violet color, blue color, green color, red color, and so much more. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating our tokens. This is how we are going to be creating a configuration for that, and this is how we are going to be building there. So now let me just delete this folder from here, and now we are going to be providing a few more tokens, and we are going to be also providing a few more configurations right here. Let me just pass my spacing and also the typography. So we already saw this color one. Now let me go ahead and go to my spacing. So we have this spacing right here. So we have a extra small, we have a small, we have a medium and large. Now let me also go to my typography. So inside there we have a small, base, large. Then we have a font weight like normal, medium and bold, and so on and so forth. So if you want to provide there, you can definitely just provide there. Or if you want to go to my GitHub repository and grab that from there, you totally can. Now let me just rebuild there once again. So if I just rebuild there, here you can see it's going to give us all of that values as a CSS variables. So now we are getting like the colors, we are also getting the spacing, and we are also getting the font sizes and also the font weights right here. Now let me just delete this folder once again, and now we are going to be providing a few more configuration for other platforms. So now let me just hide there. Next up, I'm going to provide the SAS configuration. So I'll just provide like SCSS, and inside there we are going to be providing our transform group, and this transform group will take a SCSS, SCSS, there we go. If I can speak there today. Next, we are going to be providing our build path, and here for this build path, we are going to be still going once again to that build folder, and now we are going to be creating a new folder with the name of SCSS, and then outside from there we are going to be specifying our files, and inside these files we are going to be providing an object, and here let's just provide our destination, and for the destination we want to go into the variables.scss, come on, SCSS file. Okay, and we are going to be also providing a format for that, and the format we want to get there like SCSS and then variables, there we go. Okay, I forgot to include my colon there. Now let me just save my file, and these are all the configuration that you have to specify for the SCSS. So now let me just close there. I'm gonna zoom in a bit once again, and now let me just rebuild there once again. Now it's going to give us the CSS and also the SCSS. So let's just go into the build folder. So now we have a CSS and we also have this SCSS. If I click on there once again, so now we are getting all of our CSS or sans variables right here. So we are getting there for the colors, for the spacing, and also for the font sizes and font weights. Now let me just close there. And finally, let me just show you there for the JavaScript. I'm going to also hide there. And now let me just show you there for the JavaScript. I'm going to provide my JS, and inside there we are going to be providing my transform group, and here we are going to be setting that to the JavaScript. And now let's just provide our build, and here let's just provide our build and then JavaScript. You want to go into that folder, provide a comma there. We are going to be also specifying our files. Inside there we have to provide the object, destination, and the destination will be set to that variables, not CSS, but in this case JavaScript. We're going to be also providing a format, and the format will be set to JavaScript and then ES6. Let's just go back, save my file, and finally let's just build there. And I'm going to just remove this folder once again and rebuild there by using npm run dev. So I'll use like npm run dev, or not dev but build once again. And now let me just hit enter. So it's gonna give us the output of CSS, SAS, and also the JavaScript. Let me click on the build, and we are also getting this JavaScript. So now let me just click on there. We have a variables.js file right here. Now we have all of our JavaScript variables. So we're now getting there for the colors, for the spacing, for the font size, and for the font weight. And that was it about the style dictionary. And next we are going to be covering the CLSX. Now let me show you another super important package for building a design system and a component library, which is called the CLSX. So what is a CLSX and why should everyone care about that? So CLSX is a small utility for conditionally joining class names. It helps you dynamically add or remove CSS classes based on a condition without having to worry about manual string concatenation or complex logic. So that was it about the basic definition of CLSX, and now let me show you that in action. Alright guys, so now let me show you that CLSX package in action. So I'm gonna open my terminal and let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better, like so. There we go. Now I'm going to use mkdir to make a new directory with the name of CLSX demos. And now let me go into that CLSX demos. And now I'm going to open that in my VS Code. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to open my terminal. And I'm going to be using npm I, not I, but npm init -y to initialize our package.json right here. Now let me go into that package.json file. And here inside there, we are going to be only providing one script, which will be set to type and then module. Okay, let's just provide there. And by the way, we are going to be also creating a script for ourselves. So I'll just write a dev. And here I'm going to only provide like node and then src and then index.js, because we are going to be only testing this index.js file, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So you only have to specify this type module and then this dev package right here. So now let me just close there. And here we are going to be creating a src folder, and inside there let's just create our index.ts, or not ts but js. Now we have to install the CLSX. So I'm going to use like npm I and then CLSX. So it's going to install it inside our existing project. So that's totally done. Let's just go into our project, and here you can see we have our CLSX dependency right here. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the CLSX from where? From the CLSX. And let me just give you the basic usage of a CLSX. So you can basically pass a class names or conditional expressions like true and false, and it returns a string of valid class names. So what do I mean by that? Let's just remove that from here, and I'm going to just write like CLSX right here, and I'm going to pass a button right here, and I'm going to also pass like button primary, and now it should be just a primary. There we go. And now let me store that inside the variable with the name of button class, and it's going to be equals to the CLSX. And now let me just log that to the console like button class is right here, or yeah, I guess button class would be fine. Let me just save that, and I'm going to use like npm run dev. And once I do that, so what am I getting? I am now getting button and button primary. So basically, it's going to concatenate this string with this one right here, but we are not done. There are a few things that you also have to keep in mind. We can also pass a conditional expression. So now let me just remove that, and I'm going to create a variable with the name of isPrimary, and it's going to be set to true. And now underneath there, we are going to be using our CLSX right here. And now let me just provide my button right here. And now we are going to be checking like isPrimary and primary. So if this is true, it's going to give us this value. But if that's not true, so it's going to only give us this button right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like primary button class or something like that. And now let me just log that to the console like primary button class. I'm going to save this file right now. And now let me just rerun there. So it's going to give us like button and also button primary. But now let me just change that to like false. And now let me just save my file once again and run there. So now it's going to only give us that button and not this button primary right here. So that's the second thing. We can also pass arrays of values. So if the item is true, so it's going to include there as a final class string. But if that's not the case, so it's not going to include there as a final string. So what do I mean by all of that gibberish? So we just have to write like is primary, and it's going to be set to true. And now let me just close there. Now we are going to be using our CLSX. Here we have to just specify our button. And now let me just provide like button primary. I'm going to also specify is primary, and this is right, and then active, but we have to provide that as an array. Okay, so now let me just convert that to array, and now let me store that inside the classes variable right here. I'm going to also log these classes, and now let me just save my file. I'm going to use that npm run, and now it's going to give us like button primary and then this active class right here. And why is that? That's because primary is set to true, so that's why we are now getting this active. But now if we change that to like false, come on, false, and now let me just save my file and rerun there. So now it's going to only gives us that button and button primary and not the active one. We can also use that with objects. So now let me just remove there, and I'm going to define two variables with the name of like is primary. It's going to be set to true, And I'm going to also define another variable with the name of isDisable, and that's going to be set to false. Now underneath there, we are going to be using our CLSX, and here we have to specify our object right here. So I'm going to paste like button, and the value will be set to true. I'm going to also provide like button primary, and that's going to be set to this is primary. So if this value is true, it's going to include this class. But if this value is false, so it's not going to include this value right here. I'm going to provide a comma there, primary comma. I'm going to provide yet another one like is disabled. And here let's just set that to is disabled right here. So once again, if this value is true, it's going to include this button disable. But if this value is false, so it's not going to include this value right here. And now let me just store the inside the classes variable. And now let's just log that classes to the console. There we go. Now let me just save my file, and I'm going to open my terminal and use npm run dev. Now we are getting like button and also button primary, as you can see right here, because this value is true. So that's why we are now getting this value. Now we are not getting this what do we call this button disable. And why is that? That's because this value is set to false. So that's why we are not getting that value. But now if I convert that to like true, and now let me just save my file and rerun there. Now here you can see we are now getting button primary and button disable. But now if we convert like both of them to like false, convert this one to false as well. Let's just save our file, and now let me just rerun there. Here you can see we are only getting the button and nothing else than there. So that was our small package which is called the CLSX. So now let me show you yet another useful utility package which we are going to be using for building our component library, and which is called the CVA. So what is a CVA and why should you even care about that? So CVA, or Class Variance Authority, is a utility that helps manage and apply conditional CSS class names in a structured and reusable way. Often used with utility-first CSS frameworks like TailwindCSS, it allows you to define class variations based on a component props or states to maintain the consistent styling. So that was just a quick theory about the CVA, and now let me show you that in action. So now let me show you that Class Variance Authority in action. So I'm going to open my terminal, and I'm going to make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit clear like so. So I'm going to use npm create and then read at latest, and now I'll just give it the name of like CVA demos. And now I'm going to choose React.Js with TypeScript. Let's just go into that CVA demos folder and install every single thing inside there. While it's installing, I'm going to go ahead and go to my TailwindCSS, and then I'm going to click on this getting started, go to the framework and guides, click on the Vite, and let's just wait for that to finish. Then we are going to be making a TailwindCSS setup. That's totally done. I'm going to open that in my VS Code, and this is how it looks like. So I'll just remove this public folder. Let's just go to the src, remove this assets, app.css, remove every single thing from the app.tsx, and I'm going to use my rafc inside there. And now I'm going to copy this command, open my integrated terminal, place it right here. So it's going to take a bit of time to install the TailwindCSS, the post CSS, and auto prefixer right here. Okay, that's totally done. I'm gonna also hit enter to initialize my TailwindCSS. That's also done. Now let me copy every single thing from there to my Tailwind config file and place it and replace it with this new content right here. Let's just remove that. I'm gonna also copy this index.css and place there right here. Now let's just remove that. And now I'm gonna open my terminal once again, and I'm gonna use npm run dev to run my server, and this is how it looks like right here. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a components folder, and inside there I'm going to create my button .tsx. So this is how we are going to be creating our folder, and inside there we are now creating our button.tsx file, and I'll just use my rafc just for now. I'm going to save this file right now, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import something called the CVA. Let's just import the CVA from where? From the Class Variance Authority, but we did not install there. So we have to first of all install there, then we would be able to use this. So I'm going to use like npm I to install the Class Variance Authority, if the spelling is correct. So it's going to install there right here. That's totally done. Now let me import the CVA from where? From the Class Variance Authority. That's totally done. Now let me just save my file. And here we have to define class variations. Okay, so variation, or we don't even have to write there. So this is how we are going to be defining a different variation for our button component. So I'll use my CVA and I'm going to execute that. So it's going to first of all take the base class names, and it's going to also take the configuration, which we are going to be providing in a few seconds. So first of all, I'm going to specify some sort of a base classes like pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, and rounded, totally, medium, and also focus, FOCUS, focus will be set to outline and then none. Okay, so now outside from there, here we are going to be providing our configuration right here. So now let me just hit enter. I'm going to go back, and this is how it looks like. And inside this object, we are going to be providing our variants. So variants, and inside these variants, we are going to be providing different variation for our components. So I'll just provide like color, for instance, and inside this color, we would have two flavor of our color. So we would have a primary, and I'm going to specify like background totally blue of 500. I'm going to also change the text to totally white, and here we are going to be also providing a secondary. It's going to be set to like background totally gray of 500, and also the text will be totally black. Okay, so that's going to be the first variation for our color inside our component. Okay, so now underneath there we are going to be using the size, and for this size we are going to be providing a like small and large size. So I'll just write like text only small, and I'm going to also provide like pairing on the y-axis of 1, pairing for the x-axis of 3. Now underneath there we are going to be also providing a large, and the large will be set to text only large, and pairing for the y-axis will be set to 3, pairing for the x-axis will be set to 6. I'm going to save this file right now, and now underneath this size I'm going to also provide different state for my button, like the active state, the disabled state. So I'll just write like state, and here we are going to be providing like active. If my button is active, so we are going to be using background totally blue of 700. But if that's not the case, and if the button is set to, I can type that today, if the button is set to disable, so we are going to be providing background totally gray of 300, and also cursor will be not allowed in that situation. So now let me just save my file, go back, and here we're going to be also providing a default values. So that should be underneath this one. Okay, so I'll just write like default values, and here inside there we're going to be providing a default value for the color like primary, and I'm going to also specify the size, and the size default value will be set to small. I'm going to save this file right now. I'm going to also store this entire thing inside the variable with the name of what do we call it, buttons, or yeah, button styles would be fine. Okay, so let's just save there. I'm gonna copy a name of there, but it should be button styles. Okay, now let me copy the name of there. Now we are going to be going into our button component, and here we are going to be using this. So now let me just remove that from here. I'm gonna also change that to the button. So this button will take a few props. So now let me just destructure there first of all. So we are going to be providing a color. It's gonna also take the size, and it's gonna also take the state, and we are going to be also providing our content, which will be set to a children. So I'm gonna also create a button props interface for that. I'm gonna copy a name of that and define my interface right here. So I'll use like interface button props. Inside there we're going to be optionally providing a color for our button. So if the user want to provide this color, they totally can, but if they don't want to provide they don't even have to. So I'll just provide like primary, either use primary or use a secondary, because we already set this up. Now we are going to be also providing a size, and that's going to be also totally optional. So either small size or large size. Now we are going to be also providing a state, and the state will be set to active or disable. And finally we are going to be providing a children, but why am I providing a comma? These are not objects, so I'll just write like children, and we are going to be getting a React node from the React node. Now let me just hit enter. So it's going to import that React node right here. That's totally done. Now we have to use these props inside our button component. So I'll just first of all render my children right here. So I'll just write like children. For the class names, now we are going to be using our button styles, which we already defined right here. Okay, so now let me just hide that. I'm going to also hide this one. Now we are going to be using these button classes right here for the class names. And now here we are going to be passing that color, which we are now taking as a parameter right here. We're going to be also specifying the size and also the state, which we are now taking as a parameters. So that's totally done. Now let me just save my file, but we are going to be also providing a disable state. If the state is equal to disable, so in that situation, which means like our button will be disabled. So that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to my app, and here we have to use that right here. So let's just remove that. And first of all, let me just put a bit of classes to there. So I'll use like spaces on the y-axis of 4, and here inside there we're going to be using that button component which we just defined. Okay, so now let me just close there right here, and I'm going to specify like primary large button or something like that. And here we're going to be passing a color. So the color will be, now let me just hold control and hit space. So here you can see we only have two options, like primary or secondary. So in this situation, I'm going to only choose like primary. I'm going to also provide the size of the, and the size will be set to large. Okay, so that's totally done. We can also specify that other one, which was the stat. So I'll just write like stat, and stat will be set to active. Okay, so as soon as I do that, now the error will be gone. Now let me run that by using npm run dev, and check this out. So here you can see we're now getting our button. We can also change that to like disable or disable. And now let me just save my file. So now my button is disabled right here. So you know what, we're not going to be providing a stat for this one. Let me even make that as optional. So now let me just make that optional so that we don't get that TypeScript error. We're going to be also using that button once again, and here we are going to be providing like secondary small button, and here let's just pass our color inside there, and the color in this case I'm going to pass like secondary color. I'm going to also provide the size of totally small to there. Okay, so now let me just save my file. So here you can see we're now getting a secondary button and also smaller button than this one. Okay, so there's the second button, and now let me just create the final one which will be for the disable. So I'll just use like button and disable button like so, and I'm going to pass like the color, and the color will be set to primary. I'm going to also provide the state, come on, and the state will be set to disabled. I'm going to also provide the size, and the size will be set to small. I'm going to save this file right now. So here you can see this is how we are going to be defining a different variation for our components by using this CVI package right here. So these are going to be basically our base classes, and then we can specify different variations like for the color we can use like primary, secondary. For the size we can use like small and large. For the state we can use like active and disable. And if we did not specify any color or size, so it's gonna also take these default variations right here. So yeah, that was it about the CVI in action. Alright guys, so now we are going to be building our own custom component library from scratch by using tools like React.Js, TypeScript, TailwindCSS, Rollup.js, Storybook, React Testing Library, VTest, CLSX, CVI, and so on and so forth. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my terminal, and now I'm going to zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better like so. And I'm going to create a new folder with the name of my components library or something like that. Now let me go into that my components library, and now I'm going to open that in my VS Code, and this is how it looks like. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my GitHub repository by using git init. So let's just use that, hit enter. So it's going to initialize my GitHub repository, and now I'm going to be using npm init-y to initialize my package.json file. Okay, so now let me go into that package.json file, and now here you can see we don't have anything special inside there, but we only have this boilerplate of package.json file. So now let me just close there, and now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to install React.js and also TypeScript. So I'm going to use like npm I and then React.js, TypeScript, and also types for the React.js as well. So now let me just hit enter. So it's going to install there inside these packages, and that's totally done. And now I'm going to also create a new file with the name of gitignore. So I'll just use like gitignore, and inside there we are going to be only ignoring the node modules folder. And now let me just save there, and here you can see that's going to be gone. It should be gone. And now there we go. So that's totally done. Now we are going to be creating a folder structure, and then we are going to be writing our code inside there. So now let me just create a new folder with the name of src. Inside this src folder, we are going to be creating a new file with the name of index.ts. So let's just write like index.ts. Also, we are going to be creating a new folder with the name of components. So I'll just use like components, and inside there we are going to be creating a new file with the name of index.ts once again. And now inside this components folder, we are going to be creating yet another folder with the name of buttons. So let's just use like buttons, or just a button would be fine. And now I'm going to create a new file inside this button folder with the name of index.ts. Now let me just close all of their files, And now I'm going to go into that buttons folder, and now we are going to be creating yet another file with the name of button.tsx. And now inside there, we are going to be just writing a boilerplate for our button component. Now let me just save there, and we would also need to import the React.Js. So let's just import the React.Js from the React.Js, and we would also need to grab the React node. So now let me just save my file. It's gonna also take a few props. So now let me just write like children, and we're going to be annotating there as button props or something like that. So now let me create that interface with the name of button props, and now inside there we are going to be creating our children. And now let me just paste like React node, which we are now importing from the React.js, or React node once again. Now let me just save my file, and that's gonna be it. Also, we would need to change this div to the button so that we should get our button right here. So now let me just save my file. I'm gonna close this file right now. Now I'm gonna go into this buttons folder, and inside there we have this index.ts file. So I'm gonna click on there, and here we are going to be exporting. Let's just write like export default from where? From our buttons folder, or from our buttons file. So now let me just save my file, close there. Now we are going to be clicking on this index.ts file, which is now available inside this components folder, not inside the buttons folder. So I'm going to just activate there, and here we are going to be exporting default as button from where? From our buttons component. So I'll just use like let's just go to that buttons folder, and now let me just save there, and that's totally done. Now finally we have to go into this root index.ts file, which is now available inside this src folder, and we only have to export every single thing from there. So let's just use like export every single thing from that components folder like so. Now let me just save my file, and that's totally done. So now we are going to be adding TypeScript to our component library. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write like npx and then tsc and then dash dash init to initialize my TypeScript inside this project. So now let me just close there, and here you can see now it's going to give us this tsconfig.json file. I'm going to just double click on there, and I'm going to remove every single thing from there. And now we are going to be replacing them with our own one. So first of all, we are going to be providing our compiler options, and now inside this compiler option we are going to be first of all providing the target. Okay, so our target will be es next. In this case, I'm going to also provide a comma, and we are going to be also providing like es module interrepo, and now let me set that to true. Also, we are going to be providing the force consistent casing in file names, and let's just set that to true. And we are going to be also providing a strict mode, and that's going to be also set to true. And let's just also provide the skip library checks. That's going to be also true. And for the root directory, and the path will be only dot. So now underneath there, let me just even provide a comma there. We are going to be also providing a JSX. So for the JSX, we want to use React.Js in this case. And also for the module, we are going to be setting that to es next. I'm going to also provide the declaration. So let's just use like declaration, and that's going to be set to true. We are going to be also providing a declaration directory, and which will be our types directory, in which we are going to be writing our types. Okay, so now let me provide a comma there. We are going to be also setting the source map to true. The out directory will be set to a disk because we are going to be building our project. And now we are going to be using like module resolution, and module resolution will be set to node. Okay, we are going to be also providing allow synthetic default imports. This is set to true. And finally, emit declaration only. Come on. Emit declaration only, and also set that to true. And now let me just save my file, and that's everything that you have to provide for your tsconfig file. And now we are totally done with the TypeScript stuff. So now we are going to be installing Rollup, and that's going to be a lot of fun, but you have to install a lot of dependencies for that. So if you want to type there by yourself, you totally can, but you can also find all of them in my GitHub repository. So I'm going to just use like npm I, let's just zoom in a bit, and then dash d to install the as a dev dependency. Let's just install the Rollup and go to the plugin, and then common.js. We also have to install the Rollup. Let's just go to the plugin once again, install the node resolve, then Rollup once again, go to the plugin, and then Terser, then Rollup, plugin, TypeScript, because we are going to be using TypeScript. And now we are not going to be providing this add symbol, but we are going to be only providing just a Rollup. Okay, and then Rollup plugin DTS, and Rollup plugin here dependencies external lib Rollup plugin, then post CSS, because we are going to be also installing a TailwindCSS. So we have to install all of them right here. It's going to take a while to install all of these dependencies, but I'm gonna just fast forward this video right now. That's totally done. I'm gonna close there. And now I'm gonna go ahead and just go to the root, and here we're going to be creating our Rollup.js file. So for the configurations, I'll use like rollup and then config then .js. So let's just add there, close that one. And here inside there, we're going to be placing a lot of code, but you don't have to worry about this code because these are just a code for building this project. Here you can see we're now just grabbing all of their dependencies which we just installed, like resolve, common.js, TypeScript, DTS, and so on and so forth. And then we are providing an input like where is our file located. Then we want to get like the output in this file and format and so on and so forth. Okay, so we are also providing a few plugins which we are going to be using inside this project. So that's everything that you have to provide. And if you want to also get that from my GitHub repository, you totally can. But you don't even have to worry about this code. If you care about that, well, you can just check out some video about the rollup. But in my case, I'm not going to be worrying about that. So now let's just close there. And that was the setup of a rollup. But now I'm going to go into my package.json, and here we're going to be replacing a few things. So I'm going to have to delete the main and also the test and also the keywords. Let's just delete them because we are going to be providing our own stuff. Okay, so I'll just first of all provide my main, and main will be coming from this dist folder because once we build our project, so it's going to go into this dist folder and then CJS and then index.js. Okay, so that's going to be my main file entries. Now we are going to be also providing our files, and for these files we are going to be going into the dist. That's totally done. We're going to be also providing our types. Okay, so once I provide that for the TypeScript types declaration, you want to go to the dist and then index.d.ts. Like so. And now underneath there we are going to be also providing our own script to build our project. So I'll just go ahead and provide the rollup, and that's going to be set to rollup and then -c and then --bundle as CJS. There we go. I'm going to save this file right now. And now underneath there we are going to be also providing a keywords. If you don't want to provide these keywords, you don't even have to provide there. But if you provide them, like once you push this project to the npm, so you're going to see these keywords inside your landing page. So I'll just write like random, and then I'm going to provide like test and then test2 or something like that. And now underneath these keywords, we are going to be also providing a type, and type will be set to module. Okay, so let's just use like module like so. And now underneath there, we are going to be also providing a peer dependencies. Okay, so underneath this dependencies, we are going to be providing a peer dependencies like dependencies. And now let me just set the React. Come on, not async, but set the React to React.Js not 19 but 18. So basically, peer dependencies just simply means like whenever somebody else using these packages, they have to have at least React.Js 18 or greater version than that. And now let me just save my file, and that was about the Rollup.js. And now let me close there. Okay, so now we are going to be installing a Tailwind CSS in our project. So I'll just go to the Tailwind. Come on, if I can get there today. TailwindCSS.com. I'm gonna go to the getting started button. Now let me click on the framework and guides, choose read. I'm gonna copy all of these commands, and now let me open my terminal and place that right here. So it's going to install the Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer. Now that's totally done. I'm going to hit enter one more time to initialize my Tailwind CSS inside this project right here. So now we are getting this tailwind config.js file. I'm going to go there and copy every single thing from there and place that right here. That's also done. I'm going to also create this index.css file. So I'm going to copy there, go to my src folder and create a new file with the name of index.css. And now let me just copy every single thing from there, place it right here, save my file, and there's gonna be it. And now if I just use like npm run rollup.js, so it's gonna build my project. So I'm gonna use like npm run and then rollup. Now let me just hit enter, and here you can see it's gonna build my project right here. So we can now find all of that code inside this dist folder. Now inside there we have our index.d.ts. We also have our CJS, and inside there we have all of our components which are now ready to publish to the npm packages. Okay, so if you want to publish there by yourself, so you can just use like npm publish, I guess, and you have to also log into the npm, and it's going to publish there to your npm. So this is how we are going to be building there. And now let me just delete this folder, and we're not going to be pushing there to the npm. So that's totally done. Now we are going to be adding a storybook for visually testing our components. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? We just have to write like npx and then storybook at latest, come on, at latest, and then init. Now if I just hit enter, so it's going to initialize the storybook inside this project. So now it's going to ask us to choose either Vite or some sort of a bundler. So I'm going to have to choose Vite, and now it's going to install there inside my machine. And this is how my storybook will look like, but it will give us an error. You will just see that in a few seconds. God damn it, just show us the error. Oh, if I click on that. But anyways, it's going to give us an error because we need to install the Vite. We also have to install the React DOM. So I'm going to just hit N and set that to no. Let me just rerun that once again. I'm going to use like npm, not npm, but I'm going to use like npm storybook or npm run storybook. And once I do that, now it's going to give us that error. Okay, so here you can see it's going to crash because we have to install the Vite. So now we have to install the Vite and React DOM. So I'm going to use like npm I, then React and React DOM, and also the Vite. So now it will successfully start to work. That's totally done. I'm going to use npm run storybook once again, and now it's going to start working. So here you can see we're now getting our configuration. If I go to the button, so we are now getting these buttons, primary, secondary. We are also getting our header components, and we are also getting our pages, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. So that's totally done. And now I'm going to have to just stop there for a few seconds because we are going to be removing every single thing from the stories, and we are going to be defining our custom story in a few seconds. Okay, so now we are going to be building a simple component, and we are going to be also testing there inside our storybook. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go into my buttons component, or just a simple button component, and here I'm going to just remove every single thing from there, and I'm going to just replace it with this RAFC once again. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the React from the React.Js. We would also need to import the CVA. Oh, we did not install the CVA like class variance authorities, so we are going to have to install that. I'm going to use like npm I and then class variance authority, authority, I guess that's the spelling. So it's going to install there right here, and we would also need to install something called the tw merge or tailwind merge. I hope the spelling is correct. Yep, that's totally done. So now we have to import the CVA from class variance authority, and we also have to import the tw merge, like the tailwind merge, from their tailwind merge package. So now let me just save my file. Now underneath there we are going to be defining our CVA. So for the base classes, I'll just write like pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, totally rounded, and focus will be set to outline and then none. That's totally done. I'm going to also provide my object, and inside there we are going to be providing a different variations. So I'll just write like variants, and here inside there let's just provide our variant like variant, a few flavors for our button. So I'll just provide like primary, and primary will be set to background totally blue of 500, and text will be set to totally white. Underneath there we are going to be also providing a secondary, and the background will be set to totally gray of 500, like so. Text will be set to totally black. And now let me just save my file, and now underneath this variant we are going to be also providing a size. So for this size, like our button can accept a small size, and the text will be set to totally small, and our button can also accept I thought I'm just writing a JSON. So our button can also accept the medium, and it should be set to text of totally base, and we can also specify the large size for our button, which will be set to text totally large. And that's going to be it. And we are going to be also providing a disable state, so disabled, and for the disable state we are going to be setting there to true. So if it is disabled, in this situation we are going to be providing the background of totally gray of 300 and text of totally gray 600, like so. Cursor will be not allowed, like so. And now underneath there for the default styling, we are going to be providing like default variants. And for the variant we are going to be setting that to like primary for the default one, and for the size that's going to be set to medium, and also for the disable which will be set to false initially. So now let me just save my file, and this is how our class variance authority looks like, but I'm going to have to store that inside the button styles like so. And now let me just save my file, and I'm going to also hide there. Now our button will accept a few prompts, so it's going to accept the variant. I'm going to destructure that right here, so it's going to accept the variant. It's going to also accept the size and disabled children and class names like so, or just a singular class name. And next we're going to be also destructuring the entire props or resting the entire props, and we also have to define an interface for that. so that we can annotate our component. So I'll just use the interface with the name of button props, which will extends from the react.buttons button HTML attributes, and here we're going to be also providing an HTML button and here we're going to be also providing an HTML button element. I'm going to also close there, and here inside there, let's just provide our variants. So variants, and or just a singular variant. That's going to be totally optional, and we can either get the primary variant or we can get the secondary 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 variant. So for the size, which will be also totally optional, we can set it to totally small size or medium size or large size. Okay, and why am I providing a commas there? God damn it, I always do that. And let's just provide a disable, and disable will be set to a boolean. Now let me just save my file. I'm gonna copy this button props from there, and I'm gonna annotate my component with that, like so. And now let me just save my file. Let's just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. And this is how my component looks like. So now I'm gonna be using a Tailwind merge to merge our classes. So I'll just use like TW merge, and let me just import there, because yeah, I guess we already imported. Yeah, we already did. Okay, so now inside there, we are going to be passing our button style component, or not a component but a function, which we are now creating by using this CVA package, like class variance authority package. So we are going to be calling there right here, and inside this button style we are going to be providing our variant, which we are now taking as a parameter. So I'm gonna have to copy there from there, place that right here. We are going to be also providing a size to there, like so. And finally we also have to provide the disable prop. So I'm gonna copy there and place it right here. I'm gonna store the result of that inside my variable with the name of merged class names, and that's going to be set to this tailwind config. And by the way, outside from this object and also these parentheses, we are going to be providing our class names, and now that's totally done. Okay, so now let me just save my file here inside this button. I'm gonna just first of all change there to the button, because we are going to be using there. And for this button label, let me just change that to button right here, like so. And for this button label, it's going to accept the children. So now for the prompts, we are going to be destructuring all of them. And now let me just provide like prompts. And for the class names, we are going to be providing our merged class names. And for the disable state, we are going to be providing their disable state. And now let me just save my file. And this is how we are going to be defining our button component by using class variance authority, TailwindCSS, Tailwind merge, React.Js, and TypeScript. So now let me just close there, and now we are going to be testing our component by using the Storybook. So now let me just zoom in a bit, and now inside this src folder, I'm going to create a new folder with the name of stories, and let's just define our button story right here. So I'm going to just create a new file with the name of button.stories.tsx, and now inside there, let's just define our first story. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import the type of meta and also the story object, okay, which we are going to be using right now. From where? From the Storybook, not add-ons, but from the React.Js. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and it should be uppercase M, not a lowercase. And now we are going to be also importing our button so that we can test that. That's totally done. And now we have to define our meta. So I'll just use like meta, and I'm going to also annotate that like so. So meta and the type of button, because we are now creating our button, and that's going to be equals to this object. So we have to provide the title, so which will be our components, and then button. And now we also have to provide the component. So the component is that component which we already grabbed. Let me just even copy the name of that, god damn it. There we go. And now let me provide a comma there. For the parameters, we are going to be setting there to totally layout. Let's just provide our layout, and it's totally centered, like so. And I'm going to also provide the tags. So for these tags, we are going to be also using the auto docs. And now let me just save my file, and I'm going to hover over there. I'm going to hover over there, quick fix there, and add there to the workspace settings, so that it will not give us that error again and again. Now underneath there, we are going to be exporting our default meta. That's totally done about the meta, but now we have to define our type, and that's going to be set to a story. And now let's just set there to like story object. And here we are going to be providing a type of meta, and close there. Now let me just save my file, and now we are going to be providing our actual stories for our button. So I'll just use like export const primary, and primary button will look something like this. So I'm going to annotate there with this story first of all, and it's going to be set to this object. we have to provide the args, and inside these args we have to provide the variant, and the variant will be set to primary, which is also a default value. If you want to provide there, you totally can, but if you don't want to provide there, you don't have to. So for the size, I'm going to set that to medium, and for the children, I'll just provide like primary button or something like that. Now let me save my file, and I'm going to be using npm run storybook so that we can test this out. Storybook, and this is how my button looks like. But I'm wondering why the classes are not provided. If I click on there, why is the classes not working? You know, let me just go to index.css. Oh, that's because we have to go in there to the story, and then we have to go to the preview, and now we are going to be importing our, let's just go to the src folder, and inside there we have our index.cs css. And now let me just save my file, refresh this out, and here you can see our styling is now working the way we expect him to work. If I click on the secondary, so it's going to give us this styling. I can also get like the smaller button, the medium button, or the larger button. I can totally change the content of the button. I can do whatever I want to do with that. So if I want to make that like disable, if I click on this set boolean and change that to true, and here you can see the cursor is not allowed. That's going to be my primary button, as you can see that right here. So now let me just refresh that. That's going to be my primary button. Let's just set that to false, and I guess that's going to be fine. Now let me go ahead and go to my storybook once again, and I'm going to just create a few more stories. Now underneath there, I'll just use like export const secondary, and I'm going to also annotate that with my story. It's going to be equals to this object. We have to provide our arguments inside there. The variant will be set to secondary, and we also have to provide the size, and the size will be set to totally medium. And also for the children, I'll say like secondary button component or something like that. Now let me just save my file, click on the secondary, and now we are getting the secondary. So this is going to be basically our primary button, and this is going to be our secondary button right here, which is also looking cool. Now we are going to be taking care of the small button, so I'll just use like small and provide my story right here, and I'll just provide like arguments, and for these arguments, let's just provide our variants and primary, and the size will be set to totally small, and the children will say like small button or something like that. I'm gonna save this file right now, click on the small, and now we are getting our small button, which is a bit smaller than this secondary button right here. Now let me create two more stories for the large and also for the disabled one. So I'll use like large and annotate that as a story, and here we're going to be passing our arguments, and variants will be set to totally primary, like so. Let's just save our file. For the size, we're going to be providing a large size today, and for the children, that's going to be set to large button, like so. Save our file, click on the large, and now we are getting our large button. And finally, we have to create another story for the disabled button. So I'll just use like disable and annotate that with the story, and inside they provide our arguments. And here we are going to be passing our variant, and variant will be set to primary, like so, and the size will be set to totally medium, and I'm gonna also provide a disable and set that to true, and the children will be set to disable button, like so. Now let me just save my file, and now if I click on the disable, and as you can see, this is a disable button, so the cursor is not allowed. So this is how we are going to be creating our actual component. This is how we are going to be visually testing our component. But now if you want to like actually write a test cases for this component, so we have to make a setup for that. So we are going to be installing like vtest and also the React testing library to test that. Okay, so now we are going to be installing the React testing library and so on and so forth. So now let's just close there. And I'm gonna also stop there for a few seconds because now we are about to install a lot of things. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to install the, what do we call it, the vtest as a dev dependency. So it's gonna take a while to install that, but we are going to wait for it, baby. Okay, it's taking a lot of so now that's totally done. Now we are going to be installing another package as a dev dependency, which is a testing library, and then React.Js, and also come on, testing library, and then user event. Okay, so let's just provide them. That's totally done. We also have to install as a dev dependency the JS DOM, and we also have to install, what do we call it, npm I, then -d at testing library, and then just DOM. Come on, just DOM. install there. Now we are going to be installing a types for this. So I'll use like npm I and then -t and add types for what? For the jest and also for testing library. And then just come on, just DOM. Oh, we already installed the just DOM, so it's gonna override there basically. And now, okay, it's taking a bit of time, but now we have to install something called the testing library, library, and then just a DOM. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to go to the root, and inside this root we have to create a new file with the name of retest.config.ts. Okay, so once we do that, here inside there we have to provide a bit of configuration for our vtest. So I'll just first of all import something called the define config from the rollup, not from the vtest. Come on, from the vtest and then config. And now underneath there we are going to be also importing React.Js from where? From the vtest, and we have to install this package. So we are going to be installing the from the vt.js and then plugin React. I'm gonna copy the name of the like so. I'm gonna open my terminal and use npm I and then vt.js plugin React.js. So while it's installing, now we have to export default that define config, and here inside there we are going to be providing our plugins. So we want to just use the React.js. Okay, so I'm going to just execute there, save my file, provide a comma there, and now we are going to be providing our test cases. So we want to use the environment, environment. So we want to use the environment which will be our JS DOM, and we also want to provide the globals, and which will be set to true. Come on, true, there we go. And we are going to be also providing a set of files, and which will be set to src test and setup.ts. I'm gonna save this file right now. Now we have to go into this src folder, and inside there we are going to be creating a new folder with the name of tests, and inside there we are going to be creating a new file with the name of setup. Okay, so I'll use like setup.ts, and here we have to import a few things. So I'll just import first of all the testing library, and we are going to be getting there from the jest DOM, and also we have to import something called the testing library from the React.js. So now let me just save this file right now. That's totally done. I'm gonna also go into my package.json file right now, and we have to create our script for our test. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just write like test and then UI, and now we have to just write like vtest and then --ui, not 3 dashes but only 2 dashes. So now let me just save my file, close there, and now I'm gonna also go into my tsconfig file, like tsconfig.json file, and here we have to specify our types. So let's just write like types, and types will be set to retest and then globals, like so, globals, there we go. And here we also have to provide our comma, save our file, and that was it about the entire setup. But I'm gonna open my terminal right now, and I'm going to use like npm run test and then UI. It's going to ask us to install the vtest UI. I'm going to just write like y, so it's going to install the vtest UI right here. And now we have to rerun this command one more time. And here you can see we're not providing any tests, so we have 0 test. So we have 0 pass test, 0 fail test, and 0 total test. Okay, so I'm going to be creating our test file for our button component. So now our setup is successfully done, and now we are going to be writing a unit test for our components. So what I'm going to do is that first of all I want to go into my gitignore file, and we're going to be ignoring the, what do we call it, the this folder. We would also need to ignore the rollup.cache, cache, there we go. And also I guess that's going to be fine. So now let me just save my file, and that's totally done. I'm going to also go into my test folder, and inside there we're going to be creating yet another folder for the components, and let's just use our button.test.tsx. And now we are going to be writing a test cases for our button component. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import React from the React.js. You would also need to import the render and also the screen and fire event from where? From the testing library React.js. Now let me just save this file right now. You would also have to import the button component so that we can test it. And also now let me just use the describe, and for the label I'll just write like button component, and here let's just remove that second from there. And now let me just save my file right now, and here I'm gonna just say like it should, come on, I don't mean to import that, but it should, come on, it should render a button with default styles like so. And here we have to provide our arrow function so that we can test that. So I'll just pass my arrow function right here, pass my render component, and here we have to render our button component to the virtual DOM. Now I'll say like click me, and that's gonna be fine. And now underneath there, why we are getting this error? That's because we have to make the disable totally optional. So not here, but here. I'm gonna also have to just mark the as disabled optional, and that's totally done. Now underneath there, we are going to be getting our actual button. So I'll just use like screen.get by role, and here let's just paste our button inside there because we are now testing our button component. And I'm gonna also store that inside the button variable like so, and that's totally done. Now let's just provide our expectation. First of all, so expect the button to have the text content of click me. And now let me just save my file. I'm going to also provide a few more expectation for the default class names, so whether they have a default class names or not. So I'll just put like expect, and I'm going to paste my button inside there, and we want to check like to have the class names of background totally blue of 500. I'm going to also duplicate that like a few times, so change that to like background totally white, and also change this one to background base. Okay, and I'm going to also remove that last one from there. That's totally done. Now here we also have to provide another expectation for our button, and we want it to initially not be disabled by default. So I'll just write like not to be disabled, and I'm going to execute this. So as soon as I do that and save my file, now I'm going to have to run there, but why in the world we are now getting this error? Okay, so it should render the prop. I'm going to go into my button component and search for the base class, and it should be text base, and I'm providing a bg base, so it should be a text base. Now let me just save my file, and hopefully it will work. But now this one is failing, but because this one should be text as well, and now all of our tests are successfully passing. But I'm gonna have to quit there, and I'm gonna use like npm run test UI because we want to test that inside the UI. And now let me just refresh there. So here you can see we have one pass test, and we even have just a total of one test. So now our test is successfully passing, and that's something that we want. Now let me just close that. And also I want to open my storybook as well, because later we are going to be also testing our components. So I'm going to use like npm run storybook. So both the storybook and also our test are successfully running. So I'm going to have to copy that from there. Now let me just place that right here, hit enter. And here you can see this is how we are going to be testing our components visually, and this is how we are going to be testing or unit testing our components. So that was our first test. So now let me just collapse that. Now I'm going to write another unit. So we have to use the it once again, and it should render a button with secondary variant. Okay, so here we are going to be also passing our variants today. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just render my button component once again, close there, and god damn it, execute there and pass my button component, which will say like click me. And also we are going to be passing a variance of secondary to there. Now let me just save my file, and underneath there we're going to be still getting our button component, which will be a screen.get by role, and pass our button inside there. Save this file right now, and here let's just pass our expectation to there. So pass our button to have the class names of background totally gray of 500. I'm gonna also duplicate there, and the text of totally black to them, because now we are testing a secondary variant. Save my file, and now let me just run this. So here you can see we have two test cases, and both of them are now successfully passing. So I'm gonna also hide there, and the next thing that we have to do is that we have to write a test cases for the small button. So I'll just use like it should render, come on, render a small or a button with a small size. Okay, so I'll just pass my arrow function, and here inside there let's just render our component by using that button, and it's gonna say like click me. I'm gonna also paste the size of totally small to there. Now underneath there we have to use like screen.get by role once again, and we're going to be searching for a button. And now let's store that inside the button variable. And now let me provide my expectation of button to have the class name of text totally small. And now let me just save this file, test this out. So here you can see the small size button is also working. I'm gonna collapse that right here. And now let's just provide another test case. So I'm gonna just duplicate that because it's wasting a lot of our time. So I'm gonna just duplicate that and change this to it should render a button with large size. So we are now getting our button, and now here for our expectation I'm gonna just change that to like LG for the larger size. And our test is failing because something is not right. So here you can see we are now providing a size of small, medium, and large, but here we are providing a text of totally large. txt-lg. That's because we are providing a small. It should be a large. God damn it. Now let me just save my file and run there. And our test is now successfully passing. So I'm going to duplicate there yet another time. Duplicate there and change this test to the disable test. So I'm going to change there. It should render a disable button, and here we are going to be passing a disable prop right here. So pass a disable and set that to true like so, and we are now getting our button, but now we have to remove that, and here we have to provide our expectation for the button, and we want that to be disabled and execute that. Now underneath that we are going to be also providing yet another expectation for the button once again, and we want that to have the class names of background totally gray, gray of 300, and I'm going to also duplicate that once again in gray of 600, but it should be for the text. So now let me just save my file, and our test is now successfully passing, and which means like everything is working the way we expect them to work. I'm gonna collapse there. Now we are going to be testing like whether we can provide our own custom styling or not. So can we merge them or not? So like it should merge custom class name with default styles. Okay, so here we are going to be passing our arrow function once again, and I'm gonna first of all render my component like so, execute there, and it's gonna say like click me, lowercase me, and I'm gonna also provide my own class names like custom classes or something like that. And now underneath there we are going to be getting our button, so I'll use like screen get by get by row, and here we have to pass our button inside there, and I'm going to be using like button, and it's going to be equals to this get by role button right here. So I'm going to pass my expectation, and we are checking for the button, and we want there to have the class names of custom class like so. And now underneath there we also want to provide yet another expectation for the button, and to have the class names of background totally blue of 500. And now let me just save there. Now let's just refresh there. So here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing, which means like we can also specify our own custom styling for our button. Okay, so like if somebody wants to add like new styling to the button, they totally can. And now finally we're going to be also taking care of the children prop. So I'll just provide like it should render a button, or it should render button with correct children text. And here I'm going to pass my arrow function, render my component, and it's gonna say like click, or not click me, but submit would be fine, because we are now testing like we can pass anything to this button, not just a click me or something like that. Okay, so I'll just get my button by using a screen get by role and pass my button inside there. And here we have to pass our expectation like button, and that should have the text content of submit, which you are now passing as a content right here for these children. Check this out. So here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. So this is how we are going to be creating our component. This is how we are going to be visually seeing that component, the result of that component, and this is how we are going to be writing a unit test for our component. Okay, so that was about the button component. Now we are going to be creating yet another component for the accordion. So I'm gonna just go to my components folder, and inside there we are going to be defining yet another folder with the name of Accordion accordion, and inside there we are going to be creating 3 files. The first one will be for the index.tsx, and then the next file which we are going to be creating will be for the accordion.tsx, and we are going to be also creating one more file for the accordion section. So Accordion accordion section.tsx. Okay, so now let's just start from the first one, which is the accordion. Okay, so I'm going to start from the first one, and then we are going to be taking care of the rest of them. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to import my React.Js and also the React node from where? From the React.Js. Okay, so now let's just do this. Save my file. We would also need to import the CVA from the class variance authority, and we would also need the TW merge from the Tailwind merge. Okay, so next we have to define our component by using the RAFCE, and now this component will take a few props. So it's going to take the children, it's going to also take the variant, variant, and it's going to also take the size. Okay, so we are going to be annotating there by using the accordion props, and I'm going to copy a name of there and define my interface right here. So I'm going to just write like interface with the name of accordion props, and it's going to take the children, and we have to annotate there with the React node which we are now importing. And we should also provide the variant, which will be totally optional, and the default value we're going to be providing like default, and also the bordered bordered, and also also we are going to be providing a size for them, and that's going to be totally optional. We are going to be setting there to either small or large size of accordion. Now let me just save my file, and then slowly it about the component, but now we have to specify our class variance authorities. So I'll use like accordion style. That's going to be equals to the CVA, and here we have to pass like the base classes of space on the y-axis will be set to 2, and we also have to specify our own class variance authority object. So inside there we are going to be passing our variant variants, and inside this variance we have to specify a specific variation for this component. So I'll use like variant, and here we have to specify the default, and the default value will be set to background totally white, and we're going to be also providing a border, and the border will be border, and then border, come on, border gray of 300, and also totally rounded large. That's going to be it for the variant. We also have to specify the size, and the size will be set to small, and for the smaller size we want to set the text to totally small, and also for the large size we want to set the text to be totally large. And now underneath this size we are going to be also providing a default variants, but it should be underneath this one. Okay, so we have to provide our default variants, and inside there let's space the default value for the variant, which will be set to a default, and also we are going to be passing a size, and the size will be set to totally large. Then said about the accordion style, I'm gonna copy a name of the collapse there. Now we have to go into our JSX and remove them from there. I'm gonna only pass my children's right here, which we are now taking as a props. And here for the class names, we are going to be providing our, come on, TW merge first of all, and here we have to pass our accordion styles, and now we are going to be passing our variants and also the size, which we are now taking as a props from this component. That's totally done about the accordion. Next up we have to go into what do we call it, our accordion section component. Now let's just start working on there. I'm gonna go ahead and import the CVI from the class variance authority. I'm gonna also import the React.Js and the React node. If I can get there today. Oh, we can't, so I'm gonna have to write like React node, and also we are going to be using the use state from where, from the React.Js. I'm gonna save this file right now, push that to the top, and now we also have to import the TW merge from the Tailwind merge. Now we are going to be defining our component right here, and our component will take a few props. So we are going to be providing the children, obviously, and also we are going to be passing the title and the variant like so. Now let me annotate this component by using the accordion section, section section props. I'm gonna copy the name of the and create my interface right here with the name of accordion section props, and inside there we have to pass our children, and which will be coming from the React node. I'm gonna also provide the title, and title will be set to totally string. We're going to be also providing a variant variant. That's going to be set to either a default value or a bordered value. So now let me just save my file, and I'm gonna also make the variant totally optional. Like if you want to provide there, you can. If you don't want to provide there, you don't have to. Now we are going to be using the CVA or the class variance authority, so that we can get our style. So I'm gonna use like cons and then accordion section, come on, section styles, and it's gonna be equals to the CVA, and pass for the base classes. We are going to be passing like pairing all around of 4. And here inside there we have to pass our variants variants, and inside these variants we are going to be passing our specific variant, and we are going to be also providing a default one. So for the default we are going to be changing the background to totally gray of 100, and also we are going to be providing the bordered one. So for the border we are going to be providing like border only for the bottom, and border color will be set to gray of 300 like so. Okay, so now underneath underneath this one we are going to be also providing a default variants today, and here we have to pass our variant, and the default will be set to default. Now let me just save my file, and I'm gonna also copy this name and collapse that right here. I'm gonna go into my JSX and remove that from there, and here inside this JSX we are going to be using the h2 and paste my title inside there. And also for the classes I'm gonna specify a few classes like flex and justify will be set to like between. Also the cursor will be set to pointer, and here we are going to be also passing like whenever somebody clicks on this accordion. So in this situation we're going to be firing this function, which is a set is open and not is open like so, and which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. You have to just bear with me. And you know what, let's just create that right now. I am going to go there, and here we have to first of all define our state. So I'll use like is open and then set is open. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to false. Save my file. That's totally done. Now we also want to wrap that with another div. I'm going to cut that from there, and I'm going to put that right here. And inside this div, you can even change that to a section or something like that. We're going to be using our Tailwind merge. So I'll use like TW merge and paste my accordion section right here. And here we are going to be only taking those variants which we are now providing for our accordion section, and we are going to be sending that to our accordion section styles. Now finally we are going to be also providing a span here, and which will just render a few like icons. So if our stat is open, so in that situation you want to use this minus or dash, whatever you want to call that. But if that's not the case, we are going to be changing that to this plus icon. Of course you can use the React icon libraries, but in my case I'm not going to. So if this is open, and then we want to use this UI right here. So I'm going to just render this UI, which will be just a simple div, and here we have to just pass our children inside there. Okay, so I'm going to also pass the class names of pairing for the top of 2, and that's going to be it. But if that's not the case, we are not going to be showing nothing at all. So this is how we are going to be building our components. So that's our accordion section component, and there's our accordion component. So now let's just combine both of them inside this index.tsx file. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to export default as the accordion section first of all. Let's just go to the top from the accordion section, and we are going to be also exporting default as the accordion CORDION. Let's just go into the accordion component and save my file. So this is how we are going to be creating our accordion component. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to visually test there so that we can see there by using the storybook. Okay, so now let's create our accordion stories file. So I'll just use like accordion.stories.tsx, and now let's just visually test our component. So I'll just import React.Js from the React. You would also need to import the type of meta and also story object obj from the storybook, and then we want to get there from the React.js. We would also need to import our accordion component so that we can test there. We would also need the accordion section component, so we are going to be also testing there. Okay, so now we have to create our meta, and now let me just annotate that with the meta and the type of accordion like so, and I'm going to also close there. So inside there we are going to be first of all providing the title, and the title will be still going into the components folder, and we want to pass our accordion there. Okay, so here we have to just pass our component, and we want to test the accordion component, provide a comma there, and we are going to be also providing our parameters. So for the layout you want to set that to centered, and I'm going to save this file right now, but it shouldn't be array, it should be object like so. I'm going to provide a comma there, and for the tags we are going to be only passing this auto AUTOTAGS auto tags, or not auto tags but auto docs. There we go. And this is how we are going to be defining our meta, but we are going to be also exporting there by using this same meta. I'm going to also provide a type of story, and it's going to be equals to the story object, and here we have to pass our type of meta and close there. Now it's time to define our first story. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like const default like so, and we're going to be annotating there by using this story, provide our args inside there, and use our children. And for this children we are going to be providing our UI. So first of all, let me just provide my React fragments. Now I'll use like accordion section right here in this case, and for this accordion section we are going to be providing some sort of a title today, which will say like section 1. And here inside this accordion section we are going to be providing a paragraph which will say like content for or just a 4 section 1. I'm going to also make the as uppercase, and now let me just duplicate there a few times. So I'm going to change that to 2, and I'm going to also change this one to 2, and change this one to 3, and also the paragraph to 3. Now let me just save my file, and we are already running there right here. So I'm going to have to quit there and use my npm run storybook once again. And now we are getting our accordions right here. So we have this accordion, and we can also test this out right here. So we have the border one. If we set that to default, that's going to be the default look. If we click on there, so it's going to show us this content. If we click on there once again, so it's going to hide there. And this is how our border component will look like. This is how the smaller screen will look like, and this is how the larger will look like. Let me just set that to default, and that's our default story right here. No, I'm gonna just click on there, and that's looking cool. Anyways, so now let's just create a stories for their other ones. I'm going to collapse them, and I'm gonna define a story for the border one. So I'll use like const border, and here let's just annotate that with story, and it's gonna be equals to this object, and provide my arguments inside there. Provide the variant, and the variant will be set to border. And here let me just provide a comma and children, and here we are going to be passing over fragments or React fragments. Now let me call my accordion section component, and it's going to take the title. So I'll just pass like I don't know, maybe section 1 or something like that. We're going to be also passing over variants, so I'll just set that to like border, and inside there we are going to be using a paragraph which will say like content for section 1. Come on. Section 1. I'm gonna save this file right now, duplicate that a few times. So this one will be a section 2 still border, and also content for the section 2, content for the section 3, and content for the section 3. Now let me just check this out. So here you can see we're now getting this border accordion component right here, and you can totally customize that if you wanted to. Okay, so that's our second story for the border one. Now we are going to be creating another story for the smaller one. So call small story, and it's going to be equals to this object, provide my arguments inside there, and the size will be set to totally small. And here let's just pass our children inside there, and inside these children's we are going to be providing our fragments, and I'm going to say like accordion section, and here I'm going to also paste the title of like section 1 or something, or what is HTML would be fine, like, oh, you know what, section 1 was fine. I don't want to waste your time. And here let's space our paragraph which will say like content for the section 1, and I'm going to duplicate that a few times. I guess one time would be fine. And here let me just change that to 2 and 2 right here, semi-file. And now if I check this out, so these are going to be basically my small content, but I'm going to also duplicate that once again, change that to 3, and change this one to 3 as well. So this is how the smaller will look like, this is how the border will look like, and that's the default one. Now we are going to be also taking care of another story, which will be the last story and large story. So we are going to be using like export const large, and provide or annotate that with the story, not sorry. And here let's space our args inside there, and provide my size, and the size will be set to large. We're going to be also passing a children, and for these children let's space our React fragments, and I'm gonna say like accordion section, close there, paste my title inside there, and I'm gonna say like section 1. Inside this accordion section I'm gonna paste my paragraph which will say like content for section 1, and I'm gonna also duplicate there like a few times. So this one will be content for the section 2, and this one will be content for the section 3, like so. I'm gonna save this file right now. If I click on this large one, so it's gonna give us this large one, and these are the smaller ones right here. But yeah, that's totally correct. So this is how we are going to be visually testing our accordion component. Next we have to write a unit test for our accordion component. Okay, so now let's write a unit test for our component. So I'm gonna go into the test components folder once again, and here we are going to be creating our accordion.test.tsx component, or file rather. And now we are going to be importing React from the React.Js. We also have to import the render and also the screen fire event from the testing library React.Js. Now let me just save this file. We also have to import the accordion, not the accordion plugin, but ACCORDION accordion and the accordion section, so that we can test both of them. Now we are going to be describing, so let's just use the, okay, so we have to write them manually. So accordion component, that's going to be the message. We also have to pass our callback function today, and here we are going to be using like it should, or it renders accordion correctly, or it should render accordion. It should render accordions correctly. Now we are going to be passing our callback function today, and here inside there we are going to be first of all using our render method. So let's just use the render, and inside this render method we are going to be rendering our accordion component. What am I doing today? God damn it, what the hell is wrong with me? Accordion, there we go. And now let me just close there. So inside there we are going to be also providing our accordion section, and I'm going to also close there. Here we're going to be pasting the title and section 1. Okay, so for this section 1, let me just paste a paragraph which will say like content for section 1. And now let me just save there, or you know what, let me just make the lowercase section 1. There we go. Now this is looking better. Now underneath then, what do we have to do? We have to provide our expectation. So let me just use like screen dot get by text, and not test ID but get by text, and we are going to be passing a section 1. We are going to be getting our item by using this section 1, and we want that to be in the document, and I'm going to execute that. Now underneath we are going to be using their expectation once again. So let's just use the screen get by text and pass our content, which is this same content. I'm going to copy this entire thing from there. Now let me just place that right here, and we want that to not to be in the document. Now let me just execute this, save my file, and I'm going to use like npm run test UI, so it's going to run there, and our test is failing. I don't know why, but we have to figure this out. It shouldn't be get by, it should be query by text. So let's just use a text right here, save my file, and now our tests are now successfully passing. Check this out. Let me just refresh there, and where is that accordion component? There we go. I'm gonna also collapse there. So yeah, this is totally working the way we expect him to work. I'm gonna hide there. Now we have to provide yet another one, and that's gonna be the final one. So it should come on, it should toggle section content visibility, visibility. There we go. And I'm gonna also provide my callback function today, use my render, and here paste my accordion component, close there, paste the accordion section, also close there, like so. And we're going to be pasting the title, so title, and we are going to be providing like section 1 inside there. Let's just paste our paragraph content for section 1. I'm going to save this file right now, and now underneath there we are going to be using our testing library fire event. And here let's just check, like whenever somebody clicks on there, in that situation we are going to be first of all getting item by using get by text and paste like section 1. We are going to be getting there. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our expectation for there, which will be screen get by text, and we have to paste that content like content for section 1, which is the same content. So I'm gonna have to copy that from there. Both of them are totally fine. That's why it is now highlighting, and we want that to be in the document. And now let me just execute there. And now underneath there we are going to be providing yet another expectation. So basically I'm going to just duplicate there, and whenever we click on there once again, so then we don't want that, so then we want to hide that. So like whenever we click on there for the first time, we want to show that content, but whenever we click on there for the second time, then we want to hide there. Let me just test this out. Okay, so this is query by text, and now let me just save there. And here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. I'm going to expand there right here, and yeah, this test is also passing, which is looking cool. Okay, so that was it about the accordion component. Like this is how we are going to be building there, this is how we are going to be visually testing there, and this is how we are going to be writing a unit test for there. Now let me just close there, and now we are going to be creating yet another component, which will be for the card. So I'm going to first of all create a new folder with the name of card, and inside there we are going to be creating two files in this case. So the first file will be for the card.tsx, and the second file will be for the index.tsx. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go to my card first of all, and I'm going to use my RAFCE, save this file, and I'm going to go to the top and import the React from the React.Js. Then we also have to import the CVA from the class variance authority, and also the TW merge from the Tailwind merge. Now this component should accept a few props, so we are going to be destructuring this. So it should accept the size, the shadow, the border, children, and also the class name, or just a singular class name. Now we are going to be also annotating there by using our interface, so that we don't get those errors or those TypeScript errors. So I'll just write like card props. I'm gonna copy there from there, and let's just define our interface with the name of card props, and inside there let's just provide a size which will be totally optional. Like if you want to provide there you can, but you don't have to. So we are going to be providing a small size or a medium size or the large size. Okay, and now we are going to be also providing a shadow, which will be also totally optional. So either a shadow will be none, or smaller, or medium, or come on, or large. So now let me just save that. So that's going to be it for the shadow. We are going to be also providing a border, which will be totally optional. So either border none or border solid or border rounded, like so. And now underneath there, we also have to provide the children, which will be coming from the React node. Okay, so now let me just hit enter. So it's going to also import these React node from the React.Js. Now underneath there, we also have to provide the optional class names. So class name, which will be totally optional, and that's going to be set to a string. Now let me just save my file, and that's going to be it for these prompts. And now let's just use our class variance authority. I'm going to define that right here by using a card styles, and it's going to be equals to the CVA for the class variance authority. So pairing for the all around will be set to 4, totally rounded large, and background totally white, and shadow will be set to totally medium. Now we are going to be also providing our object, and here we have to pass our variants. And inside these variants, we are going to be first of all providing a size. So sizes can be different sizes, like small size. Let's just write like small. The size is small, so we are going to be providing like width of 64, and also the height will be set to 48. Let's just use our 48 right here. I'm going to also provide the medium, and the medium will be set to width on 80. Let me just use 80, and the height will be set to 60. But if that's not the case, we are going to be also providing a large, and the width will be set to 96, and the height will be set to 72, like so. Now let me just save this file, and now underneath the size, we are going to be also providing a shadow. And let's just use like, if the shadow is none, so we are going to be using like shadow none. Or if the shadow is small, so we are going to be using like shadow SM for the smaller shadow. Or if the shadow is medium, so in this situation we are going to be using like shadow MD for the medium. If the shadow is large, so we are going to be using shadow large. And now let me just provide my comma there. Now underneath there, we're going to be also providing a border, just a border, like so. And here let's space like, if the border is none, so we're going to be using like border none. If the border is solid, so in that situation we are going to be using like, it should be solid, and border gray of 300. And I'm going to also provide like rounded, and rounded will be set to border 2, and border gray of 300, and totally rounded large. Now let me just save this file right now. And now underneath there, we have to use our default variants, and inside there I'm going to be providing a default size of medium, and I'm going to also provide the shadow of totally medium, and I'm going to also provide the border, and the border will be set to solid, like so, for the default variants. That's totally done. Now that we successfully write a code for our class variance authority, now we have to use that inside our JSX. So I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to render my children inside there. And now I'm going to also use the TW merge for the Tailwind merge. And here we're going to be passing our card styles. So it's going to take those props like size, and also the shadow, and also the border. And we are going to be also providing our class names to there. Okay, so I'll just use like const merged class names. It's going to be equals to this TW, and it should be just a class name singular. And now I'm going to copy the name of there, go to my class names, and here we're going to be providing our class names, remove there, and paste my merge class names, and that's going to be it. Now let me just save my file, and this is how we are going to be creating our card component. And this is not going to be the most beautiful looking card component, but yeah, if you want to change the styling of that, you totally can, but you don't have to. Now let me go ahead and go to my index.tsx file, and I'm going to be exporting there by using default from the card component. Now let's just use a card, and I also forgot to export there right here inside. Let me just uncollapse all of them. I'm gonna go into my components folder, and inside there we have our index.ts file. So now we are going to be exporting default as card. From where? From, let's just go to the card. It should be from, there we go. And now if I hold control and click on this, so it's going to bring us to this card component right here, which is looking cool. And this is how we are going to be building our card component. So now let's just create a story for this card component. So now I'm going to go into the stories folder, and inside there we are going to be creating a new file with the name of card.stories.tsx. And now let's just start working on our stories, baby. So we have to import React from the React.Js. We also have to import those types because we are going to be using them. So we have to import the meta and also the story object. From where? From the storybook, from the React.Js storybook. And we also have to import that card so that we can test that. So let's just use that card. I'm going to save this file right now. Now we are going to be creating our meta. So I'll just use like meta, and I'm going to also annotate that meta with this type of card. Close there, and here inside there we are going to be placing our title, which will be a components, and then card component, which we are now creating right here. Now we are going to be placing our component, and here let's just place our card right here. And now we are going to be also providing a perimeters so that we can test that. I'm going to use like layout, and we want it to be totally centered. And now underneath there we have to use the tags, and for these tags we are going to be providing the auto docs, so automatically generate a documentation for our component. Now we are going to be exporting default that meta so that we can use that in other file. And now it's time to define our story. So I'll use like story is going to be equals to the story object, and now we are going to be placing a type of meta and close there. Now we are going to be also using like export const small, and story is going to be equals to this object, provide my args or arguments inside there, and I'm going to provide the size, and the size will be set to small. I'm going to also provide the shadow, and shadow will be set to medium, and also for the border what the hell am I doing? The border will be set to totally solid, and we are going to be also passing a children which will be set to this div, and which will say like small, come on, small card content or something like that. Now let me just save this file. I'm gonna open yet another terminal, and now I'm gonna be using npm run storybook to see that in action. And this is our card component. Now let me just click on there. So now we are getting a card with a lot of variations. So if I click on the medium, so it's going to give us the medium one. If I click on the large, so it's going to give us a large. So if I click on the none, so it's going to remove those shadows. I'm going to make that as a small and provide a bit of shadow to there. You can see there right now. And here you can see this is how it's going to look like for the medium shadow, and this is how the large shadow will look like. And that was a rounded card. We can also set that to none. We can also set that to like totally rounded one or solid one, and we can provide like our own children for this content as well, and we can also provide our own custom classes if you wanted to. So that was the first story. Now we are going to be defining a few more stories. So now underneath that, let's just use like export const medium and define my story inside there. For the arguments, we are going to be providing a size and provide my medium size in there. I'm going to also provide the shadow, and the shadow will be set to large. For the border, we are going to be setting that to totally rounded, and I'm going to also provide the children, and children will be just a div which will say like medium card content or something like that. Let's just save our file, click on the medium. So this is how it's going to look like. I'm gonna close there. So that's the smaller one, and there's the medium one. Now let me define a few more stories. So I'll just use like export const large story. It's gonna be set to story, and inside there we are going to be providing the arguments. So it's gonna take the size of totally large because we are now building a large story. The shadow will be set to totally medium. The border will be also set to totally none. And I'm gonna also provide the children, and the children, come on, children will be set to div, and it's going to say like large art content right here. Save my file. If I click on the large, so this is how my large card will look like. Now we are going to be creating yet another story for no border. So I'll use like export const no border, and it's going to take a story, and here inside they provide the arguments, and I'll just use like size, and the size will be set to medium, and I'm going to also provide the shadow, and the shadow will be set to medium. I'm going to provide the border and set that to none, and the children will be set to div no border, come on, border card found or something like that. So now let me just click on the border, and here you can see it will not include any borders. If I click on the medium, so it has this border. If I click on the no border, so it's not going to include any border. Okay, that was a lot of things that I just explained. But now I'm going to also show you like we can also specify more custom content to our card component. So now let me just show you there. So I'll use like export const with custom content, and it's going to take a story. Inside there we are going to be passing the arguments, and let's just use the size, and for this size we are going to be setting there to medium, and I'm going to also provide the shadow, and the shadow will be set to totally large, and for the border we are going to be setting there to totally solid. I'm going to also provide these children's, and let's just test this out. So we can just provide a div, and inside this div I'm going to also specify like h2, and I'm going to say like card title or something like that. I'm going to use the class name, like font will be set to semi bold, and the text will be set to totally large. Underneath there we are going to be using a paragraph which will say like some content, come on, content inside the card, period. I'm gonna also provide the class names of text only small semi-file. Now let me just refresh there, click on the custom card, and yep, we can totally provide there. We can even also specify some more content like lorem of something, and here you can see this is how my card will look like. So yeah, there was it about the card component, and this is how we are going to be writing a stories for there. But next we are going to be writing a unit test for our card component. I want you to bear with me for a second because we are now about to write a lot of unit test case. So I'm gonna go into this components folder which is now available inside the test, and we are going to be creating yet another file for the card.test.tsx. And now inside there, let's get into it, baby. We're going to be importing React.Js from the React. We would also need to import the render and also the screen from where? From the testing library React.Js. Underneath there, we're going to be also importing the card component. Save this file, and we are going to be using a describe for there. And let's just describe there right here. So like card component, and remove that second from there. Save this file, go in there. Now we are going to be using like id. Okay, so it's not importing. So it should, come on, it should render with default renders would be fine. So it renders with default props, and here we are going to be passing our arrow function and use our render method right here, pass our card and default card right here. Underneath we are going to be getting there right now, so I'll just use like screen get by text. We are now going to be getting our item by using this regex right here. If you guys don't know what a regex is, you don't even have to worry about that, but basically we are now searching for this default card content right here. Okay, so we don't care if that's uppercase or lowercase, but if you found this content, gives us that. And now we are going to be storing that inside the const card element, and it's going to be equals to this screen. Now we are going to be providing our expectation like card element, and we want there to be in the document. And also let's just provide another expectation for the card element once again, and we want there to have the class names. And let's just provide the width, and the width will be set to 80 and the height will be set to 60. And also I'm going to provide expectation once again for the card element, and now I'm going to select to have the class names of shadow of medium. I'm going to also provide yet another expectation for the card element, and we will select to have the class names and border gray of 300 like so. Now let me just save my file, test this out. So let's just go there. Here you can see we have our card test, and which is now successfully passing, and everything is working the way we expect him to work. So I'm gonna hide there. Now let me just write another unit test. So I'll use like it applies large size class. So now we are going to be also testing the large size class. So we would have to render our card component first of all. So I'll use like card component, and I'm going to say like large card, and here we're going to be also providing a size of large today. And now underneath there we are going to be getting there. So I'll use like screen dot get by text, and I'll just provide like large card and provide my I right there. Okay, so we are going to be using like card element, and it's going to be equals to this screen object. So now let's just provide our expectation like card element, and here we want that to have the class names of width will be now set to like 96, and height will be also set to 72. There we go. Now let's just save our file and check this out. So here you can see this test is also passing. Let's just duplicate that right here, and now we are going to be changing like applies. I'm going to change this to like applies no shadow when shadow is none. Okay, so we are not going to be providing any shadow today, and in this situation we are going to be removing that and provide my shadow, and shadow will be set to none. And I'm going to also change that to like no shadow. Copy there from there, place that right here, and we want that to have the class names of shadow. Oh my god, shadow none, because we don't want to provide any shadows when the shadow is set to none. Check this out, test is passing. Cool. I'm going to hide this one, hide that one, and now underneath this it, we're going to be also duplicating there once again. So I'm going to just duplicate there and change the message of that to like applies large shadow in this case. So I'm going to change that to like apply large shadow when shadow is LG for the large one, and it should be shadow. There we go. inside there, we are going to be changing that to like LG, and this should apply the large shadow card. I'm gonna copy the content of there and place it right here, and this one should have the shadow of totally large. I'm gonna save this file right now, and here you can see our test is now successfully passing, so I'm gonna have to collapse the other one, and these tests are now successfully passing. And what about if we don't specify any borders today? So I'm going to duplicate there, and now let's just take care of that. So here we are going to be saying like applies no border when border is set to none. Okay, so in this case we are going to be just removing there and provide my border, and border will be set to none, and I am going to just say like no border card or something like that. I'm gonna copy the content of there and place it right here, and here let's just change that to like border none. I'm gonna save this file right now. Okay, so it is failing. I don't know why, but it is, oh, that's because it's not a shadow, it's a border. And now let me just test this out once again, and here you can see it is now successfully passing. I'm going to hide there and duplicate there one more time, and now we are going to be checking for the rounded border. So like applies rounded border when border is rounded. Okay, and here let's just paste that right here. I'm gonna just change that to like border rounded, and change this one to a rounded border card. There we go. And here we are going to be also changing that to like rounded border card, so I'm gonna write like rounded border, and let's just also change these class names to like border 2, border gray of 300, and rounded totally LG for the large border, and test this out. So here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing, and that's totally done. I'm going to once again duplicate that, and now we are going to be checking for the custom class names, like can we even provide a custom class names or not. So I'll just write like applies additional DITIONAL additional custom class name. Okay, so I'll have to change that to the class names, like can we even provide a custom class names or not. So I'll just write like custom class and change that to like, I don't know, maybe custom class card or something like that. I'm gonna copy that from there, and now let me just replace that with this new content. Here we are going to be also changing this value to custom class right here. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see our test is passing, which means like we can also apply our custom styling for our card. I'm gonna duplicate that one more time, and now we are going to be checking like can we even also provide our own children or not. So I'll just write like it should render children correctly, or Bruce Lee, whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to just remove that and change that to like card, and here we are going to be passing like a dev and child content or something like that, and I'm gonna save this file right now. And here we're going to be searching for the child content. So child oh my god, child. So we are going to be searching for a child content. God damn it, we are not going to be searching for a child content, but we are going to be searching for the child element content. So let's space for child content, and it should also be a child content right here. I'm gonna copy them, place there, and we want that to be in the document and execute them. And here you can see it should also renders the children's correctly, like so, which is looking cool. And now we are going to be writing the final test, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. Use the it once again, and it applies correct combination of size, shadow, and border props. Okay, so here we are going to be providing a correct one. So that's going to be basically the last what do we call it, the last unit test. So now let's just use our render test our card inside there, and I'm going to say like combined props card, and here we are going to be using like size, and size will be set to large. We would also provide the shadow, and the shadow will be set to SM for the smaller one. Let's just provide our border, and border will be set to totally solid. So now we are testing like can we even provide all of them at once or not. So let me just get the, I'll use like screen get by text and paste my combined. It should be combined, and close there, provide I combined props card right here. Okay, I'm gonna also store that inside the card element. It's gonna be equals to this get by screen content. Provide my expectation right here, the card element, and we want that to have the class name not value, but to have the class names of width will be set to 96 and the height will be set to 72. And now underneath, I'm gonna just duplicate that like 3 times. And here we are going to be providing like shadow will be set to totally small, and we are going to be also providing a border of totally gray. Come on, gray 300 like so. I'm gonna save this file right now, and that was it about for our component. Oh, I forgot to show you this one. So now let me just refresh there, and here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing and everything is working the way we expect them to work. And this is how we are going to be creating our card component. This is how we are going to be exporting there. This is how we are going to be visually writing a stories for our components. And this is how we are going to be testing our component. Alright, so now it's time to build another component which will be a date picker component. So I'll just go ahead and write a date picker. There we go. And now inside there, we're going to be creating two files. The first one will be for the index.tsx and the second one will be date picker.tsx. So now let's get into the first one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to import React.Js from the React, and also we would need to import the CVA from the component or class variance authority. We would also need to import the TW merge from the Tailwind merge. And now let's just use our component like so. This component will take a few props, so we are going to be providing a size, color, and selected 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 date, and also the on change event handler. Now we are going to be also creating an interface for that which will be a date picker props. I'm going to copy a name of that, and here let's just define our interface which will be our date picker props, and I'm going to paste the size which will be totally optional, and the sizes can be like small size or medium size or large size or extra large size like so. Okay, we are going to be also providing a color which will be also totally optional, and the color can be either primary color or a secondary color or a danger color. Okay, we are going to be also providing the selected date, and that's going to be set to a string. And also when somebody change there, so on change event handler, we are going to be firing this function which will take a date as a parameter, and that's going to be a string, and we are going to be returning a void from there. So I'll just use like void like so. Now let me just save my file. Now let me just go to the top, and here let's just define our class variance authority. So I'll use like date picker styles, and it's going to be equals to CVA, and let's just provide our base class. Like the class will be set to relative, block width will be set to totally full, text totally gray of 700, 700 like so, border and rounded totally large, focus state will be set to outline and none. On the focus state, the ring will be set to 2, and on the focus state once again, FOCUS, on the focus state once again, we are going to be providing a ring of blue 400. That's totally done. We are going to be also providing our optional object, and here inside there, let's just pass our variants. So VARIANTS, and for each variance, we are going to be providing a size. And for this size, let's just provide like a few sizes like small, medium, large, and so on and so forth. So for the smaller size, the padding on the y-axis will be set to 1, padding on the x-axis will be set to 2, text will be set to totally small. And on the medium screen size, we are going to be providing pairing for the y-axis of 2, pairing for the x-axis of 3, and text will be set to totally base. And I'm going to also provide the large one. So for the large screen size, pairing on the y-axis will be set to 3, pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, text will be set to totally large. For the extra large screen, pairing on the y-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the x-axis will be set to 5, text will be set to extra large. Now let me just save my file, and now underneath these sizes, we are going to be providing a color, and the color will be set to primary. For the primary color, border will be set to blue 500. I'm going to also provide a secondary, and the secondary color will be we have to provide a comma there, and the secondary color will be border green 500. And I'm going to also provide the danger one. So for the danger, border will be set to totally red of 500. Now let me just save this file right now. So that's going to be it for our variants. Now let me also provide a default variants, like the default value for each variant. So I'll just provide a size, and size will be set to medium. I'm going to also provide the color, and color will be set to primary. Save this file, and now our date picker styling are totally done. I'm going to collapse that right here. Now let me go ahead and go to my component. I'm going to just remove that from there. And here inside the, let me just provide like the class name of relative. And inside this div, we are going to be providing our input field, which will take the type of date, because we are now building a date picker. And now we are going to be providing a value, and value will be coming from the date, which we are going to be defining in a few seconds. And when somebody try to change that, then we want to fire this function, which is a handle change, and we are going to be also building there in a few seconds. Now for the class names, we are going to be using our tailwind merge. So let's just use like tw merge, and we are going to be passing our date picker styles, which we just defined a few seconds ago. And here we are going to be destructuring the size, like we are going to be providing the size and the color. Now let me just save there, and this size and color is now coming from these props right here. And now let me just take care of this date and also this handle change. I'm gonna go to the top right here, and here we're going to be defining our date. So const date and then set date is going to be equals to the use date, and the initial value will be set to selected date, which we are now taking as a parameter right here. And now let me copy the name of this handle change and define this function right here. So I'm going to go ahead and just define like handle change function. It's going to take the event, and now we are going to be annotating the as a React change event. And let's just annotate there with the HTML input element, because we are going to be using there on the HTML input element. Okay, so now inside there we are going to be getting like event.target.value, and now let's just store that inside the new date, and it's going to be equals to this event.target.value. And here let me just use like set date and new date. And also when somebody try to change there, so we are going to be passing like a new date right here in this case. Now let me just save my file, and that was it about how we are going to be building our date picker component. But now let's test there by using the Storybook and also the vtest. Oh, and I also forgot to go into this index.tsx, and I'm going to be using like export and then default from where, from the date picker, which is a date picker. And now let me just save my file. If I hold control and click on there, it's gonna bring us to this component, which means like everything is working the way we expect them to work. Now let me just go into the stories and create a new story right here. So I'll just give it the name of like date picker.stories.tsx. And here we are going to be first of all importing the React from the React.Js. We also have to import the type, and we are going to be getting the meta and story object from where, from the testing library, not testing library, but from the Storybook, and then React.js. There we go. And we would also need to import the date picker component so that we can see there. I'm going to define my meta right here. So let's just use the meta, and I'm going to annotate there with this meta, and the type of will be set to date picker, and close there like so. And it's going to be equals to this object. Provide my title inside there, and provide like components, and then date picker like so. I'm going to also provide the component right here. It should be equals to a date picker picker. For the perimeters, we are going to be providing like the layout, and once again we are going to be making the as a totally centered. And I'm going to also provide the tags, and the tags will be set to auto docs. Now let me just save my file, go underneath there, and I'm going to export there right here. So export default of meta, and that's going to be fine. Now let me also define my story. So I'll use like story and then story object, and provide my type of meta, and close there like so. Now let me use export const default, and here we have to pass our story inside there. And I'm going to provide like arguments, and for each arguments we are going to be providing a selected date, and I'll just provide like some random date like 2025 third month and the first date or something like that. And whenever somebody change this, in this situation we are going to be using like date, and we are going to be passing this function which will be taking a date as a parameter, and we are going to be just logging to the console that specific date right here. So now let's just save our file. We are already running our storybook, but we have to stop there and rerun there. Now let me go ahead and just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting our date picker, and yep, it is looking cool. So we can change that to like a medium one, we can change that to large, we can change that to extra large or small. Okay, we can change the color of that to like primary, which is the default color. We can also change that to the secondary, and also to the danger color. Cool. So everything is working the way we expect him to work. Now we have to write a few more stories for there. I guess I'm going to be just writing like 2 stories. So I'll just go ahead and define like export const with custom, with custom size. So like, can we even provide our own custom size or not? Yes, of course we can. Okay, so now let's just provide like arguments and use the selected date. And here I'm going to set that to like 2025, and the third month of 2025. I'm going to use like 03, and the first date of 2025 on change event handler, and we are going to be writing like date, annotate as a string, And once again, we are going to be logging to the console.date. I'm going to also provide the size right here. So for the size, we are going to be providing a small size. And now if I click on there, here you can see we are now getting our small size date picker, which is also looking cool. Okay, that's totally done. Now let me provide the final story, so which will be for the with custom color, and we are going to be using a story. It's going to be equals to this object. So for the arguments, let's just use the selected date and provide like 2025 and 03 for the month and 01 for the date. On change event handler, it's going to take the date and return a string to us. Now we are going to be only logging to the console.date, and I'm going to also provide the color, and the color will be set to secondary, but I'm going to have to provide my comma there. This is how we are going to be providing a color. And yep, our date picker is working the way we expect him to work. So this is how we are going to be writing a custom stories for our date picker, but we are going to be also testing there by using the React testing library and vtest. I'm to write a unit test for our component, so I'm going to go there and create a new file with the name of datepicker.test.tsx. And inside there, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab the React from the React.js. Then we have to import render screen fire event from where? From the add testing library React.js. Now we would also need our component like a date picker component, and that's all. Now let's just describe our test suite. So describe, and I'm gonna say like date picker component or something like that. Now I'm gonna go there. Let's just provide our first test suite like it should render correctly with initial date. INITIAL initial date. There we go. And I'm gonna be passing my arrow functions to there. Just pass the arrow function, and inside this arrow function, we are going to be getting a handle change function. So I'll use like handle change, and it's gonna be equals to this VI. And then if I hit enter, so it's gonna import that right here. It is not, so I'm gonna have to do that manually. So I'll just import the VI from where? From the vtest. Okay, so now let me just save my file vi.fn for the function. And now underneath there we are going to be rendering our function or component like date picker component. And I'm going to close there like this. And we are going to be also providing a selected date today. So I'll just pass like 2025 and third month and the first date like 01 like so. And we are going to be also passing the on change event handler today. So let's just pass that right here. So then totally done. Now we are going to be getting our input field by using screen get by display value, and we are going to be passing like 2025 01 and then 0 not 1 but 03 and 1. I'm going to store that inside the inputs variable like so, and I'm going to provide my expectation like input, and we want it to be in the document, and I'm going to execute that right here. It should be just an input. So now let me save my file, and our tests are successfully passing, and this is how it looks like. So I'm going to collapse there. Now let me go to the date picker, and all of the tests are now successfully passing, and which means like everything is working the way we expect them to work. And now underneath that, let's just write a last test suite for this. So like it should call the on change when the date is selected like so. And we are going to be passing our arrow function today. First of all, we have to mark our function, so I'll just use like handle change. It's going to be equals to like vi and then fn, and now we have to render our component, which will be a date picker component, and I'm going to close it like so. I'm going to be passing like the selected date, and here let me just pass the selected date like 2025 and the third month and the first date. And when somebody change this, we are going to be fighting like handle change function right here. Now underneath there, first of all, we have to get our input field. So I'm going to be using like screen get by display value, and I'm going to paste like 2025 and 03 and then 01 for the day. Now I'll just store the inside the input once again, save my file, and now we are going to be using that fire event. Okay, so whenever somebody try to type something inside this input field, so in this situation we are going to be getting the target, and now we are going to be providing a value today, and that value will be like 2025 and then 03 and then 0. I'm gonna change that to like 2, or you know what, I'm gonna change this one to like maybe 4th month in this case. And let's just space our expectation like handle change, and we want it to have been called with this one like 2025 04 and then -2. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and this is not the correct one to have been called with function. Are we one getting there? Yeah, not this one. called, oh, that's fine. So now let me just save my file. Now let me refresh there. So here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing and our component is working the way it should be working. And there was our date picker component. We are going to be building what do we call it, the input component right now. So I'm going to create a new folder with the name of input, and inside there we're going to be creating our index.tsx and also our input.tsx. Okay, so now inside this input.tsx file, we have to create our component. So I'm going to import React from the React.Js. You would also need to import the CVA from the class variance authority. You would also need to import the TW merge from the Tailwind merge. And now I'm going to be using my RAFCE to create my input component. So here we are going to be also providing the variant as a prop, size as a prop, disabled as a prop, and class name as a prop. And now let's just spread out the rest of them. Okay, so we are going to be also providing the input props. So now let me copy the name of the and create that specific interface right here with the name of input props. And we are going to be passing a variance, but before we do that, first of all, we are going to be extending there. I forgot to do that. So we will use like extend, and it will be extending from the omit, and then from the React.js.input HTML attribute. So not this one, from the React.js, and then input HTML attributes. And now let me just specifically provide my HTML input element right here, because we are going to be using the on the HTML element attribute. Now let me provide my comma and provide my size there and close there like so. Okay, so now if I save there, this is how it's going to look like right now. So now we are going to be providing our variant, variant. That's going to be totally optional, and we are going to be providing the primary variant, the secondary variant, and also the error variant right here. Next up, we also have to provide the size. So size will be also totally optional, so we can either provide like small size, or we can provide the medium size, or we can provide the large size like so. You can also provide the disable, DISABLED, and for the disable, which will be also totally optional, so we have to provide like boolean value to there. So now this is how we are going to be annotating our component, but now let's use our class variance authority. I'm going to go to the top, and here we are going to be providing base classes for our class variance authority. I'm going to give it the name of like input style, or styles rather, and CVA for class variance authority. And pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, border and totally rounded, and for the focus state, the outline will be set to totally none. I'm going to also provide this object right here for the variants. It's going to be set to this variant, variant, and let's just provide a few different variants to our component. So we can provide the variant of primary, which will look something like this, like border will be set to totally blue of 500, text will be set to totally blue of 500, and focus state will be set to a ring blue of 500. So it should be focus, FOCUS, like so. And that's going to be it for the primary. Let's just provide the secondary variant. So it will look something like this. So border will be set to gray 500, and text will be set to gray of 500 once again. And for the focus state, ring will be set to gray of 500 like so. I'm going to provide this comma there. I'm going to also provide a comma right here. And we are going to be also providing an error state. So for the error state, border will be set to totally red of 500, and text will be set to red of 500 as well. On the focus state, the ring value will be set to red 500, and there we go. That was our variants, but now we are going to be specifying the sizes. So for each size, let's just start from the small one. We are going to be providing like text of totally small. We are going to be also providing a medium size. So medium size will be text of totally base, and I'm going to also provide the large size, and which will be text of totally LG for the large one. Okay, now we are going to be also providing a disable state, so DISABLED, and I'm going to set that to true. So when this is true, in that situation, we are going to be using background gray of 200, text will be set to gray of 500, and cursor, CURSOR, will be set to not allowed, like so. Now let me just save this file right now, and now underneath them, we are going to be providing a default value for our variants. So I'll just write like default value for this specific variant is going to be set to primary. We're going to be also providing a default value for the size, which will be set to medium, and we are going to be also providing a default value for the disable, which will be set to false. Now let me just save my file, and I'm going to copy the collapse there right here. I'm going to also collapse there, and now let me go ahead and use that right here. But before we do that, we're going to have to use our TW merge, like Tailwind merge, and we're going to be passing like input styles. And now here we're going to be passing our props like the variant and so on and so forth. So I'm going to copy the variant, place there. We're going to be also providing the size, so I'm going to copy there and place that right here, provide a comma there, and finally we're going to be also providing this disable one and provide that right here. Now outside from there, we're going to be also providing a class names, and we are going to be storing there inside some sort of a variable like merge class names or something like that. Now let me just save my file, and that's totally done. I'm going to copy this class names variable, and now we have to use that inside our JSX. So I'm going to just remove there and provide my input field and close there. And now we are going to be spreading out the props. You will also need to provide the class names and provide my merge class names, and for the disable we are going to be also providing their disable prop. Now let me just save my file, and this is how we are going to be creating our component by using the class variance authority, by using TypeScript, and also Tailwind merge and React.Js. Now let me go ahead and go to my index dot, not this one, but my index.tsx file, which is inside this input dot, which is inside this input folder, not dot. So I'm gonna just export default from where, from, let's just go into the input folder. Now let me just save my file, and that's done. I'm gonna also go into this index.ts file, not this one. You know what, let me just collapse there, go to the src folder, then I'm going to go to the components folder, then I'm going to go to this index.ts file, and here we also have to export there. So we are going to be exporting default as dead picker, which we also forgot. So let's just go ahead and go to the dead picker component, and we are going to be also importing, not importing, but exporting default, come on, default default as a input component from where, from our input component folder. So now let me just save my file, and that's done. So now let me close there, and now we are going to be going into the stories folder and create a story for our input component. So I'll use like input.stories.tsx, and let's get into it, baby. Let's get into it. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import React from the React.js. You would also need to import the type of meta, come on, meta and story object from where, from the test, not, why am I saying testing all the time? We should be getting there from the Storybook React.js, and we would also need our input components so that we can work with there, but we are not going to be importing there from there. We are going to be importing there from our components folder, and then we have our input component like so. Now let me go ahead and provide my meta, and I'm going to also use my meta types, and the type of will be set to input. So now inside there we are going to be passing our title, and title will be set to components, and then input component. I'm going to also provide my component right here, and that will be equals to this input field, or that input component which we just defined, and also the parameters we are going to be setting there to the layout, and layout will be set to centered like so. I'm going to also provide the tags, and for each tags we want there to give us like automatically generated docs. So I'll just use like auto docs, save this file, and now underneath there we have to just export there like so. Now we are going to be creating our type. So type will be set to story, and it's going to be set to story object, and I'm going to provide like type of meta and close there like this. Now we are going to be creating our first story, which will be a primary, and now let's just annotate there with the story, and inside there we are going to be passing our arguments and provide my variant, and variant will be set to primary. I'm going to also provide the size, so the size will be set to medium, and I'm going to also provide the placeholder for my component like primary input. I guess that's going to be fine. So now let me just save my file, go into my storybook, and everything is working. And now let me go there and refresh there. Here you can see we are now getting our input components. Now if I click on there, so we are now getting different colors, like this can be set for a primary color, secondary color, and error color. We can also get the smaller screen size, the medium one, and also the large one. We can also change the content to be something else or something like that, and we can also make their disable, so like whenever we hover over there we would not be able to type something inside this input field. So now let me just change that back to the smaller one and primary component like so. And that was our first story, and now let me define a few more stories. So I'm gonna go ahead and just export my secondary, secondary, and provide my story there, and inside there we are going to be passing our arguments, and let's just use like variant, and variant will be set to secondary, and for the size that's going to be set to medium, and I'm going to also provide the placeholder, and placeholder will be set to secondary input like so. I'm going to save this file right now, go into this secondary component, And here you can see the color is now totally changed. I'm gonna also define a few more stories, so I'll just go ahead and export const small story, and that's gonna be set to the story. And inside there, let's just pass our arguments, and I'm gonna be passing the variant, and variant will be set to primary. I'm gonna also provide the size, and the size will be set to small in this case. And also the placeholder will say like small input field or something like that. And now let me just go ahead and click on the small one, and now it's going to give us a small input field right here, which is looking cool. Now I'm going to be generating the large input field, so I'm going to go ahead and write my export const and large input large and provide a story right here, and that's going to be set to the args. And inside this args we are going to be passing a variant which will be set to a primary. I'm going to be also passing a size, and size will be set to large, and the placeholder will be set to large input right here. So now let's just save our file, and if I click on this, now it's going to give us a bit large input field right here, which is also looking cool. Now the final story that we have to write will be for the disabled one, so I'll just use like export const disabled and paste my story right here. I'm going to be pasting my args, and inside these args let's just paste the variant, and variant will be set to primary. The size will also be set to medium, and I'm going to also provide the disable and set that to true. I'm going to be passing a placeholder in which will say like disabled input field like so. Now let me just save my file, click on there, and that was it about our stories about our input field. So next we're going to be writing a unit test for our component. Time to write a unit test for our component. So I'm going to go into my test folder, then components folder, then I'm going to create a new file with the name of input.test.tsx. And now here, first of all, let's just remove this one and also that one. And now we're going to be importing React.Js from the React. You would also need to import the render function and also the screen. From where? From the testing library and then React.Js. You would also need to import our input component so that we can test that, but not from the lib. What the hell is that? We have to go into the components folder. God damn it. And then we have to go into, now we have to go to the components folder, and now we are going to be getting there from the input. There we go. Now let's just define our describe, and for this describe we are going to be passing like input component, and let's just pass input component and pass our arrow function inside there. So first of all, let's just write a first suite like it should render correctly, and then we are going to be passing our arrow function. So now let me just render my input component, and now let me just close there like this. I'm going to be also passing a placeholder which will say like test input like so. Now let me just save my file right now. Then we are going to be selecting that component by using get by placeholder text, and then we are going to be passing like test input right here, and we are going to be selecting that component by using that placeholder text. And now we are going to be also providing an input element. It's going to be set to this value, and now underneath there let's just provide our expectation. Like for the input element, we want it to be in the document. Let's just save our file, and let's just see all of our tests are now successfully passing. And I'm gonna go into the vtest, refresh there, and collapse this component, uncollapse that. Yep, our test is now successfully passing, and which is looking cool. Now we are going to be providing another test suite, like it should apply the primary, primary variant by default, like so. And here we have to pass our arrow function right here, and I'm going to just render my component by passing my input field, and then we are going to be passing some sort of a placeholder like primary variant in lowercase variant. And now underneath them I'm going to get there by using screen dot get by placeholder value, placeholder not value but text, and let's just pass our primary variant inside there. Now we are going to be storing the inside the input element, and it's going to be equals to this value. Let me pass my expectation, and I'm going to pass my input element, and we want there to have the class name of border totally blue of 500. I'm going to duplicate that 3 times, and then I'm going to change that to like blue, then the text to be blue of 500, and on the focus state let's just remove there. What the hell am I doing? Let's just remove them, and for the focus state we're going to be passing ring of 500 blue. And now let me just remove there. Check this out. So yeah, all of our tests are now successfully passing, and by default it will provide that primary variant to there. So I'm going to collapse that right here, and now we are going to be providing another test suite for the secondary. So it should apply the secondary variant variant when specified, and here let's just pass our arrow function, pass our render prop and input field right here, close there, and for the placeholder we will select secondary variant, and I'm going to be also passing my variant of secondary right here, secondary secondary variant, and now underneath there we're going to be getting that specific element by using get placeholder text, and let's just pass our secondary variant right here like this, and now we are going to be storing that inside the input element, and it's going to look something like this. Now underneath that we have to provide our expectation for our input element, and we want that to have the class names of border totally gray of 500. I'm going to duplicate that a few times, and I'm going to change this one to text of 500, text of gray 500, and this one will be for the focus one. So for the focus we want to provide the ring of gray 500, and let's just remove them. Check this out, all of our tests are now successfully passing, and yep, here as well. We are now at the 23 test cases. Cool. That was a lot. And now underneath there, we have to provide yet another test suite, like it should apply the error variant variant when specified, like so. And here we are going to be passing our callback function, render our component by using this input, close there, and pass our placeholder which will say like error variant. Here we are going to be also passing a variant of error like so. Now let me just save my file, and underneath there we are going to be using a screen get by placeholder text, and I'm going to say like error variant, and now we have to store the inside the input element variable like this. Underneath there we are going to be passing our expectation like input element, and then we want that to have the class names of border totally red, because this is a error variant, and now this can be set to 500. I'm going to duplicate there two more time, and this one will be set to text of red 500, and this one will be for the focus state. So focus ring red 500. Check this out, refresh there, and our test is now successfully passing, and that's because our code is working the way it should be working. Now underneath there we are going to be providing another test case for the smaller input field. So I'll just write like it should apply the small size when specified. When we specify a smaller screen size, so it should just render that smaller input field. Okay, so I'm going to be providing a placeholder which will say like small size or something like that. I'm going to be also providing a size right here, and the size will be set to small. And now underneath them we are going to be getting by using screen get by placeholder, and pass our small size like so, and then we are going to be getting our input element by using that placeholder text. So now underneath them provide our expectation, and we want the input element to have at least this class. So to have class text of totally small. Let's just save our file, test this out. Yep, our test is now successfully working. Now let me just duplicate that for the medium size. So I'm gonna duplicate that and change that to like it should apply the medium size, medium, and I'm gonna also change that to like medium, and change this one to medium. I'm gonna also change that to like medium, and here we are going to be also changing the text to be base. Okay, save our file, and yeah, our test is now successfully passing. Now let me do the same thing for the large screen size. So now let me just duplicate that. Oh my god, if I can get there today. So now let me just duplicate that one time, and should apply the medium. So instead of a medium, we are going to be changing that to large size. Okay, so large size, and this one should be large size as well, and this one will be large size as well. Change that to large, and here for the text we are going to be changing that to LG, and now here you can see it is also passing. Now let me duplicate that for the disable state. So I'm going to duplicate that, and it should apply or not apply. I'm going to just remove that. It should be disabled when the disabled prop is passed like so, and here we're going to be passing a disabled input. I'm going to also change this. We are not going to be providing any size today, but instead I'm going to pass a disable right here. Okay, so here I'm going to just write like disabled input, and let's just remove that, provide a new expectation, and provide our input element inside there, and we want it to be disabled, and I'm going to execute that right here. And here you can see it should also take the disable state as well. That's totally done. And we should also check like it should not be disabled by default. So you know what, let me just write another test case for the I'm gonna go ahead and just write like it should not be disabled by default. And here let's just pass our arrow function, provide my render function and input field like so. And then we're going to be passing a placeholder of enabled input. And I'm going to use like screen.get by placeholder, then pass our enable text right here. And I'm going to be using const input element, and it's going to be equals to the screen of that input element. Now let me just pass my expectation of input element, and we want it to not be disable. There we go. And now let me just save my file. Okay, so we are now getting that one as an error. And why is that? Because it should be enabled. Now let's just pass our ed, and now let me just refresh that. Still it is not working. Oh, that's because it should be input not text, and now it is working successfully. Now let me write the final test case, and that's going to be it for this input test or input component. So I'll just write like it should merge custom class name correctly, because we also made that so that the user can also specify their own classes if they want to. So I'll just use like input, close that. Now let me just paste my placeholder, which will say like custom class in lowercase class. There we go. And I'm going to be also providing a custom classes like custom class or something like that. And I'm going to also use like, let me just get there from the screen, get by placeholder, and let's just paste our custom class right here. I'm going to store that inside the input element, and it's going to be equals to the screen of placeholder. Now let me just paste my expectation of input element, and we want there to have the class of custom class like so. I'm going to save this file right now, and here you can see it should also take a custom classes. Okay, that was a lot of typing and a lot of speaking. So now that we successfully created the input component, we successfully created the input component, then we write a story for our input component, then we provided a test cases for our input component. Okay, so now we are going to be building a bit tricky component, so which will be a pagination component. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the components folder. I'm going to create a new folder with the name of pagination, pagination. Inside the pagination.tsx, and also input, not input but index.tsx right here. I'm going to close the index one, and now let's get into the pagination component. So I'm going to go ahead and just import the React. From the React.Js, we would also need the CVA component and also the TW merge from the Tailwind merge. Now let me use my RAFC inside there, and it's going to take a few props. So now let me just destructure this. So it's going to take the current page. It's going to also take the total page or pages. And yeah, it's going to also take the on page change, like whenever the page changes. It's going to also take the size, the variant, and also the disabled as well. Now we are going to be also annotating them by using the pagination props. I'm going to copy the name of the and define this interface right here. I'm going to just go ahead and define this interface, and inside there let's just paste the current page, and the current page will be set to a number. We are going to be also pasting a total pages. That's going to be also set to a number. We are going to be also passing like on page change, like whenever the page changes. So we are going to be passing a function which will take a page as a parameter. That's going to be also a number, and we should return the void like nothing from there. So size will be totally optional, but we are going to be providing like small screen size or medium screen size or large screen size. Okay, we can also specify the variants. So variant will be set to default, and then it's going to be set to primary and secondary SE0NDARY like so. Now underneath there we are going to be also passing the disable disabled, and disable will be set to a boolean and also totally optional. Now let me just save my file, and that was it about for this interface. And now we are going to be using our class variance authority. So I'll just go ahead and define my page in pagination pagination styles. It's going to be equals to the CVA. And here for the base classes, we are going to be passing like flex, and items will be set to totally center. Spaces on the x-axis will be set to 2. I'm going to also paste this object, and here we are going to be passing the variants. And for these variants, let's just pass the size, and the size will be a few sizes like small. And when it is small size, then we are going to be providing like text of totally small. And when it is a medium size, medium, the text will be set to totally base. And when it is a large screen size, then we are going to be passing a text of totally large to there. But I'm going to also have to specify my comma there. And now underneath this size variant, we are going to be also passing our own variants to there. So for the default variant, the background will be set to totally gray of 100, text will be set to totally gray of 800, and also when somebody hover over there, so background color will be set to gray of 200. I'm going to also provide another variant which will be set for a primary. So background will be set to totally blue of 500, text will be set to totally white, and when somebody hover over there, so background totally blue of 600 like so. I'm going to be also passing a secondary, and for the secondary, background will be set to totally gray of 300 and text totally gray of 700. And I'm going to be also passing like when somebody hover over there, so background gray of 400 in that situation. So that was our own variants, but we are going to be also providing a disable state, so disabled, and I'm going to set that to true. So when the disable state is true, in that situation we are going to be changing the background to gray of 200 and text will be set to gray of 400 and cursor will be not allowed. ALLOWED, there we go. And then for the default values, let's just pass these default values. We're going to be passing the default value for the size of medium. We're going to be also providing a default variant to be default, and also for the disable it should be false. Now let me just save my file. I'm going to collapse that right here. I'm going to copy the name of that. I'm going to also collapse this interface, and let's just use that inside our component. I'm going to go into this component, and I'm going to be using their Tailwind merge, and here let's just pass our pagination styles today. And now we are going to be passing the size as a prop, variant as a prop, and disable as a prop. Okay, so now let me store that inside the variable with the name of merged class names. This is going to be equals to this TW merge. And now let me go into this UI and take care of this. So for this div, we are going to be passing the class names of that merged class names. There we go. And now inside there, we are going to be removing that pagination, and we are going to be creating a button, and this button will be a special button. Okay, so I'll just write like first of all my entity, this HTML entity, which will be, if I can get that today, and symbol and then alt and then preview. So that's going to be set for a previous button, and we're going to be also creating a next button. So let's just write like, let me just delete that from here, and I'm going to change that to next, and then end gt and close there. Okay, so first of all, let me just take care of the, what do we call it, the previous button. Then we are going to be taking care of the next button right here. So when somebody try to click on this, in this situation, we are going to be using this function, which is a handle previous, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And I'm going to be also passing a disable state. And for this disable state, if the current page is equal to 1, then this should be disabled. But if that's not the case, so it should not be disabled. So I'll just write like class names, pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, and totally rounded. Now let me just save my file, and I'm going to be taking care of this handle previous and also this current page. So I'll just copy there, go to the top, or maybe here. Now let me just create this function which will be handle previous. It's going to be basically an arrow function which will only just return like if the current page is greater than 1, which we are now taking as a prop. In this situation, on page change prop will take the current page minus 1. Whatever page we are on, so just minus 1 from there, go to the previous page. Okay, so it's going to give us there, and that's going to be it for this what do we call it, previous button. And now let me go into this next button, and when somebody try to click on this button, then we are going to be passing like handle next, and I'm going to be also passing a disable state today, so that if the current page is equal to the total pages or disable. So I'm going to pass like the class names of pairing for the x-axis of 4, pairing for the y-axis of 2, totally rounded. So now let me just save my file right now. I'm going to copy there, and now let me go to the top here. And now let me create that function. So I'll just go ahead and create this handle next. It's going to be also an arrow function. And we are going to be checking if the current page is less than the total pages, which we are now taking as a props. In this situation, the on page change will take the current page, and then we are going to be adding 1 to there. So in this situation, it's going to give us the next page. Okay, so that's also totally simple and easy. But now the real magic will happen the middle of these two buttons, and which will be a lot of cool stuff. So here basically we are going to be creating a function, and then we are going to be rendering that function, which will be a render page numbers. And now let me just execute there. I'm gonna copy the name of the, go to the top and create this function right here. And I want you to bear with me for a few seconds because it's gonna require a lot of explanation. First of all, let me just create the body of this function. And inside there, we are going to be first of all creating a container where we are going to be storing our pages. So I'll just write like const page numbers, and it's going to be set to this empty array. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to iterate over through their total pages, which we are now taking as a prop. Okay, so we have to iterate over through these total pages, like how many pages we have. So we want to just iterate over through there. So to do that, we can use like the for of loop or just a for loop to be precise. So I'll just use like let I is equal to 1. So we are going to be starting from 1. The 0 will not be count. So we want to start from 1. And if I is less than or equal to the total pages, then we want to increment there by 1, then I plus plus. Okay, so if that is the case, so for each iteration, we are going to be taking our page numbers and then we are going to be pushing this button to there. So now inside this push, let's just create this button right here, and I'm going to close them. And here we are going to be only rendering that I, which we are now taking as an index from this for loop. Okay, so that's totally done. Now let me provide a key to them because we are now iterating over through this, so it will require the key. And now we have to specify that I as an index to there. And now we are going to be providing a bit of classes today. So the class name will be totally dynamic. So that's why we are going to be using these backticks. So pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4. Pairing for the y-axis will be set to totally 2. Totally rounded. And here let's space or class is dynamic. So if the I, like the index, is equal to the current page, in that situation, let me just go back. In that situation, we are going to be providing this blue color, which will be background totally blue of 500. And also the text will be set to totally white. But if that's not the case, so in that situation we are going to be changing the background to totally gray of 100, and also the text will be gray of 800. So now let me just paste this, save my file. Okay, so now let me just explain there once again if you guys do not get it. So if the index which we are now iterating over through is equal to the current page which we are now taking as a parameter or prop, so if that is the case, so you want to change the background to be totally blue and also the text to be totally white. And if that's not the case, so then we are going to be setting that to like background totally gray of 100 and text of totally gray of 800. So that's it. Now underneath there, when somebody try to click on there, then we want to fire this function, which will be this handle page change. Come on, PAGE and then change. Handle page change, if I can get that today. And here we are going to be passing our index inside there. Also for the disable state, we are going to be providing our disable state right here. And finally, I'm going to be creating this function in a few seconds, but finally we have to return something from this function or from this iteration. So I'll just use like return page numbers. Okay, so which is these page numbers, and we are now pushing this button for each iteration to this page number. So basically it's going to give us like the page numbers. I'm going to copy the name of this function, and now let me go to the top, and here we are going to be defining that function, which will be super simple. So I'll just use like handle page change, and the page will be set to a number, and here inside there let's just remove that p and on page change, and let's just pass our page inside there, and that's totally done. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating our pagination, and I hope it helps. But if it didn't, I don't know what to do. So I explained that enough. So now that we successfully created our pagination component by using React.Js, class variance authority, Tailwind merge, Tailwind CSS, and also TypeScript. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to go into this index.tsx file and we have to export there. So I'll use like export and then default from where? From our pagination component. Now let me also go ahead and go to this index.ts, and I'm gonna also export that right here. So export default default as pagination, pagination, pagination from where? From the pagination component. Now let me save my file, and that's done. Next thing that we have to do is that we have to create a stories for there and then test cases. Okay, so time to create a story for the pagination component. So I'll just create a new file with the name of pagination.stories.tsx, and inside there we would first of all need to import React from the React.Js. Then we would also need to import the type, meta, and also the story object. From where? From the storybook. And then we have to get there from the React.js. And now we also have to get the pagination component so that we can use them inside this file. Now we have to create a meta, and that's going to be set to meta. Type of will be set to pagination, pagination, and I'm going to close there. That's going to be set to this object. Inside there we have to render our components, and then the pagination inside there, and it should be COMPONTES. And now we have to render our main component, which will be the pagination component, pagination. I'm going to be also providing a parameters, and that's going to be set to totally a layout of centered. I'm going to be also providing a tags, so the tags will be set to the auto docs, so that it will automatically generate a documentation for us or for our component. So let's just export default the meta and create a type for our story. So I'll use like type story, and it's going to be equals to the story object. We're going to be providing a type of meta and close there. Now underneath there, we're going to be exporting. So let's just use like export const default, and there's going to be a story, and it's going to be equals to this args. And here inside there, we're going to be passing a current page and current page, and that's going to be set to 1, and the total pages will be set to 5, and we are going to be also providing the on page change. Like whenever somebody try to change this page, so we are going to be passing a function today which will take a page as a parameter, and that's going to be a number, and we will just log to the console like page change to that specific page which we are now taking as a parameter. Okay, so Satori. It should be a story. There we go. And now underneath we also have to specify the size, and the size will be set to medium, and we also have to provide a variant, and the variant will be set to default. Now let me just save my file and check this out whether everything is working or not. Okay, so everything is effed up. So we have to start over. I'm gonna just use like npm run storybook and test this out right now. Let me just refresh there, and here you can see we're now getting our pagination component. We can also increase or decrease the sizes of this. Like the current page will be set to 3, it's going to jump into 3. If you set that to 5, it's going to jump to 5, to 2, and so on. And let's suppose if you want to get like 20 pages, so it's going to give us 20 pages. Let's suppose if you want to get like 100 pages, it's going to give us 100 pages. If you want to get like 10 pages, so it's going to give us 10 pages. We can also set that to small, medium, or large component, and this is how the default look will look like, and this is how the, what do we call it, the secondary look will look like. Secondary look will look like, what the hell am I talking about? And also if you click on the set disable, you can also disable that if you wanted to. So now let me just close there, and now that was the default story. Next we are going to be creating another story for there, which will be a primary story. So I'm going to go to the bottom and use export const primary, and that's going to be set to a story, and it's going to be taking the arguments, and inside there let's just pass our current pages inside there, which will be set to 1. The total pages will be set to 5, and on page change, so that's going to take a page, and that's going to be set to a number, and we will just log to the console that same thing like page change to that specific page. I'm gonna go to the top, and I knew I imported something but we don't have to use that. So now let me just write like the size, and the size will be set to medium. I'm going to be also providing a variant, and the variant will be set to primary. Save this file and refresh there. I'm going to go into the primary, and this is how my primary component will look like. And you can definitely go ahead and change the styling if you don't like the styling. So in my case, that's looking totally cool, so I'm not going to change there. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to use export const small, and then I'm going to be using the story, and inside there let's just pass our arguments and pass our current page, which will be set to 1, for the total pages, which will be set to 5 pages, and on page change we are going to be using the page, and that's going to be a number. Use the console.log page change to this specific page, which we are now taking as a parameter. And also for the size, we are going to be setting that to small, and also for the variant, I'm going to change that to default. Save my file. I'm going to go to the small, and this is how my small component will look like, or the small variation of this component. Now let me define another story for the large one. I'm going to basically duplicate there and change the name of that to large. So I'll just go ahead and change that to large, and here just change the size to large. I'm going to save this file right now and click on the large, and this is how it looks like. So this is a small one and this is a large one. Now let me create the final story, which will be for the disable state. So I'll just duplicate that once again and change that to the disable, DISABLED. And here I'm gonna only provide like the disable and set that to true. And now let me just save my file, click on there, and here you can see this is now successfully disabled. So yeah, that was it about what do we call it, the stories of this pagination component. And next we are going to be writing a unit test for our component. So now let me go ahead and go to my test file or folder, and inside there we are going to be creating another file with the name of pagination pagination.test.tsx. And inside there, let's just import React from the React.Js. We also need to import the render, also need to import the screen and the fire event from the testing library React.js. We also need to import our pagination components so that we can use them inside this file. I'm going to also just define my describe function, and here inside there let me just use like pagination component, component, and I'm going to use my arrow function inside there, and let's space our first test case, like it should render correctly with given total pages, GIVEN, given total pages. And here let me just paste my arrow function inside there and render my component like pagination component, close there. And I'm going to be passing the current page, which will be set to 1, the total pages, which will be set to 5, and the on page change, which will be set to the mock function, which is like vi and then fn for the function. And we also have to import that vi from the testing library vtest. So vi from where? From the vtest. Vtest, VITEST, there we go. And now let's just save our file. I don't know why it's giving me an error. Now let me hover over there, and variant is missing. Okay, go to the pagination. Variant is missing. That's because we have to make that totally optional. I'm gonna close that, and now that error is successfully gone. So now underneath this render, we are going to be providing our expectation like screen and then get by text and pass or less than and previous sample. Okay, so we want that to be in the document. What does that even mean? So we are now checking if the previous button are present or not. I'm gonna also duplicate that, and I'm gonna also change that to the next button, and also change this symbol to this greater symbol right here. Like now in this case we are checking if the previous and next buttons are present or not. Okay, so then if that is the case, in that situation we are going to be iterating over through there. So I'll use like let I equals to 1, and then I is less than 5 or less than or equal to 5, then I plus plus in this case. And now let's space our expectation like screen dot get by text, and here not test but text get by text. There we go. And I'm going to be passing like I and then toString and execute that. And we want that to be in the document and execute that like so. And now I'm going to go there. And here we have to run like npm run test UI. And now let me go to this vtest, refresh there, and go into my component, which is this pagination component. Let me just click on there, and yep, everything is passing and everything is working the way we expect them to work. I'm gonna collapse there. I'm gonna also hide this it function or test cases, and now underneath there we have to define yet another one. So it calls the on page change function, change when a page number is clicked. Okay, so it should call that function which we just defined a few seconds ago. And inside there, first of all, we are going to be mocking a function. So I'll just use like vi and then .fn, execute there, and I'm going to store the value of there inside the on page change, and it's going to be equals to this value. Now underneath there we have to use our render method, and inside there let's space our pagination, and I'm going to close it like this. And now here we have to pass our current page, which will be set to 1, and the total pages, which will be set to 5. And on the page change, in that situation we are going to be passing our mock function, which is the on page change. Okay, so now let me just paste there. And now underneath there we are going to be using the fire event, and when somebody clicks on this, in this situation we are going to be using like screen.get by text, and we want to get like, come on, get by text. There we go. We want to get the third text right here in this situation. And now we have to check whether the onPage change function was called with the correct page number or not. So now let me just paste like expect an onPage change, and then to have been called with, there we go. I'm gonna just paste 3 right here. Now let me just save my file. And yep, sure it does. And here you can see our tests are now successfully passing. Now let me just collapse this one as well. And we should also disable the previous button if the page is less than 1. So I'll just use like it disables the preview. Come on, I guess I'm gonna have to write a double quote. So disables the, what do we call it, the preview button when on the first page. Preview button, not when, but yeah, that's totally fine. And here we're going to be also passing our arrow function and render my component like pagination component and close there. And I'm going to be passing the current page, which will be set to 1, the total pages, which will be set to 5, and on page change. In this situation, we are going to be providing our mock function like vi and then fn and close there. So now let me just save there. And underneath this render, we are going to be getting our previous button. So I'll just use like screen.getByText and paste my less than symbol and previous button like so. And now we are going to be getting our previous button, and it should be equals to this value. I'm going to also provide my expectation for the previous button, and we want that to be disabled, and I'm going to execute that like so. And here you can see our tests are now successfully passing, and which is looking cool. I'm going to also hide there, and I'm going to just duplicate there because we are going to be using there for the next button. So it should disables the next button, come on, the next button when it is the last page. So let's just use the last. Let me check out the code. So now we are providing every single thing that we should be providing. I'm going to also change there to like next button. And here we should just change there to like, oh my god, next and then greater than symbol. And now let me just save my file, and I guess that's totally done. Okay, so we are now getting a next button when the last page is defined. Oh, we have to change there to 5. The current page should be 5. Now let me just refresh there, and yep, everything is now working the way we expect them to work. And now we have provided a test case for both the previous button and also for the next button to be disabled when the disable prop is true. Okay, so in this situation, we are going to be using like disables come on, I can't even speak today. So I'll just use like the previous and also the next button when disabled prop is true. That's totally true. And here we have to pass our arrow function, render our component by using the pagination, and I'm going to close it like this. Inside there, we are going to be passing the current page, which will be set to 3. We are going to be also passing the total pages, which will be set to 5. And on page changes, in that situation, we are going to be mocking our function by using vi and fn, and disabled will be set to totally true. Now let me just save my file, and now let's test this out. Underneath there, first of all, we are going to be getting the previous button and also the next button. So I'll use like preview button is going to be equals to the screen.getByText and paste my less than preview button, and I'm going to also duplicate that and change that to the next button like so, and also change this label to the next button. And now we have to provide our expectation based on this. So expect, and we want the previous button to be disabled, and we also want the next button to be also disabled. And let's just save our file, test this out. So here you can see this test is also passing, which means like everything is working the way we expect them to work, and both the previous button and also the next button will be disabled if the prop is set to true, if the disable prop is set to true. There we go. And now we are going to be providing the final test, which should highlight the current page with the correct styling. Okay, so let's just use like highlights the current page with the correct styles. There we go. And here we are going to be passing our arrow function like this, render our component, which will be our pagination component, and I'm going to close it like this, pass our current page, which will be set to 3, and total pages, which will be set to like 5 in this case. And on page change, in this situation, we are going to be providing our mock function like vi and fn. Save this file, and underneath there we have to check if the correct page number is highlighted or not. So I'll use like current page button, and it's going to be equals to the screen.getByText, not all text but get by text like so, and provide 3 inside there. Here we are going to be passing our expectation like current page button, and we want that to have the class of background totally blue of 500. And I'm gonna also duplicate that and change the class of that to like text of totally white. Now let me just save my file. And now also we are going to be ensuring that other pages do not have the current page style. Okay, so to ensure that, we are going to be providing our expectation once again in screen.get by x once again. And here we are going to be passing one inside there and not to have the class. And here we're going to be passing like background totally blue of 500. Or let me just duplicate the like 5 times. And here we're going to be changing these values. So I'll just go ahead and change that to 2, this one to 3, this one to 4, and this one to 5. Okay, so now let's just save our file, and our test is failing. Okay, so our test is failing. I don't know why, but it is. Let me just go into it's blue. For the third one, why is it failing for the third one? Oh, that's because we are providing this third one right there. It should be 4 and then 5, and we should just remove the last one. So 1, 2, 4, and 5. And we are already providing this 3 right here because we are not selecting that one. And now let me just check this out. So here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. And we wrote 36 tests, baby. There's a lot of tests. There's a lot of tests. Time to create another component, which will be a select component. So I'm gonna go there and create my select. Inside there, let's just create our index.tsx. tsx, there we go. And also the select.tsx. So I'm going to close all of them. I'm going to go into the select right here. And I'm going to first of all import the React from React.Js. Also the CVA from the class variance authority. Also the TW merge from the Tailwind merge. And now we are going to be using our RAFCE. It should take a few props. So I'm going to destructure there, which will be a variant prop, the size prop, the disable prop, and the options prop, because we are going to be providing different options today. OPTIONS, and also the class name and props. We're going to be also annotating this component with the select props. And now let me just copy there and create an interface for that. I'm gonna go ahead and just write my interface and select props, which will be extending from the omit. And here let's space our React and then dot select HTML attribute, and we are going to be specifically using there on HTML select element. I'm gonna close it right here. Also, we have to provide the comma and size. Now let me just close there like this. And inside there, we are going to be using the variant. So let's space our variant, VARIANT. That's going to be totally optional. Provide a primary variant or a secondary variant right here. I'm going to be also providing a size, and the size will be either a small size or use a medium size, MEDIUM, or use a large size. Let's just save this file right now. And we're going to be also providing a disable one, DISABLED, which will be totally optional. So now let me just annotate the as boolean. And also for the options, we are going to be providing a label for the option, which will be totally a string. And we're going to be also providing a value, which will be also a string of array. Now let me just save this file right now. Now I'm going to go to the top and use my class variance authority. So I'll just use like const select and styles, and it's going to be equals to CVA for the class variance authority. For the base classes, we are going to be providing a block, and width will be set to totally full. Pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4. Pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2. And totally rounded. Focus state will be set to totally outline and none. It should be focus, FOCUS, there we go. And I'm going to be also providing a border. And now we have to specify our different variations. So I'll just use like variants, VARIANTS. And inside these variants, let's space our specific variant today. So for the primary, we are going to be providing like background totally white, text of totally black, and border will be set to gray of 300. And also for the focus, we are going to be using ring blue 500. And on the focus, the border will be set to totally blue of 500. So now let's just save this file. And now we are going to be providing yet another prop for the secondary. So let's just use like secondary. I'm going to go back, and this is going to be set to like background totally gray of 200. Text will be set to totally black, and border will be set to gray of 400. I'm going to be also providing a focus for the ring, and ring will be set to gray of 500. And for the focus, once again, the border will be set to gray of 500. So now let me just save this file right now. Underneath these variants, we are going to be also specifying the size for there. So the size is small. So in this situation, we are going to be using text of totally small. and pairing for the y-axis will be set to 1. For the medium screen, we are going to be providing like text of totally base, and pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2. And now we are going to be also providing a large screen size, which will be set to like text totally large. Pairing for the y-axis will be set to 3. I'm going to save this file right now. Now we're going to be also providing a disable state. So disabled for the disable state, this is provided true today. So background will be set to gray of 300 and text will be set to gray of 600 and cursor not allowed because that's going to be totally disabled. Border will be gray of 300. Now let me just save my file, and now let's just provide a default variance for values or default values for the variants. So I'll just use like variant, and the default value for there will be set to primary, the size will be set to medium, and also the disable state will be set to totally false. Okay, so let's just change there. Now let me just save my file. I'm gonna copy there from there. I'm gonna collapse there, and now let's use there inside our component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use like TW merge for the Tailwind merge and paste my select styling inside there, and we are going to be pasting a variant size and disable from the props, and here we are going to be also pasting a class name. And now let's store the inside the variable with the name of merged class name, or names rather. Now let me just save there. I'm going to copy the name of them. Here let me just remove this JSX, and I'm going to change there to select, and here inside there, oh my god, let's just change there to select, and here inside there, first of all we have to spread out all of the prompts. And now let me paste the class name, and for these class names we are going to be passing our merge class names. And also for the disable state, we are going to be passing that disable state which is now coming from the props inside this select. Now we are going to be iterating over through all of that options which we are now taking as a parameter. And now let me pass my option, and here inside this option let's just pass our option right here. Okay, so here let's just render our option. Come on, option dot label, and now we are going to be also providing a key because it's going to take some sort of a key. So option dot value in this case, and for each of the value we are going to be passing like option dot specific value. So now let me just save there, and that's everything that we have to do for our select component. So that was it about the story component. I'm going to go into this index.tsx file, and here we are going to be using export default from where, from the select component. Come on, I have to type this select, and now let me save my file. That's totally done. Now let's go into this index.ts file which is now inside these components, and now we are going to be also exporting default as a select component from where, from the select. Let's just go into that select folder, and now that's totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create a story for that component. So I'm going to right click on there and create a select.stories.tsx, and here inside there I'm going to import first of all React from the React.Js. You will also need to import the type, and which will be the meta type, and also the story object. Okay, so we are going to be grabbing there from the Storybook React.Js. So let's just import there. You would also need to import our select components so we can test there. Now I'm going to just define my meta, and I'm going to annotate there with this meta, and the type of will be set to this select and close there. It's going to be equals to this object, and we have to specify the title, and the title will be this components and select component. Okay, so we are going to be also passing the actual component, and which will be that select component. I'm going to also provide the parameters, and which will be that layout, and here we have to set there to centered. And I'm going to also provide the tags, and which will be set to the auto docs like so. Now let me save my file, but I'm going to also have to export it like so. Now here I'm going to be passing my type of story, and it's going to be equals to the story object, and here let's just pass our type of meta and close there like this. I'm going to be creating my story which will be a primary story, so it's going to be equals to, let's just write like story, and it's going to be equals to this object, and here we're going to be passing our arguments, and the variant will be set to primary, the size will be set to medium in this case. And I'm going to also provide a few options, like it's going to have a few options. So I'm going to paste like label, and label will have like option 1, and I'm going to also specify the value, and the value will have the value of only 1. Now let me save there, provide a comma there, and I'm going to duplicate the 2 times. So this one will be 2 and this one will be 3. I'm going to also change this one to 2 and this one to 3. Now let me save my file, and now let me just go ahead and go to my components, refresh there. And then I'm going to be going into this select component, and here you can see we have our select statement where we can select our different options. So that's going to be my primary component. Now if I click on this, so that's going to be the secondary. We can also change that to small or medium or large, and here we can also set that to totally disable. So if I hover my mouse over to there, so it is now disabled. And we can also check out our primary component, but I'm going to have to refresh there. Let's just refresh there, and now let me click on this primary, and this is our primary component. Now let me create another story. So basically we are going to be exporting like const secondary, and it's going to be set to that story once again, and inside there let's just pass our args, and I'm going to be passing the variant, and variant will be set to secondary, and let's just pass the size, and size will be set to medium, and also pass those options. So you know what, I'm going to have to copy there from there. Let's just copy there, place it right here, save my file. Check this out. So if I click on the secondary, so this is how my secondary select statement will look like. I'm gonna just copy and place this entire story like one more time, and now in this case we are going to be creating a story for the small one. So there's going to be small, and here we can also specify like, I don't know, maybe primary would be fine, but I'm gonna change the size to totally small, and that's totally done. Let's just save there, and if I click on the small one, so this is how we are going to be getting a small what do we call it, select statement or our component. Now let me duplicate there one more time. This time we are going to be creating a story for the large one. So now let me just write like large. That's going to be set to primary, and now we have to change the size to like large, and the rest of the stuff will be the same. So let's just save our file. Test this out. If I click on the large, so it's going to give us this large select statement right here, or select component to be precise. So that's totally done. Now we are going to be creating the final story for the disable. So I'll just export default or export const disable, and it's going to be a story. So let's just annotate there. I'm going to be also providing arguments and provide my variant, and variant will be set to primary. I'm going to be also providing a size, and the size will be set to medium. And for the disable one, we are going to be setting that to true in this case. And I'm going to also specify a few options to there. So let's just paste those options. I'm going to paste like label. Just one option would be fine, and this will be a disable option because we would not be able to select there. So that's why I'm only writing one, and it's going to be just a disable, I guess. Save my file. If I click on there, here you can see this is now totally disabled. Okay, so that was the entire story of our select component. So that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to my test folder, and then I'm going to go into the components folder, and now here we have to create a new file for the select.test.tsx. And here inside there we have to import React from the React.Js. We also have to import the render and also the screen from where, from the testing library, and then from the React.Js. We would also need to import our select components that we can use there. And now here we are going to be just creating our describe and select component like so. And I'm going to just hit tab, and then inside there we're going to be writing our first test case like it should renders with the correct options. First of all, we have to even check like whether it will render or not with the correct options. So I'll just go ahead and provide a few options right here. So inside there, I'll just define like label 1. You know what, I'm gonna just copy that thing from here. I'm going to just copy there and place it right here. So I'm gonna have to remove this existing one, and that's gonna be it for the options. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to render our component to the virtual DOM. So I'll just use like select, and I'm gonna close it like this. Now here we have to specify those options, and I'm going to be passing those options which we are now providing right here. Okay, so that's totally done. Now we are going to be also using the onChange event handler, and we want to make a clone or mock of this. So I'll use like vi and then fn. We also have to import that vi from the vtest. So I'll just import that vi from where, from the vtest. Like so. Now let me just save this file right now, and now here we are going to be checking if all the options are rendered or not. So we are going to be using like option dot for each option, and we are going to be just passing like that specific option, and I'm going to be providing my expectation like for the screen dot get by text. We are going to be selecting our element by get by text, and let's space our option dot label inside there, which we are now providing right here. There we go. So if that is the case, we want that to be in the document. And now let me just execute this, save my file, and now let me go into this retest, and let's just refresh there. So here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing, but I'm going to collapse this one, and let's just check this testing, like this select testing, and yep, it is working the way we expect him to work. I'm gonna hide there from here, and now underneath there we have to check like it renders with the correct variant and size class. or classes would be fine rather. So now let me just paste my arrow function inside there, and I'm going to just create a few options. So that options will be like label, and that's going to be set to like option 1. I'm going to be also providing a value to there, and value will be set to only 1. I'm going to just duplicate there one more time and change that to 2, and change this value to 2 as well. So that's totally done. Now we are going to be destructuring the container from the render function. So now here we are going to be passing first of all our select statement, and I'm going to execute there like this. So we are going to be passing not this one but the options, and here we have to pass those options inside there, or it should be options. Let's just put S and also S here, and we are going to be also providing a variant, and variant will be set to primary like so. And I'm going to be also specifying the size, and the size will be set to medium. It is not helping me with the autocorrect, so I'm struggling here. So I'm going to just use like on change, and let's just provide our mock function and execute them. And now that's totally done, but here we are going to be destructuring the container from this render method. So I'll just destructure the container, container, there we go. And now we are going to be just renaming that to like primary container like so. And now underneath there we have to provide our expectation. So now I'm going to be using like expect and then primary container at first child, okay, and we want that to have these classes which we are now going to be providing right here. So we want that to have the class of background totally white, text of totally black, and border of gray of 300, and on the focus state we are going to be providing like ring blue of 500, and also on the focus state the border will be set to totally blue of 500. So now let me just save there, and underneath there we are going to be providing yet another expectation for the primary container, and we are going to be getting the first child from there, and we want that to have the class of text will be set to totally base, and the pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2. I'm going to save this file right now and test this out. Now let me just refresh there, and here you can see our second test is also passing, or our third test. Yeah, this is a second one, not a third test. Let me just zoom in a bit, and yep, our test is now successfully passing. I'm going to hide there because that's a lot of code. And now we are going to be also testing the secondary variant as well inside that same test. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just render my component once again. And I'm going to be using like select statement, and I'm going to have to close it like this and provide my options inside there, and that same options, and provide my variant. And in this case we are going to be passing a secondary variant like so, and for the size we are going to be providing like the large size, and I'm going to be also providing the on change, and let's just use like vi and then fn and execute there. But now in this case we are going to be destructuring the container, and I'm going to rename that to the secondary container like so. And now let me just save this file right now, and now we are going to be using this secondary container to provide our expectations. So now underneath there what do we have to do? We have to provide our expectation, and we want to get like the secondary container and first child from there, and we want there to have at least these classes. Okay, so I'll just write like background totally gray of 200, and also text will be set to totally black, border will be set to gray of 400, and the focus state FOCUS on the focus state ring will be set to gray of 500. On the focus state once again we are going to be providing a border of totally gray and 500. I'm going to be providing yet another expectation for this same it. Okay, so let's just use like secondary container once again. We want to get the first child out of there, and we want that to have the classes of text totally large, and also pairing on the y-axis will be set to 3. Now let me just save my file, and now let me just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting all of our tests are now successfully passing. So now we have to hide there because that's a lot of code, and now we are going to be providing yet another test case. So let's just use like it disables, disables the select select when the disable prop is true. Okay, so we are going to be disabling our select statement when the disable prop is provided, and that's set to true. Okay, so now inside there let's just create a few options, and let's just provide like I don't know, label 1 which will be option 1, and now we are going to be also providing a value, and value will be set to 1, change there to 2, and change this value to 2 as well. Underneath there we are going to be using the render method and provide my select statement and close there like this. And for the options we are going to be providing those options, and for the disable now we are going to be setting that to true in this case. and on change we are going to be using like vi.fn and execute there. And now underneath there we are going to be getting that specific element by using get by row, and here let's just provide like combo box, because in this case we are going to be selecting our options or select statement to be precise. So that's why we are now passing like combo box. And now let's just use like select element, and it's going to be equals to that same value. Underneath there we have to provide our expectation, and which will be set to a select element, and we want there to be disabled and execute there. So let's just save our file, test this out. So here you can see it will be disabled when we specify the disable prop to true. That's totally done. I'm going to also hide that. Underneath here we are going to be creating yet another it statement. So it should renders with the default value if provided. Okay, so if somebody provided a default value today, so it should also render there. Let me just press these options right here, and now underneath there we are going to be using like render, and let's just press our select statement and close there. I'm going to be also providing these options and place these options right here, and value will be set to 2 in this case. So now we are going to be selecting that second value out of there, and on change will be set to vi and then fn and execute there. Underneath there, let's just provide our expectation. That's going to be the main thing. Okay, so let's just get our element by row first of all, and we are going to be getting there by using this combo box, and now we want that to have the value of 2. So now let me just save this file right now. So here you can see it should also render with the default value if somebody provided. That's totally done. I'm gonna also hide that, and now let me provide the last test case for this component. So like it applies the correct styles when disabled. Okay, so it should also apply correct style when we disable there. Okay, so first of all, let's assume and create a few options. It's going to be set to like that same option label 1 or option 1, and we're going to be also providing a value, and value will be set to 1. Duplicate that, change that to 2, and change this value to 2 as well. Okay, so here now we are going to be providing our render method and provide our select statement inside there, but we're not going to be closing it like this. Now we are going to be providing our options, and that options which we just defined up above, provide this disable and set that to true. And when somebody try to change this, we are going to be using vi and fn and execute there. But now from this render method, we're going to be destructuring this container. This can be set to this container, I mean like this render method to be precise. Okay, so now first of all we want to get the first child, so we are going to be using that container and then first child, and I'm going to store the value of that inside this selected element, and it's going to be set to this container first child to be precise. Now let me just provide my expectation, and we want to provide those expectations for this selected element, and we want that to have the classes of background holy gray of 300. I'm going to duplicate there a few times, and here let's just change these class names to like cursor not allowed, and also change that to border will be set to gray of 300. And now let me just save my file, and all of our tests are now successfully passing, which means like our components is working the way we expect them to work, and that's amazing. That's phenomenal, that's incredible. Okay, I guess that was the last component. I'm not quite sure. Welcome to the new section. So in this one, I'm going to be showing you the real power of Yarn Workspace's Monorepos. I said it like a Baba Yaga. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to right click on there and open my terminal, zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better like so. And now we are going to be creating a new folder with the name of Monorepos demos. And now I'm going to go into that Monorepos demos. Now let me open that in my VS Code. And this is how it looks like. So here you can see we are now inside this Monorepos demos folder. And now I'm going to be just creating a new file with the name of package.json. And inside there, I'm going to just specify a few things. So the first thing that I have to specify will be a private, because we are going to be creating our private, what do we call it, monorepo. And I'm going to set that to true. And also we are going to be specifying the workspaces, because in this case we want to use the workspaces. If you are working with multiple projects inside your monorepo, like for instance you're going to be working with the UI component library or something, like you don't have to create this folder which I'm about to create. You're going to be also working on the web version, and also you're going to be working with the the native or the mobile version or something like that, of your project. So in that case, you can specify those folders right here inside this root of package.json, inside this workspaces. Like you can specify mobile version and so on and so forth, but we are not going to be doing that. I'm going to just remove these three folders, and instead we're going to be creating another folder with the name of packages, like so, and we're going to be storing all of our packages inside this folder. Okay, so now here we just have to specify that packages folder. So I'll use like packages and every single thing inside that packages folder. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and that's totally it about the package.json. And now let me just close there. And now the next thing that I want to do is that I want to create a few packages. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just zoom in a bit. First of all, we are going to be creating a folder which will be my math, and now inside this folder I'm going to be writing some code which will be useful for those other packages. So this one will be like basically my utility functions package or something like that. Now let me create yet another folder inside the packages, and which will be like my project. So basically, we are going to be writing our utility functions or math utility functions inside my math, and then we are going to be using them inside this my project folder. Okay, so that's totally done. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to initialize both of these packages. Okay, so I'm gonna open my terminal, and now let me go ahead and go to that packages folder. So let's just write like packages folder, and now inside there, first of all, we are going to be going into this my math folder. So I'll just go ahead and go to my math, and now we are going to be using a yarn init-y to initialize there. So here you can see it's going to give us this package.json. So now let me just click on there. So it only has the name, version, main, license, and that's it. Okay, so now we successfully initialize our my math package. But now here we are going to be also creating a new file with the name of index.js, and we are going to be filling there in a few seconds. But now let me just close there. So that's totally it about the my math package. Now let me go ahead and go to this my project, and we are going to be also initializing there. Okay, so I'll just go out from my math, which we are now inside. So I'm gonna go out from there, and now we are inside the packages folder. So now you want to go into this my math project. So I'll just go ahead and cd to my math, not my math but my project. There we go. And now we are going to be also initializing there. So I'll just use like yarn init-y, and now if I hit enter, so as you can see, we're now getting this package.json. We're now getting the name, version, main, and license, and that's totally it. Now I'm going to also right click on there and create a new file inside there, which will be index.js. And once again, we are going to be filling there in a few seconds, but not right now. So now let me just close there. Now here, I'm going to open this package.json, and I'm going to specify the type of module. Okay, so in this case, we are going to be using a modules. If you guys don't know what this line means, you don't have to worry about that, because this is just related to the Node.js, and you don't have to worry about this type module. Okay, so basically it's gonna allows us to use the ES6 or beyond, like import and export statement. So we don't have to just write like what do we call it, the export dot something and something like that. So we just have to write like export default and something, and we just have to write like import something from some package. There we go. That was a rough explanation, but here you have to keep that in mind. I'm gonna copy this line of code. Now let me go ahead and go to my math package. Then I'm gonna go into my package.json and place there right here. And now let me just save this file right now. So next I'm gonna go into this my math package, and here we are going to be writing a few math utilities. So I'll just basically write like add function, and it's gonna take like x and y, and we are going to be just combining, or adding there. And now we are going to be also creating like subtract function, and it's going to also take the x and y, and now we are going to be subtracting x from y. We would also need to multiply, multiply is going to also take the x and y, and we are going to be using like x times y, and also we would need the divide. It's going to take the x comma y, and here it's going to be equals to like x times y, or not times but divide y, god damn it. And now here we're going to be just exporting them so that we can use them in other files. So I'll just use like add, then subtract, come on, subtract, also multiply and divide. So now let me just save my file, and that's going to be it for our utility function. Now that we successfully created this utility function, and we also exported this so that we can use them in other packages or files. Now let me just close them. I'm gonna go into my project, and now let me just open this index.js right here. Now we are going to be consuming there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just write like import, and now we are going to be getting the add from where, from my math. And here you can see, you might be thinking like, HuXn, you have to write some sort of a path, then you would be able to use there, like you have to write this path and then go to my math, and then you are going to be getting that content from this index.js. But no, we are not working with the static files, we are now working with the monorepo. So which means like we have to install this my math package first of all, and then we would be able to use that. So if I just save my file right now and console.log this add function, so I'm going to just write like 2 and then 3, so it's going to add there, and that's totally done. So now that we successfully import the code from my math and we are now using there, but it will not work. And why is that? That's because we have to install this package inside this dependency, inside this project, then we would be able to use there. You can think about that is like, for instance, you are working with React.Js and you have to install the TailwindCSS, then you would be able to use there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go into my package.json file, and here we are going to be providing our dependencies. So I'll use like dependencies, and for these dependencies I'm going to be adding like my math, and here I'm going to be writing like the version of 1.0.0. and now let me just save my file. Now that we successfully add there as a dependency, but now we have to install there. Okay, so now let me just close there, and I'm going to open my terminal. Now let me go ahead, and we are already inside this my project, so now we just have to use like yarn install, and once I do there, watch what happens. So here you would be able to see that package.json, and now if I just hit enter, so here you can see it's going to give us this node modules and also yarn.log. Okay, so now let me just close there. If I go into this node modules, so now inside there we have our my math. If I open there, now inside my math we are now getting all of that functions right here. Now let me just close there, and finally we just have to run our code, which is now available inside my project. So what I'm going to do is that we are already inside this my project, so I'm going to use like node and then index.js, hit enter. So now it's going to give us the value of 5 right here. So if I want to import something else, like I don't know, maybe multiply or something like that, and I'm going to just duplicate this line of code and change that to like multiply. Come on, multiply like so. And now let me just save my file, run there, and now it's going to also multiply there, which means like our package is working the way we expect him to work. So that was about the basics of yarn workspaces monorepos. But in some situation you would also see like people add, what do we call it, their name or their aliases. So what do I mean by that? I'm gonna go ahead and go to my project, and then I'm gonna go into the package.json inside there, and here we are going to be changing the name to our alias. So I'll just add like this add symbol, and I'm going to give it my name, which is HuXn. And if you are using your own package, so you should also definitely provide your own name. And now I'm going to copy this, save this file, and now I'm going to go into my math project, and then I'm going to go into this package.json and place there right here, save this file. And now here, let's just remove there. I'm going to delete this node modules folder. I'm going to also remove this yarn.log folder, and now I'm going to open my terminal, and now we just have to reinstall this. So I'm going to go into the root first of all, and now here let's just use like yarn install. But before we do that, I forgot to mention, first of all we have to go into this package.json inside my project, and we also have to change that to HuXn, because now we are going to be installing this package because we already changed the name of the. Okay, so now let me just close there and watch what happens. So if I just use like yarn install, and if I hit enter, so it's gonna install there right here inside my project. So now if I just go there, here you can see we have only one folder, and inside there we have our packages right here. So which means like we can totally use there. And now let me just close there. I'm gonna go into my project, and now it will not work. And can you guess why it will not work? It will not work because we have to change this name to HuXn WebDev, or just HuXn, and then my project or my math. Now let me just use them, and here I'm gonna just use that same command. But first of all we have to go ahead and go to my project. So I'll use like my project, and then I'm going to use like node index.js and hit enter. So now it will successfully work. But now if I just remove that from here and rerun there, it will give us an error because we have to specify that actual path right here. Okay, so that's totally done, and this is how we can set up our monorepos. So first of all we have to initialize our package.json, and then we have to specify our workspaces or our packages like this. So if you have like more than one packages, you can totally define there right here, like you can say my math, you can also say like my project or something like that. but I want to group all of their packages into one folder, which will be a packages folder, because this is a public convention, like everybody use this convention. So that's the only reason I'm going to be using packages, and every single thing inside these packages will be included as a package. Okay, so this is a separate package and this is also a separate package. So if I change that to like something else, if I store that inside some other folder, it will totally work, because we have to just install that right here and it will not care about this code. And by the way, let me just also show you one more thing. So if you weren't using yarn workspaces like Monorepo, so like let's suppose if I go ahead and go to my math, and if I just change something, like if I made a bug, here you can see this is now adding, but let's suppose if I just write like minus, save my file, and now let me just close this file, and here you can see we are now using this add, and it's supposed to add these two numbers right here, right? So now let me just delete this line of code, and now I'm going to be using that node index.js, and if I hit enter right here, so now it will give us -3. And why is that? That's because we changed this code right here. There is some bug inside our library, we have to fix that. So if you weren't using the yarn workspaces, first of all you would need to fix this bug. That's the first thing that you would have to do. Second of all, you would need to push that to the npm by using npm what was that? npm push ush. I'm not quite sure about that, but it was a command which will allow you to push your packages to the npm. But the next thing that you have to do, first of all, you have to fix the bug, then you have to push that to the npm, then you also have to push that to the GitHub, and also then you would have to reinstall your packages from there, and then finally you would have to use this code, and then you would have to check like whether the code will work or not. But now you're using a monorepos, so anything you change inside this file will be directly reflect inside this file. Okay, so if I just fix this bug, and now let me just try there once again, and here you can see we are now getting the exact same result. But now if I change something like I don't know, maybe if I just use like minus or something like that once again, and if I just rerun there, here you can see we are also getting that same result. So you don't have to do like all of that work. You don't have to like, first of all, you have to fix the bug, then you would have to publish that to the npm. Also, you would need to publish that to the GitHub. Then you would have to uninstall that from your existing project, and then you have to reinstall there, and then you have to use the code and check whether the code will work or not. Okay, so that was a lot of explanation about the monorepos, and I hope you enjoyed it. Alright guys, so now we are at the point where we are going to be building our own design system in React.Js, and that's going to be a lot of fun. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my terminal, and now let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better, like so. I'm going to create a new folder with name of my own design system. Now let me go ahead and go to that my own design system folder, like so, and I'm going to open that in my VS Code. And this is how it looks like. So I'm going to open my terminal, and first of all we have to initialize our GitHub repository. If you want to do that, you can, but if you don't want to do that, you don't even have to do that. Now we are going to be using another command, which will be the yarn set version berry. Basically it's going to use us the latest version of the yarn. Okay, so now let me open my sidebar right here. So it's going to install the latest version of yarn, and chances are if you are watching this course in the future, the version of yarn will be totally changed, and that's totally my guarantee, it will be changed. And now we are using yarn 4.6.0, but as long as you are using like yarn set berry version, that's going to be completely fine. So that's done. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our monorepo. So first of all, we are going to be creating our packages folder, and inside this packages folder we are going to be defining our own packages. So I'm going to go ahead and first of all start from the first one, which will be the foundation package, foundation, like so. We are going to be also creating another package for the React.Js, and also we are going to be creating a package for the Storybook, like so, and in which we are going to be writing our stories, and you will see that in a few seconds. But now we are going to be going into this foundation folder, and we have to initialize that as a package. So I'm going to open my terminal, and now I'm currently inside my own DS package, which is now the root. So now you want to go into the packages and then the foundation folder. So I'm going to use like cd and then the packages folder. Then you want to go to the foundation folder, and now we are going to be using like yarn init. And now if I hit enter, so it's going to initialize my yarn right here. So if I open there, here you can see we're now getting this package.json and also readme.md. and we are now getting like the name of foundation and also the package manager. So now let me just close there. That's totally done. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we also have to go into this React package and also initialize that. Okay, so I'm going to open my terminal once again. We are now inside the foundation package, so I'm going to go back from there, cd dot dot, and now we are going to be going into cd to the React folder, and now we are going to be using yarn init right here. So if I do that, now let me just close there. Now if I expand this React folder, so we still have this package.json and also this readme.md inside both of these folders. Okay, so now let me just close there. Now we are going to be going into the Storybook folder and we are going to be initializing there as a private package. So how we are going to be doing there? First of all, we have to get out from this React.js. Now we are inside this packages folder and now we are going to be going into the Storybook package. So I'll just write like Storybook. And now let me just hit enter, and now we are going to be using like yarn init and then dash dash private, because we want to initialize there as a private package, which we are not going to be pushing there to like anywhere. Now let me just open this package.json file. So here you can see we are now providing this private label right here, which means like this package is totally private, which means like we are going to be only able to use there inside this packages folder, but nowhere else. So now that's totally done. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to make the as an actual monorepo. So I'm going to just double click on there, and here we are going to be passing our workspaces. So now let me go to the, yeah, we are now at the same place, and now I'm going to just use like workspaces, and we have to tell a specific workspace which will be that packages folder and every single thing inside that packages folder, packages, and which is that packages folder right here. That's totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our aliases. So I'm going to go to the foundation package, and now I'm going to just write like the alias of HuXn. Come on, HuXn.ds, and that's going to be it. If you are using some other package, like if you want to provide your own name, you totally can. But my recommendation will be to at least provide my name, because I'm going to be using some commands and you will just get confused. So at least if you are watching this course, please provide my name, and then later if you want to change there, you totally can. So I'm going to copy there from here, save my, now let me just hover my mouse over to there, and you won't be getting this error. So now let me just add that, save my file. Now I'm going to be going into this React package, open my package.json from there, and place there right here this HuXn.ds and React.js. Now let me go ahead and go to this Storybook, then package.json, and also place there right here, save my file, and close there. Now I want to explain one more thing about what do we call it, monorepos. So let me just zoom in a bit. Here you can see this Storybook package is now dependent upon the React.js and also this foundation package. So now inside this foundation package, we are going to be using, or we are going to be building or design tokens, and we are going to be also using those design tokens inside this React components, and then we are going to be visualizing there by using this Storybook. So both of these packages are super important for this Storybook, and this Storybook is dependent upon these two packages. So now let me just highlight there right now, and let's just right click on there. Then I'm going to go into the set color, and I'm going to change some color of there. You don't even have to do that because I want to do that. I'm showing you there. I'm going to just choose this fuchsia color, and now let me just click on there. So I want to say like these two packages are super important for this Storybook, and now we are going to be adding both of these packages to this Storybook. So for there, we are going to be using this command. So now let me just go back, and first of all, you want to go into the yarn workspace, and we want to access HuXn.ds and then the Storybook, okay, which will be Storybook package like so. So now what do we want to add? So I'll just use this add. We want to add React.js and also the foundation package. So I'm going to just use like HuXn then ds, and we want to just add the React.js, and we also want to add HuXn.ds and then the foundation package. So now if I hit enter, so it's going to just install all of their packages inside this Storybook right here. So if I click on there, now we are getting the dependencies of HuXn.ds foundation and also HuXn.ds React.js. So that's totally done. And now we also know that React.js is also dependent upon this foundation package. Like we are going to be building or design tokens inside this foundation package, which we are going to be using inside this React package. So now we have to install this foundation package inside this React.js. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? Well, we have to open our terminal. Let me just go back from there, and now we are going to be just using our yarn bin workspace. And now we are going to be accessing first of all HuXn.ds and React.Js, and we want to add something called the HuXn.ds and then the foundation package. So now let me just hit enter. So it's going to install there inside this React package. So you know, let me just delete that or maybe change the color of that. So I'll just change. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be even changing the color? Let me just remove that from there and that's done. Okay, so now here you can see if I go ahead and go to this React.js and go to the package.json. So what are we getting? We are now getting these dependencies, and inside there we are now getting like HuXn.ds for design system foundation, and we are now attaching this workspace to there. That's totally done. And next we are going to be adding a TypeScript for our project. So that was about the basic setup, and now we are going to be installing a TypeScript inside this entire Monorepo. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my terminal, and I'm now inside the root, as you can see there right here, and I'm gonna just use like yarn add and then -d as a dev dependency TypeScript. So now if I just hit enter, so it's gonna install there inside the root. Now let me just show you there. Okay, so if I go ahead and go to the packages, so here you can see we are now getting this TypeScript version, and by the time you are watching this video, obviously this version will be changed. Okay, so that's done. Now we are going to be installing the inside this foundation package, then we are going to be installing the inside the React, and finally inside the Storybook. So now let me go ahead and install the inside this foundation package. So I'm going to open my terminal once again, and I'm going to write like yarn and then workspace, and then in which workspace you want to install there. So I'm going to use like HuXn.ds for HuXn design system. I'm going to go into first of all the React.js, or you know, first of all let me go to the foundation package, and we are going to be adding there as a dev dependency, and I'm gonna just write like TypeScript, so it's gonna add there. Now let me go back, and this is how it looks like. So now let me just hit enter, so it's gonna install there inside the foundation package. Let me go ahead and show you there. If I go to the foundation package, and here you can see we are now getting this TypeScript right here. Now let me also go ahead and go to the React package, and we are going to be installing there inside the React. So once again I'm going to be using like yarn workspace, and then I'm going to go into HuXn.ds and then React.js, and we are going to be adding there as a dev dependency TypeScript. So now let me just hit enter, so it's going to install there inside the React package as well. Now let me use like yarn workspace. I'm going to go ahead and go to HuXn.ds and then the Storybook. Now we are going to be adding there as a dev dependency TypeScript. So now let me just hit enter, so it's going to install there inside both of these packages. So if I go ahead and go to the React.js, here you can see we are now getting the TypeScript. If I go into the Storybook, here you can see we are also getting there right here. Now we also have to create our tsconfig file inside the root. So I'm going to just double click on the root, and I'm going to give it the name of like tsconfig.json. Let me just zoom in a bit, and this is how it looks like. Now let me just hit enter, and now inside there we are going to be providing a few compiler options. So first of all, let's start from the compiler option. So compiler option, there we go. So the first thing is we want to allow JavaScript, and we want to set that to true, and then allow synthetic default import, which is this one right here, and I'm going to set that to true. I'm going to also provide the strict mode and true. Let's just provide the no implicit any. Okay, so we're going to be also setting that to true, and then for the strict null checking, we are going to be also setting that to true. I'm going to be also forcing the consistent casing in files. So I'll just use like force, come on, FORCE, consistent casing in files, and true. No fall through cases in switch. So I'll use like no fall through cases in switch and set that to true. No unused local variables. So I'll write like no unused locals, and I'm going to set that to true. I'm going to also provide the module resolution, which will be also set to true. So module resolution, and that's going to be set to node, not true. Isolated module will be also set to true. So isolated module and set that to true. I'm going to be also providing a down level iteration, so which is level iteration, and I'm going to set that to true. Declaration will also be set to true, and the remove comments when we want to build there, that's going to be set to false, and the source map will be set to true. Going to be also providing a lib. We want to use the lib like esnext, and we also want to use the DOM. Okay, so now underneath them we are going to be providing a base URL, and that's going to be only set to dot, which means like the root. And I'm going to also specify the paths. So these paths will be set to this path like HuXn.ds, and now we want to go inside there, and here we want to set there to the packages. So I'll just use like packages, and every single thing inside the packages and then inside the lib. Okay, so first of all, let me just provide a comma there, and that's totally done. I'm gonna also provide a comma there, and then es module, come on, module into repo, and that's gonna be set to true. I'm gonna be also providing a skip lib checking as well, and that's gonna be set to true, and then resolve, JSON module. Okay, so let's just remove there and resolve JSON module and set to true. Experimental declaration will also be set to true. We are going to be also providing the no emit error, not this one. No emit, that's going to be set to true. Then the strict function types will also be set to true. Let's just set that to true. And now underneath there, we are going to be excluding a few files. So I'll just write like exclude, and we're going to be excluding the node modules folder, modules, and also we are going to be excluding every single thing. Let's just write two stars and then dot test dot every single thing, like all of the file which will have this test file. Okay, so you just want to exclude there. So there was it about the main root configuration for the TypeScript. Now let me just go back, and this is how it looks like. If you want to copy there from my GitHub repository, you totally can. Or if you want to pause the video and type there by yourself, you can also type there. Now let me just close there from here. I'm going to go ahead and go to my packages, then I'm going to go into my React package, and here we are going to be creating a new file with the name of tsconfig. So tsconfig.json, and here we are going to be first of all extending our own configuration which we just created. So we are going to be using like extends, and we are going to be grabbing there from, let's just go ahead and go to the root, and then we are going to be grabbing there from the tsconfig.json file. So now let me just save my file. If I hold control and click on there, so it's going to brings us to this root tsconfig.json file right here. Okay, so we are now taking like every single thing which is available inside this root, we are now taking there, and now we are going to be adding a few more. Okay, so I'll just provide a comma, and let's just add a few more compiler options for the React.js. So we are going to be providing a base URL, and the base URL will be going into the src folder which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. In the outer directory, like when we build there, so we are going to be using like outer directory, and we want to go to the lib folder. Okay, so we are going to be also providing a down level iteration. So let's just write like down level iteration, and now let me just set that to true. We are going to be also providing a target, and target will be set to yes next. This is also provide the JSX, and here we are going to be providing the React.JSX because we are now going to be using JSX inside this package. This is also provide the module, and module will be set to ES next. Okay, so now we are going to be also providing a ES module into repo, set that to true, and also allow JavaScript, obviously true, and then the strict mode will also be set to true. And now underneath there, we are going to be including a few files, and then we are going to be excluding a few files. So now let me just include there, like we want to only include the src folder, and now we are going to be excluding a few folders, so like exclud, and we want to exclude first of all the node modules folder, and we also want to exclude every single thing which is inside the test file. Okay, so we are not going to be writing any tests for this repo, but if you want to write there, you totally can, and that will not be included here, that will be totally exclude. We also want to exclude the lib folder, and now let me just save there. And that's totally it about the React tsconfig right here. So if you want to write there by yourself, you totally can, but if you want to copy there from my GitHub repository, you can also copy there. So now let me just close there. Now let me go ahead and just create a simple component so that we can check whether the TypeScript is working or not. So I'm going to just go ahead and go to my React folder, and we are going to be creating another folder with the name of src, and inside there, let's just create our index.ts file inside there, and I'm going to just use like some simple component like greet, and it's going to take a name of a person, and that's going to be totally a string. And now let's just write like render first of all the person name, and then person name, or we are going to be showing the word right here. Okay, so now underneath there, we have to also provide this colon right here, which means like our TypeScript is now successfully working. If I don't specify there, it expect this colon. So now let me just provide there, and here you can see our TypeScript is now working the way we expect him to work. So now let me just use like export default and then greet component, and now let me just save my file. And yeah, our TypeScript is now successfully working. And now let me just build this so that we can see there. I'm gonna go ahead and go to this React package, and inside this React package we are going to be going into this package.json file. Okay, so here we are going to be also creating a script for ourselves. So I'll just write like scripts, and here inside there, I'll just write a build script for ourselves. And now currently we are going to be only building our TSC, like only our TypeScript configuration. So now let me just save my file, close there, and now watch what happens right here. I'm gonna open my terminal right now. And now let's just go back. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the packages, then the React.Js, and here I'm gonna be using yarn build. And now if I hit enter, so it's gonna build there right here inside this lib folder. So now let me just zoom in a bit, and here you can see we have this lib folder, and inside there we have our index.js file, and yup, it is working the way we expect it to work. And these are our TypeScript declaration files, so that's totally working. I'm gonna delete this folder right now. And that was it about the TypeScript. So that was it about the TypeScript. Now we are going to be adding our design token inside this foundation package. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my terminal right here, and I'm going to be using yarn workspace, and then we are going to be going into the HuXn.ds and then the foundation package right here. Okay, so we are going to be adding as a dev dependency style dictionary, because it will allows us to transform our design tokens into meaningful code. So we are going to be using like style dictionary. And now let me just add there. So it's going to install there inside the foundation package. So it's going to take a bit of time, and I'm going to fast forward the video. Oh, it just installed there. So I don't have to fast forward the video. And next we're going to be adding our design tokens inside this foundation package. Now let me just even check there. Yep, we are now getting our style dictionary version 4 or something. And by the time you are watching this video, you're going to be getting some new version. Now let me go ahead and just create a new folder with the name of src inside the foundation package, and then we are going to be creating a new file inside there, which will be a tokens file. So I'll just write like tokens. Inside this tokens folder, we are going to be adding a few more files. So first of all, we are going to be adding our colors.json, and here we are going to be placing all of our colors, which we already designed in the Figma section of this course. So now let me just place this, save my file, and as you can see right here, first of all we have our JSON object, then inside there we have our color. So first of all we have our primary color, then we have a different variations of those color, like we have 950, then we have 900 through 50. So now let me just show you there. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back. So that is my primary color. If I can hide there, then we have our neutral color, then we have our warning, then danger color, success color, and grayscales right here. I'm gonna also hover over there, and I'm gonna add there to my workspace like so. So now let me just save my file, and that's totally done. I'm gonna also close there. Now we are going to be adding our radius tokens. I'm gonna right click on there and just write like radius.json, and here we are going to be placing our radius tokens. I'll just place that right here, save my file. So here you can see first of all we have our radius, and inside there we have our tiny radius, then extra small, small, medium small, medium, large, extra large, super large, huge, gigantic, and full radius is right here. Okay, so now we are going to be also placing this, save my file. I'm going to be also creating yet another file with the name of Opacities. So opacities.json, and in this file we are going to be placing all of these opacities. So first of all we have our opaque, then we have the semi-opaque, then transparent, light transparent, very transparent. Now let me close this file. Now we are going to be adding yet another file which will be for the shadows. So I'll just write like shadows, or just shadows.json would be fine. Now let me also place it right here, save my file. So it's gonna give us a few warnings. Now let me just add there. So here you can see we have our shadows object, and inside there we have our extra small shadow, then we have a small shadow, then medium shadow, then large shadow, and extra large shadow. Let's just close this file, and finally we are going to be adding our spacing. So I'll just create a new file with the name of spacing, or spacing.json. Okay, and inside there let me just save this file. So first of all we have a 4 spacing, then we have a 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40, 44, 48, 52, 56, 60, 64, 68, 72, 76, 80, 84, 88, 92, 96, and finally we have a 100. Okay, so yeah, that's also my entire spacing. And next we are going to be using a style dictionary to make an actual code out of there, like the SAS code, also the CSS code, and also the JavaScript code. So to do that, first of all, we are going to be going into the foundation root, which is this folder. I'm going to right click on there and create a new file with the name of style dictionary, dictionary, styledictionary.config.js file, and inside there we are going to be providing a few configuration for our style dictionary. So I'll use like module.export. So module, oh my god, module, if I can get there today, and then exports, and here we're going to be passing our source first of all. So let's just add there source, and then source will be set to we want to go ahead and go to this src folder, and then we want to go to this tokens folder, which is this src, and then the tokens folder, you want to go there, and every single thing inside there which ends with the .json extension, so we want to go there. That's going to be our source. Now we are going to be building there for different platforms. We are going to be using like platforms, and here inside these platforms, first of all, we are going to be building there for the SCSS. So I'll just write like SCSS, but why in the world I'm providing these codes right here? Let me just close there, and we don't have to provide these codes. So first of all, we are going to be building there for the SCSS, and I'm going to just write like transform group. So transform, and we are going to be transforming there first of all for the SCSS, and now let me provide my build path, and we are going to be building there inside the lib folder. So we want to create a tokens folder for there, and we specifically want to output there on the SCSS folder. Okay, so that's totally done. We're going to be also providing our files type and also the extensions. So first of all, let me just go ahead and remove there and change there to array, and inside there we're going to be adding our object. Let me just add my destination, destination, and the destination will be this tokens.css file, or SCSS rather, SCSS. There we go. We are going to be also providing our format, so it will format there as a SCSS, and then the variables like so. So now let me just save this file right now. Now we are going to be adding our CSS configuration. So I'll just write like CSS, and then we are going to be providing our transform group, and now that's going to be set to the CSS, because in this case we are going to be transforming there to the CSS. Now let's just provide our build path, and we are going to be going into the lib folder, then the tokens folder, then the CSS. Now let me just add my files. So for these files, we are going to be providing our destination first of all, destination destination. That's going to be set to our tokens.css in this case, and the format will look like this. First of all, the CSS folder, then the variables like so. I'm going to save this file right now. Underneath there, we are going to be also providing the JavaScript source configuration. So I'll just write like JS and then src, and here inside there we are going to be providing our transform group, and that's going to be set to our JavaScript. We are going to be also providing our build path, and build path will be set to src, then the tokens folder, then the JavaScript folder like so. Okay, so we are going to be also providing our files, and the files will look something like this. So let's just provide our name, and the name in this case we are going to be going into this tokens folder, and then we are going to be providing our JS src. Like for the JavaScript, we are going to be adding there inside this tokens folder. Okay, so I'll just provide like tokens. We are going to be also providing our destination, which looks something like this. Like we're going to be writing our tokens.js in this case, and the format will look something like this. We're going to be writing our JavaScript folder, and then the module, or just a module, a singular. And now underneath there, let's just add a pure JavaScript. So in that case, we're going to be writing our transform group, which will be set to just a pure JavaScript. And we're going to be also providing our build path, and build path will go into the lib folder, and then we are going to be going into the tokens folder, then the JavaScript folder, and that's going to be it. Okay, so now we're going to be also providing our files, and files will first of all provide the name, and then the name will be set to tokens. The destination will be set to tokens.js, and also the format will be set to JavaScript, and that's totally done. That was about the entire configuration for the style dictionary. So if you want to write there by yourself, you totally can, but if you want to go to my GitHub repository and copy all of that from there, you can also do that. So now that's totally done. I'm going to also go into inside this foundation package. We're going to be going into this package.json, and here I'll just write a script for myself. So I'll just use like script. First of all, we are going to be building a tokens, so I'll just write like build tokens, and that's going to be set to the style dictionary, dictionary style dictionary. We are going to be building them, and then provide our config, and then style dictionary, dictionary, and then config.js file. So we are going to be first of all building there, and then we are going to be building the entire project by using yarn build tokens. Like we also want to use this command right here, and now we are going to be also providing the tsc, like also build the TypeScript. Okay, so I'll just write like tsc, and that's going to be it. Now let me just save my file right now, close there, close this file, and for now we are going to be only building these tokens. So I'm going to open my terminal, and I'm going to use like yarn build tokens, and now if I hit enter right now, oh, we are now inside this React.Js, so we have to go into first of all the foundation package, and I'm going to use yarn build tokens, and if I hit enter right now, it's going to take a bit of time, and now it's going to build there, and all of that are now successfully built. So it's going to give us the SCSS folder, it's going to also give us the CSS folder, the JSSRC folder, and also the JavaScript folder. So now let me go ahead and go to this lib first of all, and here inside there we are now getting these different tokens. So if I go to the CSS, here you can see we have our tokens.css, and it's going to generate all of that design tokens for us. So here you can see we have our primary token, then the neutral, and we have the warning, danger, success, and we have the grayscale. We also have the different opacities, radiuses, and the different shadows, spacing, and you name it. So that's going to be it for the tokens.css file. We can also go ahead and go to the JS file, and this is how our JavaScript file will look like. So first of all, we have a primary, and then we have a 100, and now we can go to the bottom. It's going to give us different colors, as you can see right here, and you name it. Now we are going to be also going into this SCSS file, and here you can see it's going to also generate the sass variables for us. So it's going to also generate a sass variables, and I'm going to close there, and that's totally done. Next we are going to be adding our TailwindCSS setup. Okay, so now we are going to be adding our Tailwind preset. So I'm going to collapse every single thing. I'm going to go into the packages folder, then the foundation folder, then the src folder, and now here we are going to be adding our Tailwind presets. So I'll just right click on there, create a new file with the name of tdp, like the Tailwind design preset, then .config.js, and inside there we are going to be first of all importing our design tokens from the JavaScript folder. So I'll just write like tokens, and it's going to be equals to require. And if you guys don't know what a require is, you don't have to worry about that, because require is a Node.js thing, and you don't have to worry about that. So basically this is just a older way of using the import statement. Like nowadays we use this import something from somewhere, but we used to use this require statement. So it will require a lot more configuration to use this statement, like use the import something something. So that's the only reason I'm using this older way. Okay, so we are going to be first of all going into the tokens folder, which is this tokens folder right here, and now inside there we have our .js token right here, and inside this .js token we have our tokens.js file, and it is mess. Let me just show you there. Okay, so first of all we are going to be going into the tokens folder, then the JavaScript folder, and then the tokens.js. We don't have to provide the .js right here. I'm going to save this file right now, and now I'm going to write a bit more JavaScript code, which looks something like this. Now let me just save my file. This is basically a function which will flatten our object. You can learn more about that if you wanted to, but I don't want to waste your time. Now let me just show you what this function does. Here you can see inside this tokens.js file we have a huge object. First of all we have the colors, then we have each variation for different color, and then we have a different value, and which is a nested object. Like this is object 1, this is object 2, this is object 3, this is object 4, and this is object 5, and so much more. So now to flatten there we are going to be using this utility, which will allows us to flatten our object. Okay, so if you want to write there by yourself, you totally can. If you want to copy there from my GitHub repository, you can also do there. So I'm going to just hide there right now, and here we are going to be using module.export. So let's just use module, and here we are going to be providing .exports, and it's going to be equals to this object. So first of all we are going to be adding some prefix. If you want to provide this prefix, you totally can, but if you don't want to provide there, you don't even have to provide this. So I'll just use like prefix, and I'm going to prefix there with my own name, which is HuXn. So basically let me just show you like why we're adding there. Basically whenever we are just creating some component, I'm going to go into the React component right here, and then we're going to be using some sort of let me just use like RFCE. You don't have to write this code, by the way. And we're going to be providing some class names, and for each class names, like if you want to use the TailwindCSS, so you will just write like background blue of 500, like so, or 400. But if you want to use your own design system class, so first of all you would have to write HuXn, then you would write a background, then blue, and then 500 or 400 right here. So that's the only reason we are now adding this prefix right here. Okay, so if you want to provide there, you can, but you don't have to. So now let me just save there and close that right here. And now we are going to be adding our theme. And first of all, we have to add our colors so that we can use our own colors. And we are going to be wrapping there first of all inside the flatten values, which is this function. So now I'm going to copy the name of that and place it right here. And we want to first of all flatten the values of tokens and then a specific colors from that token. So what am I doing right here? First of all, let me just go into this folder. So we are now providing those tokens, as you can see right here, which will be a huge object. And now from that tokens, we want to specifically provide that colors, which are these colors right here. Now let me just collapse there. Then we are going to be adding the opacities. Then we are going to be adding the radiuses. And then finally, we are going to be adding the shadows and spacing. Okay, so this is how we are going to be adding there. So now that was it about for the tokens.colors. And now we are going to be also providing a border radius. So let's just use like border radius. And here we are going to be using that flatten value as our tokens dot what do we call it, radius right here. We are going to be also providing our spacing, not tokens dot spacing, but just a spacing. And spacing will be set to flatten value. And let's space our tokens dot spacings right here. Okay, I'm going to be also providing a box shadow, and box shadow will use this flatten value. And here we are going to be using like tokens.shadow, and now that's going to be it. We are going to be also providing our font family, which will just use like an enter font. But if you want to provide your own font, you totally can. Okay, so let's just use like sans, and that's going to be set to this enter font. Enter like this. And now for the plugins, we are not going to be writing any plugins, but now let me just even provide the plugins. And that's going to be set to just empty array. Now let me save this file right now. And that's everything that you have to do for adding a Tailwind preset. Okay, so now we have to build this foundation package so that we can consume them in other packages. So I'm going to close there. I'm going to collapse every single thing. I'm going to go into the packages folder, then the foundation. And now here we are going to be adding first of all our tsconfig for our TypeScript. So I'll just create a new file with the name of tsconfig.json. And inside there, we are going to be adding a few configurations. So first of all, we have to even extend the existing configuration, which will be available inside the root. So I'll just write like tsconfig.json. I'm going to hold control and click on there. So it's going to bring us to this root configuration. I'm going to close it right now. Let me provide my comma there. And we are going to be adding our own configuration, which will be compiler options. And let's just add our basic base URL, and which will be set to, let's just go ahead and go to this source. And for the output directory, so I'll just write like output directory. We're going to be adding that to the lib. Okay, so let's just add that to the lib. And also we're going to be including one more file. So let's just use like a include, and we are going to be including that src folder. Now let me just save my file, and that's going to be it for the tsconfig about this foundation package. And now you want to go ahead and go to this package.json file, which is available inside this foundation package. And inside there, let me just go back first of all so you guys can see everything a bit better. We have to add one more script, and that's going to be it. So we will just write like build style dictionary, and if you want to do that, you totally can, but you don't have to. Okay, so I'll just use like style dictionary, and now we are going to be building the config, and then style, come on, style dictionary, and then .config.js right here. Now let me just save this file right now. Now I'm going to be also adding two more things. So first of all, we have to add the main, and main will be this. First of all, we have to go into the lib folder. Inside the lib folder, we have our index.js file, and now we are going to be also adding a types. So types will be available inside the lib folder, which it will gives us when we build this package. So now it's going to be available inside the lib, and then index.d.ts. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and that's totally it. Close there. Now here inside this src, we are going to be creating yet another file, which will be index.ts. And inside there, we are going to be importing all of our tokens from the JS tokens, and now we have to export this so we can use there. Now let me just save this file right now. And finally, let me just zoom in a bit, and we are going to be building this entire foundation package. Okay, so let's just remove these tokens. Should I remove? Yeah, I'm gonna just remove that from there. I'm gonna also go to this src, then go to the tokens. I'm gonna also delete this js folder. Okay, so just delete that, and now we are going to be building this foundation package. So I'm gonna open my terminal, and I'm going to use like yarn and then build. Okay, let me just go back, yarn build, and hit enter. So now it's gonna build that in a few seconds. So yep, we are now getting there. And now if we go ahead and go to this lib folder, we have our tokens, we have our index.js, index.d.ts, and configuration, and so on and so forth. So this is how we are going to be building our package, and now we are totally ready to consume this package inside the React package right here. Okay, so that was about the foundation package, and now we are going to be taking care of the React package. So first of all, we have to install React.Js and also the what we call a React DOM and also their types, and then we would be able to use there. So I'm gonna go back, and now we are going to be going into the React package, or we don't even have to do that because we are going to be using a yarn workspaces. So we just have to write like yarn and then workspace, and then we want to go into this HuXn and React.Js, and we want to add as a dev dependency React.Js and React DOM. Okay, so now let me just hit enter. So it's gonna install that inside our React package. Now we are going to be also adding, let's just go ahead and go to our HuXn and also React.Js. So we are going to be also adding as a dev dependency the types for React.Js and also the types for the React DOM. So I'll just use like React DOM, and now let me just hit enter. So it's going to also install that. Let's just close there. Now let me go ahead and go to my React package, and here you can see we are now going to be getting this types and also React.Js and React.Js DOM, or just React DOM right here. Okay, now we are going to be also adding a peer dependencies, and peer dependencies are those dependencies which will be used by our consumer, like the people who are using our package or our design system. So I'll just write like peer dependency. God damn it, peer dependencies. It is challenging like speaking and typing at the same time. So we are going to be adding React.Js, and we want there to have at least greater version of 16.8.0 of React.Js, and also the React DOM, it should have the greater version of greater than or equal to 16.8.0 version. Now let me just save this file right now, and this is how we are going to be adding our peer dependencies. Close there. We also don't need this pnp.cjs file. Let's just delete there. We also don't need this pnp loader.mjs file. Let's just also delete there. And now we are going to be going into this YAML file, and we are going to be only adding our node linker, and node linker will be equals to this node modules. Okay, so now let me just save this file right now, and that's totally it about the React package. So that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to my React package. Then I'm going to go into the src folder, and here I'm going to just remove this index.ts file, and I'm going to be creating a component with the name of button.tsx, and I'll just use my rafc inside this, save my file, and jsx element implicitly has type of any. This because we already added React.Js, but we now have to install all of their packages. So to install that, I'm gonna go ahead and go outside from this React. So I'll just use like cd dot dot. I'm gonna also go ahead and go outside from this packages folder. So I'll just use like cd dot dot, and here I'm gonna go back, and I'm gonna just use like yarn install. And now if I hit enter, so now it's gonna give us that node modules folder right here, and that's gonna be it. So now let's just close there. Now let me go ahead and go to my button.tsx, and that's working the way we expect them to work. And now here I'll just write like props, and here I'm going to also remove that from here, and I'm going to just write like button, close that like this, and now we are going to be spreading out those props. I'm going to save this file right now. I'm going to also type the as any, so it should just remove that TypeScript error. Now let me close there, and that's totally done. Okay, so that was about the foundation package and also the React.Js package. Now we are going to be taking care of this Storybook package. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to install the Storybook, but first of all we have to go to the packages, then the Storybook, and now inside there we are going to be using npx and then Storybook and then init. If I hit enter, so it's going to ask us to install Vite, I guess. I'm not quite sure, but it's going to install that Storybook inside that specific directory. Yes, I'm going to just type y, and here I'm going to choose React.Js and Vite. Okay, so it's gonna take a bit of time to install there. Okay, our GitHub repository is getting huger and huger. I forgot to include that get ignore file, and obviously it's gonna give us an error right now. We don't want to report anything, so I'm gonna just set that to in like now. And now we are going to be installing like yarn, add, and read as a dev dependency. Okay, so let's just hit enter. It's going to install the inside as a dev dependency to a storybook, and now we can use like yarn storybook, and here you can see it's going to give us that storybook right here, which means like everything is working the way we expect it to work. So this is how we are going to be adding a storybook, and we are now getting a lot of errors, but you don't have to worry about that. I'm going to stop there for now, and now I'm going to go ahead and go to my storybook right here, and here we are going to be adding our tsconfig file. So I'll just use like tsconfig.json, and here inside there what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a few configurations. So first of all, we have to extend all of their types from our root type. So I'm going to go there. This is write like tsconfig.json. I'm going to make sure, so I'm going to hold control and click on there. Yep, we are now successfully importing there right here. And now let me just close there and provide my comma there. And now I'm going to provide my compiler options inside there. Let's space our base URL, and that's going to go into the stories. And now we are going to be also providing the down level iteration, set that to true. I'm going to be also providing a target, and target will be set to ES3. I'm going to also provide the JSX, so let's just add there. We're going to be adding a React.Js in this situation, and I guess that's going to be it, but we also have to include that folder, so I'll use like include, and here let's just add our stories dot, yeah, I guess stories would be fine. Now I'm going to save this file right now, and that's everything that you have to add for this tsconfig for this storybook right here. Okay, so what the hell is going on? Oh, that's because I was clicking on the wrong folder. Okay, so that's everything that you have to do for this storybook. And now we are going to be adding the most simplest story so that we can test this. So I'm going to remove every single thing inside the stories. Now I'm going to create a new folder, which will be that same stories folder. And inside there, we are going to be creating our file with the name of button. So I'll use like button.tsx. And now inside there, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the button from the buttons. So import buttons from, let's just go into HuXn DS, and then I'm going to go into the React.js, then I'm going to go into the src folder, and now we are going to be getting our button. Okay, so now let's just use like export default, and inside there provide my title, and here, god damn it, title, and here that's going to be set to like components, and then button. I'm going to be also providing my component right here, and that's going to be set to the button. Now let's just save our file, and I'm going to just write the most basic what do we call it, story. So I'll just write like export, and then const primary, and it's going to be taking primary, and it's going to be taking there as a function. So now we just have to render this component, and I'm going to be providing a variant to there, variant, and variant will be set to primary variant because we're not going to be doing anything with this. So that's the only reason I'm writing it at this way. And I'm going to also close there and change that to like primary, duplicate there a few times. I'm going to also change that to like secondary, and also change this one to secondary. I'm going to also change this one to danger, and close there, just put a danger, remove that from here. Also change the variants of this, so I'll just write like secondary, and also change this one to the danger. I'm going to save this file right now. And now let me just use my yarn storybook, so it's gonna run there. And it shouldn't be just a button, it should be, god damn it, let me just close there. It should be a button.stories.tsx. So I'll just write like stories.tsx. I'm gonna close there right now, and I'll use my yarn, come on, yarn, and then storybook like so. And here you can see we are now getting our button component, and which is a primary, then the secondary, and then the danger button, which means like our storybook is working the way we expect him to work. But now we have to add a TailwindCSS to this project, and that's gonna be it. Oh my god, 10k. That's awesome. So you know what, I'm going to collapse there, create a file which will be the get ignore file, and ignore all of that stuff. Now let me just save there and close there, and hopefully it should get disappear. Oh, it's not working. I don't know why, but it's not. Anyways, we are going to be taking care of that in a few seconds, but first of all, you want to go into the Tailwind, come on, tailwindcss.com. I'm going to click on the getting started, then I'm going to go to the framework and guides, go there, copy there. Now I'm going to open my terminal, and let's just go back, open the terminal once again. Now we are going to be going into the package.json. Now we are going to be going to the React package, and now let's just install Tailwind CSS. Or you know what? We can also do that totally simply. So I'm going to just write like yarn workspace, and now we are going to be going into the HuXn DS, and then we want to go to the React.Js, and we want to add there as a dev dependency a Tailwind CSS. So let's just hit enter. So it's going to install a Tailwind CSS as a dev dependency inside our React.Js package. So let's just close that, and that's totally done. Now we are going to be going into the packages, then the React.Js, then you want to go to the src. Yeah, not even the src, but inside the React.js. So I'm going to right click on there and create a new file with the name of tailwind.config.js. config.js. There we go. I'm going to hit enter right now, and inside there we are going to be going in there. I'm going to copy every single thing from there, place it right here. We don't need this theme, so I'm going to delete this, save this file. Now we are going to be adding our plugin or our preset which we just created. So I'll just write like preset, and here for the presets we are going to be adding our own preset right here. Provide a comma there. So we are going to be requiring there, require or importing there. So we are going to be importing there from where? From the HuXn DS, and from the foundation, then from the lib folder, and then inside the lib folder we have a tdp and then config. That's going to be it. And now let me just save my file. Okay, so now let me just close there. Next we have to go into this src folder, and I'm going to create my index.css file. And now we are going to be copying this index.css directives, and now let me just place that right here, save this file. And finally, I guess that's going to be the final step of this entire thing. I'm going to go into this package.json, and here we are going to be adding our script right here. So that was it about for the build. I'm going to change that. I'm going to write like yarn build and then css and tsc, like for the TypeScript. We are going to be also providing the watch mode for the css. So we are going to be using like npx and then tailwind css, and we want you to go ahead and go to the src folder and watch for the index.css, and gives us the output of the inside the lib folder, and then the output.css, and watch there. Okay, so that's going to be it for the watch css. We're going to be also providing a build css. So I'll just use like npx and then tailwind css, and we want to go into the src folder, and then we want to go into the input.css file. We want to output there. We want to go into the lib folder, then the output.css file, and that's going to be it. Now let me just save my file, and now we are going to be testing our component. But first of all, I'll just go ahead and build there. So I'll just use like first of all, let me just even go into the foundation package. I guess we already built there. I'm not quite sure about that. Yes, we already did. So we don't have to go to the foundation. Let me just go outside from there. I'm gonna just use like yarn watch css. Okay, so we have to go into the React.js, and then we are going to be watching that css. God damn it, yarn watch css, and now it's gonna watch there right now. Okay, input.file is not specified. I guess I named that as index, but it should be input. Yep, I'm gonna have to rename that to input and then css. And now let me just use like yarn watch css, and now it's gonna totally work. Okay, so that's totally done. It's gonna first of all build there. As you can see right here, it's gonna build there, and we're now getting all of that values, and now we can totally use that inside our component, and that's it. So what do I mean by that? I'm going to go ahead and remove that from here, and I'm going to just write like button component, which will say like click me. Let's just zoom in a bit, and here we can just write our class names. And now if I just write HuXn, first of all we have to enable our IntelliSense, then it will work. So I open this extension, which is a Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. I'm going to click on this switch to pre-release version. It's going to take a while to install there, and now I'm going to just restart my extension. Okay, so now let me just go ahead and go to my component once again, and I'm going to remove this class name from there, and I'm going to just write like class name. If I just use like, you know, let me just use like bg, and here you can see we are now getting all of our background colors right here. So we are now getting background color of HuXn. You know what, I can't even show you there right now. What the hell is going on with my IDE today? I'll just write like HuXn, and if I just use like bg, so here you can see it's going to give us all of that colors, which we can use right here. So we are now getting like all of our colors, which is a primary color. Oh my god, why can't you see that? God damn it. And we can also provide our paddings and so on and so forth. So you know what, let me just show you there. I'm going to use like background of warning, and 500, which is my own color right here. Okay, so which is the HuXn background color, and now we are going to be also providing some sort of a pairing. So I'll just use like HuXn pairing on the x-axis will be set to add. It will totally work. I can also provide like HuXn pairing on the y-axis of 4. It will totally work. I'm gonna also provide like HuXn rounded totally small. It will work. And yeah, as you can see, we are now getting all of that values, and we can also specify like HuXn the width will be set to 16, and it will totally work. Now let me just save my file right now. I'm gonna open my terminal, so it's gonna rebuild there, and now we are going to be opening yet another PowerShell. PowerShell, god damn it, not PowerShell. So I'm gonna click on there, and now we are going to be opening another terminal, and I'll use like npm or yarn storybook. So it's gonna open there right here, but first of all we have to go into the storybook package, and then we are going to be using like yarn storybook with the yarn. And now let me hit enter. So now it's gonna work. Let me just refresh there. Okay, it's not working. I don't know why. I guess I'm gonna have to restart this. So I'm gonna close there. I'm gonna also close there, and let me just restart this watch once again, and we are going to be restarting the storybook once again. It's still not working. I don't know why. We have to check it out. So you know what, if I right click on there, go to the inspect element, we should be getting all of these classes, but it's not working. So I'm gonna have to figure this out right now. Okay, so there was not one error, but there was a lot of errors, and it took me a lot of time to figure this out. The first error was, you know what, let me just remove every single thing and rebuild there. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the foundation and delete there. Okay, just a lib folder. Also go to the tokens folder and remove this JS folder from there. I'm gonna delete them. Now let me go to the React package. We're going to be removing this lib folder which we just built, and also I'm gonna go ahead and go to this tailwindconfig.js file, and instead of providing this export default, we are not going to be doing there, but instead we are going to be using this syntax, which is a module.export. That's the first thing that you have to do. Now we are going to be rebuilding our project. So now let me just stop there, stop this one, even kill this entire terminal, and now let me just reopen there right here. So we are now inside the root. I'm gonna go ahead and go to first of all the packages folder, then I'm gonna go to the foundation folder, and I'm gonna just build there. So I'll use like yarn build, and now it's gonna build there. So that's totally done. Now I'm gonna go outside from this foundation package, and I'm gonna go into the React package. So I'll just use like cd and then React.Js, and now I'm gonna also build this. So I'll use like yarn build, and I'm gonna just build there. Also we are going to be building a yarn css, yeah, just a build css as well. So it's gonna also build there. Now we are going to be watching for the css. So I'll use like yarn watch and then css. So that's totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to go ahead and go to our stories. Then we are going to be going into this .storybook folder. Now we are going to be going into this preview.ts file, and here we have to import that css output file. So I'll just go ahead and import there. I'll use like dot dot, and then I'm going to go into the root directory. Now we are going to be going into the React.js. Now we have to go into this lib folder which we just built, and now we are going to be getting like output.css, which is this folder. Now let me just show you this. We are going to be going into this lib folder, and we have this output.css file. So now we are going to be importing there. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to also our storybook, so that we can see there. So I'll use like yarn storybook, and now if I just hit enter, okay, so we have to first of all go into the storybook folder. Now we are going to be using a what do we call it, yarn storybook. I can't even I even forgot the names of them. So now if you test this out, here you can see it will now successfully work. Okay, and why is that? That's because everything is now totally correct, and now we can just use our own design system styling inside this design system, and that will totally work. So here you can see I was using my primary color, but let's suppose if I want to change that to like my secondary color, so I'll use like HuXn and then background of totally warning color. It's not even giving me that intelligence, but that's totally okay. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see the color is now changed to this yellow color, and I'm using my warning color right here, which is coming from our design system. I'm gonna also provide a few pairing, like pairing for the x-axis of 8 and then pairing for the y-axis of 4. So let's just add the 4. I'm going to be also providing a few roundness, so I'll just write like rounded totally small, which is my own thing. Okay, so I built that by myself by using my design system, and here you can see it's going to make this amazing button. And let's suppose if you want to change the styling of this, I'll use like HuXn and width will be set to 16 or something like that. And I'm going to also provide like HuXn, and the font will be set to semi bold. I'm going to save this file right now, and here you can see it will also work. So I'm going to go ahead and just remove this width of 16 from there, save my file, and that's totally working. And the next thing that you have to keep in mind is that we also build our own component library, so you can also push that to the npm and use that right here, or you can create a new file for that, and like new folder for that, which will be a component library. So you can put that right here inside your packages folder, and then you would be able to successfully use that inside your design system. And that was it about the design system. That was a lot of talking and a lot of explanation, and I hope you enjoyed it. Hey guys, Hussein and welcome to YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to be making a setup for our projects. So let's just start our conversation by first of all installing a TailwindCSS by using white or wheat, whatever you want to call that. So I just came to TailwindCSS.com right here, and next I'm going to just click on this input area right here, and I'm going to just search for white or wheat or whatever you want to call that. Now let me just click on this Tailwind CSS right here, and now they are suggesting that now if you want to use a Tailwind CSS by using a wheat, you have to paste this command in your terminal. So I'm going to just copy this command right here, and now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create some sort of a folder right here. So now let me just create a folder. I'm going to give a name of like HuXn store or something like that. Now I'm going to right click on him and open this folder by using a terminal. So I'm going to just open this folder by using my terminal right here, and now let me just make that a bit bigger like so. Okay, so that we can see everything a bit clear. So now here you can see the location where I am. So I'm inside a C drive, then users, then HuXn WebDev inside a desktop, the folder name right here. Now I'm going to just right click on him, and here you can see it will now paste this command right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just change the name to the front end right here. So now let me just hit enter. So now they will ask us to first of all navigate to that front end folder, and then just use, oh, first of all we have to proceed there to yes and hit enter. And I guess, yep, that's cool. So now that we have to navigate to this front end folder, and then we have to use the npm I or npm install to install all of the dependencies. Okay, so I'm going to just use like cd and front end, and now I'm going to use npm I to install all of the dependencies. So it will take a bit of time because there are a lot. It will not take that much time as compared to a create React app, but it will take a while. And everything is successfully installed, and now they are suggesting that we have a new version right here. I'm gonna do that later once I am done with this recording stuff. So currently I'm inside this front end directory right here. I'm gonna use cd ... to go out from it. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write code and dot. If you're using a VS Code, so it will just automatically open your VS Code right here. Okay, so here you can see we have our front end folder, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. I'm going to just zoom in a bit so you can see everything a bit better. Like so. So here you can see we have our front end folder right here, and we are now inside this HuXn store right here. Okay, so the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write npm init-y, but I have to write this npm init-y inside a HuXn store right here, not inside a front end folder. I'm currently inside a HuXn store folder, not inside not inside a front end folder. So I'm going to just hit enter right here, so it will just initialize our project right here. Anyway, so that's done. So the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a folder. Let me just create a folder, give a name of like backend. And inside this folder, what I'm going to do, or you know what, we are going to take care of the folders a bit later, but first of all let's install all of the dependencies which we are going to need for the backend. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to exit that right here, and I'm going to also close, or yeah, I'm going to close my sidebar right here. And now let's just push that to the right. Okay, come on, let's just push that to position to the right. There we go. So here you can see we are currently inside this HuXn store folder, and I'm going to install a lot of dependencies right here, or packages to be precise. So I'm going to first of all install a node one, then I'm going to install a multer, then I'm going to install mongoose, and also JSON web token, express formatable, express async handler, express.js by itself, .env, cores. I guess we're not going to be using cores, but I'm going to install it anyways. So I'm going to use cookie parser, and also concurrently, and bcrypt.js. There we go. So we have to install nodemon multer. Oh, I forgot. Come on. I forgot the actual command of npm I. First of all, we have to write the npm I, then we have to install the nodemon multer mongoose, JSON web token express formidable express async handler, express.js.env codes cookie parser concurrently, and bcrypt.js. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to hit enter right here, and it will install all of their packages in my directory. Alright, so all of their packages are now successfully installed. So I'm going to just collapse that for a second, and now let me just open that and go to the package.json file right here, and here you can see we have bcrypt and all of that packages right in here. Okay, so that was it for the backend, and now let's install all of the packages for the front end as well. Okay, and then we are going to be doing a bit of cleanup. First of all, I'm going to go into that front end folder right here, and now let's install a lot of packages. So we are going to need silk, silk carousel, React Silk, Toastify, React Toastify, React Router DOM, and also the React. I also forgot the npm install once again. Let me just use npm install and all of that. Okay, so React Redux. We're gonna also need to install the what do we call it, React icons. So React icons, and also the apex chart. You don't have to worry about what an apex chart is, because we are going to be learning about apex charts in a really great depth, but you don't have to worry about that for now. So apex charts, and also React apex charts. Okay, then we have to install the moment.js as well, then the flowbyte Axios. You don't even have to worry about the what do we call it, apex chart. You don't have to worry about the flowbyte as well. You don't even have to worry about the moment.js as well. And I guess we are not going to be using Axios, but I'm going to install it anyways. I don't know, just for demonstration purposes. So I am going to also install the Redux. Come on, Redux.js, and then toolkit, because we're not going to be working with a vanilla Redux. We are going to be working with a Redux toolkit, and also PayPal, PayPal React /React PayPal-js right here. So I'm going to hit enter, and it will install all of their packages into my front end folder. There we go. Okay, so now let's just wait for that to do its thing. Whoop, I made a mistake somewhere here. Not found React registry. Redis. Come on, man. That was a mistake. Where in the world did I write the Redis.js? There we go. Gotta remove that. Let's just remove that from here, like so, and I'm going to provide a space. So now let me just write a Redux.js, and then we have to write /toolkit. There we go. I want to make sure that I didn't mess up something. So we have what do we call it, silk carousel, then we have React Silk, React Toastify, React Router DOM, React Redux, React icons, apex chart, React apex chart, and then we have moment flowbyte Axios, React.js toolkit, and we have a PayPal right here. I'm gonna hit enter right here, and I guess this time it will successfully work. And there we go, everything is successfully installed. So I'm gonna just close that, and I'm going to do a bit of cleanup right here. Okay, so I'm going to just hide this sidebar or upper bar, whatever you want to call that. And now let me just open this front end folder right here. I'm going to delete this public folder. Inside this src, I'm going to delete these assets. I'm going to delete this app.css and index.css as well. And I'm going to just go into this app.js right here. Now let's just remove all of that stuff from here. Let's just cut that, and all of that JSX right here. So I'm going to just close that, and I'm going to just write hello. Let me just save my file. Let's go to the main.css main.jsx file and remove this index.css import. And also, I guess that would be it. So I'm going to just save my file, and now I'm going to have to write, what do we call it, a script for myself. So yeah, the first thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to go into that package.json file right here, and I'm going to go up above right here, and inside this test area I'm going to remove this test from here, and I'm going to just write backend. And now let's just write a script for our backend. So I'm going to just write like nodemon. You can write node if you want to, but in my case I'm going to just write nodemon and backend and /index.js. Okay, now let me just do one more. I'm going to also write for the front end. Okay, So for front end, we are going to be using npm run dev because currently we are working with the white, so we have to write npm run dev. And now let's just prefix that to the front end folder. Now let me just provide a comma, and now let's just write for both of them. For full stack would be, oh, you know what, dev would be fine. We are going to be just setting to a dev, and I'm going to write concurrently. And also let me just close that right here, like so. And I'm going to use npm run for, first of all, run the front end, and then what do we call it, let's just close that right here. And then we have to write for the backend as well, so I'm going to use npm run backend, and I'm going to just close it right here. Okay, let's just close it for the final time, and I guess that would be fine. And I shouldn't have to close it right there, so I'm going to just close that. And now let me just save that. So now that we write a script for both front end and also for backend, so now let's just write or create this index.js file right here. So I'm going to just close that right here, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the backend folder. And now let me just create a lot of folders. So the first folder I'm going to create for the configuration, so I'm going to just give a name of like config. Okay, so this is going to be the first folder. The next folder which I'm going to be creating is for controllers. Okay, and then we have to create one for middlewares, so middlewares. And now let me just create one more for models and also for routes as well. So that's for routes and also for the utils, utils like so. And I guess that would be it, but I'm gonna also have to create a file, give a name of like index.js file, because we are going to be running, like, this is going to be the main entry file of our backend. So we are going to be running this file by using this npm we are going to be using this file by using npm run and backend. Okay, so this is a script for that. Let's just close that. I don't know what the hell happened. Okay, so we are going to be using npm run backend, and it will run all of the content which this file has. So you know what, let me just write console.log of, console.log of hello world or something like that. And I'm going to open my terminal right here. Okay, let's just go back, cd ... Let's just go back to this HuXn store, and I'm going to use npm run backend. Okay, so now I'm going to hit enter, and it will start working. And here you can see we have our hello world right here. If I change that to something else, like I don't know, some sort of emoji or something like that. Come on, we gotta get the emoji. I guess that would be fine. So I'm going to save that, and here you can see we are now getting hello in that emoji, and everything is working totally okay. Okay, so now let's just run our front end. So I'm going to use npm run and front end. Okay, so now let me just hit enter, and let's just wait for it. So here you can see we have our local host, and here is our port. So I'm going to click on that, and it will now open. And here you can also see that hello right here. This hello is coming from this app where we wrote our hello right here. Okay, so I'm going to just close all of them, and also this one as well. So yeah, I guess that was it. So now first of all, let me just create the database configuration. So I'm going to just create like db.js right here, and the first thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to get my mongoose from mongoose, and I'm going to also write a connect db, and it will be now equals to async. And let me just write my try and catch blocks. And inside the catch block, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just write console.error, and let me just write error. And also let me just render my error.message right here, MESSAGE. I guess that would be fine. And then we have to write process.exit, and let's just provide or one right here. So we just want to exit out every single thing that is running right now. So then we have to just write await, and we have to write mongoose.connect method, which this mongoose has. And here what I'm going to do is that we are going to be passing the URI. So I'm going to just search for mongoose. Come on, not this one, mongoose. There we go. Okay, let's just go ahead and go to that. Now you might be asking like, HuXn, why aren't you using like a MongoDB Atlas or something like that? Well, we totally can. Like, you just have to copy all of that, and which I already show you in my videos, but that take a lot of time in the development mode, and I don't like to use what do we call it, MongoDB Atlas in the development mode. So yeah, and currently I'm recording, so I don't want to wait. And now I'm going to just copy there. Let's just right click on him, and not this one, right click on him and /to dark. I'm going to copy there. So now let me just paste it right here. Or you know what, instead of pasting it right here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create an env file. So .env, and I'm going to just write first of all a port, and port will be set to 5000. And I'm going to also write a database URI, and it will be now equals to this URI right here, okay, inside a quote. So I'm going to save this file, and now let me just use process.env and also mongo URI. Was that mongo? Or I just write a database, so I'm going to just change that to mongo. Mongo there, come on, not in lowercase, come on. Mongo URI. So I'm going to copy this, save this file, and now let me just paste it right here. So the next thing which I'm going to do is that once we successfully done everything, so we just want to log this message to the console, which is successfully connected to MongoDB or something like that. I'm going to also put a smiley face there, or you know what, let me just put an emoji of check. Now let me just save that, and now let's just use this database right here inside this index.js file right here. So before we connect to our MongoDB database, first of all, let me just import a few packages, and then we are going to be also importing some utils later, but not right now. We are going to be importing just a few of them right now. So first of all, I'm going to just import the path from path module, and I'm going to also import what we call our express from express.js, which we just installed a few seconds ago. Then we have to import the .env from .env, and also we have to get our cookie parser. So cookie parser from the cookie parser right here, and we are going to be importing the utils. So my utils will be currently we are going to be importing the connect db from let's just go ahead and go to the config db.js file right here, okay, and also let's just do our configuration right away. So I'm going to use like .env.config, and let me just execute that, and I'm going to also provide a port right here, and port in this case will be equals to process.env.port, or we are going to be using 5000. So in this case, either use this 5000 which is inside this .env file right here, or if that's not working, or if this isn't already available, then use this 5000 right here. You already know that. If you are coming from my course, so you already probably know all of that, but I'm just saying it anyways. So now let me just write connect db and execute that right here. Now let me just create my app server. So I'm going to write express, and now let's just execute that. Underneath that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use app.use, and I'm going to just pass my express.json, and now let's just execute that. I'm going to also use app.use and provide our express.url encoded right here, and now I'm going to just pass extended, and now let's just set that to true. I'm doing that because later we would need that, and I will definitely forget that later, so I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to use app.use, and now let's just provide our cookie parser right in here and execute that. Underneath that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to listen to my port first of all. So I'm going to listen to the port, and I'm going to also provide my console log if it is working. Okay, so console.log server running on port, and now let's just render our port right here. And now let's just go back, and that's everything. And I wanted to make sure that everything is working just totally fine. So I'm going to just create a simple route right here, like app.get, and go to the home screen and request response. We just want to get like restart send of hello world. There we go. So I'm going to save that, and I'm going to use npm run backend in this case, and I want to make sure that everything is working. Import path is import. Okay, that's because we are not using, what do you call it, type module. So I'm going to have to change that to type and module. Okay, so now let's just provide comma, save that, and I guess this time it will work. DB is not defined. See, oh, we are not exporting that. We got a lot of errors in the beginning exporting for connect DB. That's just a start, baby. Let's just wait for it. And now let me just restart that. And I guess in this time it will not give us any error, and everything is successfully working, connected to MongoDB and everything. All right, so now let's just make a bit of setup for, or what do we call it, Postman. So I'm going to just create a new blank collection right here, and inside this collection I'm going to create one request, and it will go to nowhere. but I'm going to just write HTTP, and we're not going to be creating any variables because this is a learning mode, so we don't have to do these kind of stuff like blah 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 or something like that. This is a learning mode, so we are not going to be doing that. You are more than welcome to do that if you wanted to, but for me, I'm recording this course for beginners and also for intermediate and also for advanced level programmers. So yeah, I'm gonna just start everything from scratch. So I'm gonna use HTTP and localhost and listening to 5000, and now let's just hit it. I'm gonna just hit that, and here you can see we are now getting this hello world right here, which means like everything is successfully working. And I guess there isn't anything, but there is one thing, and I'm thinking, should I do that right now, or maybe I'm gonna do that a bit later. Not quite sure about that. Oh, I forgot one thing. We didn't work with TailwindCSS. We just installed that by using Vite, but we didn't install the TailwindCSS. So now let's just install that. I almost forgot that, so I am going to just copy that. And let's just go ahead. First of all, go to the front end. So I'm going to use cd and front end right here. And now I'm going to just pass that command which I just copied. So I'm going to right click on him and npm install d TailwindCSS, PostCSS, and auto prefixer. So it will install there, and then it will initialize over TailwindCSS. And I'm going to also copy that from here, and that's successfully installed. So I'm going to hit enter to initialize our TailwindCSS file. So that's cool. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to the Tailwind config file right here, and I'm going to just place whatever I copied from here. Let's just place it right here, save my file. And now let me just create one CSS file right here inside this, and I should go to the src. Let's just create index.css file, and I'm going to copy these components right here. Let me just paste that, and I'm going to also copy this h1 right here. Let's just go ahead and go to our app and remove that from here, and now let's just save this one and also run our npm. Let's just go back first of all, and also let's just run npm run dev, not dev, but npm run front end right here in this case. Alrighty, so now let's just check it out, and it is not working. That's because I know why it's not working. We gotta go to the app, or should we go to the app? No, we don't have to go to the app, but we have to go to the main. And now let's just import that CSS file which we just created right here. So import index.css, and bang, everything is working totally fine, and that's looking amazing. So I'm gonna have to go back, and I'm going to also hide this sidebar from here. Yeah, come on, not this one, sidebar. There we go. And I'm gonna just force this page to dark, and that's looking amazing. But later we are going to also change this color, and I guess there isn't anything else left to install or to work with. So I'm going to stop this recording for now, and see you in the next video, where we are going to be learning a lot about user, how to create user, how to authenticate the user, the admin user, how to delete the user, how to update the credential of the user, and all of that craziness in the next video. Again, HuXn and welcome to YouTube channel. So in this video, we are going to be learning crazy amount of stuff about users, like how to create a user, how to update a user, how to delete a user, how to make an admin user, how the admin would be able to delete a user or update a user or create a user, and how to get all of the users, and what is JWT, and how Bcrypt.js works, and all of that, both for the front end and also for the back end as well. And we are going to be also testing all of our API by using our Postman right here. Okay, so just wait for it, baby. Now let's get into it. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to get to this index.js file right here, and I wanted to create my own API endpoint. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to use app.use right here in this case, and I'm going to start my conversation from API and / users right here, and here we are going to be passing a user routes right here. So I'm going to create this user routes right in here. Let's just create a file, give a name of like user routes.js, and I'm going to also create it for the model, so user model.js. And I'm going to also create one for controllers, so user controller.js right here. So I guess that would be fine. So now let's get into it. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to create the model for my user, like how my user should look like. what are the requirements which the user would have. So for that, I'm going to have to create a model. So I'm going to just go ahead and create like import mongoose from mongoose, and also user schema, like how our user should look like. So we are going to be passing mongoose dot schema. Okay, and inside this schema we are going to be passing all of the properties which the user should have. Okay, so I did a bit of mistake. Let's just remove that from here. I'm gonna first of all, the user should first of all have the username, and it should look like this. The type will be set to string, and also it should be required. Like anytime you want to create a user or update a user or delete a user, the name should be required. And the next thing which you want to get from the user is the user email. Okay, so we are going to be setting the type to string. Okay, the user type will be set to string, and it should be required. Like anytime you want to sign in or log out or anything like that, your email will be required. And also the email should be unique, UNIQUE, because anytime you want to create a new user, you can provide your email again and again. Your email should be unique. And now let's just work with the password. Okay, so the password type will be set to string, and also it should be required. So required will be set to true. And now the final thing which I want to do is that the user is going to be admin or not. So we are going to be just checking the type, and it should be set to boolean. Okay, because here we are going to be either passing the true or the false value, and it should be required as well. And also the default value for this is admin will be now set to false. Okay, because by default the admin cannot be, what do we call it, the person cannot be admin. So now let's just provide our timestamps. There we go. And now let's just set that to true. Okay, let's just go back, and this is how our user should look like. So this is the schema of our user. So user will have a name, the email, the password, and is the user admin or not. And here we are also passing our timestamp right here. So anytime we either create a user or delete a user or update a user, so it will give us that specific time. Anyway, so that's that. Now let's just create a model based on that schema. So now let's just write a user, and it should be equals to mongoose dot model, and inside this model we are going to be passing our user right here. And now let me just pass my user schema which we created a few seconds ago up above. So now let's just export our model. Okay, so now let's just provide, come on, I'm gonna have to go back. Let's just provide our user, and there we go, baby. That's it about for the user. So the next thing which I want to do is that I want to create a user routes. Okay, so once we create the routes, then we would be able to do all of that stuff for the user, like create a user, delete a user, and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm going to first of all get my express right here. Okay, so once we get express, so now let's just create our router right here. So I'm going to just write express express.router, and now let's just export that right away. There we go. Not import, but const router. There we go. So the first thing I want to do is that I want to create a route for creating the user. So I'm going to write router.route, and here it should be equals to / like just a home page. So what do you want to do? First of all, we want to provide, and we want to set there to post, and here we are going to be passing the create user. First of all, we want to create the user, then we would be able to do all of that stuff with that user, like updating the user credentials or deleting the user or doing anything we want. So I'm going to copy that, and now let's just create that right here inside our controller. And now let's just create that controller right here inside this controller file, or file. There we go. So the first thing I want to do is that I wanted to get my user model from the models. So gotta go back 2 times, I guess, and let's just go to the models and user model.js. So that's the first thing. So now let's just create our user. So I'm going to just write create user, and it should be what do we call it? Or you know what, before we getting into creating the user, first of all, let's just create our async handler, and then that would be it. So I'm gonna go into their middlewares right here, and now let's just create a file given name of like async handler.js. I'm gonna hit enter right here, and now let me just create a simple async handler for myself, like async handler, and it should be equals to, it will take a function by the way, and we are going to be passing the parameter of request, response, and also next, because this should be a middleware. And here you can also see we are writing, or we are creating this file inside this middleware right here. Okay, so this should be a middleware, that's why we are passing this next to it. So now let me just use a promise.resolve, and here I'm going to just pass my function, and this function will take the request, the response, and also the next. Okay, so I'm going to just pass my catch right here. So if you got some sort of error, so what do you want to do with that error? So now in this case we just want to write like res.status, and it will be now equals to 500, and now let's just send over message as or JSON. So I'm going to just write message and error dot message right here. Okay, so now we successfully create our async handler. Now let's just export that right away. So async handler, there we go. So I'm going to save this file, and that's it about async handler, baby. And now let's just use this async handler inside this controller. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create the user, and it will be now equals to that async handler. Oh, it is not auto completing it for me, so I'm gonna have to import it manually. Import async handler from let's just go ahead 2 times to middlewares and go to async handler, and now let's use it. Async, come on main, async handler. It's not giving me any help or whatsoever. Oh, that's because we are using import instead of const. HuXn, what the hell is wrong with you today? And here we have to specify async keyword request response, and now let's work with it. So the first thing which you want to do is that, oh, you know what, before we getting into the nitty-gritty of creating the user, I'm going to just write res.send of hello. I'm going to save this file. Now let me just export default this create, or you know what, not default but just export the create user. I'm going to copy that create user from this user control file. I'm going to go to the users routes file right here, and now underneath that what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just import or you know, not underneath that but underneath this express, I'm going to just import this create user from what do you call it, this controllers right here, and user controller.js. So I'm going to copy that, I'm going to place it right here. Now let's just save our file, and now let's just run it. So I'm going to use npm run and backend. I'm going to hit enter, and now let's just test oh, we are getting a user routes. That's because we did not create a user routes, or we did not import rather. I'm going to have to import that right here. So I'm going to use import user routes from, let's just go ahead and go to the routes, and then I'm going to go to the user routes.js, save my file, and now let's just test it. So I guess this time it would successfully work, and everything is successfully working, baby. I'm going to go ahead and now let's just save this file right here, close this one, and change the name of that to like create user, and I'm going to change the method to post. Let's just close that, and inside yeah, or you know what, let's just click on this send button, and it is giving us that cool little error. That's because we are not going to the API/user. Was that users or user? I'm not sure. Oh, users plural. Click on send, and hello, everything is successfully working, which means like the routes are attached, the controllers are attached, and also the user model is here right here. So now if you want to create the user, the first thing which we would need is the username. The second thing we would need is the user email, and also the user password anytime we want to create a new user. And we are going to get that from the user, so that's why we are passing that request.body right here. So I'm going to just log that to the console real quick. So I'm going to use like user name, and then we would have our user email, then we would have our user password. Okay, so I'm going to save that, and let's just close that, clear terminal, and everything should look cool. All right, that's look cool. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the body, then click on the raw, then select the JSON right here. And I'm going to just pass first of all the username. Let me just pass the username right here. Username should be equal, not should be, but username should equal to like, not should, username would be equal to Alex, and also the user email will be equals to like I don't know, alex at gmail.com or something. And then we have password, and password will be equals to like I don't know, alex12 or something like that. And now if you click on this send button right here, it will just hang it right here because we are not sending anything. And now here you can see the username is Alex, the user email is alex at gmail.com, and the user password is alex12, which means like everything is successfully working totally fine. I'm going to remove that from here, so I'm going to also cancel that right here. So that's that. So now we are successfully getting the user response from the user. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to check, or we have to provide a little bit of validation. If the user did not provide either the name, or the user did not provide the email, or the user did not provide the password. So what do you want to show to the user? So we just want to throw a new error to the user like, bro, what the hell are you doing? Please fill all the inputs and period. So now I'm gonna save that, and let's just check it. So I'm not gonna providing anything in this case, and I'm gonna just click on the send, and here you can see we are now getting this message which is saying like, please fill all the input fields. Or in this case, let's suppose if I just provide one input field right here, just Alex for the name, and now if I click on the send button right here, it will still say like, bro, what the hell, please fill all of the inputs. So I'm gonna just place all of them right in here. Come on. And it will say like, yeah, you are totally allowed to create a new user. But that's not it. We are getting all of that data. Where are we getting all of that data? I'm gonna have to save that, close it, click on him. Oh, we are getting the data, but we are not logging that data, or we are not doing anything with that data. So that's why that was hang. Anyways, so underneath this validation, the next thing which you have to do is that we have to check for the existing user. So if you already have the existing user based on their email which the user is providing, so we would just want to throw a new error to the user like, bro, this email is already used and you cannot reuse this email once again. Okay, so for that we have to first of all get the user, like already created user. So I'm going to use like const user existed, exists would be fine, and await user dot find one, because this is a mongoose method and it will allows us to just go ahead and go to our database and check for the email. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that if we get some sort of error like that, or if we get this kind of validation, so if user exists, so what do you want to do? We just wanted to send this message to the user like, first of all, status of 400 already defined, send, and user already exist, EXISTS. There we go. Gotta go back, and now let me just use that, and we cannot test that because currently inside our database we don't have any users, like no users, nothing. So that's why we cannot test that. Okay, so here we are not even getting any. Oh, come on, I just created a test. I didn't mean to create a test. I gotta go back to the env file, and it should be HuXn store. I'm gonna save that. God damn it, I literally forgot that. I'm gonna have to drop this database right here. Let me provide the name of test. Yep, drop it. Okay, so now I'm gonna have to restart my server. Why is that? Because currently I changed the .env file, so I have to restart my server once again. Okay, so yeah, everything is working totally. Not dev, man, I didn't mean to provide a dev. npm run backend, just a backend, not a dev. Okay, so it will start our backend server. And now let's just refresh that, and here you can see we are now getting this HuXn store right here. Inside this HuXn store we have a users, and we don't have no documents right here. Why is that? Because currently we are just getting the user data right here. We are providing a little bit of validation to it, and also we are just checking for the existing user, but we are not creating our user anywhere. So now let's just do the final step, how to create a user. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like const and new user, and it will be now equals to new and user. What is that user? This user is that model which we created right here, like how the user should look like. The user will require the name, the email, password, and admin right here. So this is how we are going to be creating a new user. All right, so that's that. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to provide the properties for that model right here. So we are going to be passing the username, the user email, and also the user password right here. Okay, so which is coming from the user. So the user will provide the name, the email, and also the password. We are going to be providing all of their credentials right here, and based on that credentials it will create a new user for us right here. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just provide a try and catch block. So I'm going to use try and catch block like so. If you got some sort of error, so we are going to be just writing restart status of 400, and also throw new error of invalid user data. And if you don't have any errors, so we are going to be just writing like await new user, This is the variable which we are creating right here, and it will be now equals to dot save. Okay, and this dot save is a mongoose method which allows us to store this new data to the database right here, okay, or that specific collection. So that's that. I'm going to also provide some sort of a message for the user, so that user should see like something did happen. Okay, so we are going to be just writing to one created, and here we are going to be just passing the ID first of all, new user dot id, which mongoose will gives us by default, and also the username will be equals to the new user dot username, and I'm going to also provide the email, and this is just a result so that the user can see something right here. Okay, so we are going to be just writing the email, and it will be now equals to new user, and then we have to specify the email. Okay, and is the user admin? No, the user is not an admin. I said it like a horror movie. No, I'm gonna have to save that. And now the moment of truth. Okay, so I'm going to click on this send right here, and guess what? The user is successfully created. So we are now getting the user ID, the unique ID which Mongoose will gives us, and we are also getting the user name, the user email, and the user is not an admin, which means like our user is successfully created. So I'm going to have to go back, and now let's go into our MongoDB right here. Let me just expand that, and now let's just refresh that right here. So here you can see we are now getting one document. So if I click on this document, we are getting the user new ID, we are getting the user email, we are also we are getting the username, we are getting the user email, we are also getting the user password, but that's not cool. Like anybody can have access to our database, and anybody can see their password or someone else's password, and they can say like, yeah, this is the user email, this is the user password, and they could steal our password. Like, I don't know if you can hear that. So yeah, they can easily hack someone else's password. It's not hack, like they can literally just see the someone else's password, and they can log into that user like as that user, the user email and the password. This is not cool. This is a big or a huge no. You are not going to be doing that ever. Okay, so we are gonna have to close there, and now let's just provide our salts to it. Okay, so salts by using a bcrypt. So I'm going to first of all get my bcrypt right here. So I'm going to use import bcrypt from the bcrypt.js right here. Okay, so not like so, but just a bcrypt.js. There we go. I'm gonna save that, and now let's just use it right here whenever we are creating a new user. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to provide some sort of a salt, or you can say a mixture, into our password. So you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the MongoDB once again and open the user once again. So what is a salt? A salt is just a random, like random things, like a random numbers and characters which are going to be included in this password. Like here you can see, can you recognize, is that your password? No, because we provide a lot of salt to it. So I'm gonna have to go back, and now can you recognize the password? Yeah, of course you do, because this is just Alex and 12, and the salt, if you provide a little bit of salt to it, like a random numbers and gibberish right here, can you recognize the password? No, you cannot. So yeah, now let's just provide that salt to it. Before we getting into providing the salt, first of all we have to create that salt. So I'm gonna just write const salt, and it will be now equals to await and then bcrypt, which we imported a few seconds ago, and then we have a method inside there which is a gen salt. Okay, and here what do we have to do? We have to specify the amount, and rounds you have to provide the either a number or undefined. So we are going to be providing like 10 is recommended. You can provide 100 if you want, but it will slow down your application because a lot of salts are not that much cool thing to provide. So I'm going to just provide 10 in this case. You can provide like more than that if you want to. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just hash that salt. So I'm going to use const hashed and then password, and it should be now equals to await, and then we have to use our bcrypt, and then we have to use that hash method right here. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to specify the string where you want to add that salt. Okay, so in this case we are only interested in providing that salt to the password which the user is giving us. Okay, so we are getting the user password, we are taking that and we are putting it right here. Okay, so once we put that right here, then we would be able to provide that salt to it. So what do we have to do? I'm gonna have to copy this salt and we have to place it right in here. Okay, so that's totally done. Like once we log this, so it will give us a random gibberish. But the next thing which I want you to keep in mind is that once we are creating a user, we are not going to be just providing the user password. Instead, we are going to be providing that hashed password. So I'm going to copy that, and here as a password property, we are going to be just passing the hash password, because in this case we cannot just write a hash password like that. We cannot write our code like this. Why is that? Because in this case it is requiring the password right here. So it is not requiring the hash password, it is requiring the password. So we have to specify that property right here, that password property, and then we have to set that to the hash password right here. Okay, so that's done too. And now let's just try it. So I'm going to save this file. I'm going to also cut the space and save this file once again. And now let's just try to create one more user. But before we do that, I'm going to have to restart this server once again. And everything is successfully working, totally okay. And now let's just try to create one more user like myself, like HuXn. Oh, you know, I'm going to create myself later. So I'm going to just create a John. And yeah, John would be fine. So I'm going to just change that to John. Yeah, John is fine. So I'm going to also change that to John12 right in here. Okay, so I'm going to just click on the send button, and guess what? It is now giving us the ID, unique ID. The username is set to John, the email is set to john@gmail.com, and bro is not an admin. So I'm going to go ahead and let's just refresh that right here. And now I'm going to go to the second person, and what are you seeing? john@gmail.com, and what the hell is that? I don't even know what the hell is that. Okay, this is called this is called a hashed password. Nobody can recognize this password. Even though if they can have access to our database, they cannot figure out like what in the world is going to be the password. On the other hand, if I show you the Alex one, let me just open the Alex. Here you can see like Alex is totally cool. Like you can get his email and also the password. You can hack him in a second, and not the, what do we call it, not the John, because John hashed their password. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to right click on the Alex and delete him. Okay, so now let's just delete the Alex. That was just for demonstration purposes. So now let's just close both of them out. Let's just refresh them, and both of them is working totally fine. So we are going to have to first of all get the user data, and then we have to provide validation check for the existing user. Oh, I forgot to show you the existing user. Let's suppose we already have what do we call it, this John right here inside our database. But let's suppose if you want to create this John once again by using this same email right here. So now let me just click on that, and here you can see it will now gives us this message like user already existed. You cannot recreate this user once again by their email right here, which we specified right in here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating the user. But there is one more thing which you have to keep in mind, which is how to create a token and how to set that token to the cookie. So let's just do that real quick. So I can do that inside this file right here, but you know what, I'm going to create that inside this utils right here. So I'm going to just create a new file, give a name of like I don't know, create token.js. Okay, inside this create token file, I'm going to first of all get the JWT from JSON Web Tokens, and now let's just generate the token. So I'm going to use like const generate token, and it should be now equals to response, and also I'm going to provide the user ID right here. And now let me just pass my arrow function, and here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to first of all create a token. So I'm going to just write const token, and it will be now equals to jwt.sign. And if you don't know what JWT is, so you can go ahead and just quick Google search there, and it will give you a lot of great resources right here. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to provide a payload, either a string or object or buffer. Then it will take a secret private key, and which is currently set to null. You can also provide the options, and we will provide options right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to first of all provide the user ID, which we are going to be getting from the user. And now let's just provide some sort of a, or you know what, we're not going to be providing it right here. I'm going to go ahead to this env file which we have right here, and now let me just create it right here, there, I don't know, JWT secret, and it will be now equals to some sort of a secret. I'm going to set that to A B C D E F blah blah blah. I guess this secret will be fine, so I'm going to just close that. and I'm going to use like process.env and then jwt secret. Okay, and here I'm going to just provide expiration date, so when this token should be expired. So I'm going to just provide like 30 days. Okay, and that's it. This is how we are going to be creating a token. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to set the jwt as an HTTP only cookie. Okay, so anytime we create a user, we want to pass that cookie to the our headers. Okay, so as a cookie, so we are going to be just writing like res.cookie. And if you guys don't know what a cookies are, so you can just quick like watch a video and you can learn it, I don't know, 5 minutes or something like that. Then we have to specify the token, and then we have to specify the HTTP only. Okay, and it will be now set to true, and also secure will be also set to process .env, and I'm going to create that in a second, node.environment variable. If that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to change that to development. Okay, so you know what, I'm going to go ahead to that .env file once again, and now let me just create this node env. So node env will be currently set to development, so I'm going to just write development right here. So now let me just save that, and also I'm going to have to provide, come on man, I'm going to have to provide the same site, same site, and it should be now set to strict. Okay, and now let me just provide a comma, and maximum age I'm going to provide of 30 days. So I'm going to write 30 times I don't know, 24 times 60 times 60 once again times 1000 right here, so it will give us 30 days. And just finally, optionally, we have to just return the token. Okay, and then let's just export that token right here. So export default of generate the token. There we go. So I'm going to have to go back, and this is how, first of all, we are going to be creating the token, and this is how we are going to be setting that token as a HTTP only cookie right here. Okay, so that's that. And now let's just use the inside our controller. So I'm going to get that from create token from, let's just go ahead and go to the utils, and then I'm going to go to create token.js right here. And the next thing which I'm going to do is that underneath, once we save our data to our database, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write create token, and it requires two parameters. The first parameter it requires is the response, and then the second one it requires as a user ID. So I'm going to just specify the response, and the user ID will be now set to the new user, and here we are going to be just getting the user ID right here. Okay, so now if we save that, and now let's just check this out. But before I do that, I change a lot of things in an env file, so I'm going to have to restart the server once again so that we don't get any clashes. Okay, so this is a John. Now let me just recreate this Alex once again, and I'm going to just write Alex and Alex12. There we go. So I'm going to save that and click on the send, and here you can see we are now getting this cookie. This is our JWT. We give a name of like JWT right in here. Let me just show you that we have our JWT cookie right here, and we have our token. The value will be now set to our token, which is getting there. And then we have our header files right here, and then we have our headers, and here you can see the set cookie is now set to this JWT and this cookie right in here. Okay, and it is HTTP only, same site will be strict and all of that, which means like everything is working totally okay. So now we successfully logged in as this person, so that's why we are getting this cookie and all of that, which means like not only Alex is successfully created, but Alex is already logged in by using this cookie. So I'm going to just close that. And this is how we are going to be creating a new user in Express.js, and we are going to be validating the user and all of that. Alrighty, so that was it about how we are going to be creating a user, and now let's learn about the logging in and the logging out of the user. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write router.post, and we are going to be just posting to the auth. Okay, so like we are going to be authenticating our user, and yep, in this case what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just provide a login user right here. So I'm going to copy that, and let's just grab it from the controller. So I'm going to just create that controller right here. So I'm going to write login user, and I'm going to just write async handler, and I'm going to provide my async keyword request response, and boom. And now let me just register that right in here. So the first thing which you want to do whenever the user want to log into our website, so we just want to get the user email and the user password right here, okay, from the request.body. Okay, so when we get there, first of all, you want to check for the existing user if you already have one. So we just want to write const existing user, and it will be, come on, existing user, and it will be now equals to await and then user model, and we are going to be using this find one method of Mongoose, and here we are going to be just checking for the email if the email already existed. So what do you want to do? We just want to print to the user if email existed or the existed user. So first of all, you want to use the bcrypt compare method right here. So let's just use const is password valid. So we are going to be just checking for the valid password, and we are going to be checking await bcrypt, come on, bcrypt, and then here we are going to be using a compare method, and we are going to be first of all providing the user enter password. Then we are going to be going into the database and checking for the existing user dot password right here. Okay, so if that's valid, like if we already get the user, if the user provided a valid password, like here the user is going to be providing the password, then we are going to be checking that password inside our database. If that's true, like if this is a valid password, so what do you want to do? We just want to check if valid password or password valid, whatever you want to call that. So we just want to create the token, and we just want to provide the response, and we also want to provide the existing user, and we just want to provide the ID to it. Okay, so it will just generate a token for us, and it will set that token as a cookie into the header. Okay, so that's that. The next thing which you want to do is that we want to show some sort of a message to the user. So I'm going to just copy that, and we are going to be pasting it right here, but instead of a new user, I'm going to just change that to existing user, and that's it. I guess that would be it. And now here we are going to be just writing a return statement right here, and let's just write a comment for ourselves like exit the function after sending the response. Or we don't have to write that. Let's just remove that from here. We don't have to write that. Let's just remove it, save our file, and this is how we are going to be doing or logging in. So the first thing that you want to do is that we want to get a user email and password. Then we want to check for the existing user if we already have the existing user. So then we want to compare both of the passwords, like the user enter password and or existing user password, like the password which is already available inside our database. So if that's true, so what do you want to do? We just want to create a token, and we want to set that token as a cookie, and finally we just want to show some sort of a response to the user. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a new route for myself. Let's just close that, and I'm going to just create one more request right here, give a name of like login or something like that, and let's just change that to post, and I'm going to also copy that and place it right here. And what was the route? I kind of forgot the route. The route was auth. Okay, so instead of writing yeah, we have to just add the route right here. So currently if I click on the cookies right here, so here you can see we have that cookie. When we were creating a user, I already told you like we are not just creating a user, but we are also logging in that user. So I'm going to just remove this JWT from here, and now let's just try to add or try to log in. So I'm going to just go ahead and go to the body, and then I'm going to click on the not a binary but on the raw, then click on the JSON. And what is required? The required statement was the username, not the username but email and password. Here you can see the email and the password. So I'm going to just write email, and the email was, I don't know, I'm going to just log in as a John, and I'm going to just write john@gmail.com, and the password was John12. Okay, so now I'm going to just click on this send button, and here you can see we now successfully log in as a John. So here you can see we have our ID or username, email, and is_admin is now set to false. Okay, so now if I click on the cookies, and here you can see we have our JWT or value is now set to this token, and we also can check our header right here, and inside this header we have a set cookie, and which is set to this JWT and this cookie right here, which means like everything is successfully working. So now I'm going to just click on that, and let's just close that from here, but it will show it right here, because for that we have to just close this tab and we have to reopen that. And now I'm going to just click on it one more time, and now I'm going to log in as Alex right here. So I'm going to write like Alex and Alex12. Now I'm going to click on this send button one more time, and here you can see we now successfully log in as Alex right here. So we have ID, the name, the email, and everything right in here. Okay, so that's cool. So I'm going to just save this file, which means like this function is totally done. So the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to write a code for logging out. I'm going to write a post because we are going to be posting. So I'm going to just write log out in this case, and I'm going to just write like log out controller, or not controller but log out current user would be fine. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to go ahead and import it from our controllers. Let me just go into this controllers folder. I'm going to just place it right here, export that, and now let me just create that. So I'm going to just first of all write a async handler, and let me just pass my async request response, and also res.send of hello would be fine in this case. So I'm going to just save that, and I'm going to create one file, not file but request. Let's just copy this one, and let me just place it right here, change that to post, and this one should be log out. There we go. So now if I click on send button, so it will now give us that hello right here. Why is that? Because we just written that hello inside this controller. So I'm going to just remove that, and let's log out the user, and it is quite simple and easy. Why is that? Because inside our response we are setting the cookie, and we are just getting, well, I mean, like, we are just searching for this JWT cookie, which we are getting it right here. So I'm going to just click on this cookie. So here you can see the cookie name is JWT, and the value is this cookie, or whatever you want to call that. Okay, so we are just searching for this JWT right here, and the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to just set that to empty string, and now let me just provide the HTTP only. It will be now set to true, and I'm going to also provide the expires, and it will be now set to new date, and let me just provide a 0 to it. Okay, let me provide a comma, and underneath that I'm going to just send some sort of a response to the user, like status of 200 success status, and JSON would be now set to like some sort of a message, logged out successfully. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to just click on this log out, click on him, and here you can see that cookie is successfully gone from here. Let me just click on this cookie, and here you can see we don't have any cookies right here, which means like the user successfully logged out. Let me just log in as John once again, John, and we have to just write like John. I'm gonna click on him, and here you can see, let me just expand that. Here you can see we have this cookie right here, and we have this cookie right here as well. So I'm gonna just click on him, and I'm going to go into this log out right here. Let me just rename that to log out, and here you can also notice that log out right here. So I'm going to click on this send button right here. It will remove that cookie from here, but if I go to that login once again, here you can see that is not removed because we didn't close that. We have to close that once again, and once we reopen that, let me just reopen that like so, and now if I click on the cookies, and here you can see that cookie is gone. So I spent a lot of time figuring out like what the hell is wrong. I'm successfully logging out the user, but what is going on? Like when I come to this link, let me just do that once again. I'm gonna just log in. Here you can see we have our cookie right here, and here you can also see we have our cookie right here. But if I just log out, so I'm gonna just click on him and log out successfully, which means like this is working totally fine. But if I come to this login once again and click on the cookies, and cookie is totally gone, but here you can see that cookie right here. So what do you have to do? You just have to close that, and you have to reopen that, and then you would be able to see that cookie is gone and the user successfully logged out. Okay, so that was it about how we are going to be logging in and how we are going to be logging out the user. Alright, so the next thing which I want to do is that I want to work with authentication and authorization. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create one more middleware for myself. I'm going to give a name of like auth middleware.js, and inside this file I'm going to just create an authentication and authorize as an admin functions right here. So I'm going to just import first of all JWT from JSON Web Tokens, and I'm going to also get my user model right here, and I'm going to also provide a JS right there at the end, and I'm going to also import my async handler from the async handler. So the first thing I want to do is that I wanted to authenticate the user. So we want to check for the user credentials, and also we want to check for the token. So if the token is valid, so the user will be able to log in and log out. And if the token is not valid, so what do you want to do? We just want to throw some sort of an error. So now let me just create that function like authenticate, and it will be now equals to async handler, and I'm going to just pass my async request response, and there we go. And I'm going to also provide a next word because this is a middleware, so we have to provide our next right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to create a variable, set that to token and totally undefined. So then we have to read the JWT from the JWT cookie. Okay, so now let's just do that. We are already providing this JWT right here. You already saw that. So once we log in, here you can see we have our cookie, we have our JWT cookie, and we have a value of that cookie right here. Okay, so you already know that. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just set that token variable to request.cookie.jwt. So what are we doing in this case? We are going to the request, and inside this request we have this JWT. We have these cookies, and inside these cookies we have this JWT specific cookie right here. So we are just getting that. So the next thing which we are doing is that now we have to check if the token is valid. So what do you want to do? We just want to provide a try and catch blocks right here. Let's just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. And here for the catch block, I'm going to just provide like res.status of 401, and then I'm going to just write like throw new error of not authorized AuthOrized and token failed. There we go. And what else do we have to do for the else clause of this if statement? So we just want to write like res.status of 401, and I'm going to also write like, let's just copy that, let me just paste it right here, and not authorized. And in this case I'm going to provide no token, like if the user didn't even specify the token, so they are not authorized. Alright, so for the try block, we just want to decode their JWT. So I'm going to just write decoded JWT, and we are going to be using, and it will be now equals to JWT.verify method, which we have from the JWT. So we are going to be first of all specifying the token which we are getting from this request right here. And the next thing which we have to do is that we have to use that process.env, and we have to match that, or what do we call it, JWT secret, which we've created right here inside our env file. Here you can see that JWT secret. There we go. So we are going to have to pass that right here. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to get the user. So request, come on, lowercase request and user, and it will be now equals to await and user and find by ID. This is a mongoose method, and we are going to be just passing the decoded and then the user ID right here, and we are going to be just selecting the password. So not provide the password, and anything else should be there. And here we just have to specify the next so that we can go to the other request or to the other middleware or controller, whatever you want to call that. So this is the authenticate method, not a method but a middleware right here, which we are going to be passing into a request. And now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to check for the admin. Okay, so I don't know, check for the admin if the user is admin. So you know, let's just remove these comments. So I'm gonna just write like const authorize, authorize, I guess AuthOrized would be fine, authorize as an admin. So we are going to be just specifying the request and response and also the next. Why is that? Because it's a middleware. Okay, so now let's just check if request.user and request.user.isAdmin. If we have the user and the user is admin, so what do you want to do? We just want to go next. Okay, if not, so what do you want to do? We just want to write like res.status and 401, and then let's just send this message like not authorized as an admin. There we go. So now let me just export both of them out. So export, first of all we have to provide that authenticate, and then we have to provide that authorized admin. Alrighty, so that's it about how we are going to be creating an authenticate middleware and also authorized admin. So now we are going to be creating routes based on that middleware. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write like import authenticate and also authorize, come on, AuthOrized admin. There we go. From where? From, let's just go ahead to our middlewares, and we have to get it from the auth middleware.js. I want to make sure that the names are correct, so I'm going to have to copy this name. Let's just place it right here, and I'm going to also copy this name and place it right here, so which means like everything should work. Alrighty, so that's that. Now what do we have to do next? The next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get all of the users, okay, like all of the users from our database. So we are going to be just writing like I don't know, get all you, come on, not like that. I'm gonna have to provide the get method right here, and here the user should be authenticated, like the user have to provide their email address and also the password, and also the user should be authorized as an admin. Okay, so authorize as an admin if the user is not authenticated or the user is not admin. So what do you want to do? We just want to show their errors which we already created. And if the user is authenticated and authorized as an admin, so we just want to get all users. There we go. So I'm going to copy that. Let me just place it right here and go ahead and create it. Their controller, I'm going to paste it right here. And now I'm going to use async handler and created async request response and bang. So if you wanted to get all the user, this is quite simple and easy. So we just want to write like const users, and it will be now equals to aware and users model or user model, and we just have to use that find method and just provide our empty object, which means like give us everything that you got. And let's just provide our users right here. Okay, so now I'm going to save that. Let me just create one more request right here for all of the users. But this should be a get request. I'm gonna have to copy this one. Let's just copy that. And instead of providing the auth, we are going to be just providing API users. Click on him, and we are getting cannot read a property of undefined reading JWT. But why is that? Get all the user. Oh, I just forgot that S right here. It's cookies, and I was just writing cookie. Let's just save that. God damn it, man. And I'm gonna have to click on this button and let's just see. Okay, we are not authorized as an admin. We gotta first of all authorize as an admin. So I'm gonna have to log in, and you know what, before logging in I'm gonna create an admin user right here. So instead of writing Alex or something like that, I am the owner of this project. You already know that HuXn is the owner of this project, so he should be an admin. So I'm going to start HuXn12. Let's just create this new user right here. So I'm going to create HuXn right here. He is not currently an admin, but he will be in a second. So I'm going to go to the MongoDB. Let's just refresh that. Where is HuXn? Here you can see the king right here. So now let's just make him admin right here. So I'm going to save that. And now we will be successfully able to do that. But before I do, I'm going to have to save this one. Log out, just remove all of the cookies, log in as an HuXn, like as an admin. So I'm going to just write HuXn here, and I'm going to write HuXn12 as my password. Very strong password, by the way. So I'm going to just click on this send button, and here you can see we are getting HuXn, and here you can see the admin is true, which means that I am admin. So now I'm gonna go to get all the users, or let me just rename that to get all or all users. There we go. And now let me just click on this send button, and here you can see we are now getting all of the users which we currently have inside our database. So we have our John, we have our Alex, and we have HuXn right here, the king. Alrighty, so that's that. Alright, so that's cool. So next thing which you have to do is that we have to get a specific user data, and we have to update that specific user data. So I'm going to just write router.route, and here I'm going to just set that to profile. There we go. And I'm going to just write a get method, and the user should be authenticated. Then they will be able to get the current user profile. If not, then we are going to be throwing that error like not authorized, no token find, or something like that. Okay, so now I'm gonna just place it right in here. Okay, I'm gonna save this file. Now let me just export that controller right here. Now let me just create that controller, const, and boom boom boom. Async handler, async request response. And what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm gonna get the user. So I'm gonna write user aware, and then I'm gonna use the user model find by ID. And this is a mongoose method. So we are going to be getting the user by request.user, and here we are going to be just getting the user ID. There we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write if user. So what do you want to do? Like if this is valid, if this is valid, so what do you want to do? We just want to show this to a user like fetch.json, and here we are going to be just providing the ID. Come on, the ID, and ID will be equals to user and then this ID. And we also want to show the username to the user like user.username, and we also want to show the email to the user like user.email. There we go. So what if that's not the case? So what do you want to do? We just want to write rest status and 404, and then throw new error and user not found. There we go. So I'm going to just save this file, and now I'm going to create one more request right here. So I'm going to just write add request, and get or current user profile would be fine. So let's just close that. I'm gonna copy this auth, not auth, but this URL right here, and let me just paste it right here. I'm gonna provide a profile, and this should be good. But before I do that, we are getting this data by using this ID, so we have to specify the specific ID to it. Okay, so we have to first of all log in as someone. So let's just check the cookie, remove that, and I wanted to log in as Alex right here. So first of all, we have to log in like Alex. I'm gonna write Alex12 and boom. So now we successfully log in as Alex. So now let me just save that. And now we logged in as Alex. So now let me just click on the send, and here you can see we are getting the specific information. So we are getting all of the data which the Alex has, like the Alex ID, the Alex email, and also the Alex name right here. So this is cool. Now let's just update this data. So we are now successfully getting this data, like a specific user data. So now let's just update the specific user data. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead, or post method to be precise. So I'm gonna just write like, or not post, update, because put, because here we are updating our user. So we are going to be just writing a put, and the user should be authenticated, then they would be able to update update current user profile. Okay, so if the user is not authenticated, then they would get some sort of an error. Okay, so now let me just pass it right here, import that, and now let me just go ahead and provide it right here. And let me just create it right here. So const update user profile, and it should be equals to async handler. And let me just provide an async keyword request response. And now let's just update our current user. So I'm going to write const user, and it will be now equals to await and user. Let's just get, what do we call it, find by ID of request user. And now let me just get that ID, but user dot ID. There we go, just like that. So what I'm going to do is that now let me just check if you have the user. So we are going to be checking the user username, and it will be now equals to request.body.username. And if that's not the case, so we just want to stick to the old user name right here, like username. Okay, so let me just say that once again. Come on, username. There we go. So username. There we go, username. So first of all, we are checking if the user provide a new username. So we are going to be changing the existing username which we currently have inside our database, which we are checking right here. So we are going to be setting that newly added username, and we are going to be setting that to the old one. And if the user did not provide the username, so we are going to be just sticking to the previous old one. Okay, so this is what's going on behind the scene. And the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write user.email, and it will be now equals to request.body.email, and it will be, and if that's not the case, so we just wanted to check the user.email, or not check, but we just want to stick to the old one. Okay, so yeah, that's cool. Now let's talk about the password. So if you have request.body.password, so what do you want to do? We just want to check the user password, and it will be now equals to request.body.password. There we go. So underneath that, we are going to be updating, or not updating, but we are going to be saving that user, that new data, to the updated one. So now underneath that, what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be saving that data which the user provided, or updated data. So I'm going to just write const updated user, and it will be now equals to await user.save method. And now let's just execute that right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like res.json, and I'm going to specify the ID right here. So updated user ID, and I'm going to also provide a username. It will be now equals to updated user.username. Okay, and also I'm gonna write an email. So this is just to show to the user, like, yeah, you did something. Okay, so I'm gonna just write updated user email, and I'm gonna also write is admin no, or yeah, whatever. So updated user dot is admin right here. Okay, so that's that. So what if that's not the case? Now let me just save that. We are checking this if statement right here. We are checking this if statement right here, and we're writing all of that logic. But what if the user is not provided? So what do you want to do in that case? So we just want to write an else clause, and write a res.status of 404, and throw new error and user not found. There we go. So I'm going to just save that. Let me go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. So first of all, we are getting the user from the database. And then what we are doing is that if we already have the user, so then we are just changing the user data. Like if the user provided a new username, so we just want to change this existing username to this newly added username. But if the user did not provide this new username, so we just want to stick to the old one. And also same applies for the email. And here we are checking if the user provided request.body.password, so we just want to change this existing password to this newly created or newly added password. And finally we are just saving that updated data to the database, and then we are showing that data to the user right here. And if the user is not defined, so we just want to show this to a user like user not found. That was a lot of talking. So I'm going to just create one more request right here, and I'm going to just change that to post because we are going to be sending the data. Let's just copy that. Come on, man, what the hell did I do? Let's just copy that and place it right here, and this is post, so we have to post some sort of a data. And now let me just click on a JSON, and boom. So what do you want to do? We just want to change what? We wanted to change the user email, or you know what, we want to change the username and email, just a username and email, just like that. So I'm going to just write like a username, and here I'm going to just write like John Doe and provide a comma, and the email in this case I'm going to provide like I don't know, jd@gmail.com or something like that. So this is going to be the updated data, so I'm going to just click on the send button, and we are getting some sort of error. Oh, that's because we are logged in as someone else. Users.post. Why are we getting this error? Oh, this should be put. Come on, man, this should be put. Now let me just click on that, and here you can see we are now getting the username of John Doe, and we are getting the email of JD right here. Okay, so now let me just show you that real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my database. Let's just see, and here you can see John Doe and JD rather than that John. Here we are getting the John Doe and JD right here, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. All right, so that's that. And I guess I was about to do something else, but I forgot what was that. Not quite sure about that. Or you know what? Let me also show you how to change the password of the user. So I'm gonna just provide a comma, and password I'm gonna change that to like I don't know, some sort of like JD123 would be fine in this case. So I'm gonna just write come on, JD and 123. Okay, so now I'm gonna just click on this send, and it should be changed. Let's just save this file, and I'm going to log in as a JD first of all. So let's just log in, and the password I'm going to provide is that JD123. What? Come on, man, JD1, 2, and 3. Okay, so now I'm going to click on the send button, and it should authenticate. Oh, I guess we are not logged out. That's because we are getting this error. So first of all, let me just log out successfully. Now let me log in as a jd@gmail.com. Why are we getting this sending request, and why is this set to pending? Let's just close that and see what's going on behind the scenes. Click on, oh, look at that, we are not decrypting our password right here. Oh my god, I was just thinking like what the hell I was doing wrong. We are not decrypting our password. Let's just do that, baby. Let's just decrypt our password, then we will be able to save that. I'm gonna just, I guess, copy all of that out, or you know what, that 2-line would be fine, and go ahead, and I'm going to just place it right here. Yeah, I'm gonna cut that from here, and let me just place it right here, and here I'm gonna just paste the hashed password. There we go. So now if I save that, let me just restart that once again. So npm run and backend. Now let me just restart that, and I guess at this time it would work. So first of all, let's go ahead and log out everyone. Then I'm gonna just log in as JD. I guess I'm gonna have to remove this user from scratch. I'm gonna have to remove this user because we already messed up with him. Let's just remove this user from our database. Say bye bye to him, and let's just create him from scratch. John, and here I'm gonna just write John and John 1, 2, 3. Let's just click on send button. So user already existed. We remove that user. We remove that user. Did we did we change someone else? Oh god damn it, we already have John. You know what, let me just create one more user like banana or something like that. Banana and banana. There we go. Banana 1 2 3. Okay, so now I'm gonna just create this banana. Oh right, so we are getting some serious error. Cannot set a header. Let's just rerun that once again. There was a lot of errors. So now let's just click on him. And here you can see we are now getting banana. Everything is working. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just go ahead and change the user data. So let's just update this from banana. I'm going to just update that to like, I don't know, mango or something like that. So we already logged in as banana and we already set the cookies and everything. So I'm going to just write mango at gmail.com and mango 1 2 3 would be fine. So now let me just update that. And here you can see we are now getting mango, and everything is working the way I expect him to work. And now what I'm going to do is that, let me just check, are we even working with the mango? Yep, we are working with the mango. So I already forgot to show you. I want to change the password to like mango. Yeah, I already changed the password to mango, but I forgot to show you that. Now let me just go ahead and go to the MongoDB. Let's just refresh that. We have this mango right here. We have this mango at gmail.com, and we already have this password right here, decrypted password. All right, so that was a huge error to solve, you know what I'm saying? So that's it about how we are going to be getting a specific user and how we are going to be updating a specific user data. Now let's learn about how we are going to be updating a specific user from the admin side, and we are going to be also deleting a specific user from the admin side, and we are going to be also getting a specific user from the admin side. All right, so I'm going to just write router.route, and now I'm going to just specify the ID right here. Okay, so first of all, let's just talk about the deletion, or getting the user, or let's just talk about the deletion. So I'm going to just delete a specific user. So the user should be authenticated and the user should be authorized as an admin. Then they would be able to delete a specific user. If not, then they cannot delete a specific user. Okay, so delete user by ID would be fine. So I'm going to just write a message or comment, admin routes, boom boom boom. Let's just write it down, bang. That's cool. So I'm going to copy that and go at the top, and now let me just place it right here. Go ahead and now let's just register that right here, bang. Const get user by, or not get but delete user by ID. Const delete user by ID will be now equals to, come on, async handler. I'm going to provide async request response and it will be now equals to const user. First of all, we gotta get the user from the database. Find by ID, provide a request dot params dot ID. In this case, we are going to be providing the ID. Why is that? Because here we require the ID of the user. So here we have to provide the user ID, and we are going to be getting that user based on this request param and ID. You will see that in a sec if you don't know that already. So yeah, that's that. And now the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to just check if you already have the user, so what do you want to do? And if you don't have the user, so what do you want to do? Okay, so I'm going to just check once again. So if you have the user and if the user is admin, okay, so just take care of that. We don't want to delete the admin user. The admin is a powerful person. So yeah, I'm gonna just write res and 400 and throw new error, and I'm gonna write like cannot delete admin user, because admin is a top G and top G cannot be deleted. So I'm gonna write await and user dot delete one, and here we have to just specify the ID and user dot let's just get the ID. Okay, so we are going to be deleting that, and this is the mongoose method which allows us to delete a single person from the database. So we just want to delete one single person, so that's why I use the delete one method right here. So if the user is deleted, so we just want to show this message to a user like message and user remove from our database or something like that. And what if that's not the case? So we just want to write like face.status and I'm gonna just write like 404 and also throw new error and user not found. There we go. So I'm gonna just save this file, and I'm going to create a lot of users first of all, then I would be able to delete some of them. Okay, so now let me just create some arbitrary users right here. So this is a new user, so I'm gonna just change that to update user, and I'm going to create one more right here, and this one will say like delete user. And you know what, excuse me, you know what, I'm gonna just create a new folder right here. How to create a new folder? Oh, there we go. I'm gonna have to click on the add folder. I'm gonna give a name of like admin, because admin would be able to delete a user, update the user, and all of that. So now let me just click on this route right here, change that to delete, not patch, delete. There we go. And I'm going to also copy that. Let me just place it right here, and I'm going to just specify the user ID. But before I getting into the user ID, first of all, let me just create a lot of arbitrary users right here. So that was banana. Let me just create an orange, and the email will be orange, and the password will be orange123. Okay, so orange is successfully created, and now let me just create one more. I don't know, Jordan, come on, Jordan Peterson or something like that. So JP or Jordan P would be fine, and I'm gonna just write Jordan 123. Let's just create that. I'm gonna create one for, I don't know, Post Malone and Post Malone would be fine, and then Post Malone 123. And I'm gonna also create a 21 Savage, one of my favorite one, 21 Savage, and let's just create 21savage@gmail.com and 21savage 123. Okay, so yeah, we did create a lot of users right here. So the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to get their ID right here. So we have 7 users right here. So let's suppose if I want to remove this 21 Savage, so I'm going to just copy that. Let's just close that from here. Let's just close this one from here, and here you can see we have 7 users inside our database right now. So now let me just remove one. I'm going to pass this 21 Savage ID right here and click on assign, and here you, oh, not authorized as an admin. So first of all, I have to log out, and then I have to log in as an admin. Admin is HuXn. In your case, it should be you if you wanted to, but if you like me and you want to put my name, that would be amazing. Okay, so now let me just log in as admin. What's going on? I guess I changed the admin credential. Yeah, I guess I did. Let's just see. Do you want to have our, yeah, our admin? We have HuXn, and excuse me, I guess I changed the password to something else. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just delete this admin from scratch. Okay, so I'm going to have to delete this admin, and then we have to recreate that admin once again. So what I'm going to do is that let's just go ahead and create the HuXn WebDev, and boom, let's just create him. Save this file, and now let me just check it out. Refresh that, and we have HuXn right here. Now let's just check or set that to true. Save that. I logged in as an admin, and now I would be able to delete this user. So I'm going to just click on the send, and user not found. That's because do we delete that or something bad happened? 21 Savage. So I'm going to copy that. Now let me just place this ID right here. So it should be deleted. User not found. What the hell is that supposed to mean? User request are params, man, params. What the hell? These small silly mistakes just waste a lot of my time, and I'm just wondering like, where the hell did I make a mistake? Let's just remove that, and user successfully removed right here. Okay, so this was the first user which I've deleted. Refresh that, and here you can see it is now currently set to 6. We have HuXn, and now let's just remove this Post Malone as well. So now let's just remove him. I really love this guy. So I'm gonna have to click on send. User successfully removed, and here you can see it is 6, but now if I refresh that, it is set to 5, which means like, yeah, we are totally able to delete the user, but we have to be authenticated and we have to be authorized as an admin. Okay, so that's that. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to get a specific user. So I'm going to just write a get, and the user should be authenticated and authorized as an admin, and then they would be able to get a user by ID. Okay, so now let me just get a specific user by ID. Let me just place it right here at the top. Go ahead and create that controller right here. Okay, so I'm going to just create it right here. Const come on, god damn it. I even forgot the name. What was the name? The name was get user by ID, and it will be now equals to async handler provide or async request response, and boom. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm gonna just write like a user, and it will be now equals to await and user model and find by ID. Okay, so we are going to be specifying the ID like request our params. And here we just want to get all of the data, but we don't want to get the user password because that's not appropriate. So now let's just write user and rest.json, and we just want to show or see the user. Otherwise, if we don't have any user, so we just want to see or we just want to provide like 404 throw new error and user not found. There we go. So I'm gonna just save that, and now let's just create one more route for the user. And inside this user folder, I'm going to create the add request, and let's just not log in. Let's just copy that. Let me just place it right here, and it was set to get, but we just want to get a simple user. I don't know, orange would be fine. So I wanted to get an orange. So I'm going to just place the orange ID right here. Let me just click on the send button, and here you can see we are now getting all of the data based on that orange. So here you can see we are getting all of that orange data right here when that was created, when it was updated, and all of that. So now let's just save it there and change that to like get or user by ID will be fine, I guess. So let's just remove all of these routes like the other routes right here. And yeah, that's that. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to update the user by ID. Okay, so we just want to get the user and we want to update the specific user. Okay, so I'm going to just write put request right here, and the user should be authenticated and authorized as an admin. Then they would be able to update the user. So I'm going to just write update user by ID would be fine. So I'm going to copy that, and now let me just go ahead and place it right here. Okay, now I'm going to go inside there, go to the bottom, export that like so, and now let me just create the const update user by ID async handler for the async request response, and boom, come on. I'm going to first of all get the user, so I'm going to write await, and it will be now equals to user model, and we are going to be using the mongoose find by ID method, and here we are going to be passing this request our params once again, and also the ID. So now let's just check if we have the user. So what do you want to do? We just want to change the username excuse me, username, and it will be now equals to request.body.username if the user already provides some, and if not, we just want to write like the previous old one, like a username. There we go. Okay, so that's that. Now I'm going to write a user email, and it will be now equals to request.body.email. If not, then we want to check the user email. There we go. I'm going to also search for the user is admin as well. If I want to make him admin, so I can. If I don't want to make him admin, so I don't have to. So now let me just write request.body.isAdmin. Okay, so that's that. Yep, so let's just write const updated user, and it will be now equals to await and user.save right here. Okay, so we just want to save this user, and lastly, let's just provide some sort of a message for the user like, yeah, you did something, admin, you did something. I'm gonna just write updated user. There we go, and we just want to get the user ID. Okay, and also I wanted to get the user name, like which kind of user we updated. So we are going to be just writing updated user, and let me just get the username. Let me provide a comma, and I'm going to also get the email, so updated user, and I'm going to also provide the email right here. And now let me just provide is admin, and here updated user, and then is admin. There we go. Okay, so yeah, that's then. Now underneath this one, if that's not the case, like if we didn't found any user, so we just want to copy this code and paste it. we just wanted to copy that code and let's just place it right here. Okay, so user not found. I'm going to save this file, and finally the moment of truth. I'm going to write an add request right here, and let's just copy this one, bang, and here this should be update user, or specific user would be fine rather. But now let's just update a specific user, like, I don't know. And by the way, here you would notice like we cannot change the user password. That's because that's because the admin is not supposed to change the user password. So that's that. What I was doing, yeah, I was going to go to the database, and now let's just change the Jordan Peterson to John Doe or something like that. So I'm gonna just copy that Jordan, not this one. I'm gonna copy this ID right here, and let's just place it right here and change the user name to something like I don't know, instead of a Jordan Peterson, I'm gonna just change that to John Doe, John, or I don't know, what the hell should I give him? You know what, John Doe is fine, John Doe. And also user email will be equals to johndoe@gmail.com. And I'm gonna also, yeah, we cannot provide a password, so we don't have to specify the passwords. We can make this person as an admin if you wanted to, but I'm gonna just click on the send button, and here you can see we are now getting the John. Oh yeah, we are getting the John Doe. I just thought that I just logged in as a John Doe, and I'm changing myself. So now let me just check the Mango, and here we are getting the John, and we should be getting a John Doe. Yeah, here you can see we are getting a John Doe. We are getting the johndoe@gmail.com, and we are also getting the bro password right here. Alrighty, that was a lot of talking, and that was it about for the backend of the users. So what we learned in this section, we learned about how to create a user, how to authenticate the user, how to authorize as an admin, how to get all of the users, how to log in, how to log out, and how to get the user profile, and how to update a specific user, how to delete the user as an admin, and how to get a user as an admin, and how to update the user data as an admin. And we also learned, or not learned, but we also did a lot of stuff on Postman right here. Oh, you know what, let me just change that or rename that to, I don't know, HuXn store or something like that. I don't even know how to rename that. Yep, there we go. Control E to rename that in PC. So I'm going to just rename that to HuXn store, and bang. Okay, so yeah, I guess that would be it for the backend. And now let's begin our journey with the front end of these users. See you in the next one. Alright, so that was it about backend for the users. So now I'm going to just start work on the front end, and I'm going to create a few folders first of all. So I'm going to just write components. Then I'm going to create one for the pages. So I'm going to just give a name of pages. Then one for the Redux toolkit. So I'm going to give a name of like Redux. And I guess that would be it. So inside the pages, I'm going to create one more folder for the admin. And now let me create one more for the auth. So I'm going to give a name of like auth. And also one for the user. So I'm going to create one for the user. Now inside the auth folder, first of all, we are going to be creating a navigation, and then we are going to be creating like login component and register and all of that. So now let me just create the navigation. So navigation.jsx right here, and avig80, there we go. So I'm going to just write RAFCE, and I'm going to save this file. And also I'm going to create one file for navigation.css, and this is going to be the only time where we are going to be using .css extension. Okay, like later we are not going to be using .css anywhere, so this is going to be the only place. So I'm going to just hit enter right now, and I just copy a few lines of CSS, so I'm going to just place it right here. And you can also get this CSS from my GitHub repository, link will be in the description below. Or if you want to just pause the video and write it by yourself, so that's cool too. So the first thing which we are doing is that first of all we are providing a navigation container which we are going to be using in a few seconds. So this is the ID, and first of all initially we are just setting the width to 4%, and then we are providing a little bit of transition to it, and also where is the overflow will be set to hidden. Okay, then we are just selecting that navigation container one more time when somebody hover over it. So we just want to increase the width, and here we are providing that transition specifically for the width. And we are going to be also selecting the nav item, and first of all initially it will be set to none, and we are just setting the display to none. We are providing a little bit of transitions to it, and when somebody hover over it, so we are just setting the display to block and the opacity to 1. Okay, so that's that. So I'm going to just close this file right here, And now let's just start work on our navigation. Or you know what, first of all, let's just go to our app.jsx right here. Yeah, I know I just changed that a bit, so I'm going to grab a few things from, so now let me just grab a few things. So I'm going to just import first of all the outlet from the React router DOM. There we go. And I'm going to also get my navigation component, which I just created right here. And I'm going to also get my toast container from React Toastify. There we go. This is going to be the main component, and we are going to be wrapping all of our what do we call it, the app component from this toast container. You can read the documentation of that if you wanted to. So the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to also import React Toastify, and let's just go to the disk folder. And now let me just get my React Toastify.css file right here. So I'm going to just save this file, and now let me just come here and remove this h1, and let's just render our toast container right here. And I'm going to also just render my navigation right here, and then I'm going to just write min. Let me just give him a padding for the y-axis of 3 would be fine. And inside there, I'm going to just render my outlet right here and save my file. Okay, so now here you can see we are now getting this navigation. But there is one more thing which you got to do first of all, then we would be able to go to navigation. So I'm going to go into the main component first of all. And yeah, I did change a few things right here, so I'm going to have to go back. And now let's just import a few things. So the first thing which I wanted to import is route. So I'm going to just get my route, not router, but route. And now let me just get my router provider from the React router right here. So that's that. And I'm going to also need the create routes from element. Okay, elements, there we go. And we are going to also get the create routes from the element. Okay, so that's that. And we're going to also need what do we call it, the create browser router from the React router DOM. And that's that. Okay, so the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create a router. So I'm going to just create a router, and it will be now equals to create, come on, create browser router. And inside there, we are going to be also writing a create routes from the element, which we just imported a few seconds ago. And now let me just write my route, and the path will be just go to home. And I'm going to also specify the element, and in this case we are going to be just passing our app right here. And now let's just close that right here, and I'm going to just remove this app from here. And inside this render we are going to be providing what do we call it, our route provider. But before I do, why am I getting this? Okay, I guess, yeah, we didn't close that. We gotta close that right here. Okay, so that's that. And I'm going to just specify my route provider. And now let's just specify our router, and it will be now equals to the router. Okay, so now let's just close that. I'm gonna save this file, and I guess that's it. So that's it for the setup for now. So let me just save this file and refresh. Everything is working totally fine. But why are we getting this cool error? Now let me just run npm run front end, hit enter, and now let's just see what's going on. And let's just refresh that, and we have our navigation right here. Cool. So everything is working the way we expect him to work. The next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get a few things. So I'm going to just get my let's just import the use stand, and we are going to also need a lot of icons right here. So I'm going to use AI outline home, and I'm going to also use the AI outline shopping, and I'm going to also get the AI outline login, AI outline user ad, and AI outline shopping art. There we go. From where? From the React icons. And let's just go to the AI right here. Underneath that, we are going to also get our FA heart. So FA heart from where? So we want to get that from the React icons, and let's just go to the FA right here. Underneath that, what do you want to do? We just want to get our link as well. So now let me just get the link from the React router DOM. And also I forgot to get my CSS as well. So let's just go ahead and get the navigation.css right here. So I'm going to just save this file, and these are the things which we need just for now. And I guess we are going to also import, what do you call it, the use navigate as well. So I'm going to just use like use navigate from the React router DOM. Alrighty, so that's that. And now let's just start working on our main component right here. Okay, so we are going to be creating our drop down, and we are going to be also creating our what do we call it, sidebar. So first of all, let's just create a hooks for that. So I'm gonna just write what do we call it, drop down and open, and let's just set that to drop down open. There we go. It will be now equals to the use stat, and currently it will be set to false. And let's just duplicate that and change that to the show sidebar, and let's just change that to set show sidebar. There we go. So underneath there, we are going to be creating a few functions which will just allow us to toggle the drop down and also the sidebar. So I'm going to just write one for the toggle drop down, and it will be now equals to this arrow functions right here, and set drop down open. And now let's just provide the explanation mark and provide our drop down open right here. Okay, so I'm assuming that you are probably aware of that. Let's just duplicate that right here, and I'm going to also create one for the toggle sidebar as well. And here, instead of passing that drop down, I'm going to just pass my set show sidebar right here, and let's just pass our show sidebar right here. Let's just create one more for the, what do we call it, let's just create one for the close sidebar. There we go. And here we're gonna have to pass what do we call it, set show sidebar right here, and change that to false right here when it is closing. So see, come on, close sidebar. There we go. I'm gonna save this file for now, and I guess this is the time to get into the JSX right here. Let's just write a lot of JSX. We cannot see any results right now because currently we don't have anything right here to work with. So inside this div, I'm going to delete that first of all, and I'm going to provide the style right here. So I want this component to come at the top of everything. So I'm going to provide a z index of 999, and now let me just provide a class name of what do we call it, let's just see, or show sidebar. If we have our sidebar, so we just want to provide the hidden class to it. We just want to remove that. If not, then we have to just provide a flex class to it. Okay, so that's that. Now let's just go out from there like so. What the hell am I doing? Let's just save this file. And now here, what do we have to do? We have to write the rest of the JSX or the classes. So for the large screen, what do you want to do? We just want to provide a flex for the like there was for the extra large, and for the large screen we also want to set that to flex. For the medium screen, we just want to set that to hidden. For the small screen, we just want to set that to hidden too. And let's just provide the flex of column and justify between, and also padding all around will be set to 4, and text will be set to totally white. And let's just provide a background of totally black to it, and the width will be initially 4%. There we go. Okay, so when somebody hover over it, so what do you want to do? We just want to provide a width of 15 to it. So I'm going to write like 15%. There we go. So I'm going to also provide the height of 100 VH, and let's just fix that. Okay, so I'm going to save this file, and we cannot see anything because currently we are not hovering over anything. So let's just provide some sort of a content right here, or let's just save that. And yeah, we still can see that. So let's just write a little bit of CSS, or not CSS. Let's just write a little bit of content right here. But before I do that, underneath that, we are going to be also specifying the ID to it. So the ID was navigation container. There we go. And AVIGATION and container. So I'm gonna just write a flex, and let me just give a class of flex column, and the justify will be set to center. I'm gonna also specify the space for the y-axis of 4. Okay, so now inside there we are going to be creating a few links. So let's just close that right away, just like that. Oh no, not like that. Yeah, just like that. So it will go to the home. Okay, and I'm gonna also provide the classes of flex and items of center, transition, and transform. And let's just provide a transform. There we go. And I'm going to provide a hover state to it, so translate that to the x-axis of 2. Okay, so that's that. Now inside these classes, or inside these links rather, we are going to be rendering our AI outline AI outline home. Okay, just like that. And now let's just close that. But I want to increase the size of this icon, so I'll just write like I don't know, size will be now set to 26. And I'm going to also provide a few classes right here. So I'm going to just provide a class of margin for the right of 2, margin for the top of 3 rims would be fine. And I guess that's it. That's just for the icon. And now let me just write a span with a class of hidden first of all. And I'm going to also provide one for the nav item name and also one for the margin top. And this is going to be an arbitrary value. So we are going to be just passing 3 rims. Okay. So that's there. And inside this span, we are going to be just writing home. And let's just close that like so. I'm going to save this file and refresh, and I don't know why this navigation is not showing on the screen. Let's just right click on him and see what's going on inside a console. So what are we doing? A request module, no modules white, and does not provide export name. AI outline shopping cart. AI, come on. OUTLINE shopping cart. So let's just save this one. And what else? AI outline, come on. AI OUTLINE user error. Let's just save that and refresh. So here you can see we are now getting our navigation, and initially its width is set to 4% right here. So we just specify that 4%. Where is that? Here you can see it is set to 4%. But when I hover my mouse over to it, it is setting to 15%. So if I hover my mouse over to it, here you can see it is setting to 15%. And when I hover my mouse over to this icon, here you can see we are now getting this translate of x to 2, which we just specified right here. Okay, so that's that. So now I'm gonna have to just duplicate that a few times. One for the shop, one for the cart, one for the favorite. Okay, so let's just change this one to the shop. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and just provide a shop right here, and here we have to render the AI and shop. Shopping was fine. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's cool. So instead of home, I'm gonna just change that to shopping, or shop would be fine rather. So I'm gonna just change that to shop, and now let's just change this one to the cart right here. And AI outline shopping cart, this one right here, and this one should be a cart, and here this one should be a favorite. So favorite, not favorites but favorite singular. Okay, so here we just have to provide our fa heart, which we just get separately, and let's just put our favorite. Yep, I guess that would be. So I'm gonna just save this file, and here you can see we are now getting all of that navigations right here. So if I click on home, it will just bring us to home. If I click on a shop, it will bring us to the shop. Let's just go ahead and click on the cart. It will now bring us to the cart. If we click on the favorite, it will now bring us to the favorite right here. So let's just go back, and now what do we want to do? We also want to provide, what do we call it, our register and login. So I'm going to just get my UL. Inside this UL, I'm going to get my li right here. Inside this li, I'm going to get my link, and let's just close that, and it will go to the login screen, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And now let me just provide the classes, or you know what, instead of just writing that, I'm going to duplicate one of them. So I'm going to just copy, I don't know whichever you want to copy, and now let me just place it right here, and it will go to the login. And here let's just change that to, what do we call it, the AI outline login. Okay, so login, there we go. And let's just duplicate that one more time, but not just a link, we have to duplicate the li entirely. So now let's just change that to register, and here let's just change this one to the AI outline user add. And now I'm going to just save that, but before I do, I'm going to just change that to register. There we go. I'm going to save this file, and here you can see we are now getting this card. We are getting the card. We have to change that to the login. So I'm going to save them, and we are getting the login, we are getting the register right here. So everything is working totally awesomely. Alrighty, so that's just the basics JSX, and also the basics, just a few things which we provided right here. But next we are going to be creating a toggle, drop down menu, and also the close sidebar and all of that. But before we getting into all of that, first of all we have to make a setup for our backend API routes. So which means like we gotta go to the Redux side, and inside this Redux we are gonna have to create a few folders. Now let me just zoom in a bit, and I'm gonna just create one folder for the API, and inside this Redux folder we are going to be creating one for the features, and I am going to create a few files inside there. So one for the store.js, and now let me just create one more for the what do we call it, constants.js. Okay, so I'm going to explain every single thing which I'm doing right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that inside this API folder, I'm going to create one file. I'm going to give a name of like API slice.js. Now let me just create one more for the user or users API slice.js right here. So let's just go ahead and go to the API slice, this folder right here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go to that. So what do you want to do? First of all, the first thing which you want to do is that we want to get the fetch base query. So fetch base query from the Redux toolkit, and we also wanted to get the create API like so from the Redux JS toolkit, and we got to go to the query and React. Okay, so we are going to be getting that from the RTK query. So the next thing which we want to do is that we wanted to go ahead and go to the constants, and now let me just create one constant for myself, or not one but two. Okay, so let's just create for the, what do we call it, the base one. So I'm going to just write const base URL, and it will be now currently equals to empty string. Why is that? Because we are going to be using the proxy, so that's why we don't have to specify anything, which I am going to be explaining in a few seconds. So now let me just export the const of users URL, and it will be now equals to, first of all, I gotta go to the API, then we have to go to the users right here. I'm going to explain every single thing which I'm doing right now, but in a few seconds. So first of all, we just import that from the RTK query, and now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to get our base URL, which we just provide inside this constant right here, this one. So now let me just get that. I'm going to use import and then base URL from, come on, let's just provide from, gotta go to the constant, and now let's just get it from there. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to provide our base query. So I'm going to just write like const base query, and it will be now equals to fetch base query. Okay, and here inside this base query we are going to be passing our base URL, and it will be now equals to our base URL right here, which we are importing right here. Okay, so the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to create our API slice. So now I'm going to just export the const API slice, and it will be now equals to create API, and inside that we are going to be passing our base query, which we are creating right here, and we are providing the base URL of just an empty string for now, like come on, I just closed that. We are just providing the empty strings right here, but we are going to be providing the actual backend URL in a few seconds. So that's that. And now let me just specify a comma, and here we are going to also have to provide the tag types, and let's just provide a few tags right here. So I'm going to just provide one for the product, because we will have our product, we will also have our order, and we will have our user, just a singular user, and we will also have our category. Okay, so that's that. Now underneath this one, what do you want to do? We just want to provide our endpoints, and it will be now equals to just an empty function right here, just an empty arrow function right here. So I'm going to just save this file. So what are we doing? First of all, we are getting the fetch base query and create API from the Redux RTK query, and then we are just specifying the base URL, which is currently set to just an empty strings like that. But we will provide, what do we call it, a local host of 5000, which is running as a backend right here. We will provide that in a few seconds, but I want you to just know that currently we are just specifying the empty strings right here, but we will provide that local host in a few seconds. Then we are creating our API slice, and we are passing our base query, then we are passing our tags, and finally we are just providing our what do we call it, our empty endpoints right here, which we are going to be filled there in a few seconds. So I'm going to just remove this file as well, and now let's just work on what do we call it, or users slice right here. So now let's just go ahead and go to the user slice, and now let's just provide a few endpoints right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get the API slice. So I'm going to write import API slice from where, from, let's just go ahead, one directory, and we have our API slice right here. The next thing which you want to do is that we also wanted to get our users URL from our constants, which we created right here. Let me just go ahead, which we created right here, and which is set to the API and / users right here. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just create a few endpoints right here. So I'm going to just inject my previous one. So I'm going to write like export and then const user API slice or user API, come on, API slice, and it will be now equals to API slice. And here we just have to inject our endpoints from the previous method. So I'm going to just specify my endpoints right in here. Previously it was just set to the empty function, but in this case we are going to be passing our builder function, and here we just have to specify the actual endpoints right here. Okay, so first of all I'm going to create an endpoint for, I don't know, for login would be fine. So I'm going to just create an endpoint for login. Let me just pass my builder and mutation. In this case we are going to be passing some sort of a data to this login right here, so we are writing this mutation right here. But if we weren't changing our data, or if we weren't providing any data, so we won't be providing this mutation, rather we are going to be providing this query. So in this case we are providing the data and we are changing the things. So in this case we have to specify the mutation right here. Okay, so we are mutating our state in this case, so that's why we have to specify the mutation right here. Inside that, what do we want to do? First of all, we have to specify the query, and it will take a data, and I'm going to just specify my function right here, just a query right here. So what do you want to do? We first of all want to provide the URL. So where the URL should go? The URL should go to the user's URL, which we are importing from up above, and it should go to specifically to the auth. And now let me provide a comma and provide a method of post, because in this case we are going to be posting our data, so that's why we are setting the method to post. Now let me just provide a body, and we are going to be specifying the data right here. So now let me just save that and explain every single thing which I just said right here. So what are we doing? First of all, let me just go ahead and go to my backend, and I'm gonna get my user controller, not controller, but I guess route would be fine. So user routes, come on man, there we go, routes. We should have to change that to routes. R-O-U-T-E-S, R-O-U-T-E-S, there we go. I know it's gonna break a lot of things. Gotta go to this folder right here, and let's just change it to routes. You know what, I'm gonna just copy that, and let's just go ahead and search for this routes. Where in the world we use that? Just in this place. So now let's just change that to routes. Now let me just click on that, and everything is working totally fine. So what in the world are we currently doing? So now let me just go back, and I'm gonna just make that side by side so that you guys can see everything a bit better. So what are we doing? First of all, the local storage, just like this. I'm gonna just write HTTP, and then we are just writing our local host, and we are just setting that to 5000. We are gonna take care of that in a few seconds, but for now I just want you to keep in mind, like, we have this URL for now, and we are providing an endpoint for the user's URL, and then specifically for the auth right here. So what in the world is this user's URL? I'm gonna go to this user's URL right here, and it is now set to the API and users right here. So now let me just copy that from here. Let's just copy that from here, and we are attaching that API users right here, just like this. So first of all, we are making request to localhost 5000, then specifically we want to go to the API, and then specifically we want to go to the user, and for the user we specifically want to go to the auth. Okay, so we are going to be just copying that. Let me just copy that from here, and now let me just place it right here. Okay, so we want to make a request to this URL, so I'm going to copy that, or even cut that, and now let me just place it right in here. Okay, currently we are working on a login, so we have to make a request to this auth, what do we call it, this auth right here. Okay, so we are first of all working with the API users, and then we are making our request to this endpoint right here, this auth. Okay, so which means like we are logging in, and inside this auth we provided all of our logic right here. So if I go to this controller, okay, I can't even go to this controller, so I'm gonna cut that here, and I don't know why it's not working. User controller, why in the world it's not working? So I'm gonna just save this file. Gotta go to that controller manually. So let's just go to the routes, and why it is not working. Now if I click on that, and here you can see we are providing all of that logic right here inside this controller. Like, we are getting the email and the password. We are checking for the existing user if we have the existing user. So we just want to compare the passwords. If you have, like, if the password matches, then we are just generating the token, and we are just setting that to a cookie, and finally we are just setting this result to the user. So that was the entire flow. So which means, like, first of all, for the backend it will look like this. Let me just show you all of that. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the index file. for the backend, it should look like this. First of all, we are listening to the port of 5000. You already know that, right? And the next thing which we are doing is that we are just making a request to the API and users. Okay, so now we are going to be attaching this API users to that 5000 route, and then we also want to attach our auth right here. So if you make request to that, which means like we are working with a login user, which means like we can successfully log in. Okay, so that was the entire flow. I know that wasn't necessary. If you don't get it, that's completely okay, but I just kind of want to show you every single thing right here. Okay, so now we successfully create our login endpoint right here. Now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to create a hook based on this endpoint right here. Okay, so what do I have to do? First of all, I'm gonna have to export a lot of things. Oh, not a lot of things, we are going to export a lot of things later, but for now we just have to export one hook right here. So we are going to just use export const, and we just want to export the use login and mutation from where from, come on man, from the user API slice right here. So now I'm gonna save this file, and now let me just check use login mutation. Now you might be thinking like, HuXn, where in the world is this use came from, and where in the world is this mutation came from, and what's up with that cases? Like, look at that, this is a camel case, what's going on? Well, the thing is, Redux in my opinion work like this. First of all, you can just think about that. This is my analogy that I'm giving you. Okay, so first of all, we would have the use for all of the endpoints. It doesn't matter if you are working with the query or the mutation. So if you register your endpoint right here, you will have that use right here. Like this use keyword will be here. Okay, the next thing we have is that we are rendering dynamically or endpoint right here. So in this case, what's the name of our endpoint? The name of our endpoint is this login right here. Okay, so we're going to copy that and we're going to place it right here, but we have to just make that uppercase. You don't even have to worry about all of that things which I'm telling you right now, but this is just my analogy right here. Okay, then it will check like which kind of method, or not method, but which kind of request are you making? Are you mutating the state, or you're just getting a data from the backend or from some third-party library or something like that? In this case, we are working with the mutation. So here we have to copy their mutation and we have to just place it right here, and we also have to make this as uppercase. So here you can see we are now getting the use, which you can see right here, the use, then our method name or endpoint name. So our endpoint name is login, so here you can see we are specifying the login right here. Then we are providing the mutation, so here you can see we are providing the mutation right here. Okay, so that's that, and this is how everything works. But let's suppose if we were working with a query, so we are going to have to specify the query there, and in this case we are going to have to just use the query rather. Okay, so that's that, and let's just remove that from here, and let's just undo that to mutation. Okay, so I'm gonna save this file, and this is how the entire flow looks like, and I hope that helps because I've spent very much time right here. Okay, so now let's go ahead to the store and configure our store right here. Okay, so I'm gonna first of all get my few things, my tools. So first of all, I'm gonna get my configure store from the Redux toolkit right here. So the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to also get my setup listener from the Redux toolkit query, but we also want to provide the React at the end, and we also want to get the API, the API slice from where? We want to get that from the API, and gotta go to the API slice right here. The next thing which I want to do is that I want to configure my store, so I'm going to just write store const store, and it will be now equals to configure store, and here we just want to specify the reducers right here. So first of all, I'm going to just specify the reducer of, in this case we are going to be just specifying our API slice right here, and we just want to get our reducer path. Okay, and it will be now equals to the API, the API slice, and here we just want to set that to reducer. Underneath that we are going to have to register our middleware as well, so I'm going to write my middleware, and it will be now equals to get default middleware right here. Okay, so let's just remove that from here, we don't want to import that, let's just remove that, and it will be now equals to the get default middleware, and here we are going to be just concatenating. Let's just go back, and now let me just concat I'm going to concat my API slice right here and middleware. There we go. So now underneath that I'm going to just provide a comma, and let's just use our dev tools and set that to true. I'm going to save this file, and here I'm going to just write a setup listener, which we are importing right here. So setup listener, and here we are going to be just specifying the store, and let's just provide our dispatch, and finally let's just export default or store right here. Okay, so now let me just save that, and that's it for the configuration. But I forgot one thing. This API endpoint will work, but I'm gonna also have to create one file for the auth as well. So I'm gonna have to go to the features folder, and inside this features folder I'm gonna create one file, or not file but folder, for the auth. So now let me just create one folder for the auth, and inside this auth I'm gonna create one file, and I'm gonna give a name of like I don't know, auth slice.js would be fine. Okay, so that's there. Now let me just define my auth first of all. So this is going to be for the authentication, so I'm going to just write my import, and let's just get our create slice. Okay, from where? From the Redux toolkit right here. And the next thing which I want to do is that I want to get my auth slice. Let's just configure that. So I'm going to use create slice, and inside there we are going to be first of all providing the name. So name, in this case I'm going to just set that to auth, and then we have to specify the initial state right here. So I can specify the initial state just like that, but I'm going to just do it separately. So now let me just copy that, and here we have to just register our initial state. So now I'm going to just write like const and initial state, and it will be now equals to this what do we call it, this object right here. I'm going to first of all check for the user info, and now we are going to have to change that to local storage. We got to go to the local storage because we are going to be setting our user info, and also we are going to be setting our user info in a local storage, and we are going to be also checking for the cookie. Okay, so I'm going to just write local storage and get item, and in this case we are going to be specifying the user info right here. And also let's just check if we have the user info from the local storage. So we just want to parse that, so I'm going to use like JSON parse, and I'm going to just specify my local storage, and let's just specify my get item this user info. And what if you don't have that? So what do you want to do? We just want to set that to null. Okay, so now I'm going to just save this file, and this is what's going on inside this initial state. We are now providing our user info right here. If we have a user info already available inside our local storage, so what do you want to do? We just want to parse that. If we don't have that, so we just want to set that to null. Okay, so this is our initial state. We are copying that and pasting it right here. So now underneath that we have to register our reducers. So I'm going to write a reducer, and it will be now equals to this reducer object right here. So first of all we are going to be setting the credentials. So set credentials, and we are going to be first of all specifying the state and also the action as well, and arrow function just like that. And here we are going to be just passing the state dot user info, and it will be now equals to action dot payload. So I'm going to write a payload, and also I'm going to write my local storage, and it should be equals to set item, and we are going to be specifying, or we are going to be setting the user info, okay, to the local storage. And here we are going to be just specifying the JSON. Come on, why the hell am I getting that pop-up box again and again? And stringify right here, and we just have to specify our action. What the hell is wrong with this shit? Let's just go back. Here we have to specify the action and then payload, and now underneath that we have to just write like const expire time, expiration time rather, and it will be now equals to new date. And here we just have to write like get time, and we have to just specify like 30 days right here. So I'm going to write like 30 and then times 24, that same formula right here. So 24, and also for 60 one more time, and 1000, so it will give us 30 days. And now let's just use that, or set that as expiration time to the local storage. So I'm going to use like local storage dot set item, and now here I'm going to just provide a property of like expiration time like so. And here we just have to specify the expiration time, expire and time. And this is going to be it for the setting the credentials. And now let me just create one more for the log out. Okay, so like logging out the credentials. So it will be now equals to state, and let's just write a state here. Come on, state dot user info, and we are going to be just setting there to null from the local storage, and we are going to be also clearing out the local storage. So local storage dot clear, and now let's just execute that, and that would do it for the log out right here. So now let's just export what do you call it, our actions and also the reducers. So first of all, let's just export our actions. So I'm going to just export like set credentials and also log out from where, from our, come on man, from our auth slice dot action, or actions rather, it is a plural. Plural, there we go, I can't even speak today. And the next thing which we have to do is that we have to export default, and it will be now equals to auth slice dot reducer. Okay, so that's that. Now we are totally done with the Redux side, so I'm gonna just close this one. Let's just close, or you know, I'm gonna just leave that right here. And oh, I forgot to include it right here inside our store. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna get my, let's just import the auth reducer from here. Let's just go ahead and go to the features and also go to the auth and then auth slice right here. Let's just copy that from here and I'm gonna just place it right here. Let me give a name of like auth and set that to the auth reducer right here. So now let's just save that, and that's it for the store. Gotta go to the navigation right here, and now let's just register or do all of that magic right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to the bottom and underneath this link, and specifically underneath this link right here, the favorite links, I'm going to, or even underneath this div, I guess, yeah, underneath this div, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a div with a class of relative, and let's just execute that. And first of all, we have to work on the button, and for the button we are going to be using the on click, and let's just toggle the drop down. Okay, so toggle the drop down, and let's just provide a classes of flex, and items will be totally set to center, text will be totally set to gray, and add 1000 8,000 focus will be set to outline and none. And as a label, we are going to be checking first of all the user info. Oh, I forgot to include the user info and all of that. Now let's just import that right here. Okay, so gotta go to the top first of all, and we have to use the use selector and all of that. So underneath this CSS, I'm gonna have to get that. First of all, let me just get my use selector, and also not this one, come on, I'm not talking about that, use selector, and I'm gonna also get my use dispatch, ASP, come on, use DISP@TCH, from where we want to get that from the React Redux right here. So that's cool, but we also want to get our endpoint which we just created right here. So I'm gonna give a name of like use logout, LOGOUT, come on, use log LOG and out mutation. There we go. So we just want to get that, and we also want to import our logout. So logout, from where we just want to go ahead and go to the Redux first of all, and we also want to get to the features, and we also want to get to the auth, and then inside the auth we wanted to get the auth slice right here. Okay, so I guess that would be it for the importing stuff. And now underneath this navigation, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just change, or I wanted to get the user info right here. So user info will be equals to use selector, and here we just have to specify the stat, and here we have to just get the stat.auth right here from our store. So that's that. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to also get my dispatch and navigate. First of all, I'm going to get the dispatch, and it will be now equals to the use dispatch, and here we just have to specify, oh, you don't have to specify anything, we just have to use the use dispatch, and const navigate will be now equals to the use navigate, and let's just execute that. And now underneath that, what do you want to do? We just want to get our login or log out API call, and it will be now equals to the use logout mutation right here. So that's that too. And you know what, I'm going to also create that logout handler right away, so we are going to have to use that later, but I'm going to create it right now. So I'm going to just use like logout and handler, and it will be now equals to our async function, because currently we are working with our database, so that's why we have to use our async function. So try catch, for the catch block, we just want to use like console.error, and now let me just paste that error right here. In the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to use the await and logout API call, and here what do you want to do? We just want to unwrap that. So unwrap that first of all, and then we have to just use the dispatch of logout and execute that. And we also have to navigate through the login screen, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So that's that. Now what I'm going to do inside this button is that I'm gonna just check. I'm gonna first of all check for the user info if we have the user info. So what do you want to do? We just want to write a span, and I'm gonna have to write it manually like span, like so. And let's just provide a class names of like text will be set to totally white, and here we are going to be just rendering like a user info, and then we want to render the username. Okay, and if that's not the case, let's just go back. If that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to set that to the empty fragments. So let's just save that right here. And what are we getting? And unexpected application error, could not find the React Redux context value. Oh, we didn't register the context value for the Redux. We have to go to the main right here, and now let's just register that first of all. The first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get the provider, so I'm going to get my provider from where? Provider from React and Redux right here. provider. The next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get the store. From the store, gotta go to the Redux, and let's just get our store right here. And now we have to wrap our application from the provider and the store. So now let's just use that. I'm gonna provide the provider right here. Let me just pass my store in it, and here we have to just specify the store. And now let's just wrap our entire application or the router inside the store. And now let me just see here. If I click on this login, it is working. If I click on the register, it is totally working okay. So that's cool. We are even checking everything which we need right now. So we are going to be specifying the username if we already have the user information. So currently we cannot do that because we have to go ahead and log in. So now let's just start working on our login component. And once we are done with the login component, then we would be able to work with this navigation right here. So I just want you to know that navigation isn't done yet, baby. We gotta come back to this navigation once again. So you know what, we're gonna take care of the rest of this navigation a bit later, like the drop down component at the end and all of that. But first of all, we gotta take care of this login screen right here. So if we successfully log in, then we would be able to take care of the rest of this navigation right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that inside this auth folder, I'm going to create one file for the login.jsx right here, and RAFCE, I'm going to just save this file and gotta go to the main first of all. And now let's just register that right here. Okay, so now let me just import the auth, and I'm going to go ahead and import my login right here. Okay, so go to the pages, gotta go to the auth folder, and now let me just get my login right here. So now I'm going to save this file. I'm going to copy that, and inside this app I'm going to have to close that manually just like that. Okay, so I'm going to have to close it like so. So inside this route and this app, so I'm going to just hit enter right here like so. Inside there, what do you want to do? We just want to create one more route, like separate route for or login. So I'm going to just go ahead and go to the login screen, and here we just want to pass the element of this component which we just created, like login component. Okay, so that's that. I'm going to save this file, and now I'm going to just click on this login screen, and you cannot see that hello. That's because it is hidden behind this what do we call this navigation right here. Let's just go ahead and go to the login component, and now let's just create that. The first thing I want to do is that I'm going to grab a few things like a use stat, and I'm going to also get a use effect as well. And let's just get our link, and also the use location, and also the use navigate. From where? From the React, come on, React router and DOM. Okay, so now I'm going to get one more thing, use selector and use dispatch. Not this use selector I'm talking about. Use selector and also the use dispatch. From where? We want to get that from the React Redux right here. So now underneath that, what do you want to do? We also want to get something called the use login mutation, and we also want to get the set credentials as well. So set credentials, which we created a few seconds ago, and now I'm going to also get my toast right here. So from the React note toastify, not notify. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's everything we need right now. Now the first thing I would do is that I'm going to get my email, because if you want to log in, so we got to get the email from the user. So I'm going to just write like a use stat, not selector but use stat, and here we are going to be just specifying the empty string, and I'm going to also get the password from the user. So set password from the user, and it will be now equals to the use stat. And here, what do you want to do? We just want to pass an empty string for now. Okay, so now let me just get my dispatch first of all, and it will be now equals to the use dispatch. And I'm going to also get my navigate as well. So navigate, and it will be equals to the use navigate right here, and execute that. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to get the login, and I'm going to also provide the loading right here, is loading, which is a property inside this is loading mutation which we created a few seconds ago. And I'm going to also get the user information as well, so like a user info or the user data, whatever you want to call that, from the store. So I'm going to use the use selector, and I know you guys are probably aware of that because if you are taking this course, so you already know all of that. Okay, so now the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to get a search, and let's just use the use location which we imported a few seconds ago. And now let me just write the search param. So I'm going to write it sp, s for short, and url search params. And here we just have to specify the search which we are getting from the use location. And here in this case, we just want to redirect. So redirect, let's just use the search params, and I'm going to just write a get. And in this case, I'm going to just pass the redirect, or let's just go to the home. Okay, so that's that. Now the next thing which you want to do is that we also want to set up the use effect as well. So I'm going to use the use effect right here in this case. And what do you want to do inside the use effect? Inside the use effect, we want to check if we have the user information. So what do you want to do? If we already have the user information, we just want to navigate and redirect. So I'm going to just pass my redirect right here. And also as the dependency array, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just pass my navigate to it, and I'm going to also pass the redirect to it. So redirect, and I'm going to also provide the use info, or not a use info, user info. There we go. Okay, so that's that. So I guess we are almost ready to write all of our JSX which we need for this project. dispatch is okay because we are not using it. That's why we are getting that error right here. Alrighty, so now inside this div, I'm going to just create my section, and I'm going to create a section, but I'm going to have to provide a little bit of classes to it. So let's just create it from scratch. Section, give a class name of what? First of all, we are going to be providing the arbitrary value for the padding left. And we are going to be just providing like 10 rem would be fine. And I'm going to also set that to flex, and flex will be set to totally wrap. Okay, and inside this section, what do you want to do? We just want to get our div, and here I'm going to just provide the margin for the right, and here we are going to be providing the arbitrary value once again. So we have to close that manually. So let's just provide the 4 rem. Margin for the top, I'm going to provide like 5 rems would be fine. And now inside this div, I'm going to write h1 of text will be set to like 2XL. And I'm going to also write a font semi bold, and margin for the bottom will be set to 4. And I guess that's it. Here just write like a sign in, and now let's just save that. Okay, and here you can see we are now getting this sign in inside this login route right here. Okay, so that's cool. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to create a form. So now let's just create a form inside there, and this form will allow us to send our data to our database right here. Okay, so what do you want to do? Let's just provide a class, and I'm going to give a container class, and let's just provide a width of like 40 rems. Okay, and inside this form, what do you want to do? We just want to create a div with a class of margin top, margin not top, but for the y-axis we are going to be providing like I don't know, 2 rems would be fine. And inside there, let's just indent that a bit. And inside there, what do you want to do? We just want to create a label, and for the HTML4, I'm going to provide an email first of all because we require the email. So we're going to have to provide their email address right here, address. There we go. And I'm going to also specify a classes of like a blog. The text will be totally small, and the font will be set to medium. And I'm going to provide a text of totally white to it. So now let's just save that. Go ahead and check it out, and here you can see this is my label right here. So underneath this label, I'm going to create my input right here, and the time will be set to email. And also I'm going to give them ID of totally email, and also let's just provide a class name of like margin top of 1, padding all around will be set to 2, and border and rounded border and width will be set to totally full. Okay, so let's just save that, and it is looking awful but that's cool. Anyways, that's looking better. Okay, Yeah, so that's it. But the next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to make this component or this input as a control input. So I'm going to have to provide the email right here, and on change, what do you want to provide? We just want to provide our event object and set email, which we are getting from the top, and here we just have to specify e.target.value right in here. Okay, so now underneath this div, I guess that's it for this email right here. So let's just refresh that, and we are now totally able to provide our credentials and everything like that. So now let's just cut that from here, and that's for the email. But I guess I'm gonna have to duplicate that and change a few things inside. You know, I'm gonna just duplicate that. Let's just duplicate that div, and let's just change things for the password as well. So let's just change that to like password, remove that, and this one should be a password as well, and change this one to the password as well, and ID will be password, and this one will also be in password, the value will be password. So now underneath this input, not and so underneath this div, what do you want to do? We just want to create one button. So I'm going to just create this button right here. Let's just provide the disable state on it. So is loading will be the disable state on there. So if it's loading, so it should be disabled. If not, then it should not be disabled. So let's just provide a type of submit to it, and the class name, come on, class name will be now equals to like a background color will be set to totally pink of 500, and also text will be set to white, and padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, and padding for the y-axis will be set to 2. It will be rounded 2, and also cursor will be set to pointer when we have our mouse over it, and margin for the y-axis will be set to like 1 rem. And as a text, I'm going to provide conditionally if it is loading. So what do you want to do? We just want to provide this label like signing in and ... And if it's not the case, so what do you want to do? Come on, man. We just want to have, so we just have to write like a sign in. So if you just save our file, and now if you click on that, well, we are not signing in, so that's why we are not getting this signing in right here. Anyway, so that's that. But the next thing which I want to do is that I want to also provide a loader right here. So underneath that, I'm going to just write like if it is loading. So what do you want to do? We just want to write like a loading ... right here. We will provide that, but I guess I'm gonna have to create a separate loader for that. Yeah, I will create a separate loader for that. So I'm gonna just render loader, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds right away. Let's just create it. So loader.jsx. So what I want to do is that I wanted to create an RAFC, and I'm going to just provide a lot of JSX right here. So I'm going to create a div with a class of animate spin rounded full, and the height will be set to 16. The width will be also set to 16 as well. It will be also I'm going to also provide a border for the top of 4, and also border will be pink 500, and border opacity will be set to 50. Okay, so I guess that would be it. So I'm going to just save this file, and now let's just use that loader right here. I'm going to remove this R, and yeah, it is not giving me an autocomplete, so I'm going to have to import it manually. Let's just get our loader from where? Let's just go ahead and go to the, not navigation, but go ahead twice. Like so. Go to components and go to the loader, and now if you save that, and everything should work. And you know what, I'm gonna also create a label for like register components, and so like if the user is not already logged in, so I mean like if the user is not already registered, so then they can click on that label and they can go to the register screen. Okay, so let's just do that a bit quickly. Let's just go back like so, and underneath this form, let me just create it underneath this form. That would be it. I'm going to create a div with a class of margin top for 4, and I'm going to create a paragraph of text totally white, and let's just set that to like new customer and provide just an empty space right here, and I'm going to just provide a link, and let's just close this link right here, and it will just redirect that. Let me just provide, come on, redirect, and if it is redirecting, so we just want to set that to register question mark redirect. Let's just write redirect, and it will be now equals to this dollar sign, and I forgot to use these template literals rather, and here we just have to close that right here, and here we just have to provide the redirect right here. Okay, so if that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to go ahead and go to the register. There we go. And I'm going to also put a few classes to it. So like class name will be like, I don't know, text will be totally pink of 500. And I'm going to also put the hover start of like underline. And let's just provide the register label inside there. Save our file. And let's just see. What are we getting? Are we even getting something? Okay, there we go. So we are now getting like new customer. Click on the register button. And it will now register. I mean, like it will brings us to this register route right here. But we didn't set up there for now, so now let's just get into it. All right, so now let's go ahead and check our database right here. Let me just connect that to my database. Go to HuXn store, check out the users. So I wanted to log in as not John but Mango, Orange, John Doe. I want to log in as John Doe, so I'm gonna just write like John, JOHN and DOE at gmail.com. And here I'm gonna just write like John 1 2 and I guess 3. Let's just click on sign in, and guess what? We are not getting. Oh, that's because we didn't create we didn't even create what do we call it, the login or the submit handler, and we have to specify it right here. That's why it is not working. Let's just create that. So I'm gonna just write like on submit. And once that's submitted, so we just want to provide this control, not controller. Why am I saying controller all the time? So let's just provide a submit handler function. Let's just create the submit handler function right in here. So like so, I'm going to write async and provide our event object. And inside that, we are going to be preventing the default behavior. So let's just prevent the default behavior. Provide a try catch blocks, and inside the catch block, so we just want to use like toast error, and here we just want to provide if we got some sort of error. So what do you want to do? We just want to get the data of that error, and we also want to get the message. If not, so then we want to check for the error, and we want to just get the message. That's it. So for the try block, we just want to get like a res for the response from this login. So we just want to provide the email and also the password, and we want to use the unwrap right here. Okay, so now let me just log this res right here. So which kind of data are we getting? And now let's just dispatch or set credentials, which we are getting, not section, but set credentials. And here we just have to specify the response which we are getting right here. Okay, so I'm going to just save this file. Right click on him. Let's just remove that question mark at the end. Right click on him, go to the console, remove that. And I'm going to provide my John Doe and John JOHN 1 2 and 3. Let's just click on the sign in, and guess what? We are getting an amazing error. And do you know why we are getting this error? That's because we did not set up our backend route proxy. So let's just go ahead and go to where is that? We just have to go to this white.config file right here. So inside this config file, we just have to register our proxy. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just write a server, and now inside this server I just want to create a proxy. So proxy, and here let me just provide my API right here, and now my API will be set to HTTP. Come on, HTTP localhost, and it should be equals to 5000 right here. Let's just save that and try it out. Okay, so I'm gonna just delete that from here. Let me just go ahead and log in as a John 1 2 3. Okay, and click on this sign in, and we are still getting that error right here. I guess we have to restart the server for that. Let's just restart the server for that and check it out. Oh, I was using an npm start rather than using an npm run dev, so I'm gonna have to use the backend and also the front end, then it would work. My bad. So now let's just refresh them and clear this out. I'm going to use this John Doe, JOHN DOE, and let's just provide JOHN and 1 2 3. Okay, and click on the sign in. Why in the world we are getting this error once again? API users. So which kind of data are we providing? We are providing this data, and we are not even getting the preview. Let's just check it out. For the post request, API users auth. Was that a users or users singular? Let's just go ahead and check it out. We got an error, babies. API users. Gotta go ahead and check out the auth. Yep, that's cool. This one is cool. So let's just go ahead and go to the user API slice and go to the users API users. So this one is working. Which kind of error are we? Internal server error 5000. Click on him. We are providing the email. We are also providing the password of John123. So why in the world we are not getting anything? Oh, I forgot. There are 2 4 slashes right here. So let's just provide their 2 4 slashes and save my file. And come on, HuXn, that was stupid mistake that you made like a countless times. Let's just log in as HuXn. What the hell? Let's just log in as HuXn at gmail.com, and the password was HuXn12 and I guess 3. Okay, so let's just click on this button, sign in, and here you go, baby. And here you go. We logged in, but we are not getting the toast. So here you can see my name, which means like we successfully log in, but I'm gonna have to make sure to check out the application first of all. Let's go ahead and check out the application and go to the local storage, and there you go. Here you can see my user info right here, and here you can also see the expiration time right here. And I'm going to also check the cookie, and we want to check our cookie, and we have our JWT, and here is my cookie. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. But let's just remove this HuXn, and let's just log in as someone else like orange or mango or something like that. Let's just remove this application. Let's just remove this JWT from the cookie, and you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the local storage and click on this clear icon, and here you can see, if I just refresh that, here you can see my name is totally gone from this list right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be logging in. I'm gonna go ahead and click on the login once again, and I wanted to log in as someone else in this case, so let's just go ahead and go to my database. That's HuXn. This is the John Doe. I don't want to log in as John Doe. Let's just log in as Orange maybe. So I'm gonna just log in like Orange, come on, Orange at gmail.com. Let me zoom in a bit. Orange at gmail.com, and I'm gonna provide the password of Orange 123. Click on the signing in, and we successfully sign in. Here you can see the orange. And now let's just check it out inside our application tab. Here you can see the user credential or the user information right here. So we logged in as Orange. He is not an admin, and we are getting the username of Orange right here. Let's just check our cookie, and here you can see we have our cookie. Alright, so which means like our login functionality is totally working, and we are done with the logging functionality. And now the next thing which I want to do is that, what else should I what else should I check it out? I guess I'm gonna have to work with the logout, but I'm thinking about completing this navigation first, and then we will complete that register functionality, and then we're gonna have to jump into the shop and the rest of them. That's the other story, but we are gonna have to first of all, yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and go to the navigation. Let's just go to the navigation first of all, and now let's just complete that. So now we are getting the user information successfully, like we can see the username right here, and that's cool. So underneath this user info, what I want to do is that I want to check for the user info once again. User info, if you have the user info, so what do you want to do? We just wanted to provide a SVG right here. I just copied the SVG from my other project, and now let me just place it right here. And this is what you have to do. First of all, you have to write like this XML, and here you just have to specify this URL right here. You can even remove that if you don't want to. Okay, and then here we are providing a class name, we are providing the height to it, we are providing the width, the margin left, and here we are checking if the drop down is open. So what do you want to do? We just want to provide a transform, and we want to rotate that on the 180 degree. If not, then we just want to set that to empty string, and we want to fill, and the fill, like the color, will be set to none. And we also want to provide the viewport of 0 0 and 24, like this one will be for the x-axis and this one will be for the y-axis, and the stroke will be totally wide. And by the way, if you're not aware of like what in the world is SVG, then you can use the icon if you wanted to, but I just wanted to use the SVG, and I wanted to make things lighter, so that's why I choose SVG right here. Okay, so then inside that SVG we are providing the path, and the stroke line cap is set to rounded, and also the line join is also set to rounded, and stroke width is set to 2, and for the dimension or the direction we are providing a drop down menu. So if that's the case, so just make it at the bottom, and if that's not the case, so just make it or at the top or yeah, the other way around. So I'm going to just save that. And here, if I just refresh that, so here you can see we are now getting this drop down icon right here. If I click on that drop down icon, if you can see that here, you can see we are now getting that drop down icon. But if you click on it, nothing is happening right now. So now let's just take care of that. So underneath this button, what do you want to do? We just want to create our drop down list right here. So I'm going to use like drop down open. It should be open, and we wanted to get the user info. If both of the cases are false, so we don't want to show anything. Okay, so if that's true, so we just want to like provide all of that JSX which we are writing right here. So UL, and let me just provide a class name, and I'm going to provide a class name of like let me just use that backticks right here. It will be now set to absolute, and right will be set to 0. The margin top will be set to 2. Margin for the left will be set to 14, and space for the y-axis will be set to 2. Background will be set to totally white, and I'm going to also provide a text of totally gray of 600 right here. And now let's just check for the user admin, and if not the user admin. Okay, so now let me just check. If not the user info dot is admins, come on, is admin. So what do you want to do in that case? So we just want to change that to minus top of 20%. Okay, and what if the user is an admin? So we just want to change that to the top of 80 right here. So now let me just write 80 right here. I'm going to save this, and that's it for the UL styling. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, and now let's just check for the, what do we call, the user info and admin. So if you have is admin, what do you want to do in that case? Let's just write an and right here, and we just want to provide this JSX right here. So now let me just put my fragments, and inside these fragments I'm going to write my li, and inside this li I'm going to write my link, and it will go to the home first of all, or not home, but it will go to the admin and dashboard, which we are going to be creating in the upcoming videos, but not for this one because that's way far. Okay, so it should go to the dashboard. And now let me just provide a class name of for the block, and also padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, padding for the y-axis will be set to 2, and when somebody hover over it, so we just want to provide a background color of totally gray of 100 right here. Okay, and it should go to the dashboard. So now I'm going to save this file, and now if I click on this button, and we can see that we cannot see that. You know what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just hide these, and when I log in, so these should be hide, and when I am not logged in, so they should not be hide, like this one should be hide. So I'm going to just make that right here, and then we will take care of all of that links. So yeah, we don't have to do much, but I'm gonna have to just wrap this UL, and this is the UL of that login and register. So let's just wrap that in what if the not the user data. So now let's just provide if not the user info. So we just want to provide this JSX right here. Let's just cut all of that UL right here. Let me just cut all of that, and I'm gonna just place it right here. Okay, so I'm gonna save this file. And here you can see I'm getting my name right here. I am getting that thing, but I can't see that right here. Okay, so if I logged out, you know what, let's just take care of that. I am getting that dashboard right here. I'm gonna just duplicate this li for a few things, like let's just duplicate this li. Let me just select that. This one will be for dashboard, then we have a products, then we have a category, then we have a orders, users, profile, and logout. There we go. So I know there's a lot, but now let's just take care of this. So this one will be for the dashboard, and now let's just change this one to product. Come on, product list right here, and this one should be products plural. Okay, and also this one should be a category list. So category list, which we are going to be creating in the next video, and this one should be category. There we go. And I'm going to also provide the order list right here, like an order list in lowercase, and this one should be also in lowercase, and this one should be also in lowercase. And here, what do you want to do? We just want to provide the orders right here, and also we just want to provide a user list in this case. So user list, and the label I'm going to just change that to users. There we go. And also one for the profile, so I'm going to write like a profile. Yeah, I guess profile would be fine, and this one should be profile. Okay, and finally for the logout, so logout, and here Do I? Yeah, I'm gonna have to just provide a logout right here. But we are going to be also providing the on-click handler, like on-click, and when somebody click on this logout, so what do you want to do? We just want to find this logout handler, which we didn't create already, I guess. Oh, we already created that. So now let's just save that and refresh. And now if I click on it, we are not seeing anything. I don't know why, but we are not seeing anything. Go ahead and go to, everything is working totally fine, but why we are not seeing that drop down component right here? Let's just see. We are now inside this user info right here. If the user have the info, so we just want to see the username and otherwise nothing. Okay, then we are checking the user info and we are providing this drop down and everything should work. Drop down open and the user information as well. Oh, you know what that is? I just made a mistake right here, so I'm gonna have to cut out this li from here. Let's just place it right in here. So I'm going to just remove that space and I'm gonna just place this li's right here. Okay, so now let me just say that once again. If the user is admin, so what do you want to do? We just want to show the dashboard, the product list, the category list, the order list, the user list, but that's going to be it. Okay, but if the user is not an admin, so we just want to show to the user just a profile and the logout. Okay, so now I'm going to save this file and now let's just check it out. So here you can see we are now getting the profile and we are also getting the logout. Let's suppose if I just click on the logout, but before I do that, let me just check my application tab. Let me go ahead and go to the application tab and here you can see we have our JWT right here and we also have our, what do we call it, our user info right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just click on this logout and it is not doing anything. Let's just see why it's not doing anything. Gotta go ahead and go to the network panel and we are getting the path of pending log out. I guess I'm gonna have to restart this server, or what should I do? Let's just click on the logout. Why it's not working? Gotta go to the inspect area. Let's just go ahead and go to the network panel once again and let's just click on the logout right here. Why it is not working? We have a localhost API use auth, the preview response, and it is taking a lot of time. I guess there might be some sort of an error right here. Not quite sure about that. Or you know what, let's just restart the entire server and let's just check it out once again. Sometimes that's because of a cache. That's why it is not working the way we expect him to work. Alright, so let's just refresh that and let's just go ahead and click on the logout and still not working. Oh, we are not creating a logout mutation right here. That's why. We are creating a login mutation, but we are not creating a logout mutation. Why the hell did I say mutation? I mean like endpoint. We are creating a login endpoint, but we forgot to create the logout endpoint. Let's just do that, baby. So what do you want to do? Underneath this login, we have to just write a logout, and I'm going to just write builder.mutation because in this case we are going to be mutating the state. And here we just have to specify the query and let's just provide our arrow function right here. And the URL should be just this URL, I mean like users URL right here, which we are grabbing. And we just want to go to the logout. And what do you want to do? We just wanted to provide the method of post right here. And that's it. Okay, why are we getting this error? Parsing error expected. Let's just wrap it on quotes. Let's just wrap it on quotes. And that's looking better. So I'm going to save this file and now let me just use that. Use logout mutation. Yep, use logout mutation and it should work this time. Now let me just go ahead and restart everything from scratch because we work with the front end. And let's just restart that once again. And I guess this should work this time. Like this should work this time. Okay, so now I'm going to just click on the orange and click on the logout. And guess what? It is also not working this time. And I just realized that I made a terrible mistake. we are importing the login right here rather than the log out. Come on, let's just remove that from here. Use log out mutation. And I'm gonna copy that and now let's just place it right in here. Okay, and I'm gonna save my file, and this should work in this case right here. Okay, so now let's just refresh that, click on the logout, and here you can see we successfully log out. Okay, so now let me just check, what do we call it, the application tab. So now I'm gonna go ahead and go to the application tab, check the local storage, and it is totally empty, and check out the cookies, totally empty right here. Let me just confirm that once again. And by the way, let me just log in as an admin, and I wanted to show you that what do we call that drop down menu. So I'm going to just log in as an admin. So 1 2 3, and I'm going to just click on that. And now if I click on it, and here you can see we are now getting the logout, profile, users, order, category, products, dash, and everything. Okay, so now let me just confirm that one more time. Click on this application tab, we are getting the JWT, and we are also getting this local storage and all of that data, like the user is admin and also the user credential. Okay, so now I'm going to just click on that and click on the logout, and we successfully log out, and it will now redirect us to this login page right here. Okay, so now let me just inspect that one more time, and now let's just close this one, and now let me check out the application tab once again. And here you can see that data is totally erased, and we are not seeing anything, not a JWT, and also not the user info right here. Okay, so that was it about their drop-down component, and also for the logging in and for the logging out. I guess that would be it for the logging in and for the logging out. Now let's work with the register components or the register screen. So I'm going to just remove that, and I am going to go ahead inside this auth folder, and now let me just create one more file, give a name of like registr.jsx right here, and inside this register component I'm going to just write my RFCE, and now let's just go ahead to the main and import that right here. So now I'm going to just import the register from, register from, let's just go ahead to the pages, or just one directory, go to the pages, then go to the auth, and also the register.jsx right here. Okay, so I'm going to just duplicate that and change that to register. There we go, and I'm going to just place the register right in here. So I'm going to save my file, and now let's just go ahead and check it out. So I'm going to just click on that, and let's just go out and click on this register right here, and here you can see we are now inside the register, and we cannot see anything. That's because it is hidden behind this navigation area. Anyways, that's completely okay. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to grab all of the things which I need for this component. So I'm going to just get first of all the use stand, and I'm going to also get the use effect right here. And the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to just grab the link, the use location like so, and I'm going to also get the use navigate, navigate, there we go, navigate, and we want to get that from the React router and DOM. Okay, so now the next thing which I want to get is the use dispatch, dispatch, and I also want to get the use selector, selector like so, from the React Redux, and I also want to get the loader which we've created. So I'm gonna just get a loader from the components folder. So gotta go 2 times back, and here we have our loader right here. Okay, and I also want to get set credentials, because we are going to be also setting the credentials. So I'm going to just write a set credentials from, let's just go ahead 2 times and go to the Redux first of all. Then you want to go to the features, and inside this feature we want to go to the auth folder, and then the auth slide specifically. And also let's just get our toast. So I'm going to write a toast from React, and then toastify, there we go. I'm going to save this file. Let's just go back, and I also want to go to my API or user API slice right here, and we also want to register the, what do we call it, we also want to register the register endpoint right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write register, and it will be a builder mutation, and here we just have to specify the query right here, and I'm going to just pass the data because we will take some sort of a data, so that's why we are going to be passing that. And the URL will be equals to, first of all, let's just provide our user URL right here, and now I'm going to just or you know what, we don't have to specify anything else, but we just have to provide this user URL right here, and the method will be equals to post, and also I'm going to provide the body, and body will be set to data right here. So I'm going to just save this file, and let's just create a hook for that. So I'm going to just use like use register mutation right here. Let me just copy that, save my file, and now let's just use it right here. inside the register component. So I'm gonna just write like import the use register, or let's just use it like there, like use register mutation from, let's just go ahead to upper directories, go to the Redux, then you want to go to the API, or not, yeah, we want to go to the API, and then we have to just select this user API right here. So now the next thing which you have to do is that anytime you want to register the user, so we're gonna have to get a few things from the user, like the user username, and also a few other things. So I'm gonna just get like username and then set username like so, and it will be now equals to the use state, state, and I'm going to just specify the empty string right here, and then we have to just write a user email. So I'm going to just write set email, and it will be now equals to use state, once again use state, come on, if I can get that. And let's just write password. So I'm going to write password and set password, and it will be also equals to the use state, and let's just provide empty strings right here, and also for the confirm password, so confirm password and set confirm FIRM ERSWORD, and it will be now equals to the use state, and here we just have to specify empty strings right here. Okay, so that's that. Now the next thing which you want to do is that we also want to get the dispatch, so I'm going to write like dispatch dispatch, and it will be now equals to the use dispatch, and execute that. Now I also want to get the navigate, so I'm going to just write an navigate and use the use navigate right here and execute this one as well. So now I wanted to use my use register mutation, so I'm going to just write like const, and let me just get the register from it. Come on, register, and I wanted to use like is loading, and I'm going to just write like a use register mutation right here. Okay, so let's just use that, and we just want to extract this register from it. So that's that. Now the next thing we want to do is that we also want to get the user info. Okay, so then we would be able to work with that. So I'm going to use like use selector, and also I want to get that from the state, so I'm going to go ahead and go to the store and get that from the auth. Okay, so that will give us the, what do we call it, the user info. And I also want to get the search, so I'm going to just get the search from where, from the use location. And I also wanted to create the search param, so I'm going to just write a search param of new URL search params right here, and inside these search params I'm going to just pass my search right here. And now let's just redirect, so redirect redirect, and it will be now equals to search param, and then get what redirect, that right here, or let's just go to the home. Okay, so that's that. Now for the, what do we call it, for the use effect, what do you want to do for the use effect? Let me just pass my dependency array right, or we are going to take care of the dependency array in a few seconds, but I want to check if user info, so what do you want to do? We just want to navigate to the redirect. There we go. Come on, redirect. And for the dependency array, I'm going to just specify the navigate, and I'm going to also specify the redirect and also the user info right here. Okay, and I guess that would do it. So I'm going to just write a lot of JSX right here. Let's just remove that and change that to, I don't know, section would be fine. So section for him, and also section here as well. Okay, so inside this section we want to create a div with a class of margin for the right, but this should be an arbitrary value, so we just have to write it manually, like 4 rems right here. And also we just want to provide a margin for the top will be 5 rem. And inside this div, what do you want to do? We just want to provide h1 with a class of text to Excel, and I also want to provide the font of semi bold, also want to provide the margin bottom of 4, and register as a label. So I'm going to save this file. And why aren't we seeing anything inside the register? So, oh, you know what, I'm going to also provide the padding for the left, so I'm going to write a padding left, and this should be like 10 rem. And I also want to provide the flex, and flex will be now in this case set to wrap. So we just want to wrap every single thing right now. So let's just refresh that. What in the world is going on? Let's just go to the console, and the requested module name set credential, CREDENTIALS. Let's just go ahead and go to the auth, and let me just copy this set credentials from there, and let me paste it right here, save my file and refresh. and here you can see we are now getting that register right here. Alrighty, so now we can totally see our label right here. The next thing which we want to do is that underneath this h1 we want to create our form. So we are going to be attaching the event listener of on submit a bit later, but I just kind of want to provide a bit of styling to it. So I'm going to write like container, and the width will be set to 40 or 40. I'm going to provide a 40 rem, and let's just close that. Okay, so inside this form, what do you want to do? We just want to create a div with a class of margin for the y-axis, and I'm going to just specify the 2 rem right here. Okay, so inside that, what do you want to do? We just want to provide a label, and I'm going to provide the HTML4 as a, I'm going to provide HTML4 of name, and I'm going to also give him a class name of what? The block. First of all, I'm going to provide a text of small, and font will be medium, medium. There we go. And text will be totally white in this case. So I'm going to save this file, but I also want to provide the label of name. But underneath this label, I'm going to also create an input with the type of text. First of all, I'm going to give an ID of like name, and I'm going to also provide a class name of margin for the top of 1, padding all around 2, and border and totally rounded. Let's just go back, totally rounded, and I guess I'm gonna also provide a full right here, the width of totally full, and the placeholder in this case I'm gonna specify like enter name or enter your name or something like that. And now let's just make that as a control component. So I'm gonna, or control input, so I'm gonna specify the username, and I'm going to also provide the on change value of, first of all, the e object, or not e object but the event object, and then we have to specify set user name right here. And in this case we just want to provide the e.target.value, and now let's just save that. Okay, so here you can see we are now getting our input right here, and we are also getting that label right here, so which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. So I guess I'm going to have to duplicate that a few times. I'm going to duplicate that for like this one will be for name, then we have an email address, then we have password, and then we have a confirmed password. Okay, so I just duplicate that like 4 or 5 times. So the first one we have is a name, the second one we would have is for the email. So I'm going to just specify the email right here, email, there we go, and email address, and the type in this case will be also set to email. The ID will be equals to email, and enter your email like so, and the value I'm going to specify like email as well. And now let's just change the set username to set email right here inside this case, and let's just change the name to password. So I'm going to write password, and also change the label to password, and also change the type to password in this case, and also the ID will be set to password, and enter the name. So I'm going to just change that to password 2, and the value will be set to password 2, and the set username I'm going to just write set password. There we go. And finally let's just write it for the confirm password right here as well. So I'm going to write confirm, so NFIRM, and password like so. Let's just copy that, and I guess I'm going to just write like confirm password right here as well, and the type will be password, just a singular password, and ID will be confirm password as well. And let's just write confirm password. There we go. And I'm gonna also write a confirm password right here, and come on man, set confirm password right here as well. So now let's just save that, and here you can see we are now getting the name, email, password, and confirm password. Everything is looking okay, but I also wanted to create one button, so once we click on that button, something should happen. So underneath this div, we just want to create a simple button. So I'm going to write a button, and I guess I'm going to give a class of like background of totally pink 500, and text will be set to totally white, and padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, and padding for the y-axis will be set to 2, and totally rounded. And we just want to provide a cursor of pointer, and also the margin for the y-axis will be set to the arbitrary value of 1 rem. Okay, so let's just close that. And I also want to provide a disable state right here. So this, come on, disable. So for the disable state, we just want to provide the is loading. So if it's loading, it should be disabled. If it's not loading, then it should not. Okay, so let's just provide a submit type to it, or a type of submit to it, like so. So I'm gonna just save them, and here in this case I'm going to specify if it's loading, loading, if it's loading, so we just want to provide the level of registering, dot dot dot. And if it's not, so then we want to provide just a register. There we go. Okay, so let's just save there. And underneath this button, what do you want to do? We just want to write or is loading, and let's just provide or loader right here. Let's just call that loader. Okay, so I'm gonna save this file, and here you can see we have this register button right here. So that's look cool, but I also want to redirect the user if the user already have an account. So what I'm going to do is that underneath this form, I'm going to just create a div with a class of margin for the top of 4, and inside that we are going to be creating one paragraph with a text of totally white, and inside there we are going to be specifying like already have an account. If you already have an account, so what do you want to do in that situation? Well, we just want to redirect them, so we just want to write a link. It will go to somewhere which we are going to be taking care of in a few seconds, but it will go to, let's just remove that and place or redirect right here. First of all, let's just provide our login right here, question mark redirect and equals to, and this should be a backticks right here, because here we're going to be rendering the dynamic redirect right here. And also if that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to redirect the user to the login screen. So that's that. And also I want to provide a class name, so I'm going to write a class name of text of totally pink, and also I guess text of pink 500 would be fine. And I'm going to write a hover start of underline like so, and just provide a login right here. So I'm going to save this file, and boom, here you can see we have our login right here. If I click on it, it will now brings us to this login screen. If I click on the register, it will now brings us to this register screen right here. Amazing. The next thing which we want to do is that we wanted to attach the on click event handler or on submit event handler on this form right here. So anytime we submit this form, so we just want to tag the data which the user should provide inside these input fields right here, and we just want to push that data to our backend database and do all of that magics with it. Okay, so now let's just do that. So what I want to do is that here inside this form, I'm gonna just write like on submit like so, and on submit value I'm gonna specify the submit handler. I'm gonna copy this name, and now let's just create that on submit handler right here. So let's just write our const on submit handler, and it will be now equals to the async, and let's just provide our event object. And inside there, I'm gonna just prevent the default behavior of it, like the refresh. And I also want to check what I want to check if the password is not equal to confirm password which we have. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to provide a toast of error, and we just want to say error on, come on, and we just want to say like passwords do not match. Okay, so otherwise in the else class, what do you want to do? We just want to provide a try and catch block, and we just want to say console.log of error, and also we just want to say toast.error. We just want to provide a few or just a simple toast, so error dot data dot message right here. And inside a try block, what do you want to do? We just want to specify the result, and it will be now equals to await, and let's just provide, I guess I messed it up something. I guess I forgot okay, we already have the register right here. I thought that I didn't grab the register, so I'm gonna just place this register right here, and as a values I'm gonna specify the username, I'm gonna specify the user email, and I'm gonna also provide the password right here. And let's just provide the unwrap to it, and let's just close that. The next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to dispatch my set credentials, and we want to provide all of our result right here, okay, like the username, email, and also the password right here. Excuse me. And I also wanted to navigate when that's submitted, so we just want to navigate to like redirect, there we go. And also a toast of success will say like user successfully registered. Okay, I guess that would be fine. And now let's just save our file, and finger crossed. We write a lot of things right here, so I'm gonna just create a user name Joe, Joe would be fine, and joe@gmail.com. And here I'm gonna just specify the password. I'm gonna provide a password of Joe, JOE123, JOE123. Let's just click on this register, and boom, here you can see we are now getting like user successfully registered. And here you can also see we are getting the username right here of Joe, and we can log out and we can go to the profile if you wanted to. So let's just right click on him and go to the inspect area and go ahead and go to the application area. And here you can see our email is set to Joe. The user is not admin, so that's why we are getting the false. The username is set to Joe, and here is our unique ID right here. Let's just go to the cookie and check out the cookie, and this is how our cookie looks like right here. Okay, so which means like we are now successfully registering the user. But now let's just see a few things. If I didn't specify anything and click on this register button, we are now getting like please fill all the input fields. And let's just provide like something else, like I don't know, someone at gmail.com, and I want to provide like a wrong password, like someone12. And here inside the confirm password, I don't want to provide anything, so I'm going to just click on register, and it is now giving us like password do not match. And if I just write like I don't know, apple@gmail.com or something like that, and click on the register, so we are now getting like password do not match. But if I provide I'm not going to provide actual password right here, because it will just generate, or it will create a new user for us, and we don't want that. So I'm going to just click on this login, and this is how we are going to be creating that. So I guess this placeholder isn't looking that much cool. I'm going to just delete this placeholder, I guess, or maybe not. Just maybe I'm gonna leave it there, but I'm not quite positive about that. So let's just select this placeholder right here, and I'm gonna hold Control and hit D one more time. Let's just select that and hit Control X to it and save my file, and all of that input fields are now looking better. I don't know, man, if you like them, so let's just undo that if you like them, so you can leave it there, and if you don't like them, so you can just remove that. The next thing which I want to do is that I want to go to the login component or login screen right here, and I want to provide an image right here. So I'm going to give you a link in the description below, which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and you can get the links of their images from there. Or if you want to choose your own images, so feel free to choose that. Okay, so yeah, now let me just grab their images. I'm going to go ahead and go to the login screen and go to the bottom, and underneath this div, I'm going to just place this image right here with these classes right here. Let's just save that and wait for it. So let's, come on man, render the image already. We are now inside a login screen. Okay, there we go. So here you can see we are now getting this amazing screen or amazing image right here. Let's go ahead and provide one for the register as well. I'm gonna go ahead to the register, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to the bottom, and underneath this div, I'm gonna place this image right here with these classes. Okay, so I'm gonna save this file, and let's just wait for it to render. And this is how it looks like right here. So if you want to choose your own images, so feel free to choose that, but in my case, that's cool. Now we successfully completed the login screen and also the register screen and also the logging in and logging out and all of that. And I guess next we are going to be working on a profile, the user profile. So now let's work with the profile screen. But before we get into the profile screen, first of all, we have to make a private route, because we don't want anybody to have access to our profile. Okay, so let's suppose if somebody have access to our profile, so they can change like our name or email or password, whatever they want. So we don't want that. First of all, let's just create our private route. So I'm going to just write like a private route.jsx right here. So inside this private route, I'm going to first of all write an RAFCE. Let's just remove that, and let's just get or navigate first of all. So I'm going to use like navigate. I'm going to also get an outlet right here. Come on, outlet. From where? From the React router DOM. Come on, React router DOM, like so. And we also want to get or use selector, because we are not like this, not this one. So we just want to get a use selector from where? From the React Redux right here. So now let's go ahead and go to our store and get all of the user information right here. Info, there we go. And it will be now equals to the use selector. So we just want to use our use selector, provide our state right here, and stat.auth. So we are just interested in this auth. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to just write like user info if we have the user info. So we just want to provide the outlet right here. So if you don't have the user info, so what do you want to do? We just want to navigate to where login component, or login screen rather. Let me just provide a replace right here and close that. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's our private route right here. So I'm going to save this file, and now let's just go ahead and go to our main screen right here, and I'm gonna go at the top right here, and I'll just write like a private route, and let's just get our private route from where. Let's just go ahead and go to the, not that much, but we gotta go to the components, and then we have to select our private routes.jsx right here. And now let's use that. So inside this app right here, what I want to do is that I want to create a private route right here. So the path will go to nowhere, and we just want to provide the element element, and here we just want to specify our private routes right here. And now let's just close that like so. And the next thing which you want to do is that inside this private route, so what do you want to do? Let's just close this one as well, or not like that, but like this. Okay, so what do you want to do? We just want to provide a path, and the user should be able to go to the profile, but they have to be authenticated, then they would be able to go to the profile. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just provide the element, and let's just provide our profile right here, the profile component, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. Okay, so now let me just create a profile component right in here inside the user right here. Okay, so I'm going to just create a profile.jsx, and now I'm going to just write like rfce, and let's just save that, and here let's just get that. Okay, so underneath that, what I want to do is that I want to get it right here. So I'm going to write like import profile from where. Let's just go ahead and go to the pages, and I want to go to the user right here, and inside there we are going to be just getting more profile.jsx right here. Let me just copy that, and I'm going to, oh, we already placed that right here. So now let's just save that and go ahead. You know what, first of all, let me just log in as someone. So I'm going to log in as I don't know, orange. I'm going to log in as orange, so orange and 1 2 3, and go ahead and log in. So here you can see, let me just make that a bit smaller. So here you can see, if I click on the profile, and now we are not getting any error right here, but instead we are getting something which is hidden underneath this what do we call it, this sidebar right here. So what I want to do for profile is that I want to get a few things. So I'm going to get like a use effect, and I also want to get the use stat, and now underneath that we are going to be getting our use dispatch, and I also want to get my use selector as well. And let's just grab our toastify. So let's just get our toast from where? From the React toastify. There we go. So next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to also get a loader from our loader component, and I also want to get something called a set credentials. And I also want to get a link from where? From the React router DOM, and that's cool. But I also want to go to my user API slice right here, and I want to register one more endpoint, which will be for the profile. So let's just do that. So underneath this register, I'm going to write my profile, and it will be now equals to the builder mutation. And now let's just specify our query. Come on, query. And here we are going to be specifying some sort of a data. In this case, I'm going to specify the URL, and the URL will be this user URL right here. And let's just go to the profile right here. Let me provide my comma in there, and I'm going to also provide the method of put right here, because in this case we are going to be changing the data, so that's why we set the method to put. And I also wanted to provide the body, and here in lowercase, come on, in lowercase body, and it will be equal to the data right here. So now let's just save that, and we are not, okay, we are not getting any errors. So let's just copy that and pass it right here as a hook. So like use profile mutation. So let's just copy that from here, from this use profile, and let's just go ahead and use it right here. So what I want to do is that I'm going to import this use profile mutation from, let's just go ahead 2 times, and then go to the Redux. Then we want to go to the features, and then we want, not features man, but API. We want to go to the API, and inside this API we wanted to get the user API slice right here. So now what I want to do is that anytime we wanted to update the user profile, we want to get the username, set username, and it will be now equals to the use stat, we just want to pass the empty string, and then now let's get the email. Set email will be equals to use stat, and let's just pass our empty string, and then let's create one more for the password and set password, and it will be equals to the use stat, not selector, use stat state, and let's just specify our empty string right here in this case. And also for confirm password, so confirm password, and it will be equals to set confirm password like so, and it will be now equals to the use select, not selector, use come on man, use stat. There we go. I can't even type today. I don't know what's happening to my fingers, but they are hurting a lot. So now let me just get my user info, there we go, and it will be equals to use selector. Now I'm getting a lot of these pop-up box. I gotta do something about these pop-up box right here. Anyways, so now let's just get that from the stat and provide a stat.auth. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get the update profile from where we're gonna take care of that a bit later, but now let me just pass the loading is loading, and now let's just change the name of that to loading update profile or something. Yeah, loading update, come on man, update profile like so, and it will be equal to the use profile mutation right here, which we just created a few seconds ago. So now underneath that we are going to be using the use effect, and here inside this use effect, what do you want to do? We just want to set the user name to what? The user info. If we already have, yeah, we will have already the user info. Otherwise we won't be able to go to the profile screen. So let's just pass our username right here, and then use effect. What are we getting? React hook use effect contains a call to a use without a list of dependencies. Okay, we will provide a list of dependencies. Let me just provide a use email, and user info dot email. Let's just provide that. Provide our dependency array, so user info dot email, and also the user info dot username as well. So that's that. Now the next thing which you want to do is that we also wanted to create a dispatch. So I'm going to write like dispatch, and it will be equals to the use dispatch right here. And now let's just execute that. Okay, so I guess that would be it for grabbing the things. Alrighty, so now let's get into the JSX right here. So what I want to do is that I want to provide the class name of container first of all. Margin for the x-axis will be set to auto, and padding for all around will be set to 4, and padding for top, not padding but margin for top, will be equals to 10 rem. And inside this div, what do you want to do? We just want to create one more div, flex justify center and align center, and for medium screen we just want to change that to flex, and for the medium screen as well we just want to provide a space of x-axis 4. There we go. And I also want to provide the heading 2 of text 2xl, and font, come on, font will be semi bold, and margin for the bottom will be set to 4. Update, come on, update profile right here, save that, and here you can see we are getting our profile right here. Underneath this h2 we just want to get our form, and we will provide our handler in a few seconds. But first of all, let me just provide, oh, you know what, we are not going to be providing anything to that. Let's just create our div with a class of margin bottom of 4, and inside there we are going to be creating a label with a class of, like, I don't know, block. Text will be set to white, and margin will be set to, margin bottom will be set to 2. For the HTML4 we are not going to be providing that, and let's just provide some sort of a label like name, and let's just provide our input, and our input will be set to text. Provide our placeholder enter name, and I'm going to also provide a class name of like form input, and also padding for all around will be set to 4, rounded, and yeah, rounded small, and width will be totally full. Okay, so that's that. Now underneath that we are going to be also specifying the value of username, and also the on change will be equals to the event object, and set user in name. Set username will be set to e.target.value right here. So now let's just save that, and we are getting that, but that's looking amazingly awful. Oh, you know what, I'm gonna have to copy that, cut that from here, and let's just write our md, and width will be arbitrary value, so I'm gonna have to write 1 or 3, and inside this div we have to specify all of that content right here. Now let's just save that, and this is how it looks like right here. and we are getting our username right here. Cute little username, orange. Okay, so yeah, it is working. So next thing which you want to do is that we gotta duplicate that. So we want to duplicate that for email and also for password and confirm password as well. So let's just check it out. So we have our name right here. Let's just change that to email in this case. So write an email and change this one to email and enter your email or enter email. Here we have to specify the email, and here instead of writing a set username, we are going to be using the set email rather. And now let's just work for the password, and also this one will be equals to password and password like so. And let's just pass our password right here. And the next thing is that let's just write our set password right here. And now let's just write for the confirm password. Okay, and let's change that to password. Type to password and confirm password. And let's just change the value to confirm password and change this value to set confirm password. Bang. I'm going to save this file, and here you can see we are now getting the orange, we are getting the email, and we did not provide a password and confirm password, so that's why we cannot see that. Anyways, that's looking amazing. Let's just provide our button right here at the end. So underneath this div, what I want to do is I wanted to create a div with a class of flex and justify between. Okay, so now inside there we are going to be creating two buttons. The first one will be type submit, and also the class name will be background totally pink 500, and also the text will be totally white. The padding for the y-axis will be set to 2, padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, and totally rounded. And once we hover over it, so what do you want to do? We just want to change the background to pink 600 in this case. So 600 background, totally pink. So now let's just change that to update, save that, and now let me just do, or yeah, I'm gonna duplicate that. Or you know, we are not going to be duplicating that. Instead, we are going to be using the link like so, and let's just close that. And this link will go to, first of all, the user orders, and I'm going to also specify the class name of background totally pink 600. Come on, pink 600, and also the text will be totally white, and padding for the x-axis, y-axis will be 2, padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, and totally rounded. And I'm going to also provide the hover state to it, so like when somebody hover over it, so the background will be pink 700 in this case. Okay, and my orders, we are not going to be taking care of the orders right now, but we will just provide it right here. So if I click on the update, oh, we cannot update that because we didn't specify anything right here. And if I click on the my orders, so it will just bring us to my orders, which we are going to be creating very later, not right now. Alrighty, so that's that. Now underneath this div, what do you want to do? We just want to write our loader right here. Loading update profile. If the profile updating is loading, so we just want to pass our loader right here. Save my file, and let's just attach our event listener right here on this form. So what I want to do is that I'm going to write on submit, and on submit will be equal to the submit handler. And now let's just create that submit handler right in here. Okay, so const on submit handler async provide our event object. Inside there we are going to be first of all preventing the default behavior, and the next thing which we want to do is that we want to check if the password is not matched to confirm password. And so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to toast or error, so toast error, and we just want to provide password. Passwords do not match. What if that's not the case? So what do you want to do? You just want to provide our else class and provide our try and catch blocks right here. And for the catch block, we are going to be using toast.error, and let me just provide the error if you have one, and error.data if you have that, then message, or we gotta use the error.message. Come on, man, message. There we go. So for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to get the result first of all, and we are going to be just setting that to await update profile, which we are getting, I guess. Yep, we are getting the update profile right here. And now let me just place it right here. So I'm going to just specify this data, like first of all we gotta provide the ID to it, like a user info, come on, user info, and we just want to get the user ID from it, and we want to provide that. And the next thing which we want to do is that provide a user email, username and email, and also the password of the user. Okay, so that's looking cool, and we just finally we have to unwrap that, and that's done. Okay, so now let's just dispatch that. So I'm going to use dispatch, and I'm going to specify the set credential, come on man, credentials. And for the set credentials we are going to be specifying the entire result right here, dot 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 and result, and underneath that if everything went successful, so we just want to provide a toast of success, and we just want to see profile updated successfully. There we go. I'm gonna save this file and let's just try it. So instead of writing a main, or I mean like orange fruit, okay, so I want you to just look at this area. If I click on update and banger, here you can see we are now getting that update, I mean like profile updated successfully, and we are also getting this orange fruit right here. Let's suppose if you want to change the, I don't know, email, so I'm gonna just change that to like orangefruit@gmail.com. so if I click on update, and here you can see profile successfully updated. So let's just remove them, and now let me just log in as orangefruit@gmail.com, and I'm gonna write like orange123 and click on sign in, and here you can see it will now brings us to, and here you can see our email right here. If I open my application tab, so let's just go ahead and go to the application tab. I can click on that and go to the application tab. Let's just close this one. Gotta go to the local storage, click on that, and here you can see the email is now changed to orange fruit right here. Okay, so yeah, that's looking amazing, and this is working totally fine. You can also change your password if you wanted to. So I'm gonna just change the password to like orange fruit 123, orange fruit 123. Let's just click on the update and successfully updated. Let's just close this one, orange fruit, and then orange fruit 123. Click on sign in, and here you can see it will now successfully sign in right here. Let's just go ahead and check it out and go to the application tab one more time, and you cannot see the password. Yeah, you cannot see the password, but yeah, you just gotta trust me on this one. We successfully updated the password as well. If you click on the orders, we don't have any orders yet, so it will not show us anything. Anyways, so that was it about for the profile. Next, we are going to be working with the admin routes. By admin routes, I simply means that only admin would be able to access them. Nobody else can, okay, or nobody else will. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to the admin folder, and I'm going to create my admin routes. First of all, route.jsx right here. So I'm going to write my RAFCE, save my file, bang, bang, bang. Everything is looking cool. The next thing which I want to do is that I want to go to the main, and I want to get that admin routes right here. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the admin route, and let's just grab that. The next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to go right here underneath these register and all of that. Or you know what? Let's just cut both of them out, and let me just place them right here. Save my file, and let's just provide our admin routes right here. So I'm gonna just write like authenticated route or restricted, or I'm not gonna write any comments right here. Let's just write a comment for this one, like admin routes right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just specify my route. It will go to let's just provide a path of, come on, the path of admin right here, and the element I'm going to be specifying like the element of element. Let me just specify the element of admin route right here, and now let's just close them. So that's that. Now inside this admin routes, what do you want to do? We just want to provide something, but we will take care of that in a few seconds. First of all, let's go to the admin routes and create them. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get my navigate, first of all, not navigation but navigate, and I also want to get the outlet from where? From the React router DOM, and underneath that we are going to be also getting the use selector from the, not this one, come on man, use selector, there we go, from the React Redux, there we go. Redux, and yeah, let's just get our information like a user info from where, from our redex store. It will be equals to a use select, and we just want to get the state, and state will be a state which we are going to be getting is from a state.auth. And let's just excuse me, let's just return our data right here. So if we have the user info and the user info dot is admin, the user should be admin. First of all, we are checking for the user information. We would have to have the user information, and we are also checking the user should be like a user and the user should also be an admin right here. Then what do you want to do? We just want to provide our outlet right here, OUT and LUT. Let's just close that. And if it's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to navigate our user to where? To our logging screen. So log in, there we go. And I want to replace the replace like so, and I'm gonna close that right here, save our file, and this is how everything looks like right here. So I'm gonna just close this file right here. And now what I want to do is that I wanted to go ahead and go to that admin folder one more time, and I want to create a user list right here. So user list.jsx right here, and we are going to be writing our user list right here. Save my file, and inside there we are going to be rendering our user list. So I'm going to just write like a route, and path will be equals to the user list, and here we just want to specify the element, and element will be user list. There we go. It will just auto complete it for us. And now let's just save that right here. So let's just check it out. There we go. So we already have a user list. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just log out, because currently we cannot see that user list right here. We would have to log in as an admin right here. So I'm going to write a user, or not user, but HuXn123, hit enter, and it will just log in as an admin. And now I'm going to go ahead and click on this users right here, and here you can see it will now brings us to this user list right here. So we don't have anything right now, but we will take care of that in a few seconds. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get my use effect, and I also want to get the use stand, and I also wanted to get a lot of icons like FA trash. I also want to get the FA, come on, FA edit, and FA check, FA times. From where? From the React icons, and let's just go ahead and grab that from the FA folder. And the next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get my loader. Let's just grab the loader, and I also want to import a lot of other things. Well, you know what, we're going to take care of that in a few seconds, but first of all, let me get my toast. From where? From the React Toastify. There we go. So what I want to do is that first of all, I'm going to go into that components right here. And now let me just create one more component of message.jsx right here. So inside this message component, I'm going to use RAFCE. Inside this message component, it will take a few parameters, or yeah, props, whatever you want to call that. And now let's just restructure these params, or props, man, not params, variant. And now let's just use them. So what I want to do is that I'm going to first of all create a function inside this component right here, which will say like get variant, variant class, like so. And inside this function, what do you want to do? We just want to use a switch and cases right here. So switch and variant, and if that's if the case is success, SUCCESS. So what do you want to do? We just wanted to return the background of totally green and 100 right here, and also we want to provide the text of totally green of 800. Come on, man, 800 right here. Okay, so that's that, and we don't want any breaks, so I'm going to just remove that break from here. And now let me just provide one more case. So if the case is error, so what do you want to do in that situation? We just want to return the BG, or the background color of totally red of 100, and the text should be equals to red, and add 100 right here. And for the info case, what do you want to do? So we just want to write a case of info, and here we are going to be just writing for the info case, or you know, we're not going to be providing any info case. What the hell? Let's just provide the return right here for the default, and we are going to be writing the BG of totally blue on of 100, and the text will be equals to blue of 800 right here. And now let me just use that right here. Let's just remove that, provide a class name of this dynamic class name. So I'm going to just specify padding for all around 4 and totally rounded. And now let me just provide get variant classes, and now let's just execute that. Okay, so I'm going to specify my children, which you are going to be getting, and now let's just use that children right here. So I'm going to save this file, and that's it for the messages or message. I'm going to remove that from here, and now let's just work with our user list right here. But before we getting into the user detail in a really great depth, I wanted to configure my user API slice right here. Okay, so now let me just configure my endpoints right here. So the first thing which I want to do, or I'm going to just do that right away. We are not going to be going back and forth, so I'm going to just do all of them right away. So I'm going to use like get users, there we go, and let me provide my builder query. Okay, so for the builder query, what do you want to do? We just want to specify the query, and I'm going to just specify my URL right here. So the URL will be equals to just this user's URL right here. I'm going to provide a comma, and underneath that, or here, we are going to be also providing the provided tags, and it will be equals to just a user right here. Let me provide one more comma, and I'm going to provide a keep unused data for. Okay, so let's just set that to 5. So this is going to be the get user query right here, and then we have a delete user, and delete user will be equals to builder.mutation. Okay, because we are going to be deleting the user, so it is a mutation, so we have to specify the query, the user ID. It will record the user ID, as we learned that in the backend, and I'm going to also show you that in a few seconds. So I'm going to have to specify the URL, and let's just specify the user URL right here, and we specifically want to go to the user ID. So we will get that ID from yeah, you will see that. You will see that, but first of all, let me just provide the comma right here, and underneath this URL, what do you want to do? We just want to provide a method of delete right here. Okay, and provide a comma here and provide a comma there. Okay, so now underneath this delete user, what do you want to do? We just want to create one more, which will be for get user details. Okay, get user details, provide a builder and mutation, or is that no, we don't have to specify the mutation. It should be query, and let's just specify our query, and I'm going to pass the ID right here. And what else? Let's just execute there, and here we are going to be just specifying the URL, and the URL will go to the user, come on, uppercase user URL right here, and let me just use the backslash of ID. Okay, so let's just write our ID right here, and underneath that, let me use the keep unused data for, and let's just pass 5 in this case too. I always forget this comma at the end. Let me just provide one more comma right here, and I guess this is going to be the final one for the updating the user. So I'm going to just use like update user, and let's just use builder.mutation, and inside this builder mutation we are going to be using the query, and data will be equal to this method, and the URL, I'm going to be specifying the URL of the user URL like so, and it will go to the data.user ID endpoint right here. So now you might be thinking like, HuXn, where is this data coming from? It is coming from the perimeter right here. Okay, so you will see that in a few seconds. And the next thing which I want to do is that I want to provide a method of put right here, and also the body will be set to data. Okay, and here let me just write my comma, and invalid tags will be equals to the user. There we go. So now I'm going to save this file, and now we have to create a hooks for them. So we want to create a hook for get user, delete user, get user detail, and also for updating the user. The first one was use get user user's query. The second one was for the use delete user mutation, and the third one was for the use get user, yeah, something on that line. So get user, if I can get them, and use get user details. Yep, this one. And the final one was for use update user mutation right here. And I want to make sure that I didn't mess up something. Use update user mutation, use update user, and it is a mutation. Yep, that error is gone, and now we would be able to get them. So what I want to do is that I'm going to copy all of them out, and I want to go to, let's just close this profile. I want to go to the user list right here, and I want to import them. So underneath this toast, I'm going to use import and get all of them from where? From let's just go ahead 2 times, go to the Redux, then we want to go to the API. Come on, let's just go to the API, and then we want to go to the user's API slice right here and save that. Okay, so that's going to be it, but I guess we don't need that get user detail in this component, and we also, yeah, other than that everything is fine. So now let's just use it right here inside our component. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get the user query. So let's just use data, and let's just rename the data to users is loading. Come on. And I also want to get the error if you have one. Let me use the use get user query right here, and now let's just execute that. Underneath that we are going to be using the delete user right here, and it will be coming from the use delete user mutation. And now let's just execute that too. And the next thing which we want to do is that we want to register our hooks right here. Okay, so we are going to be writing const and then a table user ID, and then we have to change that to use a day, come on, ditable user ID, and it will be equals to the use stat, and currently it will be set to null. Okay, so underneath that we are going to be also changing that to like editable username, and then we have a set editable user what username, and it will be equals to use stat, and we are going to be also passing, or you know, in this case we are going to be specifying the empty strings right here, and const, and let's just use a table user email like so, and then set a table user, remove the name and set that to email. Okay, and it will be also equal to the use stat of totally empty strings right here. Okay, so underneath that what we are going to be doing is that we also wanted to get the, let's just cut that from here and paste it right here. We also wanted to get the update user, so update user from where? From the use, come on, use update user mutation right here. Okay, so let's just use or use effect right here. So for use effect, what do you want to do? We just want to refetch. Okay, refetch and execute that, and we also want to provide the dependency array of refetch like so, and I guess that would do it. But we are gonna have to create a lot of functions right here. We will do that in a few seconds, but first of all let's just write a lot of our JSX right here so that we can even see something. So the first thing which I want to do is that let's just remove that and change the class name of the div to padding all around will be set to 4, and inside that div we are going to be writing h1 with the class of text of 2xl, and I'm going to also provide the font of semi bold, and the margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and users right here. So if I save that, and here you can see that user right here, but you will see that in a few seconds. Alrighty, so underneath this h1 what do you want to do? We just wanted to check is loading. If it's loading, so what do you want to do? We just want to provide our loader. Okay, and if it's not loading and if it's error, so what do you want to do in the error stage? So we just want to pass our message right here, MESSAGE, but we didn't get that message, did we? Or let's just close it right here, and I want to make sure that we get the message right here. Let's just go back, import the message from the message component. Go ahead 2 times to the components, and let's just get our message right here. So if it's error, so what do you want to do? We just want to provide that message, and for the variant we are going to be specifying the danger variant will be equals to just danger danger like so. And if that's not the case, so we just want to finally not like that, we don't have to close it like this, we have to specify some sort of a message right here. Okay, so I'm going to specify the message of like error if you have one. So we just want to get the data of that error and also the message which is inside the data. Otherwise we just want to get the error message. So outside from that, if you don't get any error, if you don't get any loading, so then it means like everything is successfully working. So we just have to render our content right here. So if you wanted to render our content, why are we getting this error? Let's just leave it there. Let's just leave it there, and I'm gonna write my JSX right here. So I'm gonna write my div first of all, and let's just provide a class name of what? Flex and flex column. For the medium screen it will be flex row. Okay, so save that. But why in the world we are getting this error? let me just cut that from here, and now let me just save that. And underneath that, we shouldn't get any error, or should we? I guess I'm gonna have to paste it here. Oh, I just realized that we didn't specify the question mark right here. Okay, so if we have some sort of an error, then print that error. If not, then remove that and print this code result right here. What am I even doing, HuXn? Let's just go back. Let's just totally go back right here to this point. And here, what I want to do is that I wanted to provide a question mark right here right away. And now let's just use this JSX right here, and that's looking better. Okay, HuXn, you're amazing. Yeah, I know that just shut out. Okay, and now inside that, we are going to be rendering something called the admin menu, but later, not right now. So let's just create our table. So let me create a table with a class of width full, and also for the medium screen it will be the width of 4 or 5, and I'm going to also provide a margin for x-axis will be set to auto. Inside this table we are going to be writing our t head. Okay, and now let's just close that, and then inside this t head we are going to be writing the tr, and inside this tr we are going to be using our th right here. Okay, so I am going to provide id in this case, and I'm going to also specify the class name of padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, and padding for the y-axis will be set to 2, and text will be set to totally left. Okay, so save that, and I'm gonna just duplicate that a few times, and let's just change the id to name, change the id to email, and also change the id to admin right here. Okay, so let's just remove this one from here, save our file, and we are getting the id email, like id name and email. But what's going on with these users right here? We will take care of that a bit later anyways, or we can just totally remove their users right here from, or you know what, let's just leave it right here for now, but we will take care of that a bit later inside this table. But underneath this t head, what do you want to do? We just want to write a t body, and inside this t body we just want to render our users. Okay, so we just want to use like users.map. We want to iterate over through all of the users, and we just want to provide JSX for them. So we are going to be using the tr, and let's just close that. I'm going to provide a key to it, and the key will be user.id. And inside this tr, what do you want to do? We just want to provide the td. Okay, so let's just write td inside this td, or let's just give a class of padding for the x-axis of 4, padding for the y-axis of 2, and let's just use our user.id right here. Okay, so this is going to be our user id. Let's just save that, and here we are getting the user id. That's looking amazing. The next thing which we want to do is that we also want to get the username. So yeah, underneath this td, I'm gonna write my td one more time. Padding for the x-axis 4, padding for the y-axis will be 2, and inside there we just want to write our editable user id. And here, what do you want to do? We just want to check that if we have the user ID. Like if the editable user ID is equal to the user ID. So in this case, we just want to provide this JSX right here, which will be, first of all, let's just create our div with a class of flex, and we also want to create items, and let's just use our center. Okay, so like this one, and inside that, we are going to be using our input field with a class, or with the type of text, and the value will be, value will be set to editable editable username. There we go. So that's that. Now let's just provide the onChange attribute on it. So onChange, and let's just use the event object, and then we have to just specify the set editable user id, or not id but user name right here. Okay, so now let's just execute that, and e.target dot value right here, and finally let's just provide a classes to it. So class name will be equal to, width will be set to totally full, and I'm going to also provide a padding all around will be set to 2, and border and also rounded large. Save this file, but guess what, we will get an error based on that. You know what, underneath this input field, what do you want to do? We just wanted to get our button, so I'm going to write a button, and I'm going to specify the on click handler on it, and we are going to be using the update handler, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, and it will take a user and the user id right here. Okay, so inside this button, what do you want to do? We just want to provide a class right here. So let's just provide our class name, and the class name will be for margin left. We are going to be specifying 2. The background will be set to totally blue of 500, and text will be set to white. Padding for the y-axis will be set to 2. Padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, totally rounded and large. Okay, and let's just provide our icon right here, FA check, and close that. So if that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to provide more JSX right here, like some other else clause right here. So we are going to be writing the flex, and items will be still set to center. And inside that, we are going to be using our username dot what? Come on, username. Or not a username, but just a user dot username. There we go. And here we just have to provide an empty space and create a button. This button will tag on click event handler, and we are going to be providing our function right here, and it will say like toggle edit like so, and we are going to be specifying the user ID and also the user and username and user dot email right here. Email, just email, nothing else. What I want to do is that I'm going to write my fa edit and provide a class name to it. For margin left, I'm going to write like 1 rem, close that, and close this fa edit right here. Okay, so we didn't create this toggle edit, but we will create that in a few seconds. Okay, so that's that. If you check them out, so here you can see we have this John, we have mango, and we have every single thing right here, and that's looking amazing. But now we want to make it so once we click on it, so we just want to get an input field, and we would be able to change that. We would do that in a few seconds, but for that we'll have to create that. Anyways, we will create that in a few seconds. So underneath this one, I'm going to create a TD with a class of padding for the x-axis, and let's just provide a 4, and padding for the y-axis will be set to 2. Okay, and now I'm going to just specify the editable user editable user ID will be equals to the user and the actual ID. If that's the case, so we just want to run one result. If that's not the case, so then we want to run another result right here. So for this result, we just want to create a flex, and also the items will be set to totally center. Okay, but we gotta do that manually. We gotta do that manually, bro. We have to write flex items will be set to totally center, and inside that we are going to be writing our input, and here let's just provide our value right here. So I'm going to write my value editable user what? Editable user email. Okay, and also I'm going to provide my own change, and it will take the event object and set editable user email, set editable user email like so, and e.target dot value. For the class, what I want to do is that I'm going to provide a class name of what? I'm going to provide a width of totally full. The padding all around will be set to 2, and border and rounded for large. Okay, so I guess that would do it. Underneath that, we are going to be writing our button. Let's just close this button, and we are going to be passing our on click method right here, and here let's just use our update handler right here, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. It will take a user and the actual user ID right here. Okay, that's a lot of talking. That's a lot of talking. And inside there, or you know, I also forgot to include the class names right here. So now let me just provide a few class names. So the margin for the left, I'm going to provide 2, and background will be set to totally blue 500, and text will be set to totally white, and padding for the y-axis will be 4, 2, and padding for the x-axis will be set to 4. Rounded will be set to large. And inside this button, we just want to write fa check and close that. Okay, so that's it. And now let's just work on the else clause right here. Okay, so we are going to be just writing flex and also the item center, and inside that we are going to be using some paragraph, and yeah, I guess we will use that paragraph. And now let's just render or user dot email right here. Okay, so user email. Underneath this paragraph, we are going to be creating one button, and for that button we are going to be attaching the event listener right here, and we are going to take care of that toggle edit in a few seconds. So now let me just pass my ID, the user name, but not just singular name, but a user name like that, and also the user email. email, come on, email, like so. And inside this button, what I want to do is that I want to write a fa edit, and I'm going to also specify the class of margin left or 1 rem right here. And now let's just close the save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. So we are getting the user email, and we are also getting these icons right here, so that's looking amazing. So now let's just take care of this admin area as well. So what I'm going to do is that let's just create one more TD, I guess. So underneath this TD, I'm going to create one more. So I'm going to write a TD with a class of padding for the x-axis of 4 and padding for the y-axis of 2. Separator there. And I'm going to also provide the user is admin if the user is admin. And what do you want to do in that case? We just want to provide the FA check, and we want to provide a style of color totally green. And now let's just close that. Okay, and also let me provide a separator right here, and FA times provide a style here as well, and color will be set to totally red, and also close this one as well. Okay, so that's that. Now underneath this TD, yep, we are getting not admin, and HuXn is admin because HuXn is HuXn. HuXn is an amazing person. So that's why he's an admin. Alrighty, so yeah, we are getting every single thing that we need right now. But we also want to provide that icons right here. So let's suppose if you want to delete a single user, so we would also be able to do that. So underneath this TD, what I want to do is that I wanted to get my TD. Let me give him a class of padding for the x-axis of 4 and padding for the y-axis of 2. And inside there, I'm going to check if not user dot is admin and what and what. Now let's just use our flex right here, and inside this flex we are going to be creating our button, and this button will have this on click event listener on it, and we are going to be just passing our delete handler, which we are going to be also creating in a few seconds right here, which will take that ID. And now, and I also forgot the class name as well. And the class name I'm going to provide like background of totally red of 600, and hover when somebody hover over it, so we just want to change the background color of that to 700, and text will be totally white, and the font will be bold. And I'm going to also provide padding for the y-axis of 2, padding for the x-axis of 4 right in here. Okay, so, and yeah, I'm going to also make that rounded too, so totally rounded. And inside there we are going to be writing fa trash. Bang, save them, and here you can see we are getting all of their buttons right here. But for the admin, we cannot delete an admin right here because admin is a top G. So I guess I'm gonna just delete. Oh yeah, we can delete that because we can't even edit that, and we can't even delete that because we did not create a delete handler. We didn't create the toggle edit. We didn't create the update handler, and also the toggle and update handler. So now let's just create them. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to create the delete handler. So I'm going to just write like delete handler, and it will be equals to the async, and provide our ID to it. Okay, so let's just provide our ID, and we want to check if window dot confirm, and we wanted to make sure that the user or the admin do confirm that. So are you sure question mark. So then what do you want to do? We just want to specify the try and catch blocks, and for the catch we are going to be using like toast.error, and we want to provide the error and then the message or the data and the message, or the error.error, like so. And if that's not the case, so we are going to be just using like await and then delete user, and let's just specify our ID to it. Okay, and it is taking that ID right here. Let me just show you that, which is the user and ID. Okay, so what I want to do is that I'm going to just save this file, and let's just delete one user like the moment of truth. I guess I'm going to just delete this John. Let's just click on him. Are you sure? Totally. And bang, refresh that, and here you can see John is totally gone. And let's just go ahead and check out our database right here. Let's just connect there once again. Check out our database. We have 5 users right here inside our database. We have Mango, we have Orange, we have John Doe, which is this John Doe, and we have HuXn and Joe. Alright, so we successfully deleted one user from our database and it is working totally fine. The next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to toggle the edit. So I'm going to just write const and toggle edit, and it will take the ID, the username, and also the email. Okay, so in this case, what do you want to do? We just want to write a set editable user ID, and we just want to provide ID to it. So the next thing which I want to do is that set editable username, and for that we are going to be specifying the username, and then for set editable email we are going to be writing our email right here. So if I save this file, let's just refresh that, and if I click on, I don't know, for the John Doe, and here you can see we are now getting this result, and we are also getting this result right here. Like both of them are now totally inputs, and that's looking amazing. So what I want to do, like currently we cannot do anything with that, but we want to make it so like if we change the data inside a name or in the email, so we just want to update that. So for that, let's just create our update handler right here, const update handler, and it will be equals to the async and provide ID to it because it requires the ID. I'm going to write my try and catch blocks, and for the error, or I mean like for the catch block, we are going to be using like toast and error. Come on, error, and I'm going to specify the error dot data dot message right in here. And if that's not the case, we are going to be specifying error dot error like so. And for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to use await update user, and here we just have to specify the user ID of ID, and also we want to provide the username of editable username. Where in the world is that editable user name? There we go. And we also want to provide the email, so we are going to be using like editable user email. So let's just provide that, and I guess that would do it. But underneath this update user, what do you want to do? We just want to use like set editable user ID, and we want to make that to null. And the next thing which we want to do is that we also want to refetch. Okay, so just refetch that, and boom. And what I want to do is that I wanted to change this orange fruit to just orange. So I'm going to just remove that and click on a check, and here you can see we are now getting just an orange right here. And now let's just check out this orange fruit, and now let's just remove this fruit from the at the end, and now let's just change that to, and just change that to orange, and click on this check. And so here you can see it is now totally changed to orange right here. Instead of a John Doe, I'm going to just change that to like JD or something like that, jd@gmail.com, and click on check. And now let's just change this one to JD like so, and click on a check. So here you can see everything is looking perfectly amazing. Alright, so I'm going to just delete this user from the database, and now let's just refresh that, and here you can see we are now getting all of these users right here. So that was it about for the users, and I know there was a lot of talking and there was a lot of stuff to take care of. So we just take care of the, what do we call it, this drop down component, the navigation, and we also take care of the profile, and we also take care of, what do we call it, just a single user. Now let me just log in as a single user, like I don't know, I'm gonna just log in as Joe, and Joe 123, and click on the sign in, and here you can see it will just successfully sign us in right here. So now I'm gonna just click on that, go to the profile, and here you can see we can just like change that to like Joe Goldberg or something like that. Goldberger. So I'm gonna just change that, and here you can see we are now getting every single thing that we need right here. Alright, so everything is successfully working, and I guess that's it. But now let me just take care of this flow byte thing. So I'm going to import that right here inside our project, and I just realized that we didn't plug in the flow byte in our project. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the Tailwind configuration, and now let me just get my flow byte like so, and now let me just use that. I'm going to copy this flow byte right here and place it right here inside this plugin, save our file, and it should work from now on. Okay, so here you can see this input is now changed to this black kind of color right here. And the next thing which I want to do is that I want to provide a little bit of more styling to it. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the index.css, and now let me just place this styling right here. So I'm going to just save my file, and this is how currently things looks like right here. Okay, so let's just go ahead and log in as, I don't know, as HuXn maybe. So I'm going to just write like HuXn 123 and hit enter, and now let me just make that a bit smaller, Everything is looking so smooth and amazing. So let's just go to the users. That's amazing. So yeah, that was it about for the users. And in the next video, we are going to be taking care of the categories.